Chapter 1: Betrayal and Rebirth. Qingyao. In the desolate forest, Yinan gazed in disbelief at the blade that had suddenly pierced his chest, trembling as he lifted his head to look at the woman before him. Luo Qingyao, the woman he had loved for half his life, had ruthlessly stabbed him at his most vulnerable moment. Surrounding him stood a dozen figures clad in ninja attire. Had it not been for the exhausting battle he had just endured, he would not have been so easily ambushed. Clearly, this was all part of Luo Qingyao's scheme. With great effort, he extended his hand and pressed it against the sword-wielding hand of Luo Qingyao, the icy sensation seeping into his bones, chilling him to the core. Yinan, did you truly believe I loved you? A cruel smile curved upon Luo Qingyao's cold visage. If you weren't the president of Haixia Group, do you think I would have married you? Her grip tightened further, and with a sickening squelch, the blade erupted through Yinan's back. What I did not anticipate was that even with the apocalypse upon us, you would remain an extraordinary lucky one. Not only do you possess a territory, but you have also developed it into one of the mere 10 levels even territories in the Dragon Kingdom. So your aim was the position of the substitute lord of the territory. Correct? Yinan coughed violently, blood gushing forth unabated, splattering Luo Qingyao. As long as I am dead, you, as the substitute lord, can ascend to the position of the lord. Luo Qingyao raised an eyebrow, self-satisfied. You are not mistaken. You professed your love for me, yet it took you a full 5 years for the territory to reach level 7 before granting me the substitute lord position. Listening to Luo Qingyao's unreasonable words, Yinan could only smile bitterly. Do you truly think the qualification for a substitute lord is so easily obtained? Only yesterday did I acquire a token and immediately bestowed this position upon you. Silence. Luo Qingyao's expression shifted slightly, her hand exerting more force, driving the entire hilt of the sword deeper into Yinan's chest. Even so, why? Even if you wish to kill me, why ally with the professionals of Nihon Nation? Do you not understand that those not of my kind will inevitably harbor malice? Yinan gripped Luo Qingyao's hand tightly, his voice filled with hatred. Do you not realize what losing a levels-even territory means for the Dragon Kingdom? Such matters are of no concern to you. She leaned in close to Yinan's ear, her voice soft, yet chilling as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. And you did not foresee that Ling Yueyin was killed by me. Who could have imagined that little wretch would seek her own demise, discovering my plans? What a pity, that little wretch with her delicate skin. I fear she has already been devoured alive by the Blood Wolf pack. Luo Qingyao laughed triumphantly. You, upon hearing that name, Yinan's eyes widened, but his mind could no longer process thoughts. Thud! His body fell helplessly to the ground. Yueyin, it was I who harmed you. In the next moment, his consciousness plunged into eternal chaos. Why? Yinan suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up to find himself in a luxurious bedroom. Where is this? As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, memories long buried surged forth. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, the screen displaying the date, November 11th, 2026. This Yinan hurriedly stood up and drew back the curtains. What met his eyes was a peaceful urban landscape. No smoke, no wreckage. Everything was absent. Have I been reborn? Yinan found himself murmuring. In his previous life, on November 17th, 2026, the apocalypse descended and countless cataclysmic phenomena erupted across the earth. On the first day, volcanoes, floods, hurricanes, and lightning various disasters struck, resulting in the deaths and injuries of over half the human population on Blue Star within a single day. By the second day, innumerable spatial rifts appeared in every corner of the earth, from which emerged countless extraordinary beasts, possessing various supernatural abilities, slaughtering humans as if they were mere livestock. After this day, the human population of Blue Star dwindled to a mere 10%. In just 2 days, only 1 in 10 survived. It was not until the third day that a turning point emerged, as the remaining humans awakened their occupational panels, similarly gaining extraordinary powers. From thenceforth, humanity began to stand against the extraordinary beasts as equals. It was a brutal reality. Having experienced the apocalypse, Yinan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. However, besides the ordinary professionals, there existed a special class, the Lords. A month prior, a game titled Universal Lord had stealthily launched on the internet, randomly selecting individuals from various nations on Blue Star to issue invitation codes. Territories constructed within the game could be manifested into reality when the apocalypse arrived. This was the origin of the first batch of lords on Blue Star, serving as the solid backbone for humanity's resistance against the extraordinary beasts in the years to come. He smoothly sat at the computer desk and clicked on a rudimentary icon. Who could have imagined that such an ordinary pay-to-win game would dictate the future trajectory of Blue Star? Yinan sighed, reflecting that in his previous life, he had not dedicated himself to this game, treating it merely as a pastime, and thus, by the time the apocalypse arrived, his territory had reached only level 2. Of course, the territories of other players were similarly underdeveloped. After all, the pay-to-win aspect of this game was indeed exaggerated. Just as he prepared to examine the game interface, his phone vibrated quietly. A name appeared on the screen. Luo Qingyao. Upon seeing this name, Yinan's expression darkened instantly. This woman, for whom he had poured out his heart and soul, had betrayed him so decisively. She had even allied with a group of Nihong scoundrels. Moreover, he had caught her more than once with a group of friends seeking out young men in clubs. Yet at that time, he had been deeply ensnared in love, turning a blind eye each time. In this life, he answered the call calmly. "Hello, is it you, my husband?" Luo Qingyou's voice came through, faintly mixed with the sounds of pulsating dance music and moans. Without waiting for Yinan's reaction, she abruptly hung up. Setting down his phone, Yinan pondered for a moment before dialing another number. "Hello, President Yi." A respectful voice greeted him. A glint of cold light flickered in Yinan's eyes. "Suspend all of Luo Qingyou's cards, and I want all the recordings from the White Horse Club in 10 minutes. Chapter 2 Pay-to-Win and Video." "President Yi, are you certain that?" The voice on the other end of the line was filled with astonishment. "Is my directive unclear?" Yinan stared at the screen before him, speaking slowly, his tone brooking no dissent. On the other end was a manager under him, Wu Ling. More importantly, this man was the clandestine owner of the White Horse Club. He had recorded footage of Luo Qingyao and a large number of affluent women indulging in revelry at the club. "All right, very well, President Yi. About that White Horse Club," Wu Ling attempted to explain, but was directly interrupted by Yinan. Wu Ling Yinan clicked the login button. "Do you really think I am unaware that you are the true mastermind behind the White Horse Club?" His tone bore a hint of murderous intent. For after the apocalypse descended, this scoundrel had once threatened him with footage of Luo Qingyou's debauchery, extracting from him a possession that was of paramount importance to him. The voice on the other end fell into momentary silence, evidently taken aback by Yinan's sudden inquiry. "Are you deaf?" Yinan scolded. "Understood, President Yi," Wu Ling responded repeatedly. After hanging up, Yinan could easily envision the grimace on the other side's face. Void Lord, Flame Demon Dragon, Six-Winged Demon General. As he gazed at these familiar monsters, a myriad of complex emotions stirred within Yinan. Each one of these beings would later appear on Blue Star as legendary extraordinary beasts. Each one was stained with the blood of countless lives. After a brief CG, a simple village materialized on the game interface. The graphics resembled those of low-quality 3D games from the early century, with the buildings and characters appearing angular and jagged. If this game were released on the market, it would hardly make a splash. Thus, even though Yinan had received an invitation code for the game, he had merely completed the tutorial before setting it aside. At this snail's pace, the server for this thing must be located in another world. Yinan let out a scoff, expertly accessing the attributes interface. Territory, Xuantian. Lord, Yinan. Level 2. Area, 1 square kilometer. Population, 120,500. Citizens, 339. Constructed buildings. Lord's Cabin Level 2, Inferior Fence Level 2. Recruits Buildings, 13. Inferior Mage Tower Level 2. Combat Buildings, 13. Inferior Fence Level 2. Miracles, 01. Wonders, 01. Trait Beast Protection Shield. Before the territory's fence is breached, beasts shall not descend upon the domain. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 3 Level 2 Recruit Buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 3 Level 2 Combat Buildings. The data could only be described as exceedingly rudimentary. Yet, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it had become one of the few territories of Longwa, safeguarding countless lives due to the characteristic of the Beast Protection Shield. However, within this mere square kilometer of land, even with Yinan's noble intentions, He could only helplessly witness most of humanity perish at the claws of the beasts. Since I have been granted a second chance at life, how can I stand idly by as beasts slaughter humanity? A glimmer of determination flickered in Yi Nan's eyes. He clicked on a roulette icon located in the lower right corner of the game interface. This was the sole point of monetary expenditure within the entire game of Universal Lord. Fate Celestial Disc. All items, artifacts, buildings, wonders, and miracles could be drawn from the Fate Celestial Disc. However, the probability of obtaining anything worthwhile was a matter of perspective. Moreover, each draw required the expenditure of 10,000 dragon coins to exchange for a Fate Crystal. Yinan had once observed on the game's public screen that someone had spent as much as 100,000 dragon coins on draws, only to receive a Clevel Flame Mage Tower. The ludicrously low drop rates had rendered the already sparse player base even less inclined to invest. Yet this Clevel building, the Flame Mage, had displayed remarkable prowess in the early days of the apocalypse, propelling that territory to the forefront of the entire Blue Star. Until his demise, it still held the title of the foremost territory in Longwa. Until his demise, it still held the title of the foremost territory in Longwa. Merely 100,000 for a Clevel building, what a bargain. A glint of excitement sparkled in Yi Nan's eyes as he navigated to the recharge interface. 100,000 dragon coins? A mere trifle. Let me astonish these gamers with a touch of my wealth. He instantly opted for the maximum single recharge limit. 1 million dragon coins. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving Fate Crystals 100. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving Fate Crystals 100. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving Fate Crystals 100. As lines of text appeared on the interface, Yinan had unknowingly recharged a total of 10 million dragon coins. The sun gradually dipped in the west, as Yi Nan reclined in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. Such actions were utterly reckless. He dared not entrust this to anyone else. This secret was best kept buried deep within. Meanwhile, he glanced at his phone. The time had elapsed no more than 10 minutes since he had hung up on Wu Ling's call. This guy really is pathetic. At that moment, heavy breathing from a man and the high-pitched moans of a woman echoed through the air. Suddenly, bang! The door was forcefully swung open. Yinan, what do you mean by this? Why did you disable my bank card? Luo Qingyao stormed in, her voice laced with fury as she confronted Yinan. Do you have any idea how humiliating you made me today? You! Slap! Just as Luo Qingyao was about to continue, Yinan delivered a sharp strike, sending her sprawling to the ground. Just as Luo Qingyao was about to continue, Yinan delivered a sharp strike, sending her sprawling to the ground. Have you said enough? Yinan picked up his phone, crouching before the bewildered Luo Qingyao, and spoke slowly. Chapter 3. Humiliation Lottery Shock. You, how dare you strike me? Luo Qingyao sat helplessly on the ground, covering her face, unable to believe her eyes. The once obedient Yinan, who had always heeded her every word, now appeared so foreign that she struggled to recognize him. How is it possible? You cannot strike back. Yinan crouched before her, grasping her hair. Look at this. Does it seem familiar? He placed his phone before Luo Qingyao, dead on the screen. Two bare bodies writhed passionately on a heart-shaped bed, intertwined in a fervent embrace. The disheveled surroundings bore testament to the ferocity of their entanglement. How could this be? As she gazed at the video, where she appeared almost oblivious, Luo Qingyao's body trembled. She never imagined this intimate scene would be recorded so faithfully by another. Husband, please allow me to explain. It is not as you think. It was the White Horse Club. They drugged my drink. Witnessing Yinan's cold expression, an inexplicable fear stirred within Luo Qingyao, leading her to grasp at straws. Yes, that's it. They violated me. Husband, you must stand up for me. In an instant, Luo Qingyao displayed a pitiful expression, her sense of grievance making it seem as though she had been deceived herself. Oh, is that so? Yinan remained nonchalant, his finger lightly swiping to the next video. The scene shifted, the male lead replaced by another robust figure. Yet, the female lead remained the same, a blissful Luo Qingyao. What about this one? This one. Although the settings varied, the female lead was always Luo Qingyao. So, are you trying to tell me that none of this was done of your own volition? Luo Qingyao, How much longer will you weave your lies? Did you ever consider my feelings while you were in bed with them? Husband, I am sorry, I was just too lonely. You're always so busy and have no time for me. I swear I will never go to the White Horse Club again. Please forgive me this once, will you? Had this been in a previous life, such a display from Luo Qingyao would have surely prompted Yi Nan to overlook her transgressions. However, now, thinking of her icy demeanor in his final moments, all the tenderness in his heart turned to steel. What? You still wish to seek my forgiveness? Dream on. Get lost and never let me see you again. Yi Nan stood up, looking down at the woman he once loved deeply. You once said that no matter what I did, you would always be infinitely forgiving. Seeing her continue to prattle on, Yi Nan seized her by the collar, lifting her up and shoving her toward the door. That I said, "Get out." In his cold gaze, a hint of murderous intent flickered. Standing at the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, he held the lives of millions in his hands, exuding an aura that brooked no refusal. Fine, fine. Luo Qingyao, her hair disheveled, appeared almost deranged. Dawai Yi Nan, I know you have found someone new, and you want to find a way to rid yourself of me. You want to divorce me? It won't be that easy. Just wait. I will make you regret it. Watching Luo Qingyao's departing figure, Yi Nan shook his head. Although he yearned for vengeance for his past life, now was not the time. Before the apocalypse descends, it is wiser to remain low-key-as for divorce. He had no leisure to deal with such matters now. Once the apocalypse arrives, all order will be upended, and the so-called marriage vows will be nothing but fleeting illusions. For now, that is the crux of the matter. Come on, let me see what surprises the Wheel of Fate has in store for me. His mouse clicked once more on Wheel of Fate. Then in the next moment, 3 lines of text appeared on the lottery interface. Regular lottery. Spend 1 fate crystal, draw once. Wealthy 10 draws. Spend 10 fate crystals. Draw 10 times in succession. Guaranteed to receive 1 C-grade item. Godly 100 draws. Spend 100 fate crystals. Draw 100 times in succession. Guaranteed to receive 1 B-grade item. 5 C-grade items. Miracle 1000 draws. Spend 1000 fate crystals. Draw 1000 times in succession. Guaranteed to receive 1 A-grade item, 5 B-grade items, 50 C-grade items. Without hesitation, Yi Nan clicked on the third option. Miracle Lottery. In the next moment, a series of red banners lit up on Yi Nan's screen. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have activated the Miracle 1000 draws, receiving a guaranteed C-grade reward. 1 Fire Mage Tower. The first reward was the Fire Mage Tower. This was merely the beginning. Yi Nan licked his lips, fixated on the computer screen. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have activated the Miracle 1000 draws, receiving a guaranteed C-grade reward. 1 Heavy Armored Paladin Camp. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have activated the Miracle 1000 draws, receiving a guaranteed C-grade reward. 1 Frost Sword. Simultaneously, every player in the server was inundated with the same banners that in an instant, the public chat erupted in fervor. What the hell? What is happening? Miracle Lottery. Am I seeing things? Miracle Lottery costs 10 million dragon coins. Right? Damn. Looking at the name, he must be from the Dragon Kingdom? A Dragon Kingdom player going this crazy. Is this trash game really worth such a hefty recharge? What the heck? This has to be a money laundering scheme. I am reporting it. I'm reporting it. Truly a fool with too much money. This game has so few players, and it's not even PvP. You'd have to be brain dead to spend money on it. Amidst the clamor, item after item of considerable value from the future, C-grade and even B-grade items, poured into Yi Nan's lordly backpack as if they were worthless. But soon, a much larger banner overshadowed all previous lottery announcements. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have activated the Miracle Consecutive Draws, receiving an A-grade guaranteed reward. First A-grade reward in the entire server. Reward upgraded. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have obtained an S-grade reward. 1 Xuantian Sword Forum. Chapter 4, Plotting, Abundant Rewards, Xuantian Sword Forum, Haixia Group. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang with the assistant's voice. Manager Wu, someone wants to. Wu Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me say that I'm not seeing anyone? Before he could finish, the door was flung open with a bang. Luo Qingyao, disheveled, stormed in, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. She slammed her palm on the table, glaring fiercely at Wu Ling. Wu Ling, you've done a splendid job. Observing her disheveled state and the imprint of a hand on her cheek, Wu Ling instantly comprehended everything. Now that the matter has been exposed, you dare to blame me, seeing Wu Ling's indifferent demeanor. Luo Qingyao sneered. Wu Ling, stop standing there and speaking without empathy. You didn't warn me, and you even installed a camera. Wu Ling shook his head. I merely did it for self-preservation. Luo Qingyao had no desire to engage in a lengthy argument with Wu Ling. Instead, she coldly remarked, now I don't want to waste any more breath with you. You don't think Yinan will let you off the hook once he knows about your actions, do you? He knows all too well about the dirty deeds you've committed. Just one of them revealed, and you'll be lucky to serve 10 years in prison. Wu Ling's expression darkened instantly. This was precisely what he feared the most. What do you intend to do? He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Whether the fish dies first or the net breaks is yet to be seen. In a luxurious room, Yinan, the originator of it all, hadn't he even considered these ramifications that he gazed at the rewards flashing on the screen, a large question mark floating above his head. Xuantian, Sword Forum? Such a thing exists. In a Western fantasy-style game, there is actually a building with a Xianxia theme. He hurriedly opened his backpack that in an instant, a plethora of images flooded his vision. From the recent Miracle 1000 draws, he had obtained 1 S-grade item, 7 B-grade items, 62 C-grade items, and over 900 items of other grades. Small experience potion 60, E-grade item, usable below level 10, grants 20 experience points directly. Quality Qingfeng sword 50. D-grade item, limited to swordsman class, can be equipped at level 1, grants 5 strength. Wine blade 20, E-grade item, limited to mage class, can be learned at level 1, summons a wind blade to deal 30 points of wind, attribute magical damage to a single target. Yinan's mouse glided over image after image. Although they were primarily E-grade items, their quantity was astonishing. Just from a single Miracle 1000 draws, he could arm thousands of practitioners to the teeth. In his past life, these items were earned through countless battles between practitioners and extraordinary beasts. Even at that time, as the Lord, Yinan had exhausted his family's resources merely to arm a 100-man contingent. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Yinan's cursor glided over a plethora of D and E-grade items, ultimately landing upon a cluster of B-grade items shimmering with a cerulean glow. Flame Mage Tower, a B-grade structure, capable of summoning B-grade units. The Flame Mages, Frost Knight Camp, a B-grade structure, capable of summoning B-grade units. The Frost Knights, Shadow Wolf Den, a B-grade structure, capable of summoning B-grade units. The Shadow Wolves, among the 7 B-grade items, 3 were territorial buildings. More importantly, these were structures that could be directly placed, rather than requiring a collection of various stringent items to construct blueprints. The Frost Knight Camp. Upon seeing this image, Yinan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration that in his past life, the sole B-grade building he possessed was the Frost Knight Camp, that to acquire this building blueprint, he had sacrificed thousands of his territory's population, with casualties among his adventurers exceeding half. Yet, every sacrifice was worthwhile, as the summoned Frost Knights were capable of single-handedly facing 10 foes of equivalent level. B-grade buildings even possessed the ability to summon heroes. Under the leadership of a hero, the charge of the Frost Knight Legion could achieve a 1-to-1000 effect. Numerous large-scale beast tides have been shattered by the charge of the Frost Knight Legion, rendering them incapable of inflicting further harm upon the territory. This time, it was 3 types of buildings. Yinan took a deep breath. To put it bluntly, with just these 3 structures, he could stand atop all the lords of Blue Star after the apocalypse descended. These were merely the side dishes. He forcefully calmed his excited heart and focused his gaze on the final highlight that on the last page of his backpack, an item radiating a purple glow awaited. This was an S-grade building, a rarity that no one in the entire Blue Star had managed to unlock in his previous life. A glimmer of brilliance ignited in Yinan's eyes as he immediately clicked on it. Would you like to place the Mount Shu sword platform? The screen prompted a confirmation option, to which Yinan resolutely selected yes. In the next moment, a surge of purple light erupted from the screen. Following this, an octagonal sword platform emerged within the rudimentary territory, upon which swords flew in a crisscross pattern, darting up and down. Upon closer inspection, one could discern figures clad in sky-blue robes standing atop the flying swords. This game was rather crude. Otherwise, it would not have reached a point where no one was willing to spend money. Yinan muttered a complaint, and in the next moment, Another banner illuminated the screens of all players in the server. Congratulations to player Xuantian for placing the first S-grade building, the Mount Shu Sword Platform. ASA reward, building level 1. In an instant, the comment section began to scroll once again. Wow! The first S-grade building in the entire server. Truly envious. Envious of what? Just a fool with too much money. Spending a whole 10 million dragon coins, where else could he spend it? TSK, TSK, TSK. Definitely some wasteful, rich second generation. Spending even a penny on this game is an insult to my intelligence. No way. I can't stand this. How can he show off alone? Moments later, the screens of the entire server finally revealed the names of other users. Congratulations to player Xinhua for activating the godly Rich 100 draw and obtaining. Congratulations to player Shenhuang for activating the godly Rich 100 draw and obtaining. Two banners appeared in succession. Chapter 5. Continue to spend. The whole server is shocked. Territory upgrade. Xinhua, Shenhuang. Observing the sudden emergence of these two names. A faint smile curved upon Yunan's lips. These two fortunate individuals, spurred by his actions, had commenced their own spending spree, and he had no intention of divulging this information. Even if he did, it would likely be dismissed as madness, attracting unnecessary trouble. However, if others followed in his footsteps and began spending, he would not mind in the least. After the apocalypse, was money still considered money? Yunan placed his cursor over the Mount Shu Sword Platform. Mount Shu Sword Platform, S-grade. Level 2. Description. The ancient sect of Mount Shu's cultivation ground, capable of summoning Mount Shu disciples to join the territory. Sword Disciple, 0-100 S-grade unit. Ordinary Disciple of Mount Shu, can be summoned for 10 spiritual jade. Sword Spirit, 0-10 S-grade unit. Elite Disciple of Mount Shu, can be summoned for 100 spiritual jade. Tai Ming, 0-1 SS grade hero. Elder of Mount Shu, can be summoned for 10,000 spiritual jade. Upgrade requirements. 10 spirit sword stones, 100 D-grade swords, 20,000 spiritual jade. Hiss, an SS grade hero. Gazing at the description of the Mount Shu sword platform, Yinan could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The SS grade summoned hero surpassed the limits of his imagination. To his knowledge, the strongest adventurers of his previous life had strength comparable to that of S-grade summoned units. Yet an SS-grade hero's prowess even eclipsed that of SS-grade units. However, the conditions for upgrading were undeniably stringent. Although the S-grade building was extraordinary, capable of summoning the SS-grade hero Tai Ming, its upgrade requirements were indeed harsh. More critically, if the territorial buildings did not upgrade, the territory's level could not be elevated. Thus, acquiring high-rarity buildings too early was often not a favorable circumstance. Furthermore, once constructed, territorial buildings could not be dismantled. Hence, each building slot became exceedingly precious. But for now, it was still early, merely some materials. Yinan once again opened the Fate Wheel. 100,000 Fate crystals had only cost him a mere tenth. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 100 draw, receiving a guaranteed grade reward. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 100 draw, receiving a guaranteed grade reward. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 100 draw, receiving a guaranteed grade reward. Tianyu Group, CEO's office. Ling Yu stared blankly at his computer screen, which displayed the game, All Lords. His character's username was none other than Shenhuang. A series of banners floated above the game interface. Damn. This guy drew 9 times from the Miracle 100 draw, adding up to a total of 100 million. Has he lost his mind? Could he be a shill? Ling Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Although 100 million was trivial for him, he couldn't fathom completing such a massive draw in one go. He was wealthy, but that did not mean he was foolish. Having just spent 1 million, he was already regretting it. To his knowledge, the total player count in this game was barely over 10,000. With such a small player base, even becoming the richest player in the server wouldn't provide much emotional value. Just then, another familiar name appeared on the screen. Congratulations to player Xinhua for activating the Miracle 100 draw, receiving a guaranteed grade reward. Another player, Xinhua, had also activated the Miracle 100 draw. What a fool! There are indeed some gullible ones. Ling Yu shook his head and closed the game interface. While he had no intention of continuing to invest, witnessing these two individuals competing above him left him feeling quite unsettled. Damn it, the Xuantian, just like Yinan, was truly infuriating. For years, his Tianyu group had been overshadowed by the Haixia group. And the mere thought of someone surpassing him brought to mind Haixia group's president, Yinan. Meanwhile, his phone on the desk began to vibrate. Wu Ling. What does he want from me? Glancing at the phone on his desk. Ling Yu furrowed his brows slightly and answered the call. Hello, is this President Ling? How about we discuss a business deal? Wu Ling's voice came through the phone. Moments later, Ling Yu slowly set down the phone. Gently rubbing his temples at Wu Ling, Luo Qingyao. Yinan, I wonder if you can withstand my onslaught this time. A fierce glint flickered in Ling Yu's eyes. In a lavish room, Yinan gazed at the overflowing contents of his backpack. His face flushed with excitement. This was exhilarating. This was utterly insane. His current resources, even when combined with all the territories from his past life, would pale in comparison. He opened his Lord interface. Territory, Xuantian. Lord, Yinan, level 2, area, 1 square kilometer. Population, 1,2,500. Territorial citizens, 339 summoning buildings, 3-3. Inferior Mage Tower, level 2. Mount Shu Sword Platform, level 2. Rampaging Beast Camp, level 1. Combat Buildings, 3-3. Inferior Fence, level 2. Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, level 1. Swift Hawk Nest, level 1. Production Buildings, 0-0. Miracles, 0-1. Wonders, 0-1. Feature Beast Protection Shield, before the territory's fence is breached. Beasts will not descend into the territory's space. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 3 Level 2 Summoning Buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 3 Level 2 Combat Buildings. Each of the newly added 3 constructions is, without exception, an A-grade building. S-grade buildings are indeed rare and elusive. Even after Yinan's 9 attempts at the Miracle 1000 draw, he failed to replicate the occurrence of a miracle. The upgrade is now available. He clicked on the icons of the 3 buildings consecutively, completing a full 10 attempts at the Miracle 1000 draw, which sufficed to meet the upgrade requirements. As 3 beams of light flickered above the buildings. Yinan's upgrade mission was thus accomplished. Congratulations, your territory has been upgraded. A golden light burst forth above the territory. With each graphic transformation, Yinan's territory expanded tenfold in an instant. 10 square kilometers. The larger the area, the more practitioners he could accommodate. Having managed a territory for many years in his previous life, Yinan understood that the types of troops and even hero units were subjected to significant restrictions. Although the lower limit was high, the upper limit was locked. Only human practitioners held the promise of the future. In merely a few years in his previous life, the elite among practitioners could rival S-grade units. And in a few more years, their potential would be limitless. Summoning troops, practitioners. I cannot neglect either. This apocalypse is unlike any before. With my arrival, more lords will undoubtedly rise through spending. Who knows what changes the beast tide of this apocalypse will bring? Only by maintaining an absolute lead can one secure a voice of authority in the aftermath of the apocalypse. A flicker of resolute determination shone in Yinan's eyes that a mere 100 million dragon coins is still insufficient. Chapter 6. Liquidation, Selling Assets, Finding a Fool to Take Over. 6 days later, on November 17, 2026, the apocalypse will descend, and the monstrous beasts will emerge, delivering devastating blows to the entire blue star. Whether it be nations, city-states, or trillion-dollar conglomerates, they will all be reduced to ashes in this calamity, with none surviving. This naturally includes the Haixia Group under Yinan's name. In other words, the current market value of Haixia Group is approximately 1 billion dragon coins. Even if sold at a discount, it could fetch around 800 million once the apocalypse strikes. This company will be rendered worthless. Yinan has already spent 100 million dragon coins in the game, and his cash reserves are dwindling. Therefore, he seeks to invest more money into the game, all lords to acquire additional resources. The wisest choice is to sell the Haixia Group at a discount. Taking a deep breath, Yinan's eyes gleamed with determination. He needed to liquidate all his assets. His company, houses, cars, and stocks, within 6 days, converting everything to cash. Then, he would inject all that money into all lords for lottery draws, territorial expansion, and recruiting a sufficient number of troops. Just then, Wu Ling, accompanied by a group of well-dressed individuals, barged into Yinan's office unannounced. Upon seeing them, Yinan frowned slightly, a bad feeling washing over him. If this were ancient times, their abrupt intrusion would be tantamount to rebellion. Mr. Yi, we have come to resign, Wu Ling stated coldly, that we no longer wish to work for you. Wu Ling, leveraging his position as a manager of Haixia Group, had been embezzling funds and secretly selling company assets. Xuantian had already uncovered his connection to the owner of the White Horse Club, and with Luo Qingyao also approaching him, it was only a matter of time before Yi Nin learned of Wu Ling's other misdeeds. In a bid to cover up his wrongdoings, Wu Ling decided to act preemptively, aiming to seize control of Haixia Group and its shares that he had already struck a deal over the phone with Yi Nan's arch-rival. Ling Yu, the president of Tianyu Group, WY resigning alongside the management team. They sought to incapacitate Haixia Group's operations and sever its financial lifeline. At that point, President Ling would swoop in with a substantial sum of money, seizing Haixia Group entirely. Wu Ling envisioned Yi Nan clutching a sum of money, leaving Hailing City like a stray dog, while he and Ling Yu would dominate the business landscape of Hailing City together. Lighting a slender cigarette, Wu Ling remarked, "Apologies, I'm just that straightforward that we simply no longer wish to follow you. Promotions and raises can't keep us here. Do you understand?" Yinan clapped his hands and laughed, patting Wu Ling on the shoulder. "Good. Then it's settled. I was actually pondering how to dismiss you all, yet here you are, coming to me first. I've saved quite a bit on severance pay." Wu Ling had expected Yinan to plead desperately for them to stay, offering promotions and raises. To his astonishment, their resignation was precisely what Yinan had hoped for. It was disheartening. Tens of thousands in severance pay just vanished after Wu Ling and the others left. Ling Yu, the president of Tianyu Group, emerged from a black Mercedes Maybach and strode directly into Yi Nan's office. That he did not come empty-handed. He bore acquisition contracts and boxes of cash, followed by a dozen burly men in suits. His intention was clear: to seize the opportunity to acquire Haixia Group. In all of Hailing City, only Tianyu Group had the financial capacity to acquire Yi Nan's company. Such premium assets. A fortune to be made. Yi Nan regarded the menacing Ling Yu with a slight smile. "President Ling, we are both adults here. There is no need for riddles, so why not speak plainly? If I am not mistaken, you plan to fully acquire my company during this opportunity?" Ling Yu beamed. "Indeed. That's exactly my intention. At this moment, the employees of Haixia Group, having first learned of Wu Ling and the management's collective resignation, were now witnessing Ling Yu arrive with cash. Ling Yu's intentions were glaringly obvious. Anyone could deduce it. Heavens, Mr. Yi wouldn't really sell the company to his arch-rival Tianyu Group, would he? Alas, what can we do? Our company's operations are already paralyzed, and I hear the cash flow has dried up. In my view, Mr. Yi is foolish. Why not retain manager Wu Ling and the others? Is it that he can't bear to part with the money? The apocalypse is imminent, set to unfold in 6 days." Yi Nan was eager to sell Haixia Group to Ling Yu. However, he knew he must not appear too eager. Such desperation might alert Ling Yu and delay the transaction that he could not afford to stall. He had only 6 days left. Even if he had to sell at a steep discount, he needed to offload Haixia Group to Ling Yu, this unsuspecting fool. Yet he maintained a facade of calm. That would be quite regrettable. "President Ling, all of Haixia Group's assets are premium, with vast potential for appreciation. Thus, I cannot simply sell the company due to a few resignations from management. That would be illogical. Now is the perfect opportunity for Tianyu Group to acquire Haixia Group. If missed, it would be gone." Ling Yu waved for his subordinates to open a box filled with pristine dragon coins. "Vibrant and robust, here lies approximately 5 million in cash, serving as a deposit for the acquisition of Haixia Group. Furthermore, I have had the company appraised. Your company is currently valued at around 1 billion dragon coins. If you agree to sell, I can offer you 120 billion, cash. It could be transferred to your bank account today." Should he successfully assimilate Haixia Group, he would ascend to the position of the largest tycoon in Hailing City and become the vice president of the business association. Yi Nan feigned a troubled expression, pretending to be heartbroken. "Since President Ling is so sincere, then I suppose I must agree." Chapter 7. Continue liquidating, selling luxury cars and mansions, acquiring a conglomerate. Is it truly so simple? When Ling Yu arrived, he worried Yi Nan might resist selling Haixia Group to him, that he brought along a dozen suited thugs to lend Yi Nan some dignity. Little did he expect that there would be no basic negotiation or tug-of-war. Yi Nan simply acquiesced. Ling Yu was overjoyed. Success. After merging with Haixia Group, he would become the biggest boss in Hailing City and even gain the title of vice president of the business association. Though Yinan would receive a staggering 120 billion in assets, the current economic inflation in Longwa meant that even substantial amounts could eventually turn to worthless paper. Without Haixia Group, Yinan would lose his identity and status in Hailing City, relegated to being just another wealthy individual, unqualified to be his rival. Thus, the elated Lingyu, in front of Yinan, promptly called his finance team to transfer the remaining 119,950,000,000. Dear Mr. Yi, your bank account ending in 8888 has just received a real-time deposit of 119,950,000,000. Hearing the voice notification from his mobile banking app, Yinan felt a wave of relief and promptly signed his name on the company transfer contract. Lingyu glanced at the contract. Humming a cheerful tune, preparing to leave AT that moment, Yinan called out to him. President Ling, you see, I am no longer the owner of Haixia Group, but I still possess a BMW sports car, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, and a luxurious duplex villa of 600 square meters. Have you considered purchasing them? Although both the car and the villa are second-hand, I can offer you a discount. Discount? What does Yinan mean by that? It was one thing for the group to be abandoned, but did he not want the car and villa either? Lingyu was utterly astonished by Yinan's words. Initially, he had worried that Yinan would leave Hailing City in a luxury car, which would be quite embarrassing. Now, with Yinan proactively suggesting selling the luxury car and villa at a discount, was he really planning to depart on foot from Hailing City? The thought filled Lingyu with elation, making him want to leap for joy. Throughout his life, he had dreamed of defeating Yinan, relishing in his downfall. Yet when that day finally arrived, it was astonishingly hard to believe it was real. It seemed that Yinan was indeed in dire financial straits. So, what kind of discount are we talking about? If the price is right, I can be a good person and buy your second-hand car and villa. As he spoke, Lingyu crossed his legs and stared intently at Yinan. While Yinan felt a surge of joy within, but had to feign a furrowed brow, counting on his fingers. President Ling, the two luxury cars are valued at around 3 million, while the 600 square meter duplex villa is worth 27 million. In total, that amounts to 30 million. Therefore, I will give you a 50% discount, a flat price of 15 million. What do you think? Hearing this, Lingyu calculated in his mind, although the two luxury cars depreciated in value. A 50% discount still rendered the price quite reasonable. However, for Yinan to sell the 600 square meter villa at such a steep discount meant he had truly struck gold. After all, Lingyu had always coveted the villa that Yinan resided in, which had significant appreciation potential, at least worth 350 million. Could it be that Yinan was foolishly offering such a discount? Had his brain been addled? Haha! Feeling like he had made a lucrative deal, Lingyu suppressed his glee, worried that Yinan might have a change of heart, and promptly instructed the finance department to transfer the funds. Since Yinan was sincerely selling, there was no reason for him to refuse 15 million. I'll take it. It's a deal. After a while, having received the property deed for the villa and the keys to the luxury cars, Lingyu stood up, nostrils flared, casting a condescending glance at Yinan before coldly stating, Yinan, oh no, you are no longer the boss. Naturally, you are not the so-called President Yi anymore, aside from having money. You are nothing but an ordinary person now that I give you 1 week to pack your things. After a week, you must disappear from Hailing City forever. Otherwise, I will definitely break your legs. Once Lingyu swaggered off with his entourage, the employees of Haixia Group began to murmur amongst themselves. How imposing. Is this our new boss? What a tragic fate. President Yi had such a promising future, yet he squandered it so recklessly. Doesn't he know that in this day and age, money is merely waste paper? Quality assets are what truly matter. Hey, this is entirely reasonable. President Yi is just a rich second generation. It's not unusual for him to squander his family fortune after everyone had departed. Yinan locked the office door and began to leap with joy. Oh yeah. In 6 days, the company, luxury cars, and villa will be worthless, and they were sold to that gullible Lingyu. Meanwhile, my account now has around 12 billion in funds. I've truly made a fortune, albeit with tears. In a moment, he planned to invest all the money into the game. Who could dare to recharge such an enormous sum in the Universal Lord game? Taking a deep breath, Yinan pulled up a chair, hurriedly sat at the computer, logged into the Universal Lord game, and navigated to the recharge page that he aimed to deposit all the funds from his bank card into the game, exchanging it for fate crystals in the fate wheel. Then, he would directly participate in the lottery. Wealthy 10 consecutive draws. Godly 100 consecutive draws. Miracle 1,000 consecutive draws. Yinan vividly recalled the apocalypse when the space shattered, unleashing countless bloodthirsty beasts that ravaged the land, slaughtering all in their path. The entire blue star had transformed into a realm of death, a terrifying sight. Only those who awakened their class panels could survive. Albeit still pursued by the beasts that in the apocalypse, Universal Lord offered a concrete refuge for many. Thus, if he wished to survive, he had to rely on the lottery to acquire sufficient resources to upgrade his territory. Fortifications, battle structures, mage towers, and recruit more population while stockpiling materials and spiritual stones that Xuantian planned to recharge the over 1 billion from his bank card into the game all at once. But then he reconsidered. When he recharged 100 million dragon coins in the Universal Lord game, it had shocked the entire server that if he casually recharged over 1 billion and used it all for lottery draws in the fate wheel, wouldn't the server explode on the spot? With that thought, Yinan decided to be discreet that he planned to split the 12 billion dragon coins from his bank card over 6 days, recharging 20 billion each day. Chapter 8. Recharge 20 billion. Fate wheel. All draws. However, in the Universal Lord game, the maximum amount for a single recharge was limited to 1 million dragon coins. To recharge 100 million dragon coins. Yinan would need to perform the operation at least 100 times. And for 20 billion, that meant 2,000 times. Regardless, Yinan would have to endure the discomfort of his hands cramping to complete the recharge. This was crucial for his rise in the apocalypse and defeating the beasts. Congratulations! You have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving 100 fate crystals. This announcement echoed 2,000 times. Yinan beheld the 20,000 fate crystals in his account. He felt as though he had suddenly become an extraordinarily wealthy individual within the game. But he truly couldn't spend it all. Taking a deep breath, he maneuvered the mouse and clicked on the fate wheel, where familiar lines of text appeared before him. However, with an ample amount of fate crystals in his account, Yinan was entirely uninterested in ordinary draws. Wealthy 10 consecutive draws and godly 100 consecutive draws felt trivial. A waste of time. Therefore, he confidently targeted the third option. Miracle 1,000 consecutive draws. Instantly, a line of red banners illuminated the computer screen, adorned with golden dragon patterns. Congratulations, player Xuantian, for initiating the Miracle 1,000 consecutive draw. Receiving guaranteed B-grade reward. Zhuge crossbow, 100. Oh wow. This time it was quite impressive. Right off the bat, a guaranteed B-grade reward. And it turned out to be the legendary Zhuge crossbow. It was said that this crossbow could fire 200 bolts per second, enough to give those beasts a run for their money. Congratulations, player Xuantian, for initiating the Miracle 1,000 consecutive draw, receiving guaranteed C-grade reward. Abyss Trap 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian, for initiating the Miracle 1,000 consecutive draw, receiving guaranteed C-grade reward. Mage Tower of Fiery Flames 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian, for initiating the Miracle 1,000 consecutive draw, receiving guaranteed A-grade reward. Red Coat Cannon 1. Red Coat Cannon? Is this really an A-grade reward? It sounds rather ordinary. Yinan hovered the mouse over the newly acquired Red Coat Cannon, revealing a line of text. Red Coat Cannon. Usable once daily, with a range of 100 kilometers, precision guided to take the head of enemy generals within range. Upon reading the description, Yinan's eyes sparkled, and he immediately slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What a fantastic item! My territory is only 10 square kilometers, and this thing has a range of 100 kilometers. Now I need not fear the beast's mother, because above his territory lay a protective shield against the beasts. As long as the barrier remained unbreached, the beast could not encroach upon his domain. However, the mother beast possessed immense strength, able to shatter the protective shield with a single strike. Before his rebirth, Yinan and other lords feared the mother beast above all else. Once the mother beast appeared near their territories, lords would typically mobilize heavily armored cavalry, spear infantry, and other elite troops for a desperate charge to fend it off. Simultaneously, the players online in Universal Lord were inundated with red text across their screens. Instantly, players flocked to the World channel, furiously typing and discussing in the public chat. In no way. That player who recharged 100 million dragon coins last time is at it again with the Miracle 1,000 consecutive draw. Is he out of his mind? Does his family own a bank or a mint, spending money like it's nothing? I dare say, player Xuantian is the richest player in this game. He's insane with his spending. I genuinely suspect he's using the game to launder money. As the players across the entire server engaged in fervent discussions, Yunin consecutively activated miraculous multi-draws in the Fate Wheel. After all, Yunin had invested 2 billion dragon coins today, exchanging them for 200,000 fake crystals that if he did not exhaust them today, he would have to recharge another 2 billion dragon coins tomorrow to continue drawing. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous multi-draw and receiving a guaranteed C-grade reward. Heavy Armor Iron Float 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous multi-draw and receiving a guaranteed B-grade reward. Bloodthirsty Blade 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous multi-draw and receiving a guaranteed A-grade reward. Spirit Jade 10. 000. Time seemed to slip away, and the sky outside had darkened. The white Yunin finally consumed all 200,000 fake crystals from his account through the lottery in the Fate Wheel. That he sighed in relief. Finally done. He had not anticipated that drawing would be such a taxing endeavor. Despite the hundreds of miraculous multi-draws, though he did not obtain any S-grade items, he still amassed 150 A-grade items, over 400 B-grade items, and tens of thousands of C, D, and E-grade items. Medium Life Potion 1000, a B-grade item, capable of replenishing 3,000 health points for a character, incredibly precious. Mental Energy Sphere 500, an A-grade item, exclusive to Mage-type professions, usable above level 30, capable of temporarily boosting a mage's magic damage by 100-fold. To his astonishment, he also drew 10,000 Spirit Jade, which is utilized to summon disciples of the Xuantian sect. The items he acquired were quite satisfactory. Yunin was pleased. After all, in the following 5 days, he would need to recharge another 1 billion, exchanging for 1 million fake crystals and continue drawing. This meant that before the apocalypse arrived, he could still draw 1 million times through the Fate Wheel. Simultaneously, in the world channel of the game, all players' territories, players from across the Blue Star continued their discussions. Wow! The banner announcing player Xuantian's miraculous multi-draw was flooding the screen. My computer is about to crash. Just how many miraculous multi-draws did he perform? Has anyone counted? In the eerie silence, player Shen Huang angrily typed a line in the public chat. I counted. He performed a staggering 200 miraculous multi-draws, meaning he recharged 20 billion dragon coins today. Upon hearing this, the players across the server were once again stunned. My goodness. Is this the power of the wealthy? 20 billion dragon coins all spent on drawing? Oh my god. I can't even begin to imagine. A fortune. Wealthy beyond measure. My vocabulary is run dry. Wow. 20 billion just for drawing in a game, I think he must be insane, right? There aren't that many rich people in society. I can confidently say he is laundering money through the game. We must report him. Let us report him. Chapter 9, Spending Limited Edition. Infinite Capacity Backpack. Tianyu Group. Ling Yu clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, fixed intently on the computer screen. Player Xuantian had rapidly ascended to the top of the Strength Leaderboard, Wealth Leaderboard, and Resource Leaderboard in the game, all players' territories. Although he had spent 1 million in the game compared to the money spent by player Xuantian, it was like comparing the heavens to the earth. His level of spending in the game was but a drop in the ocean compared to Xuantian. Ling Yu had just secured the Haixia Group through a hefty acquisition, positioning himself to become the commercial leader of Hailing City, brimming with ambition and confidence. Yet in the game, he found himself overshadowed by this player named Xuantian, which was utterly unacceptable that he felt frustrated. However, the game was virtual. Ling Yu did not know who this player Xuantian truly was. He could only vent his anger by smashing the keyboard in front of the computer. Seeing the players in the world channel typing about reporting him, Ling Yu suddenly had an idea that he grabbed the phone and instructed the person on the other end. Secretary Zhang, you have 1 minute to gather player Xuantian's information and report him to the Anti-Money Laundering Administration. I have ample reason to suspect he is laundering money abroad through the game, all players' territories. Haixia Group at 9 o'clock in the evening. Yunin remained in his office, ordering a beef brisket rice and a seafood rice porridge through a food delivery app, along with a savory latte. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he dared not take a moment's rest and immediately sat in front of the computer, logging into the game all players' territories. Time was running short for Yunin. He had to upgrade his territory, population, citizens, and summon buildings, as well as combat buildings before the apocalypse materialized in the game. The higher the level, the better. The more population and citizens, the better. For instance, defensive structures such as the subpar Mage Tower, Xuantian Sword Platform, Thunder Rage Beast Camp, Heavy Cavalry Camp, Heavy Armor Iron Float, Redcoat Cannon, Juga Crossbow, subpar Barricades, and Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, etc. These combat and summoning buildings would serve as the iron wall against the beast legions during the apocalypse. After all, territories are not impervious. Only those with exceptionally strong combat and summoning buildings can hope to survive amidst the steel tide of the beast legions. Yinan maneuvered the mouse, opened his backpack, and found it too cluttered and disorganized for easy sorting that he decided to expand the backpack's capacity. Once all players' territories became a reality, the backpack's capacity would be fixed, making any future expansions exceedingly difficult. Having experienced Rebirth, Yinan understood the importance of planning ahead, that he hovered the mouse over the backpack expansion button. Instantly, a line of text appeared near the button, indicating that there were 3 options for backpack expansion. Option 1. Players may recharge 30,000 dragon coins to expand the backpack's capacity by 10-fold, allowing it to hold approximately 300,000 items. Recommended by 95% of players. Option 2. Players may recharge 100,000 dragon coins to expand the backpack's capacity by 100-fold, allowing it to hold approximately 3 million items. Recommended by about 4% of players. Option 3. Players may recharge 1 million dragon coins to expand the backpack's capacity to infinite, theoretically allowing it to hold an unlimited number of items. Recommended by about 0.001% of players. Wow! An infinite capacity backpack. This is an invaluable item. After all, once the game becomes reality, any lord wishing to expand their backpack's capacity 10-fold would find it nearly impossible. Now, he only needed to spend 300,000 dragon coins to achieve infinite capacity. What an incredible deal! For ordinary players, 300,000 dragon coins is certainly not a small sum that no one would spend money on expanding their backpack. But for Yinan, who had returned from the apocalypse, this amount was merely a drop in the bucket. It was simply a fantastic value. Thus, Yinan did not hesitate to recharge 300,000 dragon coins, directly expanding his ordinary backpack to infinite capacity. In an instant, a golden banner appeared, accompanied by a dazzling display of fireworks on the screens of all online players. Congratulations to the wealth leaderboard leader Xuantian for spending 300,000 dragon coins to expand his ordinary backpack to infinite capacity. Note, there is only one such backpack in the entire server, and it is now a limited edition. Instantly, the world channel, which had only just quieted down, erupted anew like a pot of cold water splashed in a hot oil. Wow, look, the big shot Xuantian has made another move. Wait, he spent 300,000 dragon coins just to expand his backpack's capacity. Is he insane? My backpack still has space. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to exchange for fate crystals and draw in the fate wheel? The big shot Xuantian recharged 20 billion this afternoon. He must have filled his backpack with rewards from 2,000 miraculous multi-draws, which is why he chose to expand. Exactly. Since big shot Xuantian spent 20 billion, this 300,000 dragon coins is nothing to him. Wow. Had I known it was a limited edition infinite capacity backpack, I would have recharged 300,000 as well. What a pity. Tianyu Group. While Lingyu awaited news from his female secretary, he manipulated the mouse to initiate a luxurious 10 draw in the fate wheel, obtaining a guaranteed C-grade item, the Flame Mage Tower. Oh yeah. With this summoning building, he was one step closer to upgrading his territory. Yet before he could savor his joy, he was struck with shock by the banner appearing on the screen. An infinite capacity backpack, a limited edition. Damn it. This game actually has hidden Easter eggs. That little punk Xuantian is truly lucky. Lingyu nearly ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Though it is merely an unlimited capacity backpack, as the sole limited edition item in the entire server, it is bound to be immensely valuable in the future that I must attempt to contact Xuantian and offer him 10 times the price to see if he is willing to sell. Resolute in my decision, Lingyu sought out player Xuantian through the world channel. He deftly maneuvered his mouse to click on Xuantian's name, entering the chat interface, and promptly sent a private message. Greetings. Esteemed player, I am Lingyu. the president of Tianyu Group, that I wish to offer 10 times the price to acquire the now-defunct unlimited capacity backpack from you. Might I request this favor from you? Chapter 10, Dissolution, Material Fragments, Upgrading the Fence. In a luxurious villa, Tang Pin Yi-Chen, a fair-skinned, charming young lady of approximately 17 or 18, donned a floral dress and sported 2 long ponytails as she sat on a spacious sofa engrossed in a game. She is Ling Yang, the beloved daughter of the chairman of Xingyue Group, known as Lingyue Ran. She is also a player in All People S Territory, where her in-game name is Xingyue. Having invested 2 million dragon coins into the game, Lingyue Ran had risen to fame, rivaling the God Emperor. However, the sudden emergence of the esteemed Xuantian not only left her and the player God Emperor thoroughly defeated, but also placed all players beneath his feet. As a privileged girl, Lingyue Ran could not swallow this humiliation, so she approached her father, Ling Yang, expressing her desire to invest in the game. Yet, Ling Yang refused. "Ran, are you out of your mind? It's just a game. Spending millions is excessive. It's all virtual. You should be thinking about studying at an Ivy League school abroad instead of indulging in gaming. The Xingyue Group needs you to take over." Left with no choice, Lingyue Ran resolved to invest her accumulated pocket money, approximately 10 million, into the game. She successfully exchanged it for 1,000 fake crystals that as she prepared to initiate 100 consecutive draws in the Fate Heaven plate. Her computer screen was suddenly flooded with a series of banners. Lingyue Ran was taken aback once more by the appearance of Xuantian. Remarkably, one could obtain the limited edition unlimited capacity backpack for just 300,000 dragon coins. What a bargain! She pondered the identity of player Xuantian. Was he a greasy middle-aged man or a dashing young lad? Regardless, player Xuantian had already established himself as the foremost figure in the wealth and combat rankings of All People S Territory. If she could forge an alliance with such a titan, it would be nothing short of splendid that in All People S Territory, lords could form alliances to unify their forces and expand outward. Although Lingyue Ran was unaware of Xuantian's true identity, her innate admiration for strength compelled her to seek a partnership with him. After all, if she could ally with the top lord in the game, she would effectively elevate her own status to the pinnacle. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, Lingyue Ran located player Xuantian's name and entered the chat page. "Esteemed player, greetings that I wish to form an alliance with you. Would that be agreeable?" Simultaneously, in the brightly lit office of Haixia Group, Yinan meticulously organized the items in his newly upgraded unlimited capacity backpack into categories: summoning, combat, resources, energy, medicine, provisions, and weapons that as a lord of a territory. One must possess adept management skills to maximize resource utilization, that he skillfully sorted S and grade items as primary offensive and defensive structures, positioning them centrally. For instance, the Xuantian sword platform, red cloak cannon, Zhuge crossbow, and flame corrosion arrow tower were strategically placed at the 4 cardinal points of his territory to guard against enemies from all directions. The Xuantian sword platform, stationed in the south, commanded the Heavenly Fury Beast camp and heavy armored paladin camp, capable of summoning B-grade units such as the Furious Orc Warrior and heavy armored paladin. The red cloak cannon, located in the north, controlled the heavy armored Iron Pagoda and Flame Mage Tower, summoning B-grade units like heavy cavalry and flame mages. The Zhuge crossbow, situated in the east, oversaw the Frost Knight camp and Cloud Archer camp, capable of summoning B-grade Frost Knights and C-grade longbowmen. The Flame Corrosion Arrow Tower, stationed in the west, commanded the Shadow Wolf Den and Light Knight camp, summoning B-grade units like Shadow Wolves and Light Knights. As for B and C-grade items, Yinan contemplated retaining a portion for upgrading summoning and combat structures. The remainder, including D, E, and F-grade items, will be melted down into material fragments to enhance the inferior fence. After all, in the apocalypse, the inferior fence serves as the first line of defense against the onslaught of monstrous beasts, the significance of which cannot be overstated. For if the fence of a territory were to be breached by these creatures, the combat and summoning structures would be left vulnerable to destruction. Player Xuantian, please confirm if you wish to dissolve the selected items into 1 million material fragments. 2 buttons appeared on the computer screen, one for cancellation and one for confirmation. Is there any need for deliberation? Tomorrow, I intend to recharge another 2 billion and initiate a miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. Yinan unhesitatingly clicked confirm. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have obtained 1 million material fragments. Note, these can be used for fortifying fences and the Lord's Cottage, as well as for forging exceptional weapons, albeit with a certain probability of failure. Oh, how surprising. The material fragments hold considerable utility, capable of reinforcing the Lord's Cottage and forging exquisite weapons. Yet, Yinan firmly believed in utilizing his resources wisely, prioritizing the enhancement of the inferior fence with these 1 million fragments. After all, in 6 days, the apocalypse would descend, and his territory, being the largest and richest, would undoubtedly attract more monstrous beasts and their progenitors. Should the fence remain unfortified, his territory might become a target for relentless pillaging. With this thought, Yinan clicked on the inferior fence surrounding his territory and selected the upgrade option. The game screen displayed a line of text. Player Xuantian, do you wish to consume 100,000 material fragments to upgrade the inferior fence? Below this text, 2 options appeared. One for reconsideration and one for confirmation that there truly any need for contemplation. Yinan deftly clicked confirm in an instant. A flash of golden light swept across the screen, revealing a message. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have successfully used 100,000 material fragments to upgrade the inferior fence to a standard fence. The current fence level is 3, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The next upgrade will require 1 million material fragments to elevate it to an indestructible wrought iron fence, level 4. Yinan gasped, my heavens! The next upgrade requires 1 million material fragments. Before his rebirth, even though his territory had reached level 7, the surrounding fences remained at level 3. The territory expanded, the length of the fence increased, necessitating vast amounts of materials and money for maintenance. Moreover, during the apocalypse, he could scarcely find such material fragments, let alone afford to decompose valuable items. Chapter 11. Taunting in person, displaying affection. Meanwhile, on the public screen of all people as territory, a message once again flooded the chat. Congratulations to player Xuantian for utilizing 100,000 material fragments to upgrade the inferior fence, becoming the first lord in the entire server to possess a level 3 standard fence. Players across the server were initially stunned upon witnessing this announcement, followed by derisive snickers. Was this truly worthy of such fanfare? Is this what gaming has come to? Upgrading to a level 3 fence warrants a server-wide broadcast. Hey, isn't this player Xuantian the one who just recharged 20 billion dragon coins in one go? Hiss, did he really dissolve the hard-earned items he obtained after spending so much? The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. Indeed, he chose to use precious C-grade items to upgrade a fence of little consequence. Does he, as a lord, truly fear the meager 0-level wild beasts lurking about? Player Xuantian is quite the coward. Certainly, as long as our territory possesses an inferior Mage Tower, even 100 wild beastlings would be swiftly dispatched. Indeed, in this game, wild beastlings hold no levels, rendering the fence merely a decorative element. At the same time, at the entrance of the White Horse Club, the heavily made-up Luo Qingyao, clutching an LV handbag, donned blue battle attire, and stepped into a pair of red-soled black heels, swaying her hips as she slid into a Porsche sports car. Let us go. We're heading straight to Haixia Group. I must make Yinan regret ever letting me go. Luo Qingyao's eyes brimmed with resentment as she spoke through gritted teeth. But, Miss Luo, Yinan has yet to leave Hailing City. Isn't our approach a bit too overt? Seated in the driver's seat, Wu Ling gripped the steering wheel with one hand while caressing Luo Qingyao's thigh with the other. He had colluded with Ling Yu of Tianyu Group to successfully acquire Haixia Group in its entirety, though the 12 billion invested by Ling Yu. A staggering 2 billion constituted the entirety of Wu Ling's life savings amassed over decades. More importantly, Luo Qingyao had become his woman, signifying a dual triumph in both career and love. Luo Qingyao urged him to drive to Haixia Group, eager to flaunt their affection before Yinan. However, Wu Ling, having long served as Yinan's subordinate, was acutely aware of Yinan's tenacity and ruthlessness that he feared that his attempts to usurp company shares, combined with the elopement with Yinan's sister-in-law, would result in an immediate beating from Yinan. Luo Qingyao furrowed her delicate brows and shot Wu Ling a fierce glare. Look at you, so cowardly. What are you afraid of? Yinan has already sold Haixia Group to President Ling. He is just an ordinary person now, and you are no longer Manager Wu, but President Wu of Haixia Group. Do you understand? Encouraged by Luo Qingyao's words, Wu Ling's confidence surged. He inhaled deeply and nodded, saying, "Yes, you are absolutely right. I am now President Wu of Haixia Group, and Yinan, he is nothing now." With that, Wu Ling pressed the accelerator, driving the Porsche sports car straight toward Haixia Group with Luo Qingyao by his side. Earlier, they had learned from Ling Yu that Yinan had sold his mansion and luxury cars, planning to vacate Haixia Group within a week. 20 minutes later, Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao, hand in hand, took the elevator, using their access card to invade Yinan's office. That moment, Yinan was engrossed in a game, strategizing on how to recruit more subjects that is the lord of his territory. He could oversee everything, yet tasks like production, construction, maintenance, logging, farming, and herding still required the efforts of the subjects. Yinan's territory spanned 10 square kilometers, with 339 subjects scattered throughout, a place that could only be described as desolate. Based on the size of his land, he needed to recruit at least 5,000 subjects to sustain daily farming, logging, and mining operations. However, the sudden intrusion of Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao perplexed Yinan. "Wu Ling, what brings you to the company at this late hour? Can't you sleep?" He had no desire to engage with Luo Qingyao, whom he despised. In truth, Yinan longed to eliminate her on the spot. But then he reconsidered. Killing Luo Qingyao now would be too merciful. He intended to keep her alive in the apocalypse to torment and humiliate her thoroughly. Seeing Yinan, Wu Ling's confidence deflated like a punctured balloon. Faced with Yinan's inquiry, he found himself speechless. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyao, hands on her hips and nostrils flaring, retorted, "What is your problem, Yi? Is there something wrong with me calling him Wu Ling? Isn't that his name?" Yinan scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You arrogant wench, how long can you maintain this bravado? In the apocalypse, old grudges and new feuds will be settled. Yi, do you still consider yourself the president of Haixia Group? UVE sold the company to President Ling. Do you really think we aren't aware of that?" Luo Qingyao's face was a mask of disdain. "What does it matter if I call him Wu Ling?" Yinan was taken aback, pondering Luo Qingyao's intent in confronting him. Was she seeking revenge, or was there another motive? Of course it matters. Listen closely. Wu Ling has now been appointed as the new general manager of Haixia Group by President Ling. Luo Qingyao wrapped her arm around Wu Ling's, leaning in as if to boast, and continued, "And I am now Wu Ling's new girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Yinan found it amusing. What a trivial matter for a woman, lacking in wisdom, to flaunt before him. Even facing imminent doom, she still dared to show off her affection. How utterly ridiculous. Realizing this, Yinan cast a cold glance at Luo Qingyao and replied icily, "I was already aware of this. You needn't report it to me." His tone was one of authority, reminiscent of a president addressing subordinates. Even after selling the company, he maintained an air of superiority before Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao. Luo Qingyao was infuriated, springing up in anger to that moment. Wu Ling suddenly found his courage, pointing a finger at Yinan's nose. "Yi, what time do you think it is? Do you still see yourself as the president here? President Ling has instructed that we are to use this time for the transition and packing. In a week, I will be the new master here, and you will be forced to scurry away with your belongings." He vowed, "I swear that the day I, Wu Ling, become the president of Haixia Group, I will ensure you are expelled from Hailing City." Chapter 12, Expelling the Scoundrels and Upgrading the Territory. Yinan chuckled coldly to himself. In a week, the apocalypse will descend, and monstrous beasts will emerge, plunging civilization into chaos. You think you can still be the president of Haixia Group and expel me from Hailing City? How naive. If Yinan recalled correctly, in the previous apocalypse, neither Wu Ling nor Luo Qingyao received an invitation to the Universal Territory game, thus lacking territory and subjects, even after awakening their professional panels. They remained impoverished professionals, akin to parasites sheltered within his territory, as long as they could enjoy 2 meals of rice daily, one dry and one watery. They would be grateful to Yinan. Yinan needed to concentrate on upgrading his combat and recruitment buildings within the game, leaving no time to deal with Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao. "All right, I understand that in a few days I shall leave voluntarily. So you needn't trouble yourself with driving me out, President Wu," he replied curtly. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "Now that I'm the boss, my status has indeed elevated." Had this been before, Yinan would have likely exploded in rage, but now he was suggesting he would leave Hailing City of his own accord. With that thought, a smug smile crept across Wu Ling's face. Revealing his large front teeth, that why Yinan, considering you treated me decently in the past, I could contemplate offering you a job, but he suddenly felt that merely expelling Yinan wouldn't suffice for his vengeance. No, he desired to keep Yinan at the company and, in his newfound role as boss, berate and reprimand him daily. That wouldn't that be far more satisfying than simply ousting him? Oh, you want to offer me a job? Yinan found it laughable. This fool was on the brink of destruction, yet still attempted to assert dominance, trying to manipulate him. Wu Ling was lost in his daydream of being a boss. Feigning a grand demeanor. Indeed, I am now the president of Haixia Group, and with the managerial position vacant, I was considering appointing you as the manager since you were familiar with the company's operations. Before Yinan could respond, Luo Qingyao interjected urgently. Wu Ling, we agreed that once you became the general manager of Haixia Group, you'd expel him from Hailing City. Why would you want to offer him a job? Wu Ling leaned closer to Luo Qingyao, lowering his voice. Think about it. If Yinan is willing to stay and work in the company, we can easily manipulate, suppress, and reprimand him. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyao's face lit up with delight. Wu Ling, you're brilliant. You truly know how to scheme. She mentally prepared to take advantage of the situation, intending to provoke Yinan daily, perhaps even slapping him for sport. Meanwhile, Yinan stood dumbfounded, watching the two conspire against him. He now had every reason to suspect that Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao were the unfortunate products of a failed 9-year compulsory education. Wu Ling, what are you thinking? Or is your brain lodged in your posterior? IVE sold the group for over 100 billion. I have more than enough money and do not need to serve as your manager. What a daydream. The scoundrels Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao, left empty-handed and seething with anger. You have some nerve. In a week, if you dare step out of Haixia Group's doors, I will have someone break your legs. Wu Ling's face contorted into a sinister snarl. And I'll make sure to slap you a few hundred times so you know the consequences of crossing me. Luo Qingyao added, stomping her high heels as she shouted at Yinan. Yinan's patience with the treacherous pair had reached its limit. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, and forcefully expelled them from the office. Get lost. If you have the guts, let us meet in a week. I want to see whether I break your legs or if you have the ability to banish me from Hailing City. Wu Ling, shorter and less imposing than Yinan, had no chance in a one-on-one confrontation. I'll remember this debt. We've agreed to meet here in a week. With that, Wu Ling, you're no match for Yinan at this moment. Why do you still insist on challenging him? Do you truly believe you can transform yourself within a week at the gym? Luo Qingyao, in a state of panic, hurriedly dashed out, having lost one of her high heels, and finally caught up with Wu Ling at the stairway. Inquiring. Ignorant and inexperienced. Wu Ling retorted with irritation. And no matter how skilled Yinan is, I can simply bring more people along. Do you think I would engage him in a one-on-one duel? What is his status compared to mine? After dismissing Wu Ling and Luo Qingyao, Yinan, wide awake and unwilling to waste time, quickly seated himself before the computer, entering the game. After all, the apocalypse was approaching, and he felt particularly invigorated. Once in the game, Yinan maneuvered the mouse, activating the buildings within his territory one by one, thereby enabling them to enter a state of summoning and combat. This would consume a certain amount of wood, iron ore, copper or coal, and other resources. However, his territory spanned 10 square kilometers, abundant with timber and minerals. Yinan then opened his infinitely capacious backpack and strategically placed a series of B-grade buildings according to their firepower at the 4 main positions: north, south, east, and west. This included but was not limited to the already deployed Flame Mage Tower, Frost Knight Camp, Shadow Wolf Den, Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, Swift Eagle Nest, and ordinary fences. Among these were both summoning and combat structures. After positioning the last structure, the Thunder Fury Beast Camp, on the northern defense line of his territory, a line of gilded red text appeared on the computer screen. Congratulations to player Xuantian for successfully constructing 3 level 2 summoning buildings and 3 level 2 combat buildings. Territory upgrade triggered. Congratulations, your territory has directly upgraded from level 2 to level 3. Additionally, the territory area has expanded 5-fold. That is 50 square kilometers. Population cap raised to 1,000. Meanwhile, players across the server remained oblivious to the game's formidable potential, treating it merely as a casual simulation game. Some spent a bit of money to participate in the Fate Wheel lottery. Others directed their citizens to chop wood and mine in the forests. There were those attempting to repair shoddy fences with inexpensive materials in other words, it was possible to construct combat and summoning buildings without relying on the Fate Wheel, utilizing wood, various ores, and blueprints instead. This was the approach of the common players. Chapter 13, Difficulty Upgrade, develop the entrance first. Suddenly, the news of player Xuantian's territory upgrading to level 3 appeared prominently on their screens, impossible to ignore. In an instant, the world channel within the game erupted with excitement. As expected from the top player on the wealth, resource, and combat power leaderboards, their territory has astonishingly upgraded 3 levels. TSK. This must be the first level 3 territory in the entire server. We are still at level 1. How disheartening. There's no choice. This wretched game is merely a pay-to-win scheme, relying on citizens to chop wood and mine in the woods. Who knows when we might gather enough materials for a combat building? Indeed, just gathering the materials for a single combat building would take an eternity, let alone upgrading the territory. Of course, in the game Almighty Territory. Players from around the world included many wealthy individuals and second-generation elites. Their spending mentality differed vastly from that of the common players, as they readily opted to upgrade through monetary investment. Thus, upon witnessing the top player in the server willing to spend extravagantly, players from all corners eagerly charged thousands, tens of thousands, and even millions into the game. Some wealthy heirs, while being entertained by voluptuous dancers, did not hesitate to spend tens of millions in the game in one go. However, no matter how much they spent, it paled in comparison to Yi Nan's extravagant expenditures, for he had returned from the apocalypse. Already aware that this game would manifest during the impending doom, in other words, liquidating his corporation, mansion, and luxury cars to invest in the game was akin to a guaranteed profit at T1 in the morning. Yi Nan felt remarkably energized. Not needing even a sip of an energy drink, that he maneuvered the mouse to click surrender, opening his personal data panel. Territory: Xuantian Lord, Yi Nan, level 3, area, 50 square kilometers, population, 12100, citizens, 339, summoning buildings, 1010, inferior Mage Tower, level 2, Flame Erosion Mage Tower, level 2, Xuantian Sword Forum, level 2, Thunder Fury Beast Camp, level 2, Frost Knight Camp, level 2, Shadow Wolf Den, level 2, Heavy Armor Iron Pagoda, level 1, Cloud Longbow Camp, level 1, Light Cavalry Camp, level 1, Heavy Cavalry Camp, level 1, Combat Buildings, 5-5, Ordinary Fence, level 3, Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, level 2, Swift Eagle Nest, level 2, Red Robe Cannon, level 2, Zhuge Crossbow, level 1, Production Buildings, 0-0, Miracle, 0-1, Wonder, 0-1, Mine, 1-1, Forest, 1-1, Special Trait Beast Protection Shield, before the territory fence is breached. Beasts will not invade the territory's vicinity. Conditions for the next territory upgrade. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 10 level 2 summoning buildings, 3 level 3 summoning buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 10 level 2 combat buildings, 4 level 3 combat buildings. Upgrade Condition 3. Territory population exceeds 1,000, and citizens surpass 500. Yi Nan scrutinized the data panel. Although the number of combat and summoning buildings had already reached capacity, the difficulty of upgrading the territory to level 4 was exceedingly high. A level 4 territory required not only more level 2 buildings, but also a certain number of level 3 buildings. It is worth noting that the Xuantian Sword Forum, an S-grade summoning building, was only at level 2. To upgrade such a precious summoning structure, he would need to draw another level 2 Xuantian Sword Forum from the Fate Wheel, and only through synthesis could it become a level 3 item. The challenge was evident in his previous life, Yi Nan had led citizens, professionals, and countless summon knights, swordsmen, and mages in a valiant charge against the beast horde, incurring heavy casualties to acquire materials for constructing combat and production buildings. It had taken him decades to elevate his territory to level 7. However, now, with an investment of billions of dragon coins into the game, he could draw more S-grade and A-grade items from the Fate Wheel, which mitigated his fears of synthesis failure. Yet the risks associated with synthesizing level 3 buildings remained substantial that he resolved to wait until he had drawn more items before attempting synthesis. For a low-quality Mage Tower in almighty territory was akin to a Porsche sports car in modern times, that if the synthesis of the Xuantian sword form were to fail and it vanished, his losses would be considerable. Best to start with simpler tasks. Yunan murmured to himself that he decided to first increase the population of his territory to 1,000. In the game, there were many wandering citizens without territories, whom he could recruit through provisions and farmland. With a sufficient population, he could develop a more reliable citizenry. Just as Yunan maneuvered the mouse, preparing to expend 100,000 pounds of provisions to recruit the drifters around his territory, he noticed 2 unread private messages flashing incessantly in the lower left corner of the screen. Who sent me private messages? Yunan pondered, perplexed. After all, since entering the game, he had not developed any social relationships or visited neighboring territories. His method of acquiring resources was solely through monetary investment, and the wealth generated by citizens was currently piled up in the warehouse, awaiting utilization. Yunan opened the private message from player Xuantian, and upon reading its contents, he was momentarily stunned before a smile crept across his face. It turned out that this player named Xuantian was none other than Ling Yu, the president of Tianyu Group. Ah, what a small world, he thought. What a twist of fate. Ling Yu, you wish to obtain the limited edition infinite capacity backpack that has already become obsolete in the game. How Navi. Moments later a message appeared. Greetings. Esteemed Xuantian, I am aware of your wealth, as you are the richest player in the entire server. However, I am not lacking in funds either. To reiterate, I am the president of Tianyu Group, and my company's market value is in the hundreds of billions. Could you do me the favor of telling me how much you would sell this limited edition infinite capacity backpack for? You may set any price you wish. Chapter 14. Triggering the Easter egg and obtaining the Lord's token. Lord, is the president of Tianyu Group really that remarkable? In my eyes, he is nothing but a mere speck. Why should I grant you any respect? Let me reiterate, the rare unlimited capacity backpack is an invaluable treasure. No matter how much you offer, I shall never part with it. Xuantian, you are merely a scoundrel laundering money through this game. I shall remember you. This enmity shall not go unpunished. I swear, you will pay a heavy price for your transgressions. What is so impressive about that rare backpack? I'll tell you, I possess wealth. With a mere call to the game's technical staff, even the rarest items can be mass-produced. At that moment, a female secretary clad in a well-tailored business suit, her crimson high-heeled shoes clicking rhythmically, briskly entered the office. President Ling, the matter you entrusted me with has yielded results. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu sprang up from his genuine leather chair, his eyes fixed intently on the secretary. Speak quickly. Is there news regarding your report on Xuantian? Has the anti-money laundering agency dispatched armed personnel, fully equipped and armed, to pinpoint Xuantian's coordinates via satellite GPS for his capture? The secretary paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback before stammering, President Ling, the situation is not as you surmised. Not as I surmised. Yes, President Ling. Upon my arrival at the anti-money laundering agency, they immediately dispatched specialized technicians to retrieve Xuantian's financial transactions and income from the bank. All income is legitimate. Legitimate? Ling Yu stumbled back a few steps, utterly flabbergasted. How? How can this be? Is there truly a wealthy individual willing to spend billions in the game? In that instant, he realized this player, Xin Yue, is none other than Ling Yuan. I have finally encountered her in the game. This moment, Yunan was overwhelmed with emotion. After all, in his previous life, that vile woman, Luo Qingyao, not only stabbed him to death, but also prematurely ended Yuan's life, leaving him to die with resentment. Now, being able to meet the living Ling Yuan again naturally stirred profound feelings within him that I end this life. Yunan vowed to protect Ling Yuan at all costs. In the game All Lords, the private messaging function is restricted. Generally, only players with similar wealth levels can communicate through private messages. In other words, ordinary players reluctant to spend money cannot contact the wealthiest player ranked first on the leaderboard. It is akin to a factory worker in a city being unable to reach out to the local tycoon by phone. Yunan, being the wealthiest player in the game, could only privately message the second and third ranked players. Player Xuantian held the third position on the wealth leaderboard. Due to Xin Yue's investment of several tens of millions into the game, she had surpassed Xuantian, claiming the second spot on the leaderboard. However, her second-place ranking was hardly noteworthy, as Yinan led the board by a staggering margin of over 2 billion. That I asked she here to seek me out for that rare, unlimited capacity backpack. Yinan mused to himself, maneuvering the mouse to open the private message, glancing at its contents. An alliance? Just then, an NPC sent a message to Yinan. Player Xuantian, congratulations on triggering the alliance function. After allying with other lords in the game, you can enhance your strength through collaboration and gain a better gaming experience that a current lord has proposed an alliance with you. Do you accept? Please note, player Xuanyue's territory is only level 1, with a small population and limited area, rendering her strength weak. Once you ally, you must assume the responsibility of protecting each other, should player Xuanyue's territory come under attack. You must dispatch soldiers to assist. That if you choose not to rescue, your credibility points will be deducted. On Yinan's computer screen, 2 prominent buttons appeared. One green, labeled Agree, and one red, labeled Decline. Damn. After allying, I must shoulder the responsibility of defending her. Not sending troops for rescue will result in a deduction of credibility points. This mechanism is utterly ridiculous. In his previous life, both he and Ling Yuan had small territories and weak strength, naturally unable to trigger the alliance function. The reigning lord then was player Shen Huang, the wealthiest player in all lords, who commanded numerous lords. However, in this rebirth, the title of the wealthiest player in the game could only belong to him. No one else. What is this credibility point? Yinan hovered the mouse over the credibility point, and the screen displayed, credibility points represent a lord's trustworthiness. The higher the points, the greater the lord's influence, allowing them to assume the role of the alliance leader. Lords with fewer than 50 credibility points will be deemed unreliable and cannot participate in city battles, nor can they upgrade their territory, buildings, or population for a certain period. Now I understand. Even without the deduction of credibility points, I must dispatch forces to assist Ling Yuan, for she is my woman. In the apocalyptic events of the previous life, they had fought together, sharing mutual affection and naturally developing feelings. Yet, the most pressing issue now was that this life's Ling Yuan did not yet know Yinan. Nevertheless, driven by the desire to protect her, he resolutely maneuvered the mouse and clicked confirmed at that moment. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and a red banner appeared on the game screen, flooding the screen with the announcement. Congratulations to player Xuantian and player Xuanyue for successfully forming an alliance. Player Xuantian has been awarded a Lord's token. The game All Lords was immensely popular. Even at this late hour, there were still hundreds of thousands of players online. Consequently, when players around the globe beheld the banner, they were left in shock. Is this even possible? My goodness. This game has hidden Easter eggs. It turns out that the exceedingly rare Lord's token can be obtained simply through forming an alliance. I can't bear it. That Lord's token was rightfully mine. I had planned to ally with my classmates, but he wasn't online. Woe is me. I believe this Lord's token will likely become a rare item in the game. Chapter 15. Recruiting population. However, after obtaining the Lord's token, Yinan's expression remained remarkably calm, that he did not perceive this so-called Lord's token as holding any significant advantage for him. He was acutely aware that in the previous life's apocalypse, the lords on Blue Star were driven by selfish motives, akin to a disjointed mass, with few willing to heed the commands of the Lord, even when the ranks of professionals suffered severe casualties. Players from Longhua, Megua, Nihonguo, and others, despite casting aside their prejudices, sought unity. They found themselves already encircled and divided by the beast hordes. Even player Shen Huang, wielding the Lord's token, struggled to command the lords to unite their forces against the beasts emerging from the spatial rifts. But the response was dismally sparse. This so-called Lord's token is of far less value than granting me a production base or a divine artifact. It is utterly useless. Why Yinan muttered to himself. After all, only weak lords without territory, population, citizens, battle buildings, or recruitment structures would be inclined to nominate a lord to lead them in survival during the apocalypse. However, with the billions of dragon coins Yinan had invested in the game, his territory, population, and citizens would undoubtedly see considerable growth before the apocalypse struck. Moreover, the battle and recruitment structures he would possess to combat the beast would be the most formidable among all territories. He had no need to assume the role of a prominent, yet utterly unbeneficial lord. That moment, Yinan maneuvered the mouse to click on the warehouse, selecting the 100,000 units of grain stored within. Opting to recruit refugees. Recruiting refugees. Please be patient. As the 100,000 units of grain were consumed, nearby refugees, upon learning of the grain distribution, hurriedly brought their families to the territory, according to the game's design. As long as they accepted the grain offered by Yinan, they could enter the territory and become part of the population. To officially become citizens, they first needed to possess labor capabilities. This was the most fundamental requirement. Males must be able to fell trees, mine, forge iron, and farm, while females were required to cook, wash clothes, and weave. Additionally, these new entrants must undergo loyalty and compliance tests to formally gain status as citizens within the territory. Refugees appeared randomly and in limited numbers. After 30 minutes had elapsed and several tens of thousands of units of grain had been consumed, Yinan managed to recruit just a handful of individuals. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Once the apocalypse descended, those who had not secured game invitation codes would inevitably lack territories. These individuals, having survived the pursuit of the beasts, would automatically become part of the refugees. By that time, the first defensive barrier of his territory would not only face the vicious beasts, but also marauding refugees intent on pillage and destruction. At 3:30 in the morning, the outside world was enveloped in darkness. Silence reigning, as if the entire city of Hailing had been submerged in ink. Despite Yinan's spirited demeanor, he gradually succumbed to the creeping fatigue, sitting before his computer while stifling yawns. He realized it was imperative to retire to bed. Thus, before succumbing to slumber, Yinan divided the 339 inhabitants of his territory into 3 small teams. The first team, consisting of 100 individuals, was tasked with logging in the forest. The second team, also comprising 100, was assigned to till the fields. The third team, again of 100, was designated for mining operations from the remaining 39 individuals. A few astute and capable ones would be promoted to management positions. The rest were to be allocated to roles as overseers and security personnel, responsible for supervising the labor of the inhabitants. Yinan's arrangement was remarkably straightforward, entirely inspired by the standardized management practices of factories. 2 shifts, working 12 hours each, that in the wake of the apocalypse, as the game Universal Territory became more concrete and realistic. The recharge portal would be permanently closed. To acquire new fake crystals for lottery draws, he would need to exchange resources such as timber, copper ore, iron ore, coal, grain, and cloth. Tens of thousands of cubic meters of timber, or tens of thousands of units of ore, grain, or coal, would yield but a single fake crystal. Hence, after the apocalypse, the resources within the territory would hold true value, including the inhabitants, as they could continuously generate wealth for their lord. Once the 3 teams set off, Yinan did not even bother to close his computer screen. He merely draped a blanket over himself and dozed off atop his desk. The next day, the management and employees of Xuantian Group received notification from the new owner and promptly reported for duty. Through the slats of the blinds, they were taken aback to see Yinan, his hair somewhat disheveled, holding a wash cup in one hand and a toothbrush in the other, brushing his teeth in the restroom. What was going on? Yi Zong. Had he not already sold the company to President Ling and Manager Wu? Why was he still here? Mind your words. He is no longer Yi Zong. Moreover, Manager Wu is no longer a mere manager. He is now our company's new president. Very well. But what does this Yinan mean? Selling the company, yet reluctant to depart. That makes no sense. Did he not sell it for over 10 billion? What do you know? What use is money if it ultimately becomes worthless paper? To thrive in Hailing City, one must possess assets and a company. Simply having money is of little consequence. Indeed, in these times, those who navigate Hailing City must possess not only wealth, but also status, identity, connections, and a solid background that if Yinan only has money, he will inevitably squander it. President Ling Yu is the true entrepreneur, while Yinan is merely a spendthrift. I have long found him disagreeable. I feel the same. Bah! Since Yinan was no longer the president of Xuantian Group, these opportunistic employees spoke without reservation, even deliberately voicing their opinions in his presence. Truly, when one departs, the warmth dissipates to that moment, as Yinan overheard their discussions. He continued brushing his teeth while quietly scoffing to himself. How amusing that you petty individuals, facing imminent doom, still find time to gossip about me. If memory serves, after the apocalypse, fewer than 50 of the hundreds of employees at Haixia Group would survive to see the next day. Once they awakened to their professional panels, the surviving number would dwindle to only 30. Moreover, without receiving the game invitation for Universal Territory, they would lack a territory, relegated to the status of wandering refugees. Yet, Yinan had no inclination to concern himself with these insignificant beings. According to his planned schedule, he needed to promptly enter the game and recharge 20 billion dragon coins for a lottery draw. Chapter 16. Identifying Issues. Seeking large quantities of grain. Once he finished washing up, Yinan's mind was far from work. As the apocalypse loomed, he was wholly committed to the construction of his territory. A small effort now would propel him ahead of all humanity when the end arrived. Yinan pulled up a chair, sat at his computer desk, brewed a cup of coffee, donned his headphones, and directly entered the game. It was now 8:30 in the morning, and over 5 hours had passed since his last rest. Yinan first glanced at the recruitment status of the refugees, only to discover that the 100,000 units of grain allocated for recruitment had been nearly exhausted. Given the existing population of 650, he still faced a deficit of 350 to meet one of the upgrade requirements of reaching 1,000 inhabitants. However, this 100,000 units of grain represented all the harvest since Yinan obtained the invitation code and entered Universal Territory. How careless of me. The landlord's household has no surplus grain. I forgot to reserve some for myself. In his eagerness to recruit more refugees, he overlooked the time required to gather grain. Even if he recharged 20 billion dragon coins, he could not exchange for grain, as the only means to acquire such resources was through the inhabitants cultivating the land within the territory. In the Fate Disc, he could only draw items with specific attributes such as combat and recruitment buildings. Fortunately, he discovered this oversight in time. Otherwise, when the apocalypse struck, his territory's population would face starvation and flee en masse. Yinan felt a chill run down his spine, pondering. I never anticipated that the number one lord in wealth, combat power, and resources, would confront a food shortage. This is indeed dire. No, I must swiftly devise a plan to acquire and stockpile grain in preparation for the impending apocalypse. At that moment, Yinan refrained from immediately recharging dragon coins. Instead, he spent 10,000 dragon coins in the item shop to purchase 100 loudspeakers capable of broadcasting messages across the world channel. These loudspeakers were invaluable. After the apocalypse, the lords across Blue Star would be scattered across millions of square kilometers, their satellite signals and networks severed. Purchasing loudspeakers from the item shop would be the sole means of communicating with other lords. With this thought, Yinan unhesitatingly recharged an additional 100,000 dragon coins to acquire 1,000 more loudspeakers for his inventory. Good items are worth the space they occupy. However, just as Yinan clicked to purchase, a warning message appeared on the game screen. Player Xuantian, please note, each account is limited to purchasing a maximum of 200 loudspeakers. What the? This item has a purchase limit as well. Yinan was taken aback by the warning, yet he rationalized that, similar to satellite phones, the loudspeaker's limited purchase policy was quite reasonable. He quickly spent 10,000 dragon coins to procure the final limit of 100 loudspeakers. Subsequently, Yinan posted a purchasing message in the World Channel. I require a certain quantity of grain, including corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, red sorghum, flour, etc. I also seek pasture and hay. Who is willing to sell? I am prepared to exchange a certain number of inferior mage towers and inferior fences. Interested parties may contact me privately. His inventory was overflowing with countless inferior mage towers and fences deemed worthless by him. Yet, in the eyes of many players, these were coveted items. After sending the message, Yinan clicked to remove the private message restriction in the settings, allowing all players to message him. Yinan's purchasing announcement appeared in the World Channel, leaving players across the server astonished. Oh my goodness! Isn't this the illustrious Xuantian, the top of the wealth leaderboard? Why does he want worthless grain? I suspect he intends to upgrade his territory. Territory upgrades require not only combat and recruitment buildings, but also a specific population ratio. That must be the case. Otherwise, what use would he have for so much grain? It must be said, Xuantian is indeed generous, willing to exchange C-grade inferior mage towers and C-grade inferior fences for grain. What a bargain! Indeed. I plan to sell all the grain in my warehouse to Xuantian and see if I can acquire an inferior mage tower. These can only be drawn in the fate disc by consuming fate crystals. Wait for me. I also want to sell grain to Xuantian. Upon acquiring the invitation codes and registering for the game, these players were immediately bestowed with no less than 50,000 pounds of provisions by the system. Coupled with the harvest from their territories, each lord found their warehouses brimming with a minimum of 50 to 80,000 pounds of grain that they had not utilized the provisions to recruit wandering populations. The existing populace and subjects within their domains were insufficient to deplete such resources to TO these players. The mountains of grain piled in their warehouses were deemed utterly worthless, merely occupying valuable storage space. Presently, the opportunity to exchange grain for inferior Mage Towers, items typically attainable only through substantial monetary investment, was a dream come true for them. Chapter 17. A frenzy of spending, another 2 billion in mere seconds. Players from across the server inundated Nan with private messages, expressing their willingness to trade the grain in their warehouses for subpar Mage Towers. Xuantian, I have 80,000 pounds of grain. I desire a subpar Mage Tower. Xuantian, I possess 50,000 pounds of grain. I wish for a subpar fence. Meanwhile, in Tianyu Group, Lingyu, incensed over Xuantian's request for the exclusive infinite capacity backpack, smashed his mechanical keyboard, destroyed his computer, and vowed to uninstall all people's territory. However, after just one night, he succumbed to temptation, purchasing a new monitor and mechanical keyboard to re-enter the game. The moment he logged in as the player Xuanhuan, he chanced upon Xuantian's purchasing announcement in the World Channel. Why would Xuantian, the wealthiest and most powerful player in the game, seek to purchase such worthless grain? Is it truly for recruiting wanderers or upgrading territories? No, there must be a deeper rationale. With this thought, Lingyu became acutely alert to ask the president of Tianyu Group. He possessed a keen business acumen. He surmised that Xuantian's extravagant spending indicated he was not merely a wealthy heir, but rather a substantial entrepreneur. Thus, it was implausible for Xuantian to indiscriminately amass grain without a compelling reason. What could it be? Despite racking his brain, Lingyu could only conclude that Xuantian's extensive grain acquisition was purposeful. Yet, he could never have guessed that it was in preparation for the impending apocalypse. At this moment, his voluptuous secretary, who had been intently observing the game screen, suggested in a hushed tone, "President, I noticed you have quite a stockpile of grain in your warehouse. Perhaps you should approach Xuantian to exchange for some combat structures." At her words, Lingyu flew into a rage that I do not require such buildings. I am affluent enough to initiate a miraculous 10 consecutive draws in Fate's celestial disk. President, most of your liquid assets have already been allocated to acquiring Haixia Group to initiate a miraculous 10 consecutive draws. You would need to recharge at least 10 million dragon coins, replied the secretary. Lingyu, in rage, slapped her on the backside and bellowed, "Get out!" In a lavishly decorated villa, Lingyu ran, adorned in a JK uniform with a plaid skirt, white socks, and expensive brand-name sneakers, logged into the game all people's territory. Upon her entry, she received a system message. "Congratulations. Player Xuantian has agreed to form an alliance with you. Please expedite the elevation of your territory level, replenish your population, and enhance the levels of combat and recruitment structures." Lingyu Ran was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my! I merely attempted this, and Xuantian truly accepted." Honestly, she had not anticipated Xuantian would agree. She presumed he would either reject her outright or ignore her private message. After all, Xuantian's territory was level 3, spanning 50 square kilometers, with combat and recruitment structures at the highest level in the entire server, while her territory remained at level 1, merely 1 square kilometer in size. Even with her miraculous draws, she had only secured some inferior fences and Mage Towers. Bridging the gap in strength and level between her and Xuantian seemed a formidable challenge, requiring significant financial investment. As she pondered how to extract 100 million dragon coins from her father, Ling Yang, Yinan clicked on the game's recharge page, using his online banking account to transfer funds into all people's territory. Congratulations! Successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving 100 fake crystals. Yet, Yinan soon realized that recharging funds into all people's territory was a laborious task, compounded by poor internet speed, taking several hours to complete. As his stomach growled, he glanced at the clock. Noting it was already 12:30, he ordered a spicy grilled fish, a large shrimp, a tomahawk steak, tomato beef stew, and garlic broccoli through a food delivery app. When the delivery person arrived, Yinan opened the door to find a group of people gathered outside, attempting to peer through the crack to see what he was doing inside. How utterly hopeless. They were on the brink of disaster, yet remained so nosy. Yinan shook his head, closing and locking the door. What was he doing in the office? Eating and drinking, yet he hadn't tidied up? Who could say? Perhaps it was because he sold Haixia Group to President Ling and felt unwell about it. Selling a company for over $1 billion, yet remaining dissatisfied. It was incomprehensible that if he didn't want to sell, he could have simply refrained. Hey, I believe Yinan is in a state of self-destruction, utterly beyond redemption. Why do I say this? You're unaware. He not only sold the group to President Ling, but also liquidated his luxury homes and cars. Even his girlfriend, Luo Qingyao, has become Wu Ling's new partner. What? How tragic. Inside the office, Yinan hastily devoured his meal, discarding the takeout containers and chopsticks into the trash, after satiating his hunger. He plopped down in his executive chair, listening to the chatter outside, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Whether you lot survive the impending apocalypse remains uncertain. Yet here you are, squabbling. He then maneuvered the mouse, entering the Fate's Celestial Disc lottery page. Having recharged 2 billion dragon coins, he amassed 200,000 fake crystals. In the ensuing moments, he would, before all players, initiate 200 miraculous consecutive draws. Chapter 18. Another 2 billion dragon coins. Dark Knight Shadow Warrior. Upon entering Fate's Celestial Disc, Yinan disregarded the options for ordinary draws, the lavish 10 consecutive draws, and the extravagant 100 consecutive draws. After all, he didn't even consider the miraculous consecutive draw option, yearning instead to contact the game developers directly to request a one-click draw feature. However, with only 5 days remaining until the apocalypse, he had no time to address such matters. More pressing concerns awaited him. Yinan placed the mouse pointer over the miraculous consecutive draw option and decisively clicked the left button. Instantly, a series of red notifications flooded the game screen. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous consecutive draw, receiving the guaranteed A-grade reward. Burning Knight Camp 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous consecutive draw, receiving the guaranteed B-grade reward. Heavy Infantry Camp 1. At that moment, all online players and all people as territory gasped in astonishment at the familiar scene. Wow, Xuantian is at it again. Wow, another miraculous consecutive draw. With a single click, 10 million dragon coins vanish. How much has Xuantian recharged today? Could it be 2 billion dragon coins? Impossible. Even if Xuantian is a super wealthy individual, he wouldn't spend like this. Recharging 2 billion dragon coins once is one thing, but who can afford to do that daily? Absolutely. Even if Xuantian possesses billions in assets or owns a money-printing factory, he cannot treat money as mere tissue paper. As players engaged in fervent discussions in the World Channel, the game screen was once again inundated with red messages. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous consecutive draw, receiving A-grade reward. Song Wolf Knight Camp 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for initiating a miraculous consecutive draw, receiving S-grade reward. Dark Knight Shadow Warrior 100. As Yinan beheld the golden horizontal screen before him, his eyes sparkled with delight as he nodded slightly, exclaiming, "Quite impressive. What splendid fortune to have drawn an S-grade reward, the Dark Knight Shadow Warrior, no less." It is essential to note that according to the game's design, even with his miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws, he could at most secure a guaranteed A-grade item, 5 B-grade items, and 50 C-grade items. The remaining items would not be of high caliber, consisting of D-grade weapons, E-grade armor, F-grade wrist guards, G-grade boots, and so forth. To obtain an S-grade item from the Fate Wheel is akin to purchasing a scratch card in the real world for $10 and winning a grand prize of $1 million. Just yesterday, Yinan had utilized the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws to acquire the S-grade Shu Mountain Sword Arena, which he had strategically placed in the most critical direction of his territory. Facing south, the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors are the elite forces of the apocalypse, loyal, reliable, and possessing extraordinary combat prowess that I in the previous life during the apocalypse. Some lords managed to fend off over 6,000 monstrous beasts with merely a handful of Dark Knight Shadow Warriors. Their combat capabilities are truly terrifying that if one were to draw a comparison, The Dark Knight Shadow Warriors are akin to modern-day elite airborne special forces. At this moment, Yinan resolved to position these 100 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors near his Lord's cabin to ensure his safety once the apocalypse arrives. He then maneuvered the mouse, continuing to draw from the fate wheel. Miracle 1000 consecutive draw 3. Miracle 1000 consecutive draw 30. Miracle 1000 consecutive draw 100. Miracle 1000 consecutive draw 150. Each click for the miraculous 1000 consecutive draws took merely a second. Yet the rewards would appear on the computer screen in pop-up windows, requiring him to dismiss them with the mouse. Thus, it would take him anywhere from 10 to 30 minutes to complete one round of miraculous 1000 consecutive draws. However, today, Yinan had topped up his account with 2 billion dragon coins, granting him 200,000 fate crystals. Each miraculous 1000 consecutive draw consumed 1,000 fate crystals. Consequently, Yinan would need to click 200 times to exhaust all 200,000 fate crystals. There was no other choice. Tomorrow, he would need to recharge another 2 billion into the game All People's territory. Therefore, regardless of the hardship or exhaustion, he must draw every last one of the 200,000 fate crystals without exception. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw, securing a guaranteed B-grade reward. Divine Mechanism Artillery Camp 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw, securing a guaranteed C-grade reward. Cloud Rider Cavalry Camp 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw, securing a guaranteed A-grade reward. Iron Eagle Sky Patrol Camp 1. At that moment, every gamer stationed before their computers, whether from this server or those who had crossed over, found themselves utterly astonished to, oh my gosh, just how many times has the esteemed Xuantian activated the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw? The game has become unplayable as his draw notifications flood the screen. Is there a counter? If we could ascertain how many times Xuantian has activated the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw, we could backtrack to deduce how much he has recharged into the game today. No need to count. The Fate Wheel has a record of the draws. I just glanced, and Xuantian has indeed drawn 200 times. Therefore, he has recharged another 2 billion dragon coins into the game today. This is definitive proof. He must be attempting to launder money through the game. Someone declared with conviction that at this moment, another player tagged this individual in the World channel, stating, "Stop being so self-important. I have already inquired with the Anti-Money Laundering Administration, and player Xuantian's funds are from legitimate sources." Hiss, legitimate income? Just who is this Xuantian, the affluent individual, to be so lavish? Tisk in a lord-type game. He dares to spend so extravagantly. Has he truly lost his mind? Could it be for sentimental reasons? A few hours earlier, in the office of the president at Tianyu Group, Lingyu had sold off a portion of his stocks, painfully recharging a modest target into All People's territory, intending to astonish the common players of the entire server. However, although his draw was displayed on the game screen, it was brutally overshadowed by Yinan's draws. After all, Yinan was utterly focused, clicking the Miracle 1000 consecutive draw without pause, leaving no opportunity for Lingyu to showcase his prowess. Lingyu was nearly infuriated, damn. At that moment, the female secretary standing beside the agitated Lingyu gazed at him in disbelief, exclaiming, "President Ling, are you out of your mind? It's merely a worthless game. Is it worth spending so much money on? I am not insane. This player named Xuantian is truly overstepping," Lingyu retorted. "I own several companies with a market value exceeding 1,000 billion. I am arguably the wealthiest individual in Hailing City. WY writes, I should be the #1 on the wealth leaderboard of this game. Why should he flaunt his wealth in the game? I refuse to accept this." Upon hearing this, the female secretary paused momentarily before leaning closer to Lingyu, lowering her voice. "President, the cash in the company account is running low. Not to mention recharging 2 billion. Even recharging a modest target poses a problem. Don't you recall that the funds you recharged into the game this year came from selling off several tens of thousands of shares?" Lingyu was taken aback. "Am I not about to become the vice president of the Hailing City Chamber of Commerce? How can the company account be so depleted that I can't even recharge a modest target? President, you truly are forgetful. Just a few days ago, you spent over 100 billion to fully acquire Haixia Group. Have you already forgotten that?" Faced with the secretary's reminder, Lingyu fell into a deep silence. Although his wealth amounted to several hundred billion, The majority of it was tied up in tangible assets, leaving him with insufficient cash flow. At Haixia Group, Luo Qingyao, dressed in a gray professional suit, perched on Wu Ling's lap, her rounded form frowning as she inquired, "Wu Ling, what do you suppose Yi Nan is locking himself in the office for? He is about to leave, yet he hasn't tea-packed anything. It seems he is playing a game." Wu Ling pondered for a moment before replying, "That a game?" "Yes," Wu Ling nodded. At a few days prior, while seeking a work report from Yi Nan, he had caught a glimpse of the game's screen out of the corner of his eye. He was quite certain it was that game called All People's Territory. What a waste of time, what a useless person. Such men are the ones I disdain the most, with her delicate arms draped around Wu Ling's neck. Luo Qingyao pouted her alluring red lips, attempting to initiate a flirtation. Wu Ling evaded her advances, frowning as he replied, "This is a company. Mind the impact that why Yi Nan hasn't tea left yet. Yi Nan is no longer the president of Haixia Group. He is merely someone on the verge of being expelled from Hailing City," Wu Ling added dismissively. "What are you afraid of?" "I fear you," Wu Ling replied coldly to me. Luo Qingyao was taken aback, her eyes wide in shock. Mouth agape. Wu Ling forcefully shoved Luo Qingyao away, standing up and distancing himself, his face expressing disdain as he coldly stated, "Luo Qingyao, you are nothing but a promiscuous woman. I made you my girlfriend solely to humiliate Yi Nan. I never anticipated he would beat me to the punch and discard you first. Thus, you hold no value to me now." Before becoming the president of Haixia Group, he had been the clandestine owner of the White Horse Club, having been with more women than he had grains of rice. That a woman of Luo Qingyao's ilk, who was easily obtainable by any man, was only a means to an end in his pursuit of Yi Nan. Realizing Wu Ling's intent, Luo Qingyao's face flushed with rage as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "Wu, how dare you? I contributed significantly to your ascent to the position of president of Haixia Group. And now you seek to sever ties. What is wrong with severing ties?" Wu Ling retorted arrogantly, "Luo Qingyao, what are you worth? What contributions have you made? I am unaware of any. Surely you're not claiming that your efforts were in bed. You inhuman." Luo Qingyao seethed with indignation, clenching her delicate fists and attempting to strike Wu Ling. However, before her fist could land, Wu Ling swiftly restrained her. "Luo Qingyao, have you taken a moment to reflect? What makes someone like you deserving of being my woman? I am now the president of Haixia Group, the grand owner of the White Horse Club, surrounded by women of all kinds, plump or slender, married or single. I can have as many as I desire. Yet you are merely a promiscuous woman. You have no right to be in my presence. If you know what is good for you, leave at once." Naturally, Luo Qingyao refused to depart, intending to throw a tantrum on the floor. But Wu Ling summoned several burly security guards who promptly escorted her out. "President Wu, what should we do about that fellow Yi? He is refusing to leave the company, which is hindering your ability to conduct business." HR Xiao Huang, known for his sycophantic tendencies, appeared before Wu Ling with an ingratiating smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling's face contorted into a menacing expression as he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Since General Ling has granted Yi Nan a week's time, I shall not go against his wishes. That a day has already passed. Yi Nan can only linger in the company for 6 more days at most. Very well. If he refuses to depart after 6 days, I shall simply break down the door and expel him." Meanwhile, Yi Nan, having accomplished the miraculous task of the 1,000 consecutive draws, sat before his computer, organizing his infinitely capacious backpack that he retained only several tens of thousands of sets of leather armor, a complete set of iron armor, cowhide bracers, knee guards, linen clothing, hats, and the like, discarding the rest, which amounted to several 100,000 items, into material fragments through a single click of refinement. This time, Yi Nan did not intend to use the fragments to upgrade the fence, but rather to reconstruct the Lord's cabin. After all, he was the #1 on the wealth, combat, and resources rankings in the game, All People's Territory. That if, when the apocalypse arrived, he were to reside in a makeshift wooden cabin, it would severely undermine his authority. Additionally, for his own safety, he deemed it necessary to rebuild and refurbish the Lord's cabin. In this game, the level of the Lord's cabin would not be affected by reconstruction or renovation. Yi Nan maneuvered the mouse to click on the refined materials. A line of text appeared on the computer screen. Player Xuantian, do you wish to consume 10 million material fragments to upgrade the Lord's cabin to a Lord's castle? Please select yes or no. Without hesitation, Yi Nan clicked yes. Simultaneously, accompanied by a melodious sound and a dazzling golden light, his lord's cabin transformed into a grander castle, constructed of sturdy stone, exuding a sense of grandeur. This was indeed the abode befitting a lord. Yinan was thoroughly satisfied that in the coming days, he planned to utilize all the refined materials on the lord's cabin, intending to reconstruct it in the style of the three great halls of the Ming and Qing dynasties. In his heart, Yinan vowed that he would not only lead his subjects to survive the apocalypse, but would also vanquish the monstrous beasts and reclaim the territory that rightfully belonged to humanity. Chapter 20. Strengthening the Southern Front. Continuing to gather supplies after completing the reconstruction task of the Lord's cabin, Yinan retrieved various buildings from his backpack, including the Iron Eagle Patrol Camp, Divine Fire Artillery Camp, and Heavy Infantry Camp, and strategically placed them along the southern front that he designated the four directions of his territory as four major fronts: the Eastern Front, Western Front, Southern Front, and Northern Front. Indeed, once the apocalypse descended, countless monstrous beasts would surge forth from the spatial rifts. From that moment onward, the territory would transform into a battlefield, and the defensive lines would become fronts. Given that Yinan's territory was surrounded by water on three sides and faced a plain to the south, the southern front was crucial. The river served as a natural barrier against beastly assaults. And in his previous life, the southern front had faced the most attacks from these creatures. Thus, he positioned the most potent summoning and combat buildings along the southern front. 5 days later, this direction would become the primary battleground for his confrontation with the monstrous beasts. It was imperative to bolster defenses and firepower to the utmost extent. Once these tasks were completed, Yinan finally had the opportunity to address the private messages flooding in from players across the server. Merely opening the messages took him 3 hours, the majority of which expressed a willingness to exchange food supplies for subpar Mage Towers and inferior fences that a small fraction identified themselves, expressing a desire for acquaintance and inquiring if they could be granted contact information. Upon seeing this, Yinan selected all these messages with a single click and deleted them, snorting derisively. What are these so-called presidents, chairpersons, general managers, and directors? The apocalypse is about to arrive, and you still think you can seek my favor. Do you even have the audacity for that? Then, Yinan selected several tens of thousands of subpar Mage Towers and fences from his backpack, right-clicked to exchange items with players, and confirmed the action. Player Xuantian, do you wish to trade a subpar Mage Tower for 70,000 pounds of food with player Dream Chaser? Player Xuantian, do you wish to trade a subpar fence for 50,000 pounds of food with player Black Tiger? As a series of confirmation messages appeared on the screen, Yinan deftly maneuvered the mouse to click for one-click trading, confirming once more, player Xuantian has acquired 70,000 pounds of food. Player Xuantian has acquired 50,000 pounds of food. Player Xuantian has acquired 100,000 pounds of food. As evening fell, and with Yinan having skipped dinner, he opened a food delivery app on his phone, ordering a portion of rice, kung pao chicken, beef soup, and a pack of Coca-Cola, treating it as his evening snack. Once the delivery person brought in the meal, Wu Ling, who was intently watching the hallway surveillance, furrowed his brows in confusion. Is the game all people's territory truly so captivating? Yinan didn't even appear this engrossed while conducting business. He is even pouring money into it excessively. This seems unreasonable, doesn't it? 10 minutes prior, Wu Ling had received Yinan's recent consumption records from the HR representative Xiao Huang. Upon meticulous examination, he discovered that aside from the takeout expenses, the remainder of Yinan's funds had been entirely recharged into the game all people's territory. In just the past 2 days, Yinan had charged an astounding 40 billion dragon coins into the game. Gasp! Has Yinan lost his mind? Although he had sold Hai Xia Group for 12 billion, he had already invested 40 billion into this game. Does he truly consider money to be worthless? Even if he were obsessed with this game, there would be no need for such extravagant spending, right? Or perhaps this game possesses some uniquely alluring qualities. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Ling could no longer contain himself that he loosened his tie, opened his computer, and entered the application store, preparing to download the game All People's Territory. However, upon downloading and installing the game, he found that it required an invitation code to launch. Without the code, he could not register an account, and thus, he was unable to enter the game. What a ridiculous game! What era is this? Registration still requires an invitation code. Is this some kind of joke? Wu Ling was nearly driven to madness, even though he had recently ascended to the position of new president of Xia Group. Possessing wealth, status, and women, the game All People-S territory was like the moon reflected on the water-S surface. He could only gaze at it from afar, unable to grasp it. Once all transactions were completed, Yinan clicked on the granary and found it brimming with an uncountable quantity of food supplies. The granary contained detailed ledgers, meticulously accounting for both consumed and incoming food supplies, making it easy to track. Rice, 10 million pounds, millet, 30 million pounds, potatoes, 70 million pounds, sweet potatoes, 50 million pounds, wheat, 15 million pounds, hay, 90 million pounds, bran, 65 million pounds, soybeans, 85 million pounds. This is incredible for merely a few tens of thousands of subpar mage towers and fences. He had managed to trade for such an abundance of food. Yinan was elated. After all, when the apocalypse struck, while combat and summoning buildings were indeed valuable, nothing was more precious than food. People are like iron, and meals are like steel. One day without eating leaves one feeling famished. Without sufficient food supplies, the population and subjects within the territory would inevitably perish. With enough food, he could shelter more refugees and subjects and sustain a large number of soldiers and warhorses. It must be noted that once the game All People-S territory became more tangible and realistic, the soldiers summoned would require sustenance. For instance, the Frost Knight camp, Heavy Paladin camp, and Cloud Archer camp, which relied on warhorses as their primary mode of transportation, not only required food for themselves but also hay, soybeans, and bran for their steeds. Should the warhorses lack feed, they would have to be slaughtered. At that point, knights without warhorses would be less effective than heavy infantry. The need for food supplies must continue. Other military supplies must also be procured. Time is running short. Yinan took a deep breath and muttered to himself. After all, he had recharged over 40 billion dragon coins in just 2 consecutive days, resulting in an overwhelming surplus of C-class combat and summoning buildings, including thousands of flame mage towers. There were simply too many, and his territory could not accommodate them. Yinan then consumed a large megaphone from his backpack and sent a message to all players on the world channel. Long-term purchase of food supplies. Salt, ham, bacon, and pepper are also needed. For large quantities, we can trade flame mage towers and frost knight camps. Note: please proceed to the marketplace in the game for transactions. One-click trading available. No need to request via private message. Chapter 21. The entire server in shock. What? Am I seeing things? The esteemed Xuantian is actually offering the highly sought-after B-class flame mage towers and frost knight camps in exchange for the seemingly worthless food supplies in the game. Madness. Yesterday, he engaged in trade for provisions with other players using subpar mage towers and inferior barriers. I truly believe something is amiss in his mind. Yet, today he is attempting to barter provisions with higher level, more precious B-grade structures that I ponder. There must be a reason behind this. A reason? What reason could there possibly be? Is he aspiring to become a merchant of provisions within the game? But that makes no sense. No one would purchase provisions in-game. They could be produced endlessly and hold no value. Indeed, this game, titled Universal Territory, allows every lord to cultivate their domain, with subjects continuously generating provisions. I believe the B-grade Flame Mage Tower and Frost Knight Camp are the true treasures, capable of summoning flame mages and frost knights to defend the territory. I truly cannot comprehend what he is up to. Alas, wealthy tycoons, whether in the real world or in virtual games, can act as they please. Yes. Perhaps it is the esteemed Xuantian, generously spreading wealth in the game. Enough talk. I still have some provisions in my granary. Let us see if I can trade with Xuantian for a Frost Knight camp. The Tianyu Group's president, Ling Yu, has become utterly absorbed in the game Universal Territory, neglecting company affairs and delegating authority over administration, finance, and personnel to the vice presidents during a routine morning meeting. Meanwhile, he remains in his office, engaging in profound discussions about life's philosophies with his female secretary before indulging in the game. It's merely about spending money. I could do that too. What esteemed Xuantian? What number 1 affluent player? They are nothing but insignificant. I, Ling Yu, am the wealthiest individual in Hailing City. Suddenly, Ling Yu turned to his female secretary, who was seated on the sofa adjusting her flesh-colored stockings, and shouted, "Hurry and sell all the stocks of Standard Chartered Bank under my name. I need to cash out 10 billion dragon coins to compete with that fellow named Xuantian in the game. The secretary was taken aback. President, this Xuantian has already recharged over 40 billion dragon coins in the game over the past 2 days. How can you compete with just 10 billion? The secretary shares a special relationship with Lingyu, serving not only as his secretary but also as a life assistant. Essentially, someone who shares his bed. Therefore, she can speak her mind freely. Just do it. Why waste words here? If I cannot become the #1 tycoon on the wealth leaderboard in the game, at the very least, my name should be on the second. Lingyu let out a roar akin to a wild boar, startling the secretary so much that she tore her stockings and hurriedly fled the office. Meanwhile, Lingyu caught a glimpse of a purchase message from the player Xuantian on the World Channel, and he was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth? What is Xuantian up to? Just yesterday, he exchanged countless provisions for tens of thousands of substandard mage towers and barriers, enough to last generations with the population of his territory. Now, he is seeking to acquire more provisions. He is even using B-grade summoning structures, the Flame Mage Tower and Frost Knight Camp, for trade. These items can only be obtained through extravagant 100-draw pulls. Has he lost his mind? Why do I feel he is preparing for battle? But this is merely a virtual game, and the resources within hold no real significance, far less valuable than summoning or combat structures. Lingyu surmised that since this player named Xuantian was neither laundering money nor a plant from the game developers, there must be a purpose behind his actions. Yet, after a night of ruminating, he had pulled out several strands of hair without unraveling the mystery. The following day, the secretary, clad in an OL uniform, a thigh-length skirt, and red high heels, arrived at the office to report her work. She had successfully sold all the shares of Standard Chartered Bank held by Tianyu Group, cashing out 10 billion dragon coins. President, the 10 billion dragon coins have been transferred to your personal account in real time. Deposit all the money into the game. Lingyu nodded with his eyes closed, instructing the secretary that he could not fathom why, but an inexplicable urge surged within him. An intense desire to participate in the lottery within Destiny's celestial wheel. He yearned to be the wealthiest player in the hearts of all server players, the top of the resource leaderboard, the strongest in battle. Indeed, he aspired to become the leader of the game. Once the 10 billion dragon coins were deposited in universal territory, Lingyu instantaneously received 100,000 fake crystals that At last, I have wealth in the game. I can now initiate the miraculous 1,000-draw pull without scrimping and saving for the extravagant 10-draw or 100-draw pulls. Taking a deep breath, Lingyu's hands trembled as he delicately maneuvered the mouse to click the miraculous 1,000-draw button. In an instant, the screen displayed. Congratulations, player Divine Emperor. You have activated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery and received the guaranteed C-grade reward, Substandard Mage Tower X1. Congratulations, player Divine Emperor. You have activated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery and received the guaranteed C-grade reward, Substandard Barrier X1. Congratulations, player Divine Emperor. You have activated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery and received the guaranteed C-grade reward, Heavy Armored Holy Knight Camp X1. Congratulations, player Divine Emperor. You have activated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery and received the guaranteed C-grade reward, Crimson Flame Sword X1. Lingyu was bewildered. What is happening? I sold the stocks of Standard Chartered Bank, recharged 10 billion dragon coins into the game, and initiated a miraculous 1,000-draw lottery, yet I cannot even obtain a single B-grade item. All I get are C-grade items. Is this not bullying the honest? The Haixia Group. After being expelled by Wu Ling, Luo Qingyao took a taxi to Tianyu Group, planning to use her looks to seduce President Lingyu. However, she did not even catch a glimpse of President Lingyu. As soon as she expressed her intentions to the staff at Tianyu Group's general office, a voluptuous secretary immediately removed her 10-centimeter heels, cursing as she forcibly ejected Luo Qingyao from Tianyu Group. On the street, Luo Qingyao limped back to Haixia Group, a hand pressed against her fair forehead to shield the blood blisters caused by the heels. Her bank card had long been locked, leaving her without even enough money for a meal, let alone a taxi. Perhaps Yinan still has feelings for me. If I kneel and plead with him, perhaps there might be a turn of events. Chapter 22, Kneeling for Forgiveness. Get lost. At Haixia Group, taking advantage of the security guard's inattention, Luo Qingyao stealthily slipped into the company. She climbed 20 floors up the emergency exit in one breath because Yi Nan's office was on that level. She intended to kneel and beg for Yi Nan's forgiveness. As long as he was willing to unlock her bank card, she would not hesitate to kneel and bow 100 times. At that moment, Yinan, sitting in his office, was actively purchasing provisions, salt, pepper, chili, and ham from players in the market of the game that he had not anticipated that there would be such an abundance of provisions in the players' hands. Plentiful and cheap. Fortunately, Yinan had amassed a considerable stockpile himself. Since the market in Universal Territory had just launched, most of the items available for trade were summoning and combat structures, along with various materials. Sellers could set their own prices that a Frost Knight camp could be exchanged for at least 30 million pounds of rice in the market. Many players dared not hope for C-grade items. Merely wishing to trade for E or F-grade items, such as leather boots, hats, or leather armor. In fact, Yinan could exchange a single material fragment from his warehouse for several tens of thousands of pounds of provisions. Good heavens, these people clearly do not understand the paramount importance of provisions in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid series of knocks echoed from outside the office. Upon hearing the sound, Yinan removed his hands from the keyboard, lifted his head, and looked toward the door. What gives? Is that Wu Ling, unable to tolerate me, trying to kick me out of the company prematurely? With that thought, Yinan stood up, walked over, and opened the office door, only to be taken aback. What brings you here? Yinan asked, puzzled. Husband, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance? Luo Qingyao feigned a pitiful expression, gazing at Yinan. Shut up. Who is your husband? I've already dumped you. Hurry up and get lost. Just seeing you annoys me. Yinan furrowed his brows and shouted, preparing to close the door. He did not wish to waste time on this wench. Even if he were to beat her, it would sully his hands. As the saying goes. Just as he was about to close the door, Luo Qingyao suddenly knelt before Yinan, vigorously slapping her own face. Yinan, I have truly realized my mistakes. I am guilty, and I deserve to be punished. But could you possibly forgive me? Just this once, I beg you. I can hardly believe it. This wretched creature has come to seek me out, and she is actually kneeling to admit her faults and apologize. Is the yellow river flowing backward, or has the sun risen in the west? Hissed that Yinan gasped in surprise, pondering inwardly. This makes no sense. Luo Qingyao, this woman, is as fickle as water, abandoning her principles for gain. Why would she forsake the warm embrace of Wu Ling and kneel before me seeking forgiveness? After all, just yesterday, Luo Qingyao and Wu Ling had stormed in here, threatening him with broken limbs and slaps to the face. What has caused such a sudden change of heart in just one day? Surely there is something amiss. With this thought, Yinan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qingyao, who knelt on the ground, and asked, Did you not already throw yourself into Wu Ling's arms? You have become his woman. Yet now, behind his back, what do you seek from me? Are you yearning for another man? Luo Qingyao, still kneeling, recounted the callousness of Wu Ling and expressed her intention to have Yinan unfreeze her bank card. Yinan, I will not ask you to do this for nothing. Should you find yourself with physical needs, a single call, and I will be at your service. Luo Qingyao declared earnestly. Yinan frowned, replying, Luo Qingyao, a woman of your caliber has become as repugnant as a rotting fish. How dare you propose such a thing? Are you lost in a daydream? Furthermore, I shall not unfreeze your bank card. Our ties have been irrevocably severed. What gives you the right to access my finances? Leave. Confronted with Yinan's reprimand, Luo Qingyao, filled with shame, sprang to her feet and shrieked, Yi, I will remember this. Our feud is far from over. If you refuse to shelter me, do you think I cannot find a wealthy patron? If you do not value me, surely some greasy middle-aged man will. At her words, Yinan felt a violent churn in his stomach, the rice he had just eaten threatening to erupt. Then hurry and seek out your greasy middle-aged man. Do not waste my time here. With that, he slammed the door shut with a resounding bang, the wooden door striking Luo Qingyao on the nose, causing blood to flow and her to wail in pain. At the New Moon Group, Ling Yuan was elated all day due to the alliance formed with the gaming mogul Xuantian. This was a prestigious honor. Her visit to the company was to request some pocket money from her father, Ling Yang, to recharge her game account. Ling Yuan vowed to quickly elevate her territory's level, determined not to be reliant on Xuantian for rescue when wild beasts threatened her land. Such a disgrace would be unbearable. After all, if her territory were breached in the game, it would be a shame for a wealthy girl like her. The New Moon Group ranks among the top 3 companies in Hailing City. With a valuation in the hundreds of billions and cash flow in the tens of billions, that the only daughter. What harm was there in recharging a few billion dragon coins for her game? It was a trivial matter. Xuantian, it is not that your father is stingy and unwilling to give you a few billion as pocket money. Rather, he does not wish for you to become obsessed with gaming. Do you understand? Ling Yang said earnestly. Stingy. Ling Xuantian pouted. If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't even step foot in a New Moon group. I have no interest in business. I simply want to make friends in the game. Ling Yang, exasperated, responded, You are driving me to despair. Look at Ling Yu from the neighboring Tianyu group. He has already taken over the CEO position. You are of the same age, yet you waste your time at home playing games. Is this not a complete waste of potential? Ling Xuantian, being her father's only daughter, was naturally his pride and joy, destined to inherit the New Moon group. Ling Yang's intentions were for her own good. However, the generational gap could not be bridged by mere words of concern. Ling Yang's admonitions fell on deaf ears as Ling Xuantian covered her ears, declaring, I refuse to listen. I came to the company to ask you for 5 billion dragon coins as pocket money. Just answer me. Will you give it or not? If not, I will run away from home this instant. At that moment, Yunan noticed the game screen continuously refreshing, and upon seeing the player New Moon, his eyebrows shot up in surprise and delight. Player New Moon had activated a miraculous series of draws, and based on Yinan's preliminary estimation, she had likely recharged several small goals in the game. Not bad. Has Xuantian finally come to her senses? She is actually investing money in the game. This is a good thing. After all, when the apocalypse descends, everything on Blue Star will perish. Even the assets of trillionaire tycoons will be rendered worthless. Stocks, gold, antiques, cryptocurrencies, land, houses, everything will turn to dust. The only way to preserve one's assets now is to convert them into liquidity and invest in all people's territory, purchasing resources to expand one's territory. Should one miss this opportunity? Even if they were a billionaire in the real world, they would become a beggar once the apocalypse strikes. After his rebirth, Yunan had attempted to subtly remind his friends and family to invest all their money in the game. At the very least, they should spend money to buy a spot for an invitation code, ensuring they would have a 1 square kilometer territory during the apocalypse. However, his good intentions had the opposite effect, and he was nearly berated to death. Are you out of your mind, Yunan? I would rather throw my money at a spa and have a foot massage than invest a single penny in a game. Exactly. You are lost in your pursuits, addicted to gaming, and now you want to drag us down with you. Just leave. I do not wish to see you again. After being harshly criticized by his friends and family, Yunan found clarity, his mindset becoming much more serene. Let go of the desire to help. Choose to respect the destinies of others. However, upon seeing Ling Xuantian activate a miraculous series of draws in the game, he decided to send her a private message, harboring the intention to make amends for his past shortcomings. Hello, classmate Ling Xuantian. 30 years ago, no one would have believed that Bitcoin would skyrocket. Today, few believe that investing money in this game will yield returns of hundreds or thousands of times. As allies, I advise you to liquidate all your assets as soon as possible and invest them in the game. Trust me. At midnight, in a luxurious mansion, Ling Xuantian, immersed in the joy of her miraculous draws, felt no fatigue. She sat at her computer, exploring how to place combat and recruitment buildings in her territory. Suddenly, a private message flashed rapidly in the lower left corner of her game screen, accompanied by a beeping sound. When Ling Xuantian saw it, her heart raced. Oh my! It was a private message from the Xuantian mogul. What could it possibly say at this hour? Instantly, 1,000 possibilities flooded her mind. However, when she opened the message, she found herself in stunned silence. My goodness. The Xuantian mogul is utterly audacious. He actually advises me to liquidate my assets and invest them in the game. Is this truly feasible? I can't shake the feeling that he is not merely a game promoter, but perhaps an outright con artist. As a wealthy girl, Ling Xuantian had received a good education and possessed a keen sense of fraud awareness. After all, in real life, if a stranger in a game suddenly urged you to sell your family assets and invest everything in the game, you would undoubtedly suspect that stranger of being a scammer. Were it not for the fact that this player named Xuantian was ranked first on the wealth chart, battle power chart, and resource chart in all people's territory, she might have reported him to the authorities at once. Consequently, this incident left her feeling quite unsettled, prompting her to log out of the game, shut down her computer, and retreat under the covers to sleep, as she had work at the company the next day. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yinan upgraded all the C-grade combat and recruitment buildings in his backpack by 1 level, transforming the inferior Mage Tower, level 2, into the inferior Mage Tower, level 3. He did not upgrade the inferior Mage Tower to level 9, as that would serve no purpose. Only a novice would make such a foolish decision that a level 3 inferior Mage Tower, serving as a recruitment building, could summon level 3 mages capable of casting simple fireball spells. Based on Yi Nan's survival experience during the apocalypse, this level of inferior Mage Tower would suffice to suppress the first wave of otherworldly beasts that appeared. Using S-grade or A-grade items for defense against these beasts would be a ludicrous decision. Moreover, the second-tier inferior Mage Tower can only summon second-tier mages, whose speed pales in comparison to their third-tier counterparts. The third-tier inferior Mage Tower is more than sufficient. Furthermore, Yinan possesses several hundred B-grade flame Mage Towers in his inventory, rendering the upgrading and synthesis of inferior Mage Towers for B-grade items entirely unnecessary. His intent in this action is to mislead the outside lords and any future monstrous beasts. This is merely an ordinary territory. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, cautious development is the key to survival. Even though Yinan had invested hundreds of billions into the game before the end times, he cannot fully harness the capabilities of summoning and combat buildings in such a short period. There remains much for him to accomplish, such as continuing to initiate the miraculous thousand-fold draws to acquire more S and A-grade items, recruiting wandering people, assessing his citizens, and organizing both field armies and city defense troops. The S, A, and B-grade items within his infinite capacity backpack serve as a reserve force. When the monstrous beasts invade his territory, he will employ a strategy of reinforcement to bolster the defenses in all directions. Subsequently, Yinan placed dozens of third-tier inferior Mage Towers and inferior barriers directly along the boundary of his territory, complementing the standard barriers to create a formidable defensive line against the initial wave of monstrous beast attacks. To be precise, these inferior Mage Towers and barriers are intended to serve as expendable frontline fodder. As the lord of his territory, Yinan is well aware of the distinction between what is essential and what is superfluous. Chapter 25. Constructing buildings to elevate territory level, seizing the opportunity. Yinan quickly synthesized several B and A-grade buildings from his inventory to serve as the primary defense line. As time passed, the clock struck 3 in the morning. With yawns escaping him, Yinan maneuvered the mouse to open his personal panel. Territory: Xuantian, Lord. Yinan level 3. Area: 50 square kilometers. Population: 6,125 1,000. Citizens: 339. Summoning buildings: Inferior Mage Tower, level 340. Flame Mage Tower, level 28. Shu Mountain Sword Arena, level 21. Heavenly Fury Beast Camp, level 38. Frost Knight Camp, level 28. Shadow Wolfden, level 28. Heavy Armored Iron Pagoda, level 24. Cloud Longbow Camp, level 24. Light Knight Camp, level 24. Heavy Cavalry Camp, level 24. Combat Buildings: Standard Barrier, level 3-1. Inferior Barrier, level 3-24. Flame Arrow Tower, level 2-4. Swift Eagle Nest, level 2-4. Red Cloak Cannon, level 2-4. Juga Crossbow, level 2-4. Production Buildings: 0-0. Miracle, 0-1. Wonder, 0-1. Mines, 2-2. Forests, 2-2. Feature: Monstrous Beast Shield. Monstrous beasts will not invade the territory until the barriers are breached. Next, upgrade conditions for the territory. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 10 level 2 summoning buildings, 3 level 3 summoning buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 10 level 2 combat buildings, for level 3 combat buildings. Upgrade Condition 3. The territory's population exceeds 1,000, and citizens exceed 500. Essentially, all conditions are met, save for the citizen count. Player Xuantian, do you wish to select 161 citizens from the population of 6,125 to join your territory? Please select yes, no. Without hesitation, Yinan chose yes. The number of citizens immediately changed from 339 to 500. Following this, he received a notification. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have fulfilled the conditions for upgrading your territory. Do you wish to upgrade? Please select 1. Confirm upgrade. 2. Cancel upgrade. Seeing the prompt from all people's territory, Yinan mused. Of course I must upgrade. An upgrade will increase both the territory's area and population. Is there even a need to deliberate? He then maneuvered the mouse to click the Confirm Upgrade button. Immediately, a cascade of golden banners accompanied by uplifting background music erupted onto the game screen. Congratulations, player Xuantian. Your territory has upgraded to level 4. Congratulations, player Xuantian. The territory's area has expanded to 500 square kilometers. Congratulations, player Xuantian. The population base of the territory has increased to 10,000. Even at 3:30 in the morning, numerous night owls were still active in all people's territory. At that moment, they witnessed the flood of notifications and erupted in excitement. Wow! Is the esteemed Xuantian playing the game 24 hours a day? Upgrading his territory in the middle of the night. We're still at level 1 territories while Xuantian's territory has already reached level 4, that he is leagues ahead. I dare say, Xuantian is undoubtedly the most legendary figure on the server. He has already topped up over 40 billion in the game these past few days. Hey, this is merely a virtual game. Does Xuantian really need to take it so seriously? What does it matter to be so far ahead? It only serves to satisfy his vanity, which is utterly pointless. Exactly. Who knows when the game might shut down, wiping all data. This player named Xuantian might find himself with nowhere to lament. Us casual players have it better. We clock out from work and unwind in the game without needing to spend money. Just play. Meanwhile, Yunin paid no mind to the flood of praises like 666. Awesome and impressive, my brother. That flooded the world channel, that he was busy selecting more C-grade summoning and combat buildings from his inventory to deploy in all 4 directions of his territory, such as inferior mage towers and inferior barriers. After all, with the upgrade of his territory, the area expanded from 50 to 500 square kilometers, tenfold in size. That in other words, the combat and summoning buildings he had previously placed in his territory now seemed insufficient. Moreover, with the increase in territory size, the defensive lines in all 4 directions also stretched, necessitating more inferior barriers and mage towers. However, in order to exchange for more resources, he had traded all the inferior barriers and mage towers he had drawn from the Fate's celestial disk. Even the remaining ones had been synthesized into level 3 items. What could he do now? Clearly, to enhance the territory's defense, Yunin needed to place sufficient B-grade buildings in the 4 defensive lines, such as the Heavenly Fury Beast Camp, Heavy Armored Cavalry Camp, Frost Knight Camp, and Flame Mage Tower. The longer the territory's defenses, the more dispersed the combat and summoning buildings would be, leading to a weakness in localized defenses, providing the monstrous beasts an opportunity to breach the territory. Without B-grade buildings, the defenses would be thinner than tissue paper, easily penetrable. Alas, he had been careless. Had he known, he would have delayed upgrading the territory. Originally, his inventory was overflowing with items, but now it was proving inadequate. Xuantian felt a pang of regret. It is essential to note that the numerous A and B-grade items in his infinite capacity backpack were intended as a reserve force and were not meant to confront the first wave of monstrous beasts. At the very least, he planned to deploy these higher-grade buildings after the emergence of the monstrous beast mother. However, with the territory's upgrade, the boundary had expanded exponentially, and the existing combat and summoning buildings were insufficient for defense. Even placing all the inferior mage towers and barriers would still fall short. Xuantian could only resort to the A and B-grade items left in his backpack. Upon completing the placement of combat and summoning buildings, Yunin glanced at the next upgrade conditions for his territory. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 100 Level 2 combat buildings, 20 Level 3 combat buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 100 Level 2 summoning buildings, 20 Level 3 summoning buildings. Upgrade Condition 3. The territory's population exceeds 100,000. Citizens exceed 3,000. Yunin was taken aback. This game is deliberately setting traps for players willing to spend money. How much would he need to recharge? And how many times must he draw to meet such stringent upgrade conditions? Chapter 26. General Liu, looking for trouble as the hour hand and minute hand approached 4 o'clock. Yunin decided to allocate 500,000 pounds of grain to continue recruiting nearby wanderers that he needed to rest. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, Yunin had to seize the moment to recharge, draw prizes, and trade C-grade buildings with other players for more resources. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, a naked Luo Qingyao was atop a balding, greasy old man, her chestnut waves cascading around her, clutching the bed sheets tightly with both hands. She squinted her eyes, her face flushed. "General Liu, I entrust you with the task of eliminating Yi Nan," a balding, greasy old man with a pair of coarse, rugged hands incessantly groped at Luo Qingyao while making promises. Exclaiming, "No problem," the sky brings forth 5 words. "This is nothing." If Yi Nanru still held the title of president of the Haixia Group, it would indeed be challenging to eliminate him. However, since he had sold the company, he was nothing in Hailing City. "Tomorrow, I shall bring my underlings to first break his legs. This is the price he pays for not cherishing beauty." The next day, Yi Nan awoke at 10 o'clock, clutching his toiletries, ready to wash his face and brush his teeth. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was confronted by a group of suited thugs with crew cuts. Were they sent by Wu Ling or by Ling Yu to drive him away? In truth, with Yi Nan's current wealth, he could easily save his game, take his laptop, and stay at any high-end hotel in Hailing City. The reason he had not yet departed from the Haixia Group was that he longed to witness firsthand how the 30-story corporate tower would be reduced to rubble in an instant when the apocalypse arrived. At that moment, the suited thugs parted to create a path, revealing the old man in a floral shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. None other than General Liu from the previous night, who swaggered in, proudly draping an arm around Luo Qingyao. In that instant, Yi Nan comprehended everything. The man in the floral shirt was the wealthy patron Luo Qingyao had taken up with, and the suited thugs were his subordinates. Their intentions were clearly malevolent. Before Yi Nan could speak, General Liu cast a glance his way, snorting derisively, "You must be Yi Nan, right?" His tone carried a hint of threat. Typically, those who heard him speak in such a manner would be intimidated. "Indeed. I am Yi Nan. What do you intend to do by bringing so many underlings here?" Yi Nan replied nonchalantly. After all, he was reborn from the apocalypse. Who feared whom? In a few days, the world would descend into chaos, and everything would be obliterated. Moreover, he was the most formidable lord in the apocalypse. Would he fear a greasy old man seeking trouble? It was merely a matter of whether he would strike back. Hearing this, General Liu paused, contemplating, "I never expected this kid to have such a tough demeanor. Does he truly not fear me breaking his legs?" With that thought, General Liu, confident in his numbers, decided to steady the situation. He introduced himself. "I am Liu, engaged in the steel industry. The Hailing Steel Group, valued at 100 billion, is my company that if you wish to show respect, simply call me Boss Liu. I was once the owner of the Haixia Group, valued at 100 billion as well. Thus, I have no reason to show you any respect," Yi Nan replied coolly. Beside him, Luo Qingyao, with her nose in the air, shot a fierce glare at Yi Nan and leaned closer to General Liu, saying, "General Liu, why waste words on him? Just let someone beat him up to vent my anger." Feeling embarrassed, General Liu pointed a finger at Yi Nan, cursing, "You little brat, do you think you could just act like this? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" In an instant, Yi Nan advanced swiftly, seizing General Liu's finger and forcefully bending it to the side. With deliberate clarity, he stated, "Old man, we are both business owners. Who are you calling a little brat? You, an old bull, chasing after tender grass. Do you even have the face to do so?" "Ow, ow, ow, let go, let go," General Liu cried out in pain. The surrounding suited thugs panicked, rolling up their sleeves, preparing to charge at Yi Nan. "That if you want me to let go, have your subordinates clear out. Otherwise, your finger will be broken," Yi Nan declared. Fine, I will make them leave immediately." As he spoke, General Liu, enduring the agony, shouted at the surrounding thugs, "What are you standing around for? Get out of here." In an instant, the thugs scattered. Only Yi Nan, General Liu, and Luo Qingyao remained at the office door. At this moment, Yi Nan released his grip, casting a glance at the sweat-drenched General Liu, and coldly remarked, "Old man, we harbor no grievances against each other. Did you come here today with so many underlings to vent your anger for this woman?" "Yes." General Liu's voice was barely audible. "Now that your underlings have left, do you believe you can gain any advantage here?" Yi Nan inquired, bending down to pick up a red fire extinguisher from the corner. Raising it high, General Liu's pupils constricted as he instinctively retreated, waving his hands. "Yi, are you insane? Are you really going to use that fire extinguisher on me? Do you think I can't ruin you? Your company has been sold. You have no standing to negotiate with me, understand?" With a resounding bang, Yinan swung the fire extinguisher down onto General Lu's head, splitting it open and causing blood to gush forth. Fear you? Do you think I fear you? General Lu, clutching his head, stared wide-eyed at Yinan in horror, shouting, You little brat, how dare you hit me? Don't you know that hitting someone is against the law? Yinan scoffed inwardly. Hitting someone is against the law. What a joke. The apocalypse is about to descend, and nations, city-states, and cities will cease to exist. Who will uphold the law then? Yinan thought about how in the apocalypse. The powerful Lord is the law, the sovereign decree. Yet he reconsidered, realizing he had no need to reveal such secrets prematurely, that it was essential to respect the fates of General Lu and others. With that in mind, Yinan remained silent, stepping forward to unleash a relentless flurry of punches and kicks upon General Lu. Oh, please stop. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come. I bow to you. General Lu, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, hands clasped in supplication, resembling a defeated bear. Yinan, feeling fatigue from the confrontation, halted and coldly asked, Have you truly recognized your mistakes? Chapter 27. Want to live? Slap him 100 times. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. General Lu, bruised and battered, knelt on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in distress. Yinan seized the few remaining strands of General Lu's hair, coldly inquiring, Now, do you realize your error? What happened to your earlier arrogance? Were you not going to break my legs? Brother Yi, I swear I never said I would break your legs. It was this vile woman who said so. General Lu, fearing further punishment, pointed accusingly at Luo Qingyao. However, Luo Qingyao was already dazed, thinking, This greasy old man is far too pathetic. He brought a dozen thugs only to be beaten to his knees by Yinan. Yet, to avoid further wrath, she retreated, disingenuously explaining, Yinan, let me explain. It's not what it seems. Yinan, disinterested in the words of this wretched woman, realized that striking her would only soil his hands. Yet, remembering the pain of betrayal from his past life when this vile woman stabbed him in the back, a plan formed in his mind. Yinan yanked General Lu's head closer, leaning in with a sinister smile, and whispered, General Lu, do you want to leave here alive? Yes. General Lu, both startled and overjoyed, felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Desperate, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Then, Yinan pointed at the panicking Luo Qingyao, coldly declaring, You must slap this wretched woman 100 times, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, I will break your legs. All right, Brother Yi, this is nothing, General Lu exclaimed, leaping to his feet, rolling up his sleeves, a fierce look upon his face as he approached Luo Qingyao. General Lu, they say a night of marriage brings 100 nights of kindness. Do you really have the heart to hit me? Luo Qingyao, cornered against the wall, tears streaming down her face, pleaded. With a swift motion, General Lu unleashed his full strength, slapping Luo Qingyao's face with a flurry of blows, shouting, Wretched woman, if my life is at stake, why should I spare you? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Brother Yi. Vile woman, wretched harlot. Soon, General Lu had delivered 100 solid slaps to Luo Qingyao, transforming her once delicate face into a swollen mess, blood seeping from her mouth and nose. Employees of the Haixia group gathered around, whispering among themselves, Deserved it. She brought this upon herself. Luo Qingyao, once Yinan's woman, basking in wealth and luxury, had chosen to betray him. Now, she found herself entangled with a greasy middle-aged man, proving unreliable. Indeed, killing such a wretched harlot would be no loss. After Lu completed the task assigned by Yinan, he resembled a submissive pug, bowing and scraping as he addressed, Brother Yi, what do you think of my execution skills? If you are dissatisfied, I can make her kneel and beg like a dog. Yinan replied, Not bad. However, from this moment onward, I do not wish to see you again. You may leave. The apocalypse was imminent, and thus his time was of the essence. Indeed, time is as precious as gold, and it must not be squandered on such worthless individuals. Thank you, Brother Yi, for sparing my life. That I will leave immediately and will never appear before you again. With that, Lu fled as if his backside were on fire. Witnessing this scene, the employees of Haixia Group were left dumbfounded. How could this be? Lu, after all, was the chairman of our Hailing Steel Group, a billionaire, a person of considerable standing, yet he was frightened to the point of losing control by Yinan. Hey, you didn't see it. Just now, Yinan had murderous intent towards Lu. If he hadn't hurriedly left, he might have met a tragic end today. What? Yinan, does he dare to kill in broad daylight? Isn't he afraid of legal repercussions? Has he lost his sanity? Who knows? Just now, the look in Yinan's eyes was that of a killer, sending chills down my spine and raising the hairs on my body. Indeed, now that he has lost his company, he has also lost his identity and status in Hailing City. It is understandable that he is mentally unstable. That is the case. We should keep our distance from him. Yinan, holding his toiletries, glanced at the sobbing Luo Qingyao on the ground and mocked. Is this the wealthy patron you have chosen? With such meager skills, you dare come here to provoke me. Have you lost your mind? Whoa. Yinan, why must you treat me this way? Why must you be so heartless? Luo Qingyao realized that Yinan was publicly humiliating her, yet she felt utterly powerless. MD, you were cheating on me with other men at the White Horse Club. And you still have the audacity to ask me why. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Luo Qingyao, summoning her resolve, stood up and gritted her teeth, declaring, Yinan, do not underestimate a woman's desire for revenge. One day, I will make you kneel at my feet and sing of your conquest. With that, she covered her pig-like face with her hand and, shaking her curvaceous hips, fled in tears at why Yinan sneered inwardly. You still dare to dream of making me kneel and sing of your conquest. How naive. When the apocalypse descends, I need only a plain bun to make you kneel and beg like a dog. Subsequently, Yinan entered the restroom with his toiletries, while the onlookers dispersed like birds and beasts. After finishing his grooming, Yinan returned to his office, locked the door, sat down at his computer, and entered the game All People's Territory, opening the recharge page. Thus began another day of spending. 20 billion dragon coins, a considerable sum. Based on Yinan's experience, simply recharging would require him to forego food and drink for an entire afternoon. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 fake crystals. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 fake crystals. Before long, the clock struck 12:27, and Yinan had successfully recharged 20 billion dragon coins, acquiring 200,000 fake crystals. He glanced at the electronic calendar on his desk. That it was now November 14, 2026, with only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, which equated to 72 hours. Yinan maneuvered the mouse, preparing to enter the Fate Celestial Disc for a miraculous 10 consecutive draws. It is important to note that all of Yinan's assets have been liquidated. What he could do now was to stockpile as many resources, battle buildings, and recruitment buildings as possible before the apocalypse struck. Chapter 28. Proposal. Rejected. As Yinan prepared to click for the miraculous 10 consecutive draws, he suddenly pondered a rather pragmatic issue. In this life, Ling Yueyin did not yet know him. Would they only recognize each other during the apocalypse? Yinan mused aloud. Based on his memories from his previous life, he distinctly recalled that when the apocalypse arrived, monstrous beasts would surge forth from the spatial rifts, not only possessing immense strength, but also being well-versed in the art of war and the 36 stratagems. They would encircle and attack all surviving humans, intent on conquering Blue Star. The strength of humanity was far too weak, forcing them to engage in defensive battles within their territories. His acquaintance with Ling Yueyin occurred on a chaotic battlefield, a chance encounter fraught with uncertainty and instability. Therefore, even if Ling Yueyin could protect herself with her territory, battle buildings, and recruitment buildings, once the monstrous beast's mother body joined the fray, even the highest level territories would be at risk of breach. Even if Yinan recharged over 100 billion dragon coins before the game materialized in reality, drawing countless high-level battle and recruitment buildings in the Fate Celestial Disc, he could not guarantee that his territory would withstand the frenzied assaults of the monstrous beast legion. Yinan's advanced preparations of resources, weapons, and buildings were merely attempts to buy time, engaging in a protracted war against the beasts, awaiting the day of victory. Thus, even if the two had already allied, during an assault on Ling Yueyin's territory, Yinan would find it challenging to dispatch sufficient mobile forces to break through the layers of monstrous beast encirclement to support her that time. In a bid for self-preservation, Ling Yueyin's parents would undoubtedly side with a more powerful lord. What if they arranged a marriage for Ling Yueyin with another lord? In this regard, Yinan had not considered too deeply, for in the apocalypse, parting life and death was a common occurrence. and many would sell their sons and daughters to why Yinan needed to befriend Ling Yueyin in advance. Only in this way could he prevent others from snatching her away during the apocalypse. After much contemplation, Yinan decided to take some time to visit the New Moon Group, prepared with a few pigs and sheep, fine cigarettes and liquor, and several million in cash, to propose to Ling Yueyin's parents. At the New Moon Group, Chairman Ling Yang stared at the pigs and sheep piled high in the first-floor lobby, the mountains of exquisite cigarettes and liquor, and the brand-new, crisp bills. Utterly bewildered that a proposal? Yinan nodded earnestly. You must be mistaken. We should not have known each other before, right? You and Yueyin should also not be acquainted. Is this appropriate? Ling Yang stammered that no mistake. You are correct. We indeed did not know each other before. But from today onwards, we are acquainted, Yinan asserted. This is sheer nonsense. Ling Yang exclaimed loudly. Earlier, after careful evaluation and inquiries, he had determined that only Yinan of Haixia Group and Ling Yu of Tianyu Group were qualified to become his son-in-law. However, since Yinan had sold off Haixia Group, he no longer qualified to be a member of the Ling family. Thus, Ling Yang was visibly upset at this moment. Yinan realized he had acted a bit rashly. However, he could not disclose that he was a reincarnated individual from the apocalypse. Ling Yang would surely deem him insane. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming in 3 days, he had little time left. What he needed to pursue must be pursued. Uncle Ling, I am not being reckless. I am serious, Yinan said earnestly. Before Ling Yang could respond, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious attire approached, adorned with an array of dazzling jewelry, embodying opulence. She was Ling Yueyin's mother. Tang Yin. Tang Yin cast a scornful glance at Yinan. Yinan acknowledged that this matter was known throughout Hailing City, and he could not conceal it. Tang Yin sniffed disdainfully and, with a tone laced with both chill and mockery, remarked, Yinan, you sold Haixia Group, and in Hailing City, you have lost your identity and status, and no matter how much money you have, it is of no use. You are no longer part of the upper class. Therefore, you are unqualified to become our Ling family's son-in-law. Get lost. Meanwhile, Ling Yueyin, who had hurriedly come to work, had just arrived at the company and heard that someone had prepared lavish gifts to propose to her at the New Moon Group. Curiosity piqued. She rushed over. She did not recognize the unfamiliar man before her, immediately widening her beautiful eyes to ask Yinan, have we met before? Indeed, Yinan fixed his gaze on Ling Yueyin for a moment, confidently asserting. Ling Yueyin was taken aback. Have we met? I don't recall it. And why do I feel a flutter in my heart upon seeing this person for the first time? Could it be that we really have met? In an instant, her face flushed like a small apple, her heart racing like a herd of deer that moment. Yinan leaned closer to Ling Yueyin's ear and whispered, not only have we met, but in the game all people's territory, we were also close allies that by the way, don't forget the matter I entrusted to you. Hurry and take care of it. You might already be running out of time. With that, of course, Yinan did not take away the lavish gifts he had brought. Allies? A gasp escaped Ling Yuran's lips as she took a moment to process the revelation. Suddenly, she exclaimed, I know who he is. He is the esteemed Xuantian, reigning atop the wealth rankings, resource rankings, and combat power rankings. At that moment, a puzzled voice chimed in. Who is this Xuantian? What are you talking about? I don't understand the wealth and resource rankings at all. Yuran, tell me honestly, do you truly know Yinan? Chapter 29, Divine Signs, the Holy Fire Altar. As they logged into the game and entered the Fate Celestial Disc lottery page, they opted for the miraculous 1,000 draws. That it is worth noting that 200,000 fate crystals would require 200 iterations to activate even under the miraculous draw circumstance, which would take at least an entire afternoon. With a click of his index finger on the left mouse button, Yinan unleashed a torrent of crimson text banners that flooded the screens of all players in the game. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed A-grade reward. 9 Dragons Divine Firewall 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed A-grade reward. Burning Iron Blood Legion 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed C-grade reward. Heavy Armor Iron Tower 1. In that instant, the online players across the server erupted in excitement. What the heck? Xuantian is at it again with the miraculous 1,000 draws. My goodness, just days ago, he recharged 20 billion dragon coins and activated 200 miraculous draws daily. Will he recharge another 20 billion today? I feel that is quite possible. This is simply unbelievable. Who is this Xuantian? He is like a legendary tycoon. With every move, he spends billions, leaving us in the dust, unable to hold our heads high. I suspect he must be the son of the world's richest man, or perhaps the richest man himself. Indeed, that could be the case. At Tianyu Group, Ling Yu, having liquidated stocks to fund his gaming venture, reluctantly poured tens of billions into the game, neglecting to upgrade his combat and recruitment buildings, hastily expanding his territory from 1 square kilometer to 50 that he naively believed that this would allow him to catch up to Xuantian. However, much to his dismay, he soon discovered that player Xuantian had already upgraded his territory from level 3 to level 4, now spanning 500 square kilometers, 10 times his own. There was no way to catch up. As he gazed at the scattered C-grade recruitment and combat buildings within his territory, he felt a pang of regret for the money spent I cannot take this anymore. Is this player named Xuantian out of his mind? We all registered our game accounts at the same time. How could he level up so rapidly? At that moment, his secretary, clad in a black bodysuit, looked up from beneath the desk, her eyes dreamy as she murmured, "Perhaps it's because he invests heavily? Be quiet. Focus on the task at hand and stop butting in." Ling Yu roared like a frenzied leopard as he witnessed the barrage of notifications on his computer screen. His eyes turned crimson with rage. What the hell? Is this player named Xuantian insane? He has already poured 40 billion dragon coins into the game and is still spending recklessly, with his continuous miraculous draws. He must have recharged another 20 billion. That totals 60 billion dragon coins, enough to buy the company that developed this game. What is he trying to achieve? Is he truly a tycoon with more money than he knows what to do with? At the New Moon Group, on her first day at her new job, Ling Yuran was utterly distracted, hiding in her office as she logged into the game All People as territory, eager to recruit some population. However, the moment she entered the game, her screen was bombarded with red text notifications. Wow. Xuantian, Yinan, has activated the miraculous 1,000 draws again. Did he recharge another 20 billion dragon coins? In her excitement, she recalled the private messages Yinan had sent her in the game, along with rumors of him selling off his companies, luxury cars, and mansions. Gasping, Ling Yuran muttered to herself. So he isn't a fraud, but why is he doing this? A game is merely a virtual realm. Only someone out of their mind would invest their entire fortune into it. However, Yinan doesn't seem like someone with a faulty mind. Perhaps there is a reason behind his actions. Taking a deep breath, she decided to message Yinan. Xuantian, I find your actions perplexing. Why would you invest your entire fortune into a game? No matter how you look at it, it seems illogical. Meanwhile, Yinan remained oblivious to Ling Yuran's message as he continued his miraculous draws within the Fates celestial disk. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed B-grade reward. Frost Knight Camp 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed A-grade reward. Wooden Dragon Cauldron 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 draws and securing the guaranteed S-grade reward. Extremely rare divine sign. Everlasting Holy Fire Altar 1. Yinan was taken aback, gasping in astonishment. Heavens! It seems today is my lucky day. With each miraculous draw, I am consistently receiving guaranteed A-grade rewards. To think, the 9 Dragons Divine Firewall and the Burning Iron Blood Legion were both formidable artifacts in the last apocalypse, possessing immense power capable of devastating beast legions. These treasures, once out of my reach, are now within my grasp in Fate's celestial disk. After 55 miraculous draws, I even struck gold with the legendary Everlasting Holy Fire Altar. To the homeless, this altar symbolizes faith. With this divine sign, my territory can automatically recruit a multitude of homeless without consuming resources. Incredible! But what exactly is this wooden dragon cauldron? Yinan hovered his mouse over the item, right-clicking to view its attributes, revealing a line of white text. Wooden dragon cauldron, A-grade building, capable of summoning A-grade units and would attribute divine dragons. Chapter 30. Concealing 1's talents. Low-key is the way to go. Oh, wow. It is indeed a summoning building capable of conjuring would attribute divine dragons. This seems promising. Yinan felt elated that in his previous life, even with his territory at level 7, he possessed only a handful of A-grade combat and recruitment buildings, complemented by a small number of B-grade structures and thousands of damaged C-grade buildings, that he realized that acquiring more high-level buildings from Fate's Celestial Disk would significantly enhance his chances in battles against the beasts during the apocalypse. After activating 200 miraculous draws, the clock struck 5:30 in the afternoon. Yinan stretched lazily, exited the Fate's Celestial Disk page, and clicked on his limited edition infinite capacity backpack. Instantly, a kaleidoscope of items sparkled within, radiating hues of red, white, yellow, purple, green, black, and orange. The items piled high, showcasing an impressive array. Within the limitless backpack, an automatic sorting and categorizing function kept everything in pristine order, allowing Yinan to easily see the levels and quantities of items. 3 S-grade items, 507 A-grade items, 2256 B-grade items, 9985 C-grade items, 1203, 562 D-grade items. Yinan noted that beyond the common recruitment and combat buildings, such as the Frost Knight Camp, Heavy Armor Holy Knight Camp, and Flame Mage Tower, there were many items he had never encountered before, even in the last apocalypse. Wow, these are all valuable items. He then moved his mouse over the items to check their attributes, reading aloud the accompanying white text. Exquisite Celestial Pattern Herb, 800, Grade D item. Restricted to mages above level 30, that upon consumption, it can amplify one's mana tenfold for a duration of a quarter of an hour. Golden Material Fragment, 3000. Grade D item. Designated for the repair of Grade A combat and summoning structures, IT can restore the combat capabilities of damaged buildings. Advanced Experience Potion, 9000, Grade C item. Usable by practitioners of level 3 and above. Capable of significantly enhancing a practitioner's combat prowess in a brief period. Dragon Soul Frost Spear 30, Grade D item. Usable by long-range spear wielders above level 10, with normal attacks. It has a certain chance to unleash a frost-laden Dragon Soul, inflicting 800 points of physical damage and 450 points of magical damage upon enemies. Armed with these items, Yinan harbored confidence that he could seize a territory from the Beast Army, even without a dominion of his own. Moreover, he currently possessed the largest territory in the entire server. However, from a tactical perspective, merely having formidable logistics would not suffice to defeat the Beast Army. For a lord, the mainstays to rely upon in the apocalypse are the combat and summoning structures. These two types of items function like factories, continuously summoning warriors, swordsmen, mages, and knights with sufficient combat strength for the lord. Thunderflame Mage Tower, greatest structure, capable of summoning Grade A units, Thunderflame Mages, who can conjure spherical lightning to inflict devastating damage on foes, with a chance to deal critical hits. Giant Warrior Camp, greatest structure, capable of summoning Grade A units, Giant Warriors, towering at 3 meters and 65 centimeters and weighing 1,500 gene. Rugged and resilient, serving as vanguard. Two-winged Demon Dragon Camp, greatest structure, capable of summoning Grade A units, two-winged Demon Dragons, capable of soaring high above the skies, able to fly for over 6 hours each day. Suitable for reconnaissance and combat. Logically, Yinan's territory already spanned 500 square kilometers, a considerable expanse akin to a large international city in modern society, that he could easily position the combat and summoning structures obtained from the lottery across 4 battlefronts, thereby fortifying his territory against enemies. Yet, based on his survival experiences from his previous life in the apocalypse, the stronger the defense of a territory, the more excited the Beast Army would become. If 10,000 beasts could not breach a territory, 100,000 would emerge, with even more formidable matriarchs joining the fray. Thus, he must remain low-key and never allow his current strength to inflate his ego. After all, the apocalypse had not yet concluded before Yinan's rebirth, and the Beast Army appeared to have grown even stronger. For humanity to survive in the apocalypse, stockpiling resources and preserving strength is the undeniable truth. The Grade A and B structures in his backpack should remain as a reserve force, Yinan muttered to himself. Subsequently, he took a deep breath, maneuvered the mouse, and placed the Grade A structure, the 9-Dragon Sacred Firewall, and the Night Shadow Warrior near his lord's cabin, to serve as a protective guard in the apocalypse. After all, once the game Universal Territory materializes into reality, the population and citizens within the territory will transform into living breathing humans, endowed with thoughts and emotions, no longer mere simple-minded, muscle-bound automatons. Thus, there exists a possibility of them being swayed by enemies that as the lord of a territory, Yinan must prioritize his own safety. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he was brutally stabbed to death by that vile creature, Luo Qingyao Daiyan Death. No matter how vast his territories, populations, lands, and various combat and summoning structures would dissolve into nothingness. The Grade A structure, Nine Dragons Sacred Firewall, possesses formidable defensive capabilities, automatically releasing towering flames reaching 10 meters high when strangers approach the Lord's cabin, sustaining combustion for 30 seconds, capable of inflicting substantial damage upon foes. The Night Shadow Warrior boasts exceptional combat power, rapid speed, and elevated loyalty. As mobile forces, they can swiftly neutralize any intruders attempting to breach the Lord's cabin. Having completed these arrangements, Yinan retrieved the Eternal Flame altar from his infinite capacity backpack, preparing to place it atop the highest peak within his territory. Even as night descends, the inhabitants of the territory would still feel the warmth of light. At that moment, a warning banner appeared on the computer screen. Player Xuantian, you are about to place the Eternal Flame altar atop a mountain 5 kilometers away from the Lord's cabin. Please note, the Eternal Flame altar, as a symbol of light, will become a landmark structure in the game once placed and cannot be moved again. Please confirm, yes, no, without hesitation. Yinan maneuvered the mouse, clicking the yes button, exclaiming, good heavens. The Eternal Flame altar is actually a permanent structure. Chapter 31. Server-wide announcement astonishment. Driven away instantly, Yinan's screen was inundated with a flurry of red banners. Congratulations to player Xuantian for successfully placing the Eternal Flame altar within their territory. Congratulations to player Xuantian for receiving the honorary title of Lightbringer. Congratulations to player Xuantian for obtaining the qualification to establish a sect. Congratulations to player Xuantian's territory for becoming the safest territory in the entire server. At this moment, players across the server of Universal Territory were met with the system's announcement, resulting in a chorus of lamentations. Damn, this wretched game is merely one where only those who spend money can play. The more one spends, the better the gaming experience. There is no denying it. The Eternal Flame altar is also a limited edition item, existing solely in this server. I also activated the Miracle 1000 draw in the Fate Heaven plate, and all I got were damn C-grade items that there's no way around it. It's a matter of disparity in strength. How much have you spent? Indeed, that esteemed Xuantian has spent over 6 billion dragon coins in just 3 days, launching at least 600 Miracle 1000 draws. Don't even think about being dissatisfied. If you have the means, spend 6 billion dragon coins too, and I guarantee the game's pathetic planners will grant you a brand new version of the Flame Altar. At Tianyu Group, Ling Yu's eyes blazed with fury. Fists clenched tightly as he fixated on the constantly refreshing game screen, gritting his teeth. Damn it. Once again, Xuantian has stolen the lead, from the limited edition Infinite Capacity Backpack to the Alliance Order, and now the limited edition Eternal Flame Altar. He always manages to stay at the forefront of the game, leaving us paying players in the dust. He seems so familiar with this game. What should we do? At that moment, a secretary, who had been busily working under the desk, emerged gracefully, wiping a trace of white substance from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Her allure reminiscent of a serpentine enchantress, as she plopped down on a Ling Yu's lap. President, since you cannot handle this player named Xuantian from a spending perspective, why not resort to physical means to eliminate him? Upon hearing this, Ling Yu furrowed his brows and snapped. Is that even a question? Do you think I don't know who this Xuantian player is, what connections he has, or how to have him dealt with? President, we could hire a private investigator. For just a few $100,000, we can pinpoint the identity of this player named Xuantian through their game recharge records. Is that reliable? Absolutely reliable. The investigator assured that they can gather all the necessary information about the client, including home address, phone number, company, QQ number, WeChat ID, email, and social network connections, with a full refund if they fail, the secretary asserted confidently. Upon hearing this, a glimmer flickered in Ling Yu's eyes, his expression darkening. Good. You handle this matter. By tomorrow morning, I want to know all the details about player Xuantian, especially his current address. At Xinyue Group, the office was empty as everyone had left for the day, yet Ling Yu remained behind, vigilantly awaiting a private message from Yinan. For her, understanding why Yinan had liquidated the company car, and house was of utmost importance to Nan. Once the president of Haixia Group, possessed a unique vision in business prospects and investment projects, consistently reaping immense profits. Even the stocks he purchased soared dramatically. Yet he had chosen to collapse for the sake of a virtual game. What on earth had transpired? However, Ling Yu did not receive a private message from Nan, but rather an announcement from the system. Ling Yu gasped, "Is he in such a hurry to level up? I truly don't understand why he would do this." Meanwhile, at Haixia Group, Yinan stared at the banners on the game screen, utterly bewildered. What the hell? I merely placed a building within my territory. Is it necessary to flood the screen like this? What is this honorary title of Lightbringer? Qualification to establish a sect. That actually sounds like a decent option. However, the claim that it is the safest territory in the entire server, is it not somewhat overrated in a world on the brink of collapse? Where is there truly a safe haven? It is evident that every corner is a battlefield. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and curses. "Open the door! Hurry up! Yi! What mischief are you up to in there? Open the door! Do you hear?" After all, he had not made any enemies in recent days, unless one were to count Lu from the Hailing Steel Group as one. When Yinan opened the door, he was met with Wu Ling and a group of his lackeys, standing menacingly at the entrance, armed with steel pipes, daggers, and machetes. To Wu Ling, "What is the meaning of this?" Yinan inquired, perplexed that he had no grievances with Wu Ling. At that moment, Wu Ling stood with his hands in his pockets, his head bowed in silence. The HR Xiao Huang, standing nearby, stepped forward, nostrils flared, and pointed accusingly at Yinan. "Yi, you've already sold off the Haixia Group. You can no longer stay in the company. It's time for you to leave. With you here, President Wu cannot proceed with his work. Wasn't he had agreed that I would have a week to pack my things? Has that changed?" Yinan questioned. Upon hearing this, HR Xiao Huang let out a cold laugh. "That was President Ling Yu's promise to you. President Wu has never made any such promise. Furthermore, you must leave today, or else they are here to assist you in doing so with dignity." Yinan fixed a piercing gaze on Wu Ling and asked slowly, "Is this also your intention?" Wu Ling? Wu Ling finally lifted his head, his tone icy. "Indeed. Xiao Huang's words are my words. You must vacate this place today, regardless of whether you have packed your belongings." Yinan considered saying that they were all pitiable creatures, and that come the apocalypse, they would all face the consequences together. Yet he thought better of it. After all, the apocalypse was merely hours away, and there was no need to voice such sentiments. "Very well. I shall pack my things and depart immediately." Yinan had no time to engage in further disputes with them, that a 5-star hotel was conveniently located across from the Haixia Group. Thus, he gathered his desktop computer, laptop, and some personal items, and made his way there. Chapter 32. Ling Yu rants confusion. Big news. Have you heard? What is it? The former president of the Haixia Group, Yinan, after selling off the company, refused to leave, staying in his office to play games every day, and was subsequently ousted by the newly appointed President Wu. Who is he, don't you know? Yinan is the same guy who came to our company to propose earlier today. Oh, I see. Hey, isn't this quite normal? Without the Haixia Group, no matter how wealthy he has lost his status and identity. Naturally, they would want to expel him. How tragic, if the spendthrift hadn't sold the company. How could he have fallen to such depths? Ling Yu waited at her computer until 8 in the evening. Feeling weary, yawning repeatedly, she decided to wait until tomorrow. However, just as she reached the company lobby, she overheard several staff members loudly discussing Yinan that Yinan was kicked out by the Haixia Group. Where did he go? He wouldn't have left Hailing City, would he? Ling Yu felt an inkling of worry rising within her. In a moment of urgency, she suddenly realized, since she couldn't reach Yinan through the game, surely she could call him. After all, Yinan had once been the president of the Haixia Group. His phone number and email were public and could be found online. Her thumb hovered over the dial button, but she froze. Ling Yu felt conflicted. Was it really appropriate for an unmarried young woman to call a stranger at this hour? Moreover, this man had just come to the company to propose earlier. It felt quite awkward. Yet, recalling Yinan's repeated instructions to her, along with his peculiar actions and behavior, she took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. In the 5-star hotel, in the presidential suite, Yinan had paid for room service to bring him a gigabit broadband cable, essential for logging into the game all territories. After all, his entire fortune was at stake in this game. He couldn't afford to let slow internet speed hinder him. This expenditure was worth it. However, just as Yinan entered the game, his phone on the table rang. Who could be calling me at this hour? He wondered, bewildered. Ever since he sold the Haixia group to Ling Yu, his extensive network of connections had vanished overnight. Politicians and business elites had deleted his number, and even his college classmates no longer bothered to contact him. Upon answering, he asked, "Who is this?" "It's me," came Ling Yu Ran's soft voice. "Who are you?" Yinan was even more confused that he could tell the caller was a woman, likely in her late teens or early 20s. Realizing they were essentially strangers, Ling Yu Ran hurriedly introduced herself and got straight to the point. She had two main questions. First, why had Yinan liquidated all his assets and poured them into the game all territories, even going so far as to sell off his assets for in-game currency? Second, why had he proposed to her? After hearing her questions, Yinan fell silent for a moment on the phone. This was indeed a difficult matter to explain. After all, their previous lives had intertwined in significant ways, and he feared Ling Yu Ran might consider him insane. After a long pause, Yinan explained, "Yu Ran, this matter cannot be adequately explained over the phone. Just follow my instructions. Time is of the essence. You need to act quickly within the next couple of days that I cannot follow your instructions. This is absurd." No sane person would entrust their entire fortune to a virtual game. Ling Yu Ran replied. Even if she agreed, her parents and relatives would certainly not consent, especially since the New Moon group was not her own. Yinan took a deep breath and nodded. "I understand this is outrageous, but I cannot elaborate further that if you cannot liquidate your entire fortune, then with the dragon coins you currently have, you can still survive in the apocalypse. Remember, when placing gathering and combat buildings, stockpile plenty of resources and recruit some refugees. If you don't know how to do this, just follow my lead in the game. Starting tonight, you must focus solely on the game, upgrading your territory, synthesizing buildings, refining materials, recruiting refugees, and stockpiling resources. In short, the strategy is to build strong defenses and bide your time. Can you understand?" Given Ling Yu Ran's current territorial strength and combat capability, surviving in the apocalypse would be feasible, but resisting the onslaught of the monstrous legions would be challenging. The formidable beast legions could march 800 kilometers in a single day, sweeping through territories of all sizes. The techniques Yinan was teaching her aimed to ensure her territory could withstand the beast legion's assault for as long as possible, at least until Yinan could dispatch an elite mobile unit to provide support. However, Ling Yu Ran was utterly bewildered. Apocalypse? What apocalypse? What do you mean by building strong defenses and biding your time? Are you serious about a virtual game? Yinan, you are far too engrossed in this game. I am very disappointed in you. With that, she abruptly hung up the phone. That there's nothing more I can do. Yinan tossed his phone aside and quickly re-entered the game that he had much to accomplish. Whether it was refining materials, placing buildings, expanding forests, fields, or mining, everything had to be done step by step, with no room for haste. Additionally, Yinan had another crucial task, to prepare 3,000 sets of professional gear, including weapons, armor, clothing, bracers, knee pads, helmets, warhorses, medicines, and food. In the apocalypse, the main force against the monstrous legions would rely on those who had awakened their professional panels. The summoned forces from buildings like the Xuantian Sword Forum, Frost Knight Camp, and Heavy Armored Paladin Camp were defensively strong, but lacked mobility. Once the summoned troops strayed beyond a certain distance from the summoning buildings, they would lose their combat and operational capabilities, and the buildings themselves could not be moved. Therefore, to create a mobile fighting force, Yinan needed to rely on those who had awakened their professional panels after the apocalypse. Chapter 33, Silver Fragments. Synthesizing 3,000 sets of equipment. Player Xuantian, do you wish to consume 3,000 sets of leather armor, 30,000 material fragments, and 30,000 tons of iron, or to synthesize 3,000 sets of Xian iron armor? Player Xuantian, do you wish to consume 3,000 sets of leather bracers, 10,000 material fragments, and 5,000 tons of iron, or to synthesize 3,000 sets of fine steel bracers? Player Xuantian, do you wish to consume 3,000 sets of cotton clothing, 5,000 material fragments, and 6,000 pounds of cotton to synthesize 3,000 sets of pure cotton armor lining? Player Xuantian, do you wish to expend 3,000 top-grade bullhide helmets, 20,000 material fragments, and 8,000 tons of iron, or to synthesize 3,000 sets of all-encompassing protective steel helmets? In response to the game's prompt, Yinan deftly maneuvered the mouse, unhesitatingly clicking confirm. For the synthesis of equipment was his initiative. The game system repeatedly alerted him due to the exorbitantly valuable material fragments contained within the synthesis, all classified as silver grade. These fragments were derived from the disassembly of countless D, E, and F grade items that in the game Universal Territory. Material fragments are categorized into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of golden fragments, the most precious and rare, typically used for the construction and repair of B-grade buildings. They can also be employed to synthesize high-level weapons. The second tier comprises silver fragments, which are relatively common. However, only paying players can obtain them through disassembly, usually utilized for the construction and repair of C-grade buildings, and also for synthesizing high-level equipment. The third tier is bronze fragments, the most abundant. Most players in the server have stockpiled vast quantities of bronze fragments in their warehouses, which can be used for synthesizing equipment, weapons, and smaller buildings. For an average player, it would be inconceivable to spend such a wealth of silver fragments on synthesizing equipment. Even for paying players, it would be a considerable stretch. At most, they would utilize a large number of bronze fragments for synthesis. However, Yinan was different in Universal Territory. He was the wealthiest player, reigning at the top of the fortune leaderboard, with countless items and materials in his infinite capacity backpack, thus possessing ample resources. Moreover, to forge a premier mobile combat troop with unparalleled combat prowess, he had to invest capital. After an hour of diligent effort seated at his computer, Yinan successfully crafted 3,000 sets of steel helmets, cast iron armor, steel bracers, cotton inner linings, small bullhide boots, stirrups, saddles, reins, and broad-bladed sabers. Everything was ready. He was merely awaiting the awakening of humanity's class panels post-apocalypse. Humans without territories would become wandering practitioners upon awakening their class panels. To survive, they would typically pledge allegiance to a lord. This was the most common rule for survival in the apocalypse. Whoever possesses territory holds power. Whoever wields authority. Yet, as the largest lord in the server, Yinan would undoubtedly attract a multitude of practitioners seeking refuge. He had his own criteria for selecting these practitioners: honest and simple-minded individuals with robust physiques, preferably those who had previously engaged in farming, mining, fishing, or mountain-dwelling. As for those hailing from urban decay, the unemployed, or petty merchants, they were to be categorically excluded. Now, equipped with these items, Yinan could, on the very first day of the apocalypse, assemble a mobile elite combat troop in a state of maximum readiness within 2 hours, annihilating the first wave of aberrant beasts emerging from the spatial rifts. The pre-synthesis equipment was already of high quality. All above level TO ordinary players, they were akin to goddesses in their splendor. After synthesis with precious materials, the equipment had all surpassed level 30, boasting exceptional quality, durability, and formidable power. It is essential to understand that the difference between level 1 equipment and level 30 equipment is akin to comparing a primary school student to a university graduate in a knowledge competition. They exist in entirely different realms. For instance, a level 30 broad-bladed saber must withstand thousands of strikes without dulling, breaking, or losing its edge. Level 30 cast iron armor must endure the gnashing and impact of aberrant beasts without shattering or warping. Level 30 steel bracers must withstand the horrific biting force of aberrant beasts, remaining intact and capable of shattering their fangs and claws. As for level 1 equipment, it lacks any real standards, being exceptionally cheap and of poor quality, sufficient if it can be worn. Why ask for more? In summary, the set of armor synthesized by Yinan in Universal Territory holds considerable value, equivalent to that of a subpar C-grade Mage Tower. At 11:40 p.m., Yinan placed the synthesized 3,000 sets of equipment in the first page of his backpack for easy access to that moment. He was astonished to discover that the number of vagrants in his territory had surged to 23,155 due to the allure of the eternal flame altar. Holy cow! Is the attraction of the flame altar truly that potent? Just a few hours have passed without a single grain of food consumed, and over 10,000 vagrants have been recruited. This is somewhat troublesome. Yinan's mind suddenly felt overwhelmed. Prior to placing the eternal flame altar, the population within his territory was merely 125, consuming food at a rate of 3 times the population daily. Now, with the population surpassing 23,155, the daily food consumption would amount to 69,465 pounds. Given the level of Yinnan's territory, the saturation point for the population is 10,000. The current population has doubled. Yet the land, woodlands, and mines within the territory can only accommodate 5,000 to 6,000 at most, utterly incapable of housing such a vast number. Should he upgrade the territory? Yinnan furrowed his brow. His infinite capacity backpack contained a sufficient number of recruitment and combat buildings, all at the appropriate levels. With the population now overflowing, placing the suitable buildings in the territory would trigger an upgrade. However, the issue lies in the fact that once the territory upgrades, its area will expand. Based on Yinnan's experiences from his previous life, a level 5 territory encompasses approximately 1,000 square kilometers, equivalent to 2 modern cities. Defense would become increasingly challenging, as the defensive lines on all 4 sides would extend with the boundaries. The most immediate consequence would be that Yinnan's meticulously crafted multi-layered defensive positions would face shortages in manpower and firepower. The larger the territory, the greater the resentment. Moreover, the larger the territory, the more vagrants would flock in, which utterly contradicts Yinnan's strategy of building high walls and being a cautious king for survival in the apocalypse. Chapter 34. She has AIDS, be careful. Regardless, he could not settle the excess vagrants by upgrading the territory, as that would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet, with the placement of the eternal flame altar, the influx of vagrants would only increase. However, his territory lacks sufficient fields, woodlands, and mines to accommodate this population. What should he do? Should he expel them all? Or perhaps initiate the territory protection mode with subpar fences, keeping the throngs of illegal vagrants at bay? Yinnan mused aloud. At this moment, he felt a tinge of regret. That damned eternal flame altar should have been placed later. After all, in Universal Territory, most lords are novice players unfamiliar with the game, thus lacking any plans or intentions to recruit vagrants. They hadn't even considered expanding their territories. Generally speaking, players in the game focus on how to obtain free materials to construct low-level recruitment and combat buildings. Meanwhile, paying players engage in the Fate Wheel lottery, hoping for higher-tier buildings and items. Consequently, with nowhere to go, the vagrants in the game flocked into Yinnan's territory, leading to a sudden population explosion. Just then, the phone rang. Yinnan picked it up and saw a familiar number. It was a call from his business partner, Ma Shun. Upon answering, he inquired, "Ma Shun, what brings you to call me? Is there something on your mind?" Yinnan was quite surprised. Ever since he sold Hai Xia Group, he had lost all connections and networks in Hai Ling City, that he had even lost touch with relatives, let alone business partners. Thus, it astonished him whether Ma Shun was calling to offer consolation or to gloat over his misfortune. At that moment, on the other end of the line, Ma Shun, bare-shouldered with his phone on speaker, one hand holding a slender cigarette while the other embraced a woman clad in a black bodysuit, smugly remarked, "Yinnan, do you know who this woman in my arms is? Why should I care?" Yinnan frowned. Sure enough, this fellow had come to gloat. With a smug expression, Ma Shun declared, "It's Luo Qingyao." "Huh. You never expected your woman would one day belong to me, did you? Yinnan, you made one wrong step, and now you're suffering the consequences. Not only did you lose your company, but now even the woman by your side has come to me. How tragic, truly tragic." Hearing this, Yinnan responded indifferently, "I see. You needn't bother reporting this to me, that I have severed all ties with that wretched woman, Luo Qingyao. She can choose to associate with whomever she pleases. It has nothing to do with me. By the way, she has AIDS, so be careful." After saying this, Yinnan hung up the phone. On the other end, Ma Shun's expression changed dramatically. He immediately leaped off the bed, grabbing Luo Qingyao with a fierce countenance, cursing furiously. The next day, the sun had already risen high in the sky when Yinnan finally stirred from his slumber, rubbing his sleepy eyes. After all, in recent days, he had taken to sleeping in the office of Hai Xia Group. He had ingeniously fashioned a makeshift bed by joining 2 chairs together. The sleep he managed was far from restful, indeed quite uncomfortable. Now, however, he found himself ensconced in a 5-star hotel, residing in the presidential suite, where he slept soundly and peacefully. Upon rising, Yinnan slipped into his slippers and made his way to the bathroom. After a brief interval, he emerged, toothbrush in hand, casting a glance at the clock on the wall that read November 14th. 2026. Just 48 hours remained until doomsday. Time was of the essence that he still had more than 6 billion dragon coins in his bank account, and he needed to recharge them all into the game before the impending apocalypse. Although he wished to deposit the entire sum at once, such a course of action would be far too time-consuming. Even though Yinan was well acquainted with the strategies of the game All People's Territory, the approaches of casual players and those who spend lavishly were evidently distinct in his previous life. He had traversed the path of a casual player. In this life, he was determined to embrace the route of a wealthy spender. Moreover, within the Fate Celestial Disc, there were numerous items that Yinan had neither seen nor heard of before. Thus, he had to both recharge and reacquaint himself with the game simultaneously. The 5-star hotel offered complimentary breakfast, and guests residing in the presidential suite could indulge in the service of attractive female attendants delivering meals. The waitress who arrived stood at a striking height of 1.75 meters, possessing a model-like physique. Clad in a black uniform, stockings, and high heels, with an alluring figure and a sweet-voiced Mr. Yi. Here is your breakfast, which includes vegetarian buns, meat buns, seafood congee, plain rice porridge, milk, along with some cheese, and exquisite truffles. Please enjoy. Without lifting his head, Yinan logged into the game and replied, "Understood. Please place the breakfast aside." The waitress, taken aback, thought to herself, "Surely, someone who can afford a presidential suite must be either a major boss or a wealthy heir." Typically, such individuals gaze at her with lecherous eyes and often attempt to take liberties. Yet here he was, engrossed in his game to Mr. Yi. "If you find it inconvenient to dine at the moment, I can personally feed you. It's part of our hotel's service offerings." The waitress swayed her enticing waist as she approached Yinan. Logically, no boss would refuse such tempting service. Eager patrons, upon hearing her proposition, might leap forward, pinning her to the dining table. "Get out. I have no need for such services." Yinan retorted coldly that he was not in the mood for flirtation. His time was precious, and he could not afford to waste even a minute. Regarding the explosive growth of the transient population within his territory, Yinan had devised a plan overnight to accommodate them, to cultivate the barren lands within the territory for the surplus populace. This was the most economical and effective management strategy. A Tianyu group, a tall female secretary clad in a seductive office uniform, her feet adorned with scarlet high heels, hurried into the president's office. Clutching a brown file, she gazed at Ling Yu with excitement and exclaimed, "President Ling, I've found the information on player Xuantian." Hearing this, Ling Yu, who was busy placing combat structures within the territory, sprang from his chair, gripping the secretary's arm as he eagerly inquired, "Heaven helps me, I can finally uncover the true identity of player Xuantian. Who is he? Is he the richest man in Nihong Nation? Or perhaps the darling son of a Fortune 500 chairman? Surely he cannot be a second-generation official." Chapter 35 is a 5 billion consultation fee too much to ask. "Yinan, what did you say?" Ling Yu seemed incredulous. The secretary raised her voice, enunciating each word. "President, I said player Xuantian is none other than Yinan, the former president of Haixia Group. He actually took the money from selling the company and has recharged over 60 billion dragon coins into the game All People's Territory." Ling Yu was momentarily speechless, finally exclaiming, I never expected that player Xuantian in the game would be that brat Yinan. Has he lost his mind? To gamble over 60 billion dragon coins in a game with the money from selling his company? What could he possibly be up to?" The secretary sat down on Ling Yu's lap, earnestly analyzing, "President, I believe his mind may not be entirely sound, that no rational person would ever invest over 60 billion dragon coins into a game. Does he think money is as disposable as tissue? Even a wealthy spender wouldn't dare to play so recklessly." Ling Yu shook his head. "Something is amiss here. Yinan is, after all, a prodigy in the business world. The most qualified individual to become the richest man in Hailing City. How could he suddenly behave so irrationally? There must be a deeper issue at play." The secretary planted a kiss on Ling Yu's cheek, gazing at him with admiration. "What kind of problem?" Ling Yu replied solemnly, "If Yinan isn't laundering money through the game, the only other possibility is that he can profit from the resources within it." The secretary covered her mouth, chuckling, "President Ling, you can't be serious. Isn't the game just a money-making scheme? The equipment and resources are merely lines of code. There is no way to make real money from them." Ling Yu fell silent, feeling a strong urge to liquidate all his assets and follow Yinan's lead, investing everything into the game for a chance to draw rewards in the Fate Celestial Disc, stockpiling resources, and expanding his territory. However, such actions seemed excessively reckless, and he hesitated to take the risk. After much contemplation, he finally devised the best course of action: to call Yi Nan and inquire directly about his motivations, rather than overthinking it. Yet Ling Yu remained persistent. That why Yi Nan? Others may say you've gone mad, but I believe you are perfectly sane. There must be a reason behind your actions that I wish to understand why. I can offer you a consultation fee. You can name your price. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan chuckled lightly over the phone. Can the price be arbitrary? Ling Yu's heart raced, fearing Yi Nan might take the opportunity to demand an exorbitant sum. And he hesitated before finally uttering, "It can be why." Yi Nan replied, "I want to put you in a difficult position that if you wish to know the answer, you must first pay a consultation fee of 5 billion dragon coins. And I assure you, I will reveal the true reason. And oh, deception here. Please proceed with the payment." Ling Yu was utterly flabbergasted. 0.5 billion dragon coins? Yi Nan, you are being utterly ruthless. I'm merely asking a question. And you demand such a hefty fee? Oh, you really think we've entered an age of paid knowledge? You're just inflating prices. Extortion. Blackmail. Yi Nan's voice turned cold over the phone. Stop with the useless chatter. Just tell me, do you wish to know why I'm investing my entire fortune into the game? I do, Ling Yu protested, though internally, he was torn. Despite his reluctance, he was eager to uncover the truth. Just then, Yi Nan's patience wore thin, and he stated, "I'm very busy that I do not have time to engage in idle chit-chat with you on the phone. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you're not interested, simply hang up. I want to pressure you. 1. Faced with Yi Nan's relentless countdown, Ling Yu gritted his teeth and finally conceded. All right, I will pay you 5 billion for the consultation. However, Yi Nan, if you accept the money and fail to provide a legitimate reason, I will take you to court for extortion." Subsequently, he accessed his banking app, located Yi Nan's account, and promptly transferred 5 billion dragon coins. All right, I've sent the money. You can speak now. Though Ling Yu was Yi Nan's rival, the imminent apocalypse rendered all human destinies interlinked, necessitating a united front against the monstrous threats that if Ling Yu could stockpile more resources and structures, it would be immensely beneficial, which was precisely what Yi Nan hoped to see. Of course, regardless of Ling Yu's investments, Yi Nan would retain his titles as the wealthiest player in the game, the top resource holder, and the strongest in combat, for he was a reborn soul. That why Yi Nan took a deep breath and asked, "Ling Yu, the reason is rather insane. If I tell you, will you believe me?" "As long as it's true, I will believe it. All right." Why Yi Nan replied earnestly. In 2 days, on November 16, 2026, Doomsday will arrive, and the entire Blue Star will be reduced to ruins, while the game All People's Territory will materialize into reality. At that time, the territory, population, and resources within the game will be genuine wealth. This is why I am investing my entire fortune into the game. What do you think? This news is worth 500 million dragon coins. Isn't that excessive? Upon hearing this, Ling Yu on the other end of the line widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned, his throat rendered hoarse. Yi Nan, are you certain you are not speaking madness? Is this true? How? How could this be possible? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Yi Nan replied, "I know you won't believe me, but what I say is the truth if you doubt it. We can wager. If the apocalypse does not arrive in 3 days, I will refund you 50 billion dragon coins." Having said this, Yi Nan hung up the phone, leaving Ling Yu in a state of bewilderment. Subsequently, Yi Nan maneuvered the mouse, relocating the surplus population of his territory to a desolate area, instructing them to forge paths through mountains and build bridges over waters, tasked with cultivating fertile land in the wasteland. Time was not a constraint. The primary requirement was to keep these people occupied. After a while, Yi Nan clicked on the recharge page, beginning to infuse money into the game in increments. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 fake crystals. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 fake crystals. Chapter 36. Ling Yu also began liquidating assets. After several hours of bustling activity, Yi Nan had successfully recharged 20 billion dragon coins into the game, in increments of 100,000 dragon coins each time. Whether it was due to the impending apocalypse or the frequency of his recharges, the internet speed in the 5-star hotel experienced significant fluctuations, resulting in network errors that wasted Yi Nan an additional half hour during his recharging process. Ultimately, he acquired 200,000 fake crystals. With time pressing, Yinan dared not delay. He even skipped lunch, despite the beautiful service staff of the five-star hotel delivering lavish meals, such as luxurious tomahawk steaks, caviar, fruit salads, and baguettes that he set them aside, focusing entirely on the computer, maneuvering the mouse to enter the fate celestial disk, initiating a miraculous thousand-fold draw. Player Xuantian was about to consume 1,000 fake crystals to activate the miraculous thousand-fold draw. Please confirm. Yes. No. Yinan clicked yes with the mouse. In an instant, a series of red font banners appeared across the game screens of all players. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous thousand-fold draw and receiving the guaranteed B-level reward, Giant Catapult 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous thousand-fold draw and receiving the guaranteed A-level reward, Particle Laser Tower 1. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous thousand-fold draw and receiving the guaranteed A-level reward, Grand Sorcerer Camp 1. Oh my, not bad at all. The guaranteed rewards from this draw were all unprecedented. Quite impressive. Yinan was exhilarated. The Fate Celestial Disc indeed carried an aura of destiny each time he activated the miraculous thousand-fold draw. It provided him with an entirely new experience and sensation. How thrilling! Is this the treatment enjoyed by those who spend lavishly in games? Simultaneously, within the Universal Territory World channel, players across the server flooded in, engaging in fervent discussions regarding player Xuantian's draw. Wow. Xuantian has begun again. Of course, the miraculous thousand-fold draw is simply unstoppable. How insane, indeed. Even the wealthy do not spend money like this. I suspect Xuantian's family runs a money-printing factory. Otherwise, how could he afford to inject such sums into the game? Although Universal Territory is quite a game, it isn't meant for such exorbitant spending, right? Hey, let me just say, you wouldn't understand the world of the rich. In such web games, some big shots directly recharge billions. Given how explosive this game is, what's wrong with Xuantian recharging a bit more? It's amusing to see your ignorance at Tianyu Group several hours prior. Upon learning from Yinan about the impending apocalypse, Lingyu found it hard to calm his tumultuous emotions that he dared not trust Yinan's words, yet he also feared disbelieving him. The news Yinan conveyed was too shocking and absurd, leaving Lingyu in turmoil. After all, it was utterly outrageous for the president of a conglomerate to suddenly sell off all his assets at a discount. It was more improbable than the Yellow River flowing backward or the sun rising in the west. What should I do now? Should I believe Yinan's words? Lingyu felt lost, as if his mind had suddenly clouded. After all, Yinan had indeed sold off his conglomerate, luxurious residences, and high-end vehicles, subsequently recharging the funds into the game. Universal Territory. Lingyu witnessed all of this firsthand. It did not appear to be a scheme intended to deceive him. Moreover, Yinan had promised during their call that if the apocalypse did not arrive within 48 hours, he would compensate him with 50 billion dragon coins that if he dared to gamble. It indicated that Yinan must have some level of confidence. Furthermore, observing the pace, it seemed that before the apocalypse arrived, Yinan could transfer all his assets into the game. What if, indeed, as Yinan claimed, the apocalypse were to occur in 48 hours? Regardless of how much wealth his company possessed, it would be obliterated entirely. Just as Lingyu was caught in this dilemma, the computer screen before him was inundated with a barrage of red font banners. Hiss. Yinan has begun again. It seems he might be telling the truth. With this thought, Lingyu took a deep breath, steeling his resolve, and picked up the phone on his desk, dialing a familiar number to the company's vice president, speaking in a hurried tone. Xiao Zhang. Find a way to quickly sell off all the companies, factories, shops, and stocks under my name, including my mansions and luxury cars. You have a 2-day deadline. Discounts are acceptable. The bottom line is 50% off. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Vice President Zhang was left utterly dumbfounded. His mouth agape, eyes widened as if he had just heard the most unbelievable news. President Ling, are you mistaken? You want to sell all your assets at half price? What on earth is happening? If you need money, we could consider a bank loan. There's no need to liquidate assets. Are you serious? But what? Lingyu's tone turned stern. Vice President Zhang stammered. President, even at a 50% discount, selling the company within 2 days is clearly not an easy task. Additionally, Our group employs tens of thousands of workers. Severance pay, breach of contract compensation, labor indemnities. Ling Yu furrowed his brow, directly interrupting Vice President Zhang's words, coldly stating, "You only need to sell the group company. The rest is none of your concern." At Xinyue Group, Ling Yu Ran's family was quite troubled by Yi Nan's sudden proposal. Ling Yang and Tang Yin were preparing to take their precious daughter Ling Yu Ran on a vacation to the south to unwind. After packing her luggage, Ling Yu Ran opened her computer and logged into the Universal Territory game. However, as soon as she entered the game, the system provided a notification in horizontal format. "Player Xinyue, you have a private message from player Xuantian. Please check it." Chapter 37 The Reveal. Unveiling the Truth. What is the point of sending a private message if you refuse to share anything with me? Ling Yu Ran muttered to herself, maneuvering the mouse to open the private message. Upon reading its contents, she was left utterly dumbfounded. Rather than a mere message, it was a proclamation. "Ling Yu Ran, you must be dying to know why I am liquidating all my assets and reinvesting the proceeds into the Universal Territory game, right? Initially, I did not wish to disclose this to you, as the reasons are so absurd that even if I told you, you would not believe me. However, time is running out for humanity, that I have decided to share the truth. In 2 days, on November 16, 2026, the apocalypse will arrive and the world will be destroyed. Not only our city of Hailing, but the entire Blue Star will face obliteration, at least half of humanity will perish. Those who survive will awaken their occupational panels, becoming professionals such as mages, warriors, hybrid martial artists, archers, support healers, and so on. However, those who receive an invitation code for the Universal Territory game before the apocalypse arrives will not only awaken their occupational panels, but will also gain a territory, becoming true lords in every sense. Indeed, you should have guessed it by now. When the apocalypse strikes, the Universal Territory game will manifest in reality. This is the origin of the territory. Thus, what you must do now is to hasten your efforts to liquidate your assets, striving to convert them into cash within 2 days, so that you may reinvest this money into the game. Only through this means can we secure greater resources, allowing humanity a chance to survive the impending apocalypse. This secret, I have confided to only 2 individuals. The president of Tianyu Group, Ling Yu, and it is imperative that you safeguard this secret. Otherwise, chaos will ensue throughout the city. Naturally, what I am conveying may sound like mere fantasy to you. Yet, I assure you, it is all true, whether you choose to believe it or not. Even if you remain skeptical, in 2 days, the apocalypse will descend, with monstrous beasts laying siege, that I shall immediately dispatch a battalion of 3,000 professionals to protect you. Ling Yu Ran, after reading the private message sent by Yi Nan, was utterly bewildered. Has he gone mad? Yi Nan's words are nothing short of absurd. How could an apocalypse possibly arrive? And monstrous beasts? He even informed Ling Yu, the president of Tianyu Group. Gosh, could it be that Yi Nan has become so immersed in the game that he has lost his grip on reality, leading to hallucinations? Ling Yu Ran pulled out her phone, intent on calling Yi Nan for further clarification. That moment, she noticed a sensational news alert popping up in the corner of her computer screen. Today's headlines. Tianyu Group plans to sell its subsidiaries, commercial plazas, factories, logistics centers, and other prime assets at a 50% discount. In an instant, her phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Ling Yu Ran's pupils constricted, and she gasped in disbelief, murmuring, "My heavens! Does Ling Yu truly believe what Yi Nan has said and intend to liquidate the group's assets to funnel everything into the game?" At that moment, Ling Yu Ran found herself wholeheartedly convinced of Yi Nan's words. Just then, she heard the voices of Ling Yang and Tang Yin outside the office. "Yu Ran, what are you doing in there? Butler's son has already started the car. We need to hurry to catch our flight. Come out quickly. We're just waiting for you." Ling Yu Ran stood frozen for a moment, her fists clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, she bolted out and addressed her anxious parents. "Mom and Dad, I have decided to stay at the company and work, that I no longer wish to travel to the south." Tang Yin immediately exploded in anger. "Ling Yu Ran, what are you saying? We arranged this trip to help you unwind. Now that it's time to leave, you say you won't go. The hotel and tickets are already booked. Are you unaware? You never let your mother rest easy. You are truly infuriating." At that moment, Ling Yang, dressed in casual attire, approached with a piercing gaze fixed on Ling Yu, "My dear daughter, Why the sudden change of heart? You have always adored traveling. The landscapes of the south are breathtaking. Are you truly not going? Ling Yuran nodded solemnly. Yes, Dad, Mom, you both should go. Consider it a honeymoon that I will remain at the group company. Ling Yang and Tang Yin exchanged glances and simultaneously concluded. It seems we have no choice. Once Ling Yang and Tang Yin boarded the plane bound for the south, the reins of New Moon Group fell squarely into Ling Yuran's hands. Without wasting a moment, she summoned Vice President Li Shi in her capacity as acting president, demanding that he liquidate the Group's assets within 2 days, offering them at a 50% discount if necessary. Li Shi, are you out of your mind? The president and his wife just went on a trip, and now the young lady wants to sell the group company. Is this truly happening? Ling Yuran, with an expression of utmost seriousness, replied, Li Shi, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and find buyers. This matter cannot be delayed. It must be handled with the utmost urgency. Li Shi was taken aback. Miss, does the president know about this sale? Ling Yuran maintained her composure and replied nonchalantly. He is certainly aware. The decision to sell the company was made by my father. I am merely executing his orders. As both Tianyu Group and New Moon Group, 2 of the top 500 enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom, announced their intent to rapidly liquidate their assets at a 50% discount. The business community of Hailing City erupted in uproar. Have they lost their minds? This makes no sense. From what I know, New Moon Group has always maintained a healthy cash flow, and Tianyu Group has just acquired Haixia Group, thriving with promising prospects. How could they possibly go bankrupt? Exactly. For companies of their size, if they were merely short on cash, they could easily secure loans from the bank that a few $100 billion would be trivial. Why would they sell off their prime assets? It simply doesn't add up. The current market trend is to acquire quality assets at low prices. These 2 companies are doing the exact opposite. Indeed, their actions seem akin to initiating a bankruptcy liquidation process. I truly cannot comprehend their motives. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, Yinan had already utilized the 20,000 fake crystals obtained from his in-game recharge through the miraculous continuous draw method. It was exhausting. He had not anticipated that activating the miraculous continuous draw would be such a laborious task. Yinan chuckled at himself. He then opened his infinite capacity backpack and placed some conventional combat and recruitment buildings within his territory. After all, the defensive firepower from all 4 directions was somewhat lacking. It was essential to augment it with inferior barricades, standard barricades, flame erosion arrow towers, heavy cavalry camps, Frost Knight camps, and fire Mage Towers, as well as subpar Mage Towers of grade B and C. As for the newly drawn siege weapons such as the giant catapult, particle laser cannon, and Grand Mage Camp, Yinan chose to store them in his backpack as reserve equipment in the apocalyptic siege battles. The tactic of adding fuel to the fire is the most common and astute strategy. Conversely, the most foolish tactic would be to place all combat and recruitment buildings within the territory, attempting to create a defensive line akin to the Maginot Line. The beasts emerging from the space rift, while not high-level beings, possess highly developed brains and a formidable capacity for adaptation. Initially, they may suffer considerable losses when confronted with various combat and recruitment buildings. However, they will develop resistances. For instance, when facing attacks from inferior Mage Towers, the beasts might equip themselves with frost-resistant armor to mitigate the damage from the Mage Tower's fireballs. Similarly, when confronted with assaults from Frost Knight camps, they may wield fire-infused weapons to counter the icy onslaught. Thus, Yinan opted to keep the rare buildings drawn from the Fate Celestial Disc in his backpack for now. Of course, he placed the inferior barricades and inferior Mage Towers along the territorial boundary one by one. Currently, Yinan refrained from upgrading these grade C structures, instead prioritizing their placement along the defensive line to bolster the defenses. After completing these tasks, Yinan opened his personal data panel. Territory, Xuantian, Lord, Yinan, Level 4, Area, 500 square kilometers, Population, 27. 658 1,000, Residents, 1,000 Recruitment Buildings. Inferior Mage Tower, Level 3, 400. Flame Erosion Mage Tower, Level 360. Xuantian Sword Platform, Level 21. Heavenly Wrath Beast Camp, Level 350. Frost Knight Camp, Level 250. Shadow Wolfstein, Level 2, 25. Heavy Armored Iron Floating Tower, Level 2, 20. Cloud Longbow Camp, Level 2, 20. Light Cavalry Camp, Level 2, 20. Heavy Cavalry Camp, Level 2, 40. Combat buildings. Standard barricade, level 3, 100. Inferior barricade, level 3, 800. Flame erosion arrow tower, level 3, 60. Swift eagle nest, level 2, 50. Red cannon, level 2, 40. Juga crossbow, level 2, 40. Production buildings, 00. Miracle. Ever-burning sacred fire altar, 1-1. Wonder, 0-1. Mines, 5-5. Forests, 8-8. Feature beast protection shield. Beasts will not enter the territory until the territorial barricades are breached. Next, upgrade requirements for the territory. Upgrade requirement 1. Construct 100 level 2 combat buildings, 20 level 3 combat buildings. Upgrade requirement 2. Construct 100 level 2 recruitment buildings, 20 level 3 recruitment buildings. Upgrade requirement 3. Population surpasses 100,000. Residents exceed 3,000. Yinan gazed at the data panel for a while, realizing that his territory had met 2 of the upgrade requirements, having amassed sufficient combat and conscription buildings. Only the third condition remained: a population exceeding 100,000 and a citizen count surpassing 3,000. This figure seemed distant. Yet within Yinan's domain, the eternal flame altar had already been established, suggesting that it would not be long before the population breached the 100,000 mark. After all, with an expanse of 500 square kilometers, Yinan's territory was equivalent to a standardized modern metropolis, capable of comfortably accommodating 100,000 inhabitants. For instance, in the magical city, the resident population hovers around 20 to 30 million. In such a comparison, 100,000 individuals within a 500 square kilometer territory would be akin to a sparsely populated countryside. Furthermore, selecting 3,000 citizens from 100,000 was hardly a daunting task, as long as he wished to upgrade. The opportunity was always at hand. At that moment, the game system sent Yinan a message: Player Xuantian. It has been detected that your territory meets 2 conditions. Would you like to consume 90 million gene of food supplies to recruit 72,442 refugees in one go? Please confirm. Yes. No. Yinan was taken aback, pondering. What a cunning system, persistently attempting to prompt an upgrade for my territory. This is clearly a trap that I must not acquiesce. With that thought, he maneuvered the mouse to click no. 90 million gene of food supplies was no trivial amount. How many inferior mage towers could that buy? Moreover, Yinan was not inclined to upgrade his territory at the moment. He wished to conserve his strength and amass more equipment, supplies, medicines, and fresh water. Indeed, freshwater resources were also essential to stockpile, as they were even more precious than food supplies. After all, one can endure days without food, but cannot survive without water, since the very first day of his rebirth. Upon logging into the game, All People's territory, he had arranged for the citizens within his domain to excavate large water storage pools near the Lord's cottage, filled to the brim with freshwater resources. Naturally, even the large jars at the entrances of the citizens' dwellings had begun to store water, because once the apocalypse struck and seawater inundated the land, the entire Blue Star would turn into a wasteland, contaminating the freshwater resources. Consuming such tainted water would lead to diarrhea, and without adequate medical facilities, a significant portion of humanity would perish. This was the reason behind Yinan's determination to hoard freshwater. However, the citizens were quite resentful that my lord, our territory has 2 rivers teeming with inexhaustible freshwater. Why exert ourselves to store more? Isn't that overkill? It seems utterly pointless. In the game All People's territory, before it had materialized into reality, the citizens were merely tools, akin to NPCs engaging in dialogue. The Yinan felt no obligation to explain that moment. A battered Luo Qingyao, having circumvented the security and staff of the 5-star hotel, appeared outside Yinan's room stealthily. With her hands on her hips, she bellowed, "Yi, get out here." Chapter 39. Toss him out. Yinan heard Luo Qingyao's voice and frowned slightly. This wretched woman truly was an indestructible cockroach, haunting him relentlessly. He closed his personal data panel and rose to open the door. Luo Qingyao, with her disheveled hair, bruised face, and bloodshot eyes, glared fiercely at Yinan, gritting her teeth. "Yi, who the hell are you calling HIV positive? You re the one with it." She had finally managed to latch onto a wealthy benefactor, only to be nearly beaten to death by Ma Shun due to a phone call from Yinan. Yinan replied coldly, "You shameless harlot, flaunting your promiscuity and gallivanting about. If you're not infected with HIV, who else would be?" I'm actually looking out for your well-being in his previous life. He had been cuckolded by Luo Qingyao, bearing a crown of verdant shame, oblivious to the mockery. Moreover, that vile woman had schemed against him, stabbing him in the back to usurp his position as lord. He had to seek revenge. Yi Nan was determined to torment Luo Qingyao repeatedly, ensuring she learned her lesson. This was merely the beginning. When the apocalypse descended and the world faced calamity, Luo Qingyao, devoid of her territory, would have no choice but to beg for survival, akin to a dog, kneeling before him, wagging her tail. Enough of these grandiloquent remarks. I don't believe you, Yi Nan scoffed. I know you don't believe me. But I must say this, for I seek to take my revenge on you. What have I done? You think you can betray me and conspire with Wu Ling to seize my company, and I'm not allowed to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingyao realized her guilt and dared not argue, immediately altering her tone to a softer one. Yi Nan, you must understand, although I've been out and about, drinking, smoking, and getting tattoos, my heart still loves you. You are the only one in my heart, do you know? In an instant, Luo Qingyao feigned a pitiful demeanor, her acting skills quite impressive. That wretched woman. The evidence was irrefutable. Yet she still tried to present herself as a pure lotus flower before him. Truly disgusting. Yi Nan felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching the caviar he had consumed at noon. Get lost. Luo Qingyao, how can you say such things without a hint of shame? How dare you utter those words? How low must you be? Get the hell out of my sight. The farther the better. Luo Qingyao, emboldened by her shamelessness, suddenly dropped to her knees, clutching Yi Nan's leg, pleading desperately. Yi Nan, I beg you, give me another chance. I'll do anything you ask. Just unlock my suspended card. I can forego any title. Ready to provide you with physical services at any time. At these words, Yi Nan frowned and kicked Luo Qingyao away. Get lost. I'm wealthy now. I can have relations with any beautiful woman I desire without needing your sordid services. Are you dreaming? Have you looked in the mirror to see your worth? Do you think you're fit to offer me anything? Luo Qingyao was stunned by the kick, lying on the ground and sobbing loudly, cursing Yi Nan under her breath. At that moment, security personnel, room attendants, and cleaners from the five-star hotel quickly surrounded them, drawn by the commotion. Mr. Yi, what happened? Why would he lose his temper with such a beautiful woman? You don't know? The woman lying on the ground is Luo Qingyao. She was once Mr. Ye's partner, but then she betrayed him, cavorting in clubs and bars, and was subsequently dumped by him. Oh, I see. She is begging for Mr's forgiveness, and he refused, kicking her away. It seems so. Yi Nan had no desire to continue entangling himself with Luo Qingyao in the hotel. That he pulled out his wallet, extracted several hundred dragon coins, and handed them to the onlooking security personnel, instructing, toss this woman out. In a towering 50-story building impressively adorned, a gilded sign read Hailing Chamber of Commerce, within a spacious and brightly lit office. An elderly man clad in a traditional Chinese jacket, with silver hair and a vigorous demeanor, leaned on a dragon-headed cane, stroking his white goatee, squinting as he surveyed the 20 or so businessmen before him. These individuals were prominent commercial tycoons and entrepreneurs of Hailing City, each worth billions, wielding significant influence. The business landscape of Hailing City is shifting. First, Yi Nan sold off Haixia Group, and then Ling Yu sold off Tianyu Group. I've also heard that Xinyue Group has announced a 50% discount on asset sales. This is quite irregular. There must be an underlying reason. What do you all think? The businessmen exchanged glances, each sharing their opinions that I think this is quite normal. The presidents of Haixia Group and Tianyu Group are young and inexperienced. It's not surprising they became prodigal sons. As the saying goes, those without facial hair are unreliable in their dealings. Isn't that the case? Not necessarily. Ling Yu and Yi Nan are rising stars in our business community, both capable and skilled. It's unreasonable for them to become wastrels. True, but Ling Yang of Xinyue Group is a seasoned business magnate. Why would he follow suit in selling off his quality assets? You might not know, but Ling Yang is currently traveling with his wife, and his daughter, Ling Yuerin, is in charge of Xinyue Group. It has said that the decision to sell the group was made by his daughter. What are we afraid of? If they dare to sell, we dare to acquire everything. Haixia Group, Tianyu Group, and the industries under Xinyue Group possess numerous valuable assets. Quite reasonable. When contemplating the acquisition of these conglomerates, count me in. At the same time, the hotel prepared a sumptuous seafood dinner for the guests in the presidential suite, personally delivered to Yinan by an enchanting waitress. The feast included a 5-kilogram Australian lobster, deep-sea fish heads, salmon, crabs, oysters, and more. As Yinan dined, he learned through the internet that Tianyu Group and Xinhua Group were selling their premium assets at a 50% discount. Chapter 40. 30 million tons of grain storage. Heed the advice. Listen to others and fill your belly. Upon seeing the news, a look of contentment spread across Yinan's face. After all, once the apocalypse arrives, assets in the real world will dissipate like bubbles into nothingness. Only those who have preloaded dragon coins in the Universal Territory game can exchange them for fate crystals, allowing them to draw rewards in the fate wheel at the swiftest pace. Obtaining A, B, and C grade items. Although combat and summon buildings in the game can be synthesized through blueprints and material fragments, the synthesis process is painfully slow to acquire material fragments, vast amounts of grain. Ores and timber are required, and building blueprints necessitate a stroke of fortune to obtain. Without spending money, a lord would need to consume tens of thousands of cubic meters of timber, tens of thousands of tons of iron ore, and countless supplies to synthesize a C-grade inferior Mage Tower, let alone buildings of grade B and above. Thus, in his previous life, only a handful of players in Universal Territory spent money, becoming fortunate stars in the apocalypse. Their B-grade combat and summon buildings drawn from fate crystals serving as the backbone against the monstrous beasts. However, due to a lack of sufficient combat and summon buildings, countless lords and professionals met their demise beneath the fangs of these otherworldly creatures, becoming lost souls in the apocalypse. Although Yinan yearned to announce the impending doom to the world, urging everyone to prepare, he feared that doing so would lead to his arrest, branded as a potential terrorist. After all, a human who indiscriminately proclaims the arrival of the apocalypse is a potential threat. For the nation, potential terrorists are equivalent to terrorists. All Yinan can do now is to look after himself and assist those who are willing to believe him within his means. At this moment, a message in red font popped up from the game system. Player Xuantian, a player from the country of Nihon, Johnson, initiated a trade through the cross-server transaction settlement system. Player Johnson is prepared to exchange 30 million tons of grain for a heavy armored paladin camp. Do you agree? Please confirm yes, no. Upon seeing this message, Yinan was momentarily stunned. I asked this from the distant Nihon. Player Johnson. It sounds like a foreign name. Of course, that's not the main point. The crux is that this player named Johnson is willing to exchange 30 million tons of grain for a C-grade heavy armored paladin camp through the cross-server trading system. Yinan manipulated the mouse to click on Johnson's name to review his profile, discovering that Johnson only possessed 50 square kilometers of territory. This raised suspicions. The game Universal Territory had only recently launched, and with a unified global opening, even accounting for time differences, the maximum discrepancy would be 3 to 5 days. Therefore, it is utterly unrealistic for a player named Johnson, with merely 50 square kilometers of territory, to acquire 30 million tons of grain. Furthermore, the majority of players typically traded in quantities no larger than 100,000 tons of grain, with some as low as 30,000 tons. Adhering to the game's fundamental settings that in the fate wheel, only buildings and miracles can be drawn. There are no rewards in grain. Thus, a question arose. How did Johnson, as a lord with only 50 square kilometers of territory, procure such an immense amount of grain? Yinan was perplexed and ultimately decided to use a megaphone, contacting Johnson through the cross-server chat system to seek clarification. Hello, Johnson, I am player Xuantian. Hello Xuantian, that I just saw the system prompt stating you intend to exchange 30 million tons of grain for a heavy armored paladin camp. Is that true? Yes, it is. I asked the grain amount too little. If you agree to trade with the heavy armored paladin camp, I am willing to add an additional 5,000 tons of grain. How does that sound? Johnson appeared quite sincere. Yinan was taken aback that I asked this person from Nihon genuinely delivering grain to him. He hadn't said much, just inquired, and Johnson offered an extra 5,000 tons of grain. This was an extraordinary stroke of luck that he had to agree. Thus, Yinan feigned reluctance and responded, All right, I agree to this trade. But I would like to know, where did you acquire your grain? It was cultivated. With only 50 square kilometers of territory under your name? Not just that. In our Nihon, very few people have received the game invitation code. Therefore, I discovered vast amounts of wasteland beyond my territory and mobilized tens of thousands of refugees to cultivate the land outside. And thus, the grain was procured. Yinan was stunned. There are beasts of considerable level outside your territory. Is it truly safe for the refugees to venture out to cultivate? After all, in the game Universal Territory, although the land outside the territory is boundless. Without the protection of inferior fences and mage towers, the beasts, miasma, venomous snakes, and insects could threaten the lives of the refugees. That's why Yinan only allowed refugees to cultivate within the confines of his territory for safety. However, dear God, what are you saying? Capital itself is bloody. If we do not exploit the refugees, how can we lords achieve maximum profits? Moreover, the refugees are merely expendable resources for the lords. Why should their safety be ensured? Furthermore, I drew the eternal flame altar in the fate wheel, which will naturally attract a steady influx of refugees to my territory. For every life lost, many more can be replenished. Upon hearing this, Yinan was utterly bewildered. What? You also drew the eternal flame altar? ISNT, that's supposed to be a limited edition item? Johnson explained, the eternal flame altar is indeed a limited edition item, but that only applies to individual servers. However, there are over 200 servers in the game Universal Territory. Yinan suddenly comprehended, promptly manipulating the mouse to click yes on the screen. Immediately, the game system sent a prompt. Trade successful. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have received 30 million tons of grain. Chapter 41. Continue to store water. My goodness. I never expected this game could facilitate cross-server trading. Player Xuantian from the Dragon Country is the top player on the server's power rankings, resource rankings, and wealth rankings. Let's trade with him. Battle buildings and summon buildings can be exchanged for grain. I also want the heavy armored paladin camp from the Dragon Country. I want the heavy armored iron pagoda. I want the frost sword. In an instant, players from other servers learned of Yinan and Johnson's trade and became excited. They too wished to engage in trades, desiring battle buildings and summon buildings from the Dragon Country. In order to ensure fairness, the game Universal Territory made some relative macro adjustments to the items drawn in the fate wheel. In simple terms, the game uses the land and oceans of Blue Star as a blueprint, dividing parts into weapon resource areas, grain resource areas, and population resource areas. For instance, the Dragon Country is situated within the weapon resource area, while Nihon lies within the grain resource area. Countries like Indu, among others, are located in the population resource area. In other words, items drawn in the weapon resource area are predominantly weapon resources, namely combat buildings and summon buildings. Conversely, items drawn in the grain resource area are mostly grain resources, such as rice, soybeans, potatoes, etc., and in the population resource area, the drawn items are refugees. Thus, with Yinan positioned in the weapon resource area, having invested billions into the game, he naturally drew coveted combat and summoned buildings from the fate wheel. Consequently, players from other servers began messaging Yinan through the world channel. Boss Xuantian, I want to exchange 10 million tons of potatoes for a subpar Mage Tower. Boss Xuantian, I want to exchange 10 million tons of silage for a flame Mage Tower. Boss Xuantian, I want to exchange 500,000 refugees for a flame arrow tower. In Yinan's boundless capacity backpack, there resided tens of thousands of inferior C-grade mage towers and subpar fences. Naturally, there were also numerous idle flame mage towers and flame erosion arrow towers. Utilizing these items to engage in cross-server transactions through the settlement system, he aimed to exchange them with foreign gamers for soybeans, rice, millet, potatoes, and silage for warhorses. This was undoubtedly a lucrative deal. To his astonishment, he realized he could engage in international trade within this game. What a windfall, faced with trade requests from players in the grain resource zone. Yinan readily accepted. The trade was successful. Congratulations, player Xuantian, you have obtained 10 million tons of potatoes. Congratulations, player Xuantian, you have acquired 10 million tons of silage. Congratulations, player Xuantian, you have received 10 million tons of high-quality soybeans. When Yinan observed a player from the population resource zone wishing to trade 500,000 refugees with him, he was utterly taken aback. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Oh my! Absolutely not!" With that, Yinan deftly maneuvered the mouse to click the reject button. After several hours of trading, Yinan's warehouse was completely filled to capacity. Upon opening it, the automatic data summary revealed 70 million tons of rice, 50 million tons of corn, 40 million tons of soybeans, 30 million tons of potatoes, 200 million tons of silage, 300 million tons of hay, 500,000 tons of cured meat, 100,000 tons of ham, 50 million tons of wheat, 20 million tons of salt, 80 million tons of sugar, 10 million tons of pepper, 30 million tons of chili, 100 million tons of cooking oil. Yinan took a deep breath, gazing at the overflowing warehouse, and murmured to himself, "With these resources, I can rest easy. Amidst the apocalypse, I can ensure the survival of humanity within my territory, at least with these provisions. After all, in the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, food must be prioritized, followed by combat and recruitment buildings, and then medicines and other supplies." Time was of the essence, so Yinan set about gathering a vast quantity of food resources. This was fundamental. As for medicines, he possessed a substantial stock of blood and energy potions in his backpack, suitable for healing and replenishing energy for his subjects, refugees, warriors, mages, and knights. However, he lacked healing potions specifically for awakened individuals with professional panels. A matter that greatly troubled him at this moment. The game system presented a notification in red font. Player Xuantian. The system has detected that your granary is at full capacity. Would you like to consume 300,000 tons of iron, ore, and 100,000 cubic meters of timber to construct a new granary? Please confirm. Yes, no. Yinan saw the system's prompt and glanced at the overflowing warehouse in his territory, maneuvering the mouse to click yes. Instantly, a golden light flickered upon a vacant plot, and a large granary materialized. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have obtained granary number 2. In the game All People-S territory, prior to its becoming tangible and realistic, constructing warehouses and other buildings required merely 0.1 seconds using iron, ore, and timber. However, once the game became reality, regardless of how much iron, ore, and timber Yinan possessed, the fastest time to build a granary would require 3 months. Therefore, before the apocalypse arrived, Yinan needed to ensure all feasible preparations were made. Better to be safe than sorry. Only then could he lead the awakened individuals with professional panels to survive amidst the impending doom. That moment, a seasoned subject approached the Lord's cottage. Reporting to Yinan, "My lord, all 5 water reservoirs within our territory have been filled with fresh water, sufficient for several years. What shall we do next?" Though the subjects were akin to NPCs, their actions adhered to the game's established rules, which was entirely reasonable, though Yinan felt no surprise at this. Within the territory, the subjects were considered a higher class of citizens and core residents. Thus, he entrusted them with important tasks. Meanwhile, he delegated menial tasks such as mining, farming, logging, and clearing land to the refugees, ensuring they remained occupied to prevent any troubles. Yinan took a deep breath, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he issued commands to the subjects in the game. Continue excavating the water reservoirs, dig underground wells, channel the nearby freshwater rivers, continue accumulating water. Chapter 42, Threefold Clearance. Frantic spending. Meanwhile, within the bustling trade association building, the place was ablaze with lights. The entrance was dominated by luxury cars such as Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Rolls-Royce, nearly occupying the entire street. A group of well-trained men in suits, wearing Bluetooth headsets and standing with their hands clasped behind their backs, vigilantly guarded either side of the road. Observing this, passing motorists understood that significant events were transpiring within the association. They dared not provoke it and promptly turned to detour. Inside the conference room, notable capital tycoons and business magnates from Hailing City, roughly 20 in total, all donned suits and ties, each holding a cigar the thickness of a thumb, under the leadership of the Hailing Chamber of Commerce's president. They were engaged in the 12th round of negotiations, primarily aimed at confirming equity shares. They had collectively raised 47.5 billion dragon coins, preparing to wholly acquire the Crescent Moon Group and Tianyu Group at a 50% discount within a week. Securing the Crescent Moon Group and Tianyu Group's premium assets for 47.5 billion dragon coins was undeniably a remarkable deal. Indeed, I have consulted with students from Wall Street, and just the land and properties under the Crescent Moon Group are valued at 500 billion. We are truly striking gold this time, one declared. Moreover, our representatives have communicated with these 2 companies, and they are willing to sell the entire package at a 50% discount. They even offered us the cash-generating management company for free. Wait a moment, there is something off here. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses interjected, skepticism etched across his face. What seems to be the issue? The others turned their puzzled gazes toward him. Taking a deep breath, he began to analyze. Look, the fact that the Crescent Moon Group and Tianyu Group are willing to sell at such a steep discount is inherently unreasonable. Shouldn't we delay for half a year to ascertain the reason? As soon as he finished speaking, someone retorted, a 50% discount. What more do you want? There is no room for further price reduction. You want to delay? Are you out of your mind? I can assure you that if we back down, other capital will swoop in immediately. We must act decisively. At that moment, a voluptuous female secretary, clad in a professional outfit and short skirt, her cream-colored high heels clicking as she approached the president, Yin Hai, and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing, Yin Hai's face lit up with delight. Leaning on his dragon cane, he stood up, cleared his throat, and addressed the assembly. The Crescent Moon Group and Tianyu Group have sent messages indicating that if we make payment before midnight tonight, they are willing to sell the companies at a 30% discount. This means we only need to spend 28.5 billion dragon coins to acquire both the Crescent Moon Group and Tianyu Group. Upon hearing this, numerous business magnates and entrepreneurs jubilantly celebrated. Excellent. A 30% discount is even more favorable. We have no reason to refuse. We can proceed with the payment immediately. At Tianyu Group, a completely unclothed female secretary lay in the embrace of President Ling Yu, her delicate hand caressing his chest as she softly inquired, "Are you truly going to sell the company at a 30% discount?" "Indeed. But if the company is gone, what then?" "You can take me with you." "With me? To play games at home?" The secretary's eyes dimmed with despair. "Don't ask so many questions that in a few days you will understand." Ling Yu's mind was in turmoil that he felt uncertain. If the apocalypse did not arrive as promised in 2 days, he would become a laughingstock. Yet he maintained his composure, reassured that he was not alone in selling the company. The Crescent Moon Group was doing the same. Ling Yu consoled himself, believing that if Ling Yu dared to unilaterally sell the Crescent Moon Group, she must have received reliable information from Yunnan. Thus, the impending apocalypse was likely genuine. Similarly, Ling Yu harbored her own uncertainties. She had secretly sold her company against her parents' wishes, and if the apocalypse failed to materialize in 2 days, she would be doomed. With Tianyu Group also being discounted for sale, the news of the apocalypse should be credible. At midnight, Yinan called the hotel staff to bring him a cup of milk coffee. He prepared to work late into the night, recharging and participating in draws in the game All People's Territory, that a stunning waitress clad in black stockings knocked on the door and entered. Placing a milk coffee on the table, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she deliberately tore the stockings on her thigh, gently biting her crimson lips, her large, glistening eyes gazing at Yunnan. "Mr. Yi, it's quite late. Still working diligently, I see, or rather, immersed in a game. How about we retire to the bedroom? I could help you unwind with a Thai massage I just learned." Before she could finish her sentence, Yunnan furrowed his brow and shouted, "Get out!" The beautiful waitress, her warm visage suddenly met with cold rejection, stood frozen for a moment, her eyes reddening as tears, the size of soybeans, rolled down her cheeks. She quickly turned and fled the room. "Sigh, I truly have no time," Yunnan lamented with a bitter smile that moment. He had just logged into the game, entering the recharge page. How could he afford to be distracted by a waitress with torn black stockings? A Thai massage would take at least 3 hours, that if he engaged in other activities, wouldn't the entire night be wasted? Yunnan took a sip of coffee, maneuvered the mouse, and promptly clicked the maximum value to begin recharging. "Congratulations! You have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving 100 crystals of fate." "Congratulations! You have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving 100 crystals of fate." Meanwhile, the Hailing Chamber of Commerce signed a full acquisition contract with the heads of the Xinyue Group and Tianyu Group for a mere 28.5 billion dragon coins, a price that was a mere fraction of the original. The Xinyue Group spent 8.5 billion, while Tianyu Group disbursed 20 billion. These funds were promptly transferred into the personal accounts of Ling Yu Ran and Ling Yu. By dawn, the Hailing Chamber of Commerce would parachute in executives such as the chairman, general manager, financial director, human resources director, and administrative director to take over the two companies officially. Upon receiving the funds, Ling Yu Ran rushed to her computer, logged into the game, and began recharging multiple times in increments of 1 million dragon coins within the game All People's territory. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins. Receiving 100 crystals of fate. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins, receiving 100 crystals of fate. Similarly, Ling Yu, who had also not slept, received the funds from the Chamber of Commerce and immediately rushed to his computer. Logging into the game to begin recharging. Chapter 43. A screen flooded with miracles of continuous draws. According to Yi Nan's assertion, the apocalypse would arrive in 2 days. Their time was running short. If they failed to sell the company and recharge the funds into All People's territory before November 17, 2026, the consequences would be dire. For after the apocalypse, the Blue Star would be obliterated, and all assets and bank funds in the real world would vanish in an instant. Even stacks of cash would be rendered worthless, less valuable than toilet paper. After all, the value of currency derives from trust. Once the Blue Star is destroyed and nations cease to exist, trust collapses, and any currency becomes nothing more than scrap paper, unfit even for wiping. Moreover, once All People's territory materializes into reality, the territory's citizens, combat buildings, and recruitment structures within it would maintain their value, surpassing even gold and silver. Even if they recharged overnight, they would only be able to sip the broth, not indulge in the meat. Regular combat and recruitment buildings could be obtained through a miraculous continuous draw in the Fate Celestial Plate using crystals of fate, such as subpar Mage Towers, inferior fences, Frost Knights camps, and heavy armored paladin camps. However, the already discontinued infinite capacity backpacks, eternal sacred fire altars, and rare items like the Alliance Lord's Order could not be obtained even with a recharge of 20 billion dragon coins. After receiving the funds, Ling Yu and Ling Yu Ran both worked overtime in their offices, frantically recharging the game with 1 million dragon coins each time. They spent the entire night doing so, their mice clicking furiously, fingers cramping and foreheads glistening with sweat. At dawn, Ling Yu Ran had recharged a total of 8.5 billion dragon coins in All People's territory, accumulating 850,000 crystals of fate. She decided to go all in, planning to draw all the crystals of fate on November 16, 2026. That after all, she was uncertain whether the apocalypse would arrive early on November 17, or if the internet would still be functional before the Blue Star's demise. All of this remained an unknown. Thus, Ling Yu Ran resolved to seize the moment that as she gazed at the 850,000 crystals of fate in her game account, a wave of relief washed over her. Finally, it was done. With 8.5 billion dragon coins, the young lady was on the verge of initiating a miraculous continuous draw. Players across the server prepared to tremble. Ling Yu Ran felt invigorated and utterly alert. With that, she manipulated the mouse, entered the Fate Celestial Plate, and disregarded options like the Rich 10 draw and the Godly 100 draw, instead placing the cursor over the miraculous continuous draw. Congratulations, player Xinyue. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed C-level reward. Subpar Mage Tower 1. Congratulations, player Xinyue. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed B-level reward. Flame Mage Tower 1. Congratulations, player Xinyue. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed B-level reward. Flame Erosion Arrow Tower 1. In an instant, players across the server were left in shock. Goodness, the Xinyue big shot couldn't hold back any longer. My heavens, it's only 5 in the morning, and while we're still meandering around our territories, she has already completed her recharges and launched a miraculous continuous draw. Oh my, is it really that hard to invest money? No wonder she's wealthy. It all makes sense. Hey, what's there to fear? The player at the top of the wealth leaderboard, the combat power leaderboard, and the resource leaderboard is none other than player Xuantian. Player Xinyue has only recharged a few billion. True. Player Xinyue's several billion in-game expenditure, while considerable, pales in comparison to the prowess of Xuantian. However, as Ling Yu Ran relentlessly initiated the miraculous continuous draw in the Fate Celestial Plate, all players in All People's territory found their screens overtaken, rendering them unable to play the game normally. Hours passed, and player Xinyue continued to initiate the miraculous continuous draw without pause, leaving the entire server in a state of bewilderment. Players flooded into the World Channel, questioning whether there was a server issue. Why can't we play the game properly? How is that player named Xuantian still drawing? I just counted. She has initiated over 400 miraculous continuous draws. That means she has consumed 400,000 crystals of fate. Goodness. Has anyone calculated how much that amounts to in dragon coins? In all people's territory, recharging 10,000 dragon coins grants you 1 crystal of fate. So 400,000 crystals translates to 40 billion dragon coins. That's insane. Wow. The world of the wealthy is unfathomable. We can hardly grasp their thoughts. Meanwhile, Lingyu had also recharged 20 billion dragon coins into all people's territory, skipping meals and diving straight into the Fate Celestial Plate to initiate a miraculous continuous draw. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed B-level reward. Flame Mage Tower 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed B-level reward. Heavy Armored Iron Floating Tower 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated a miraculous continuous draw, receiving a guaranteed B-level reward. Shadow Wolf Den 1. As the red text flooded the screens of all players, shockwaves rippled through the community. My word, what can we say? For the wealthy, the money spent on a miraculous continuous draw is mere pocket change. How much do you think the Xuantian Big Shot will recharge? I believe the top spot on the wealth leaderboard will either belong to player Xuantian or player Xuantian. Xuantian has already lost his edge today. What are you saying? Xuantian has yet to make his move. When he does, he'll at least recharge 20 billion dragon coins. I'm placing my bets on Xuantian. I am backing Xuantian. Let us wager. At that moment, Yinan had washed up and sat before his computer, preparing to initiate a miraculous continuous draw when he caught sight of the banner on the screen. Lingyu and Lingyu Ran were simultaneously and frantically initiating miraculous continuous draws in the Fate Celestial Plate, which brought him great satisfaction. Excellent. Recharging funds into all people's territory equates to transferring significant resources into the apocalypse. The more they shift, the more wealth they will possess. That I trust that when the apocalypse arrives, you will be grateful for my foresight. Chapter 44, Census Level Rewards. Naturally, Yinan was also not idle. Indulging in the game, Universal Territory, with reckless abandon. Yinan found himself with a staggering 200,000 fake crystals deposited into his game account mere hours later. At this juncture, he had amassed a monumental total of 100 billion dragon coins in Universal Territory. A glance at his bank card revealed a remaining balance of approximately 2,637,000,000 dragon coins. That be why the same time tomorrow, he intended to deposit every last cent into the game, awaiting the impending apocalypse. After all, based on Yinan's experiences from his previous life, the closer one drew to the end, the higher the likelihood of obtaining S-grade items through draws, not to mention the elusive limited edition goods, miracles, and wonders. Thus, he remained unhurried. Moments later, as he took a bite of a truffle sandwich, he deftly maneuvered the mouse, entering the fate disc. With a click of the left mouse button, he initiated the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. In an instant, the computer screen was awash with crimson banners. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws and receiving an S-grade guaranteed reward. 10,000 low-grade spirit jades. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws and receiving an SS grade guaranteed reward. 10,000 medium-grade spirit jades. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws and receiving an SSS grade guaranteed reward. 10,000 premium spirit jades. Indeed, just days prior, he had drawn spirit jades from the fate disc and knew that these items were essential for summoning S-grade troops, specifically the disciples of Xuantian's sword sect. With 10 spirit jades required for each summon. For this reason, Yinan had taken a moment to check the infinite capacity backpack to compare the spirit jades he had drawn previously with the low-grade spirit jades just acquired. They appeared identical in appearance. Low-grade spirit jades could summon S-grade Xuantian disciples. Then surely premium spirit jades would summon even more formidable warriors from Xuantian. Yinan was resolute, planning to upgrade the Xuantian sword sect post-draw and subsequently use the spirit jades to summon Xuantian disciples. Elite disciples and elders, meanwhile, the screens of players across the entire server were inundated with countless draw banners. Congratulations to player Xinyue for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. Congratulations to player Xinhuang for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. Congratulations to player Xuantian for activating the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. At that moment, the entire server erupted in fervor. Good heavens! The esteemed Xuantian has also made his move. Incredible! This indicated that the three affluent players within the game were now fiercely competing in their monetary investments. They were vying for the coveted top position on the server's wealth leaderboard. How utterly astonishing! After all, this was merely a virtual game. Was such madness truly warranted? Even if one were to seize the top spot on the wealth leaderboard. What of it? Indeed. Isn't gaming meant for leisure? Why indulge in such frenzied expenditure online? This seems rather unwise. One can only say, you won't comprehend the world of the wealthy by 5 o'clock in the evening. The graphics of Universal Territory finally returned to normal. While casual players continued to deposit funds, their impact was no longer overwhelming. This time, a lively discussion erupted in the World Channel among players. Is there anyone keeping count? How much have Xinyue, Xinhuang, and Xuantian each deposited? I've tallied it up. Player Xuantian deposited 20 billion dragon coins today, initiating 200 miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. Player Xinyue has deposited 85 billion dragon coins, executing 850 miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws. And Xinhuang, I noticed he hasn't stopped drawing all day. Player Xinhuang has activated 2,000 miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws, which means he has deposited a staggering 200 billion dragon coins into the game today. Upon hearing this, the entire server was once again thrown into an uproar. In no way. Has he gone mad? Indeed. I thought the player named Xuantian was already quite extravagant, but it seems this player Xinhuang is the true hidden heavyweight. Remarkable, at Tianyu Group. A weary Ling Yu slumped in his office chair, gazing at his bulging inventory of combat and summoning buildings, along with a plethora of resources that he muttered to himself. Yinan. I hope, as you say, that the apocalypse arrives on schedule tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm truly doomed. Simultaneously, Tang Yin and Ling Yang, who were away on vacation, learned that their company, Xinyue Group, had been sold by their precious daughter at a steep discount. They were utterly incensed. Tang Yin immediately dialed the office of Xinyue Group. Ling Yu ran. Have you lost your mind? Do you even comprehend what you've done? Xinyue Group is your father's lifelong endeavor. How could you, this foolish girl, choose to sell our company while we're away on holiday? Have you lost your senses? Or has your brain turned to mush? Speak. Ling Yuran had anticipated such a day would come. With the phone cradled in her hands, she took a deep breath and replied, Mother, time will reveal everything. By tomorrow, you will understand that my actions were justified to that moment. You and Father will even thank me. You clandestinely sold the company, and we are to express gratitude. This. Tang Yin and her husband exchanged incredulous glances, both utterly bewildered. Ling Yang, quick to react, seized the phone and asked Ling Yuran. Tomorrow? Yuran, do you possess insider information? Is there a forthcoming upheaval in the business world? Ling Yuran inhaled deeply and replied gravely. Father, it's not just the business world that will change. The entire Dragon Nation, nay, the entire world will undergo transformation. By the way, we must act swiftly. There can be no mistakes. At that moment, the game system sent a notification to Yinan. Player Xuantian, player Xinhuang has cumulatively deposited 225 billion dragon coins, surpassing your wealth and becoming the #1 tycoon on the server's wealth leaderboard. Please continue to strive. Yinan was taken aback, a rueful smile gracing his lips as he rubbed his nose, in the pursuit of securing more resources for humanity in the apocalypse. IVE inadvertently attracted a formidable rival. Of course, the top position on the wealth leaderboard is merely a title. Yinan was unfazed upon discovering that he remained the top player in both resource and combat power rankings. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Ling Yu had deposited over 200 billion, yet his combined resources and combat power did not exceed mine. Chapter 45. Summoning Xuantian Disciples. As of November 16, 2016, Yinan had recharged a total of 5 times in Universal Territory since his rebirth, each time depositing 20 billion dragon coins, culminating in a total of 100 billion dragon coins. However, on this day, Lingyu had deposited a staggering 200 billion dragon coins in a single transaction, and had used all the fate crystals to initiate 850 miraculous thousand consecutive draws within the fate disc. The guaranteed rewards alone amounted to hundreds of thousands of items. Logically, Lingyu should have dominated the 3 leaderboards, becoming the top lord in wealth, combat power, and resources across the server. However, according to the real-time rankings, while Lingyu did indeed claim the title of number 1 on the wealth leaderboard with his 225 billion, he only ranked second in combat power and resources. This was perplexing and defied logic. Could it be that Lingyu, in his miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws, failed to secure any S-grade items, instead acquiring merely A, B, and C-grade combat and summoning buildings? At that moment, Yinan noticed a line of small white text appear in the upper left corner of the fate disc. Lottery rules explanation. 666. There are actually explanatory notes. This game is quite remarkable. Yinan felt a surge of excitement as he clicked on the lottery rules explanation. The note stated, the probability settings for the Fate Disc lottery are based on the number of players spending money across the server, their deposit amounts, the time of the draw, and the total number of prizes available. After players activate the lottery through the Fate Disc, they will randomly receive items of varying grades, with a minimum guaranteed draw of a C-grade item. The players who activate the miraculous 1,000 consecutive draws first and last have a high probability of obtaining SSS grade items. Those who draw in between will primarily receive an abundance of ordinary items. Upon reaching this point, Yinan couldn't help but exclaim in awe. This game is truly intriguing. The lottery probabilities are designed in such a manner. How delightful! Unexpectedly, not only do the early birds catch the worms, but even the late risers manage to find their share. Alas, it is the poor souls who rise neither early nor late that suffer the most. In a bid for modesty, Yinan deliberately divided his 120 billion dragon coins into 6 days' worth of top-ups for the game. To his astonishment, he struck a stroke of luck by hitting the jackpot in the Fate S Celestial Plate lottery. Truly miraculous. The professional managers dispatched by the Tianyu Group and the Hailing Chamber of Commerce have arrived and are currently transitioning work with various departments of the group. Lingyu has locked himself in his office, engrossed in the game Universal Territory, sorting through the items he drew from the Fate S Celestial Plate. Hundreds of thousands of C-grade buildings, tens of thousands of B-grade buildings, and a few hundred A-grade buildings. D, E, and F-grade items are as plentiful as the stars in the sky. MD. This is infuriating. I have performed 850 miraculous draws, and not a single S-grade item to show for it. My luck is abysmal. I have squandered 200 billion on this pathetic game, only to receive this heap of junk. What a ripoff. I could have bought the game publishing company 1,000 times over with 200 billion. At that moment, Lingyu witnessed a banner appear on his computer screen. Congratulations to player Xuantian for executing a miraculous draw and receiving a guaranteed S-grade reward. Congratulations to player Xuantian for executing a miraculous draw, receiving a butterfly as a guaranteed S-grade reward. Lingyu was instantly dumbfounded. His eyes turned crimson, fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding audibly. Why? What is the reason behind this? Why does Yinan receive S-grade rewards from his miraculous draws while I can only obtain A-grade items? Is the 200 billion dragon coins I spent somehow tainted? At the hotel, after executing 200 miraculous draws, Yinan's account had exhausted the accumulated 200,000 fake crystals that he dared not linger, promptly clicking on his infinite capacity backpack to locate the inferior spirit jade he had drawn, which numbered 10,000 pieces, gleaming like jade and radiating a powerful aura, emitting dazzling hues of green, white, and purpled. At that moment, the game system presented a prompt. Player Xuantian, would you like to consume 10 spirit jades to summon S-grade troops? Xuantian Ordinary Disciple Swordfighter 1? Please confirm yes. No. Yinan deftly maneuvered the mouse and clicked yes. Congratulations to player Xuantian. You have acquired S-grade troops. Xuantian Ordinary Disciple Swordfighter 1. Suddenly, Yinan recalled that in just one day, the apocalypse would arrive, and the southern front of his territory would face the greatest wave of beastly assaults that is the core structure of the southern front. The Xuantian Sword Platform serves as the land command center, responsible for coordinating and deploying all summoning and combat structures across the southern front. Therefore, with the impending doom, Yinan needed to rapidly upgrade the Xuantian Sword Platform to bolster its defenses. He resolved to consume all the spirit jades in his backpack to summon Xuantian Ordinary Disciple Sword Fighters. Xuantian elite disciples sword spirits, Xuantian elder Tai Ming. At this moment, Yinan had mastered the summoning rules for sword fighters. Sword spirits and Tai Ming. However, he still did not comprehend the function of medium and premium spirit jades. For when Yinan attempted to summon using medium and premium spirit jades, 10 pieces of spirit jade still only yielded one Xuantian ordinary disciple sword fighter. What? There is no difference. Are inferior, medium, and premium spirit jades merely sizes like medium cup, large cup, and extra large cup? This is utterly absurd. At that moment, the game system sent another prompt. Player Xuantian. The Xuantian ordinary disciples summoned with inferior spirit jades. The Xuantian elite disciples and the Xuantian elders exist as S-grade, and SSS grade troops respectively. The Xuantian disciples summoned with medium spirit jades possess a certain degree of plasticity, with sufficient loyalty and greater combat power than those summoned with inferior spirit jades. Meanwhile, those summoned with premium spirit jades will, once the game materializes into reality, become professionals akin to humans, directly awakening their exclusive Xuantian disciple panels. Yinan sighed in realization. Ah, I see. It appears there is indeed a fundamental difference between inferior and premium spirit jades. Subsequently, Yinan began to operate, but he used 10,000 inferior spirit jades to summon 1,000 Xuantian ordinary disciple sword fighters. He expended 10,000 medium spirit jades to summon 100 Xuantian elite disciple sword spirits. He consumed 10,000 premium spirit jades to summon one Xuantian elder Tai Ming. Chapter 46. Upgrading the Xuantian sword platform. Yinan placed the mouse pointer over the Xuantian sword platform and right-clicked to view the data. Xuantian sword platform, S-grade. Level 2. Description: training ground of the ancient sect Xuantian sword clan, capable of summoning Xuantian disciples to join the territory. S-grade troops, Xuantian ordinary disciple sword fighters. 10,000 and 100. S-grade troops. Xuantian elite disciple sword spirits. 110. SSS grade hero, Xuantian elder Tai Ming. 1-1. Seeing this, Yinan murmured to himself. The number of Xuantian ordinary disciples and elite disciples exceeds the level requirements. The Xuantian sword platform should be upgradable, that I wonder if this thing can be upgraded manually or automatically. Just as Yinan was scanning the screen for an upgrade button, a banner shimmering with spiritual energy suddenly popped up on his computer screen. It read, "Congratulations to player Xuantian. Your S-grade summoning structure, the Xuantian sword platform, has met the conditions for an upgrade. Consuming 10 spirit sword stones, 100 D-grade swords, and 20,000 spirit jades will allow the Xuantian sword platform to be upgraded to level 3. Would you like to upgrade? Please confirm yes." No. Yinan opened his infinite capacity backpack using a shortcut key, took a glance at the items inside, and found he had over 10,000 spirit sword stones, 5,000 D-grade swords, and 21,256 spirit jades remaining. The required materials were sufficient. There was no doubt about the upgrade. Why even ask? Yinan maneuvered the mouse and clicked yes. Immediately, a banner in red font appeared on the computer screen. Congratulations to player Xuantian for upgrading the S-grade structure, Xuantian sword platform, from level 2 to level 3. The height of the Xuantian sword platform increased from 10 feet to 100 feet. It can now accommodate 3,000 sword fighters, 500 sword spirits, and 9 Tai Mings. At this moment, players across the entire server of Universal Territory erupted with excitement. Impressive. The esteemed Xuantian truly is formidable. Managing to upgrade the S-grade Xuantian sword platform. We have invested hundreds of millions and haven't even seen a single S-grade item. This is disheartening. Now, Xuantian has once again left us in the dust. What can we do? He is a wealthy tycoon, spending 20 billion dragon coins daily in the game, which gives him the strength to achieve such feats that if you had the financial power to spend like him. You could also possess S-grade summoning structures. Why are they talking about me? The wealthy individuals, Xin Yue and Xin Wang, have also recharged over 100 billion dragon coins, yet they haven't drawn any S-grade items either. No way. Perhaps the messages on the public screen are too numerous for us to notice. Xin Wang has recharged a whopping 200 billion dragon coins today. It's impossible for him not to have drawn an S-grade item. Exactly. Xin Wang must have S-grade items. At Tianyu Group, Ling Yu sat before his computer, his eyes blazing with fury, fixated on the chat content in the World Channel, unable to contain his rage as he smashed the teacup and ashtray on the floor. MD, despite spending the same amount, That brat Yinan not only drew the S-grade Xuantian sword platform, but can also upgrade S-grade items. Meanwhile, I have squandered 200 billion and have not seen a single S-grade item. This is infuriating. Just then, the door to the president's office swung open, and several men dressed in suits with work badges around their necks strode in. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared to have once held the position of president himself. Ling Yu, from this moment onward, Tianyu Group has been taken over by our hailing Chamber of Commerce. You have 10 minutes to pack your belongings and leave. Otherwise, we will ensure you exit with dignity. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu's expression instantly changed. What do you mean? You're already starting to kick me out. Does the chamber president even know about such a significant matter? I am still the president of Tianyu Group. Do you high-ranking employees really have no respect for me? The middle-aged man scoffed. Without Tianyu Group, you are nothing in Hailing City. Why should we show you any respect? Hurry up and pack your things. When we say 10 minutes, we mean 10 minutes. The timer has already started counting down while we speak. Thus, Ling Yu, you must seize the moment. When the time arrives, do not lament that your belongings remain unprepared. Ling Yu, filled with exasperation, could only rise to gather his computer and some personal items. Meanwhile, although the company had hastily packaged and sold its assets, the luxurious mansion of Tang Pinyi-Chen remained unsold. Following Yi Nan's counsel, Ling Yu ran swiftly within the game Universal Territory, eager to upgrade her domain, establish combat and recruitment structures, and stockpile food, fresh water, medicine, and other resources. With the apocalypse looming, she resolved to become a competent lord. In a 5-star hotel within the presidential suite, Yi Nan stared at the computer screen, his mind swirling with questions that is it truly necessary for an S-class recruitment structure upgrade to warrant a server-wide announcement. However, he quickly realized that in Universal Territory, the number of players willing to spend exorbitantly was rather scarce. The extraction of S-class items necessitated a server-wide notification, let alone the matter of upgrading an S-class item. On the wealth leaderboard, Yinan could clearly see that there were fewer than 100 players who had spent over 10 million. He and players like Xin Yue and Shen Huang stood distinctly apart. For an ordinary player to obtain an A-class item in the game was an extraordinary stroke of luck. This was due to the fact that in the Fate Wheel, the game system guaranteed only that players would receive at least a C-class combat or recruitment structure. At this juncture, Yinan clicked on the attributes panel of the Xuantian sword platform to review the conditions for its next upgrade. There were 2 requirements. The next upgrade of the Xuantian sword platform could be achieved by fulfilling either of the following. Upgrade Condition 1. 10,000 Spirit Sword Stones, 10,000 B-Class Swords, and 200,000 Medium Spirit Jades. Upgrade Condition 2. Obtain another Xuantian sword platform of the same level from the Fate Wheel. The 2 can be combined to achieve level 4, with a 90 success rate. Upon reading this, Yi Nan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Wow! Now I finally comprehend the purpose of medium spirit jades. They can be used to upgrade the Xuantian sword platform. In order to facilitate another upgrade of the Xuantian sword platform, Yi Nan could only pin his hopes on drawing more spirit sword stones, B-class swords, and several 100,000 medium spirit jades from the Fate Wheel. This seemed a Herculean task, akin to scaling the heavens. Moreover, to draw a level 3 Xuantian sword platform from the Fate Wheel was no less than a pipe dream. It was utterly implausible. Furthermore, even if he were to draw one, Yi Nan could hardly bear to combine them, as the success rate of the synthesis was merely 90, with a 10 chance of failure. That it was a risk he could not afford to take. Chapter 47. A lavish dinner, a disruption. Yi Nan glanced at the time. It was now November 16, 2026, 10:30 in the evening. He had just one more day until the apocalypse would arrive punctually around noon tomorrow. That night, he resolved to stay awake. Subsequently, Yi Nan contacted the hotel to arrange for a meal, requesting a balanced selection of dishes, including roasted chicken, roasted goose, roasted suckling pig, roasted lamb, caviar, matsutake mushrooms, bird's nest, shark fin, and braised sea cucumber, among other delicacies. That he also ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine, a bottle of premium white liquor, and a box of cigarettes. After all, with the apocalypse imminent and the entire Blue Star poised for obliteration, everything in the real world would vanish with its arrival, ushering in a new era as the virtual world melded with reality. Naturally, Yi Nan intended to indulge his culinary desires to the fullest. Shortly thereafter, the hotel staff arrived with a golden serving cart, delivering the dishes Yi Nan had ordered. The table could barely accommodate all the food, necessitating the use of the living room in the presidential suite. Mr. Yi, will you be dining here with guests? No, it's just for myself. Will you be able to finish all this? I'll just sample the flavors. I never said I had to finish everything. Isn't that a rather extravagant waste of food? Exclaimed the beautiful waitress. Upon hearing this, Yinan rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile. Indeed, my actions are certainly wasteful. However, even if I were to waste, how much could I possibly squander? The waitress, unable to comprehend Yinan's words, dared not inquire further, fearing his wrath. After all, the customer is king, and she was merely a service staff member. After placing the dishes on the table, she informed Yinan that the meal was ready, and then pushed the golden cart away. Yinan gazed at the array of exquisite dishes before him and sighed softly. Tonight, I shall feast heartily. After the apocalypse arrives, such delectable food will be a distant memory. After all, once the apocalypse descends and universal territory becomes concrete and real, the world will be exceedingly barren. Relying solely on the food from one's domain, limited to 2 meals of rice each day, the prospect of enjoying caviar, black truffles, shark fin, and bird's nest would be utterly unrealistic, as these items do not exist in the game. In the previous apocalypse, let alone savoring such delicacies, even honey water was a rarity for Yinan, who, as a lord, could only afford 2 meals of dry rice. The commoners fared even worse, surviving on 2 meals of thin sorghum porridge daily, enduring hunger while tightening their belts, wielding knives to fend off the frenzied beasts attacking their territories. Just then, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Had some dishes yet to be delivered? Or was the beautiful waitress returning to offer room service? With this thought, Yinan raised his voice. Come in. The door's unlocked. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Heavily made up, with a strong scent of perfume. She wore a tight-fitting black suit, her legs resembling powerful trunks, straining against the sheer black stockings. Tio put it bluntly. One might describe her as a comely matron. Madam, have you perhaps entered the wrong room? Yinan was genuinely startled. Even during his previous life, he had not felt such trepidation when facing beasts. The woman gazed at Yinan, striking a sultry pose. Her crimson lips curving into a smile. Mr. Yi, do not be frightened. I am the proprietress of this hotel. That I heard you sold your company and are without a job, and coincidentally, I am in need of a manager. Yinan immediately grasped the woman's intentions and instinctively took a step back, shaking his head vigorously. I'm sorry. I do not operate tanks. At this, the woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she admonished sharply. How dare you speak like that? Who are you calling a tank? You can't even drive a light tank. Do you consider yourself a man? Yinan, uninterested in further discourse, mustered his resolve and forcefully ushered the woman to the door, swiftly shutting it and locking it behind her. Forget it. This has nothing to do with whether I'm a man or not. Besides, you clearly resemble a heavy tank while claiming to be a light tank. Is this amusing? After the woman departed, Yinan released a sigh of relief, seated himself in the living room, and picked up his chopsticks, eager to indulge in the warm dishes before him. He still had to immerse himself in the game and attend to pressing matters. However, just as Yinan lifted the chopsticks to grasp a piece of sauced beef steak, a series of loud knocks resounded at the door, growing increasingly insistent. Yinan, now irate, stood up and opened the door, bellowing towards the outside. Damn it. Is this never-ending? Are you intent on preventing me from enjoying my meal? To his surprise, the individuals outside were not the previous woman, but rather Luo Qingyao, accompanied by several thuggish men sporting bleached hair. This wretched woman has come to stir up trouble again. Yinan furrowed his brow. Damn it. I have no intention of settling scores with you, Luo Qingyao, yet you persist in provoking me. Are you deliberately courting disaster? At that moment, Luo Qingyao spotted Yinan, her brows knitting together as she pointed and instructed the foremost thug, Genggu. It's him. Quickly teach him a lesson. With Yinan having sold Haixia Group, his standing in Hailing City had diminished. Feeling emboldened, Luo Qingyao devised a scheme, planning not only to retaliate against Yinan, but also to extort a sum from him. Knowing he had sold Haixia Group for over 10 billion dragon coins, the thug known as Genggu, flicking his bleached hair and toying with a butterfly knife, cast a sidelong glance at Yinan. Did this kid offend your girlfriend? Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to speak to me like that? Yinan exuded an imposing aura, wielding a fire extinguisher from the entrance, his gaze fixed intently on the bleached thug if they wanted to fight. So be it. After all, the apocalypse was imminent. There were no moral or legal constraints to govern his actions. This was what it meant to be fearless. Hearing this, Gangu felt a tremor of apprehension. Was he facing a tough opponent today? Yet he could not show weakness. His lackeys were watching. With this thought in mind, Gangu sheathed his butterfly knife, cocked his head defiantly, and retorted, "Yinan, I know you were once the president of Haixia Group. But unfortunately, you've sold the company. Thus, you are no longer the president, and I certainly have the right to converse with you to be by the way. I'm in the underworld, name S. Zhao Gang, that if you're wise. Call me Gangu." Chapter 48. Kneeling in surrender, Yinan swung the fire extinguisher with great force, striking Gang Ji's head and causing a gaping wound to appear. "You little scoundrel. What audacity you possess. Dyeing your hair yellow, tattooing your skin, and parading with a band of ruffians, daring to pose before me. Do you think you have any dignity in my presence?" Gangu was immediately dazed from the blow. His lackeys nearby were equally stunned. After all, in the territory of Hailing City, they had only ever bullied others, and no one had ever dared to retaliate. They certainly did not anticipate that the young man before them would dare to fight back while Gangu attempted to negotiate. At that moment, Gangu touched his head, feeling the blood, and his expression swiftly morphed into one of rage. His pupils constricted as he bellowed, "You dare to hit me? Are you seeking death? What's this? You're not satisfied. Huh, I'm coming for you with that." Yinan raised the fire extinguisher again, poised to strike. Dealing with such ruffians required no lengthy discourse. Action was the only response. Gangu, frightened, staggered back a few steps, letting out a wild, boar-like roar, "Brothers! Attack! Kill him!" However, in the blink of an eye, Yinan had used the fire extinguisher to knock down all of Gang Ji's lackeys, who now lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads and wailing in agony. Gang Ji's face was a mask of terror as he cast a glance at Luo Qinyao, as if to ask, "Isn't he just a powerless wastrel? How can he possess such skill?" Yinan approached Gangu, fixing him with a steely gaze, and asked slowly, "What were you just saying?" Yizong, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I truly did not know your skills were so formidable." With a thud, Gangu dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground like pounding garlic. Yinan had initially considered using the fire extinguisher to incapacitate Gangu, but upon reflection, he thought it would be rather unfortunate for someone to die at his doorstep. Noting Gang Ji's sincere attitude of repentance, he decided against it. Subsequently, Yinan picked up the fire extinguisher and walked toward the terrified Luo Qinyao. As she knelt, her face pale and trembling, she pleaded with him, "Please don't hit me, please, don't." Observing this, Yinan's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a hint of mockery. "Luo Qinyao, is this the man you sought? What an utterly pathetic creature. With someone like you, it's no wonder you can't find a good man. How tragic. I truly feel pity for you." Having said that, he noticed the sumptuous dishes laid out in the living room had gone cold, and he had lost his appetite. After gazing at them for a moment, he sighed softly. Even the finest fare is unappetizing now. With that, he reached for a bottle of 1982 Lafite and a box of exquisite cigarettes. Then sat down at the computer to log into the game All People's Territory. As soon as he was online, the player Shenhuang sent a private message through the system. "Yinan, there are only a little over 10 hours left until the apocalypse you mentioned descends. Tomorrow, you better not claim you were joking that I've sold my company and invested all my money into this pathetic game. If the apocalypse does not arrive as scheduled, I may go bankrupt. Honestly, are you deceiving me? Can I trust you?" Upon reading the message, Yinan couldn't help but laugh, pondering to himself, "It seems Ling Yu is quite anxious. Rest assured, the apocalypse will arrive on time. There's no need for concern. It's far more reliable than your gender. You shall become a prominent lord amidst the apocalypse, provided we can reach a consensus." In a luxurious mansion, Ling Yu sat before his laptop, wearing a silk nightgown, eyes bloodshot and hair disheveled, in a state of agitation. Even the sight of his female secretary, clad in sheer black stockings and presenting her curvaceous figure, failed to ignite any interest at that moment. Ling Yu resembled a gambler who had lost all composure at the gaming table. He simply could not afford to lose. All right, I can barely contain my excitement. Once the apocalypse arrives and All People's Territory becomes a reality, I shall reign as king in this new world. Those committee chairmen, business tycoons, and other so-called leaders will all bow beneath my feet when the apocalypse descends. I will show them that I am the wealthiest and most powerful lord in this new era. Above and below, I shall reign supreme. Ha. At that moment, the female secretary approached, her long legs striding gracefully. Leaning over him, she glanced at the private message and inquired, "Darling, have you reached an agreement with Yinan to jointly rule the world once the apocalypse arrives?" In response, Ling Yu snorted disdainfully. "Who is he? Why should I reach an agreement with him? I've invested over 20 billion into the game. I'm the wealthiest person on the leaderboard. He has nothing but a triviality. What stature does he possess to consider collaboration with me?" The secretary pondered for a moment before saying, "But Yinan has committed to investing over 100 billion into the game and has acquired numerous valuable items. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, once the apocalypse arrives, the resources he possesses will enable him to become the second most powerful lord. Moreover, he possesses several S-class buildings, an infinite capacity backpack, an everlasting sacred fire altar, and a lord's decree. Assets you lack. In summary, his strength cannot be underestimated. Darling, if you refuse to collaborate with him, your only option will be to instigate a coup after the apocalypse, eliminate Yinan, and seize his territory, citizens, and all resources." Ling Yu's eyes gleamed with a sharp, cold malice as he nodded. "You are right. After the apocalypse descends, I shall arrange a banquet within my territory, inviting Yinan as a guest, executing a scheme to ensnare him. He will never suspect a thing. I, Ling Yu, shall dominate the apocalypse alone. As the saying goes, how can another sleep soundly beside my pillow? Ha. Meanwhile, Ling Yu ran, under the dual pressure of her parents, played the game tirelessly through the night. Within all people's territory, she was busy recruiting refugees and acquiring vast amounts of grain, weapons, and warhorses. Ling Yu Ran possessed slightly more knowledge than Ling Yu. She understood that once the apocalypse arrived, a horde of monstrous beasts akin to a torrent of steel would emerge from the spatial rifts. Chapter 49. Worries and forming alliances. Thus, accumulating grain and resources was far more crucial than merely placing combat and recruitment buildings within the territory. As long as there was sufficient grain and resources, they could sustain the troops summoned and the refugees and awakened professionals who sought refuge. Only then could they continue to fight amidst the apocalypse and survive the onslaught of the monstrous beasts. Otherwise, without grain, fresh water, and medicine, a plethora of combat buildings and recruitment structures would prove useless. Even combat buildings such as inferior barriers, standard barriers, flame erosion arrow towers, swift eagle nests, red-clad artillery, Juga crossbows, and giant catapults, although they did not consume grain, would require adequate materials for repairs after suffering damage. Otherwise, no matter how many combat buildings one possessed, they would be rendered entirely obsolete after a single engagement, that if combat and recruitment buildings were breached or destroyed, the fall of a territory would merely be a matter of time. Therefore, Ling Yu Ran felt the urgency of time. Only a little over 10 hours remained until the apocalypse arrived. According to Yinan, once the game materialized into reality, the World Chat channel in all people's territory would be disabled. The marketplace and cross-server trading system would also cease to function. Lords wishing to trade would have to engage in bartering with nearby lords. Even then, transactions between lords would not be easy, as the monstrous beasts emerging from the spatial rifts would encircle and divide all territories. Furthermore, awakened professionals would not dare to venture outside their territory recklessly. Thus far, the 3 players in Hailing City who received the invitation code for all people's territory, Xingyue, Xinhuang, and Xuantian, had all learned of the impending apocalypse. Among them, player Xingyue had completed her asset transfer, including the latest recharge of 8.5 billion, bringing her total investment in the game to 9.7 billion dragon coins. Player Xinhuang had invested 22.5 billion dragon coins, while player Xuantian had accumulated 10 billion dragon coins, with an estimated additional investment of over 2 billion dragon coins on the final day. Consequently, a 3-way divide had formed on the land of Hailing City. Player Xinhuang, with his 22.5 billion fortune, surpassed Xuantian, becoming the wealthiest player in the server. She worried that in the face of the impending apocalypse, before the monstrous beasts launched their attack, Ling Yu might lead the remaining humans to turn on each other for maximum profit. Once the apocalypse descends, the Fate Wheel lottery system will abruptly cease its entry. The game Universal Territory will directly transition into an era of fierce competition for limited resources that end this dire scenario. There will be scarce food, land, forests, and mines for a lord to survive and expand their dominion. Engaging in battles against monstrous beasts and warring with fellow lords becomes a commonplace occurrence. With this thought in mind, Ling Yuran hastily picked up her phone, locating Yinan's number and dialing it. Upon connection, she spoke with a face full of anxiety. Yinan, Ling Yu has now amassed a fortune of 22.5 billion, becoming the top tycoon on the server's wealth leaderboard, and I can't help but worry. She feared that once the apocalypse arrived, Ling Yu, wielding his #1 status, would forcibly annex the lands of other lords. After all, the law of survival in the apocalypse is one of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong, a brutal cycle of big fish eating small fish and small fish consuming shrimp. In terms of the wealth rankings, she and Yinan could only unite to contend against Ling Yu. A one-on-one confrontation would bear no chance of victory. What troubles you? Yinan, seated at his computer, was engaged in final transactions with players from other servers, utilizing surplus Frost Knight camps, inferior Mage Towers, and substandard fences that he was meticulously calculating the quantities of provisions, gold fragments, silver fragments, bronze fragments, and various ores, woods, and coals, as this was the last opportunity to stockpile resources before the impending doom. Once missed, any future trading would necessitate dispatching elite professionals to carve out a bloody trade route. I'm worried. Ling Yu hesitated, fearing her concerns might be unfounded. Why Yinan encouraged her. You ran. Feel free to express any bold ideas you may have. Bolstered by Yinan's support, Ling Yu gathered her courage, took a deep breath, and reorganized her thoughts. Upon hearing her, Yinan pondered for a moment, internally acknowledging that this was indeed a thorny issue that in the previous apocalypse, humanity faced repeated defeats due to the emergence of traitors among the remaining lords and professionals. These individuals betrayed human organizations, engaging in brutal infighting for mere scraps of food and territory, displaying cruelty akin to the monstrous beasts. Some even chose to align themselves with the beasts, groveling for luxury and indulgence, becoming the executioners of humanity. However, to soothe Ling Yu's worries, Yinan spoke in a calm tone. Fear not. Although Ling Yu has injected 22.5 billion dragon coins into the game, the items he drew from the Fate Wheel are merely ordinary structures, the highest being Grade A, which poses no significant threat. Moreover, once the apocalypse strikes, the monstrous beasts emerging from the spatial rifts will be more than enough for him to handle, even if he harbors such treacherous intentions. He lacks the strength to execute them. Yet Ling Yu's unease lingered. I worry that Ling Yu might choose to collaborate with the beasts to dominate the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, Yinan's expression turned grave as he replied coldly. If Ling Yu dares to ally with the beasts and betray humanity, I will be the first to eliminate him. Ling Yu, in his quest for supremacy during the apocalypse, might indeed contemplate an alliance with the beasts for wealth and power. In the previous life, Ling Yu, as the awakened leader of humanity, had been in constant conflict with the beasts. However, he bore the weaknesses and cowardice of the bourgeoisie, once even proposing negotiations with the beast army by ceding territory. This plan was swiftly quashed by the opposition of the majority of lords, and he never dared to mention it again. Given Ling Yu's previous transgressions, Yinan resolved to exercise caution, to prevent Ling Yu's betrayal and foster unity among humanity. He initiated a request for an alliance with Ling Yu through the alliance system after hanging up the call. Chapter 50. Rejection. Let me offer a prize. Player Xuantian and player Xinhuang have sent you an alliance request through the alliance system. Upon your acceptance, you will become allies with player Xuantian and player Xianyu in the game. In the days to come, you can fight and defend together, should either territory come under attack. As allies, you must dispatch a rapid response team within 2 hours, providing troops, supplies, and equipment to support your ally. Failure to do so will result in a deduction of credibility. Please note, if personal credibility drops below 50, the Lord will be unable to summon refugees within the game and will lose the ability to rally awakened professionals. Please confirm, agree, reject. Ling Yu, upon reading the system prompt, snorted disdainfully, remaining silent. Meanwhile, a naked female secretary coiled around Ling Yu like a serpent, whispering in his ear, "Darling, you truly possess power. With the Lord's command, Yinan dares not issue orders to you, yet he actively seeks an alliance with you through the system. This is a tremendous opportunity. You truly have a reputation. Lingyu scoffed. A good thing? I see this as anything but. Yinan is eyeing my strength, but I, Lingyu, am destined to dominate the apocalypse. How could I possibly ally with him? Am I dreaming? Having confirmed the inevitability of the apocalypse, Lingyu began to put on airs. Due to his status as the wealthiest player, he had started to look down on Yinan. The female secretary, taken aback, responded, but Yinan's territory boasts numerous S-grade structures, especially the Xuantian sword platform, which has successfully summoned the SS-grade Xuantian Elder. That is hard power. What is so great about S-grade structures? Even though I haven't drawn them from the Fate Wheel, I can construct them using blueprints, wood, and ores. It's not like building an atomic bomb. S-grade structures are quite easy. The female secretary leaned closer to Lingyu, whispering, "Darling, I'm not suggesting you actually ally with Yinan. Rather, according to our original plan, we should eliminate him and seize all his territory and resources." In just a few days, this female secretary had transitioned from a personal assistant to Lingyu's girlfriend. Eager to gain more benefits in the apocalypse, she incessantly urged Lingyu. Lingyu frowned. "You foolish girl with long hair and short insight. What do you know? Didn't you see the game system prompt? Once I agree to an alliance, if I betray my ally, my credibility could drop to zero. That point. Even if I annex Yinan's territory, I want to be able to rally other professionals to fight for me." The female secretary, with a sinister expression, asked, "What should we do then? What else can we do? Just reject." Lingyu rose and sat at his computer, declaring, "As long as I refuse the alliance, even if I were to swallow Yinan and Lingyu's territories whole, there would be no repercussions." In his understanding of the apocalypse, it was merely a new warring states period, where lords and professionals clashed, and the strongest would emerge as the overlord. "Darling, what if Yinan utilizes the Lord's command?" The secretary inquired anxiously. Lingyu's heart trembled, and he snorted, "Ha! The Lord's command. That is nothing but a piece of scrap iron. It's the apocalypse. No one cares about a piece of metal when humanity's survival is at stake." With that, he maneuvered the mouse and clicked reject. Simultaneously, on Yinan's computer screen, a red-bordered banner appeared. "Player Xuantian, player Xuanhuang has rejected your alliance request. Note, the next application can be submitted in 30 days. Yinan inhaled sharply, his mind racing with speculation. Did Lingyu truly intend to betray humanity, or was he planning to turn against him? Otherwise, he had no reason to reject the alliance request. After all, while Yinan was not the wealthiest player, he still ranked first in combat power and resource rankings. Lingyu's behavior was akin to a billionaire forfeiting the chance to befriend Gates, completely illogical. Just as Yinan was engulfed in confusion, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Lingyu. "Lingyu, you rejected my alliance request, and now you're calling. What are you planning?" Yinan inquired. Lingyu responded with a cold laugh. "What I plan is none of your business. Yinan, don't forget, in the real world, we are rivals that know. You are already my defeated foe. When the apocalypse descends, you will still be my defeated foe, and your territory will become mine. Why should I ally with you?" Upon hearing this, Yinan gasped in shock, gravely stating, "Lingyu, the apocalypse has not yet arrived. And you are turning your back on our past, repaying kindness with malice." Lingyu brazenly retorted, "Yinan, I spent 5 billion to acquire information about the apocalypse. What is wrong with repaying kindness with malice? What is wrong with turning my back?" Upon hearing Lingyu's words, Yinan furrowed his brow and said, "If that's the case, then there's nothing more for us to discuss. Why did you even bother to call? Was it merely to inform me of this matter?" No. I certainly have something to discuss with you. Speak plainly, or let it out quickly." Yinan retorted, not in the least bit pleased. Lingyu chuckled cunningly and replied, "Yinan, I am currently the top player on the wealth leaderboard across the entire server. With formidable strength that I in the future, I will also claim the titles of the strongest and richest, not for any other reason, but because I have invested 22.5 billion into the game. The total amount you and Lingyu Ran have spent combined does not even surpass 22.5 billion, and thus you are no match for me. Only I can rally the awakened profession panelists in this apocalypse. Therefore, it would be wise for you to sell me the Alliance Leaders token." Yinan scoffed. "Oh, so you called me just to buy the Alliance Leaders token? Of course, Ling Yu boasted shamelessly that I not only wish to acquire the Alliance Leader's token, but also the Eternal Flame Altar, the Infinite Capacity Backpack, and the S-Class building, Xuantian Sword Altar, that I didn't realize your ambitions were so grand. It seems you desire all the fine treasures within my territory, don't you? Yinan found it utterly ridiculous. Indeed, Yinan, feel free to name your price. Let me name a price. Yinan coldly laughed. Ling Yu, all your funds are already invested in the game, and the fate crystals you've obtained have all been consumed in the Fate Sky Disk. Do you possess the capability to make such demands? Are you questioning my strength? I have invested 22.5 billion dragon coins into the game. Tell me, do I lack the capability? Ling Yu was lost in the dream of being number one on the wealth leaderboard. He believed that even without drawing S-Class battle buildings or summoning buildings from the Fate Sky Disk, his backpack filled with tens of thousands of A, B, and C-grade items would suffice to dominate in the apocalypse. After all, he was currently the highest spender in the game, with 22.5 billion dragon coins. Listening to Ling Yu's words, Yinan coldly replied, Ling Yu, to survive in the apocalypse, one must not only invest money into the game, but also rely on luck to draw rare buildings from the Fate Sky Disk. Do you possess S-Class buildings, S-Class troops, SSS-Class heroes? You have nothing and yet dare to put on a facade before me, demanding I name a price. What gives you the audacity? At these words, Ling Yu's face flushed with anger. Yet he stubbornly retaliated, shouting over the phone, Do not concern yourself with where my courage comes from, but if you are wise, you will voluntarily give me the Infinite Capacity Backpack, the Eternal Flame Altar, and the Alliance Leader's token. Consider it a protection fee for the apocalypse. Late at night, Yinan had no desire to argue with Ling Yu and simply told him to get lost. I have no time to waste on your nonsense that in 7 or 8 hours, the apocalypse will descend. You should be cautious. Beep, beep, beep. Upon hearing Yinan hang up, Ling Yu was nearly furious to the point of explosion. Telling me to be cautious. That's a threat, is it? The one who should be careful is you. Once the apocalypse arrives, I will set a trap for you and eliminate you at the first opportunity. With that, his eyes blazing red, Ling Yu tossed aside his phone and forcefully pinned his voluptuous secretary onto the bed, tearing off her glossy black stockings. At 3:20 a.m., with only 8 hours and 40 minutes remaining until the apocalypse, Yinan had much to accomplish that he felt no fatigue whatsoever. First, in the game All People-S territory, he organized a massive influx of refugees, numbering over 10,000, assigning them to clear land, chop wood, mine, and dig reservoirs within his territory. Once these refugees were settled, Yinan meticulously placed low-quality fences at every corner of his 500-square-kilometer territory, positioning a low-quality Mage Tower every 500 meters to prevent new refugees from entering. It was crucial to understand that after the apocalypse began, countless fissures would appear in space, unleashing thousands of monstrous beasts that would commence a brutal slaughter of humanity. If a large number of refugees flooded into his territory, it would pose a significant risk. Should the refugee count exceed the available work opportunities, chaos would ensue. Even if the Lord could dispatch enough troops to suppress it, disorder was inevitable. From that moment on, Yinan declared a state of Level 1 combat readiness for all the residents and refugees within his territory. In other words, under the Level 1 combat readiness order, the residents, combat buildings, and summoning buildings would enter a temporary state of readiness. Combat buildings such as low-quality fences, flame erosion arrow towers, red cannons, Zhuge crossbows, giant catapults, and swift eagle nests would activate combat mode, ready to fire at any moment. Summoning buildings like low-quality Mage Towers, flame erosion Mage Towers, Xuantian Sword Altar, Sky Fury Beast Camp, Frost Knight Camp, Shadow Wolf Den, Heavy Armor Iron Pagoda, Cloud Longbow Camp, Light Cavalry Camp, and Heavy Armored Paladin Camp would enable their summoning functions, immediately beginning to summon troops of the corresponding level. Ready for battle at any time. Yinan's actions served two purposes. First, to intercept the influx of refugees, and second, to prepare for the initial wave of monstrous assaults, following Yinan's declaration of Level 1 combat readiness. The game system issued a red font announcement to all players in the server. Emergency notification. Player Xuantian has activated Level 1 combat readiness for their territory. Combat buildings and summoning buildings are now in combat mode and may fire at any time. All players are advised to keep their distance from player Xuantian's territory to avoid direct attacks from combat buildings. In an instant, All online players in the game, all people S territory were stunned. Shocked by the system's urgent notification to ISC out of his mind. What on earth is happening with Lord Xuantian? Indeed, to activate level 1 combat readiness in the game. Is he intending to initiate a battle between lords? That could be possible. In this game, lords can engage in mutual raids and slaughter. That doesn't make sense. Aren't battles between lords about seizing resources, territory, and population? Lord Xuantian is our top player on both the combat and resource leaderboards. Would he even care about the meager resources within our territories? Hey, you don't quite grasp the situation. The borders of Lord Xuantian's territory are practically limitless, that if one territory has scarce resources. Acquiring more territories would naturally increase his resources. My heavens, are you saying that player Xuantian is genuinely planning to begin annexing other lords' territories? Meanwhile, after venting his frustrations on the secretary, Ling Yu, shirtless, sat at his computer, smoking and observing the discussions unfolding in the world chat, that Yinan is quite cowardly. The apocalypse is still 7 or 8 hours away, and he has already activated level 1 combat readiness. How timid! Isn't he just turning away tens of thousands of refugees? This doesn't make sense. In the apocalypse, population is crucial. What on earth is running through Yinan's mind? Ling Yu pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. However, his territory lacked an eternal flame altar and was unwilling to recruit using grain. Leaving him with only over 900 refugees, to recruit more refugees, Ling Yu resolutely decided to use a portion of his dwindling grain reserves, offering 300,000 pounds to initiate a recruitment drive. After all, in the apocalypse, a large population of refugees was also a vital production resource. Chapter 52. Racing against time. This player, Xuantian, is so stingy, he only offers such a meager amount of grain for recruitment. Does he truly think we are beggars? I'd rather wander outside his territory. At this moment, the still NPC refugees expressed their discontent through character dialogues. They preferred to roam outside than be recruited cheaply by player Xuantian. Outside the territory, although there were beasts lurking, the refugees typically banded together, hunting the beasts with sharpened sticks, stones, and torches, much like primitive humans. After all, since Yinan placed the eternal flame altar within his territory, the refugees had traveled great distances in search of faith and light, yearning to join Yinan's domain. Other lords' territories held no allure for them unless they offered substantial amounts of grain. At the same time, Yinan underwent loyalty and obedience tests, swiftly promoting 2,000 reliable refugees from the earliest batch within his territory, bestowing upon them houses and land, thus granting them the status and identity of citizens. This was all before humanity awakened to their professional panels that Yinan intended to leverage the Tier 3 armor, helmet, weaponry, and warhorses in his backpack to organize the citizens within his domain, aiming to create a mobile battalion of 3,000. It is crucial to note that during the siege by the monstrous beasts, the battles were exceptionally brutal. The bloodthirsty beasts possessed considerable intelligence, concentrating their superior forces to launch desperate assaults on the weak points of the defenses. Yinan's territory boasted 4 major defensive lines to the north, south, east, and west, equipped with various S, A, B, and C grade combat and recruitment buildings, all strategically placed. Should any of these lines be breached by the beasts, the mobile battalion could swiftly respond under Yinan's command, rushing to provide support that as long as the defensive lines remained intact, the territory stood a chance of enduring. This was the rationale behind his establishment of the mobile battalion. If they were to wait until the day after the apocalypse, when the surviving humans awakened to their professional panels, becoming empowered practitioners, even if Yinan recruited and assembled a battalion at the speed of light, it would still require at least 3 days for integration and training. Time was simply not on their side. That moment, the newly elevated citizens were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of gratitude, having finally turned their fortunes around, with a chorus of "Thank you, Lord," echoing as over 2,000 citizens knelt before Yinan, their heads bowing fervently in gratitude. He addressed them, refrained from excessive flattery and unnecessary words. Now that you have become citizens, you are the guardians of this territory, bearing the responsibility to protect it and its resources. When the apocalypse descends, you must not fear bloodshed or sacrifice, but bravely engage the enemy. Subsequently, Yinan glanced at the clock in the lower right corner of his computer screen. 4:30 a.m. on November 17, 2026. Time was of the essence. He needed to recharge his funds ahead of time. If the power grid and internet in Hailing City were to falter before the apocalypse, it would be too late to recharge then. Lifting a glass of red wine, he downed it in one go. His bank card still held over 2.637 billion dragon coins. This time, Yinan planned to deposit all his funds into the game, then enter the Wheel of Destiny for a chance at a lottery. Without delay, Yinan maneuvered the mouse to access the recharge page, selecting the maximum denomination of 1 million dragon coins, and clicked to confirm the recharge. Congratulations! You have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 destiny crystals. Congratulations, you have successfully recharged 1 million dragon coins and received 100 destiny crystals. Before long, several hours passed that Yinan deposited the entirety of his 2.637 billion dragon coins into the game All Citizens territory, acquiring 263,732 destiny crystals at 7 a.m. Hailing City experienced a 10-minute power outage, and when the power returned, the internet faced severe fluctuations, only stabilizing after half an hour. Though fatigued, Yinan dared not rest. Fearing an early network collapse, and immediately entered the Wheel of Destiny, opting to initiate the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery, receiving a guaranteed S-grade reward. 6-winged Demon General Camp 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery, receiving a guaranteed S-grade reward. Flame Demon Dragon Camp 1. Congratulations, player Xuantian. You have initiated the miraculous 1,000-draw lottery, receiving a guaranteed S-grade reward. 9-winged Heavenly Demon 1. Epic Hero. As the game screen filled with red font notifications, the online players of All Citizens territory erupted in excitement. No way, no way. Xuantian is at it again with a miraculous 1,000-draw lottery. Wow. This time, Xuantian's luck is simply off the charts, always drawing guaranteed S-grade rewards. Look, the Flame Demon Dragon and 6-winged Demon General have appeared. Oh my goodness, the epic hero, 9-winged Heavenly Demon, has also been drawn by Xuantian. Incredible luck. Did Xuantian trigger a game bug? I suspect the game developers will have to intervene soon. Truly enviable and infuriating. 10 minutes earlier, Lingyu plotted to utterly crush Yinan amidst the apocalypse. After all, with the world ending, he wouldn't have to repay his loans. Additionally, the bank's credit department manager had already informed him that over 300 billion in funds would be credited to his account within 2 hours. I am a genius. Once the funds arrived, he merely had to recharge them into the game before noon and initiate the miraculous 1,000 draw. Surely, he would obtain S-grade buildings. At that point, Lingyu would be the undisputed overlord in the apocalypse, topping the wealth, resources, and combat power rankings. Yinan, just wait. I will make you kneel and beg for mercy. Chapter 53, Guaranteed S-grade items, Countdown to the Apocalypse. Lingyu planned to have breakfast while awaiting the bank's deposit of over 300 billion into his account when he noticed the game screen flashing notifications. Flame Demon Dragon, 6-winged Demon General. My god, and an epic hero, 9-winged Heavenly Demon. Yinan, did he bribe the developers? Why does he always draw guaranteed S-grade rewards? This is so unfair. This wretched game must have a bug. Just as Lingyu's eyes burned with fury, his secretary, clad in scanty attire, approached him, pointing at the lottery instructions in the corner of the Wheel of Destiny. Darling, don't be upset. I think you haven't grasped the rules of the lottery. Oh, you see. The instructions state that the first and last participants in the lottery have a high probability of drawing S-grade items, while those in between have a significantly lower chance of obtaining rare items. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Lingyu immediately felt insulted, slapping the secretary to the ground. The secretary covered her swollen face, lowering her head. Darling, I thought you already knew. Lingyu, pressing her down, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks before breathlessly collapsing into his chair. A glint of malice in his eyes. No matter. In 2 hours, my account will swell with over 300 billion. I will be the lucky one drawing at the last moment. Meanwhile, in the villa, Tang Pinyi found herself devoid of funds. After much contemplation, Ling Yueyin realized that their villa was still valuable, worth 10 billion, that if she expedited the sale, selling it for 5 billion was feasible. She decided to discuss it with her parents. However, as soon as Ling Yueyin voiced her thoughts, her mother, Tang Yin, exploded. Ling Yueyin, how long do you intend to be insane? Today is November 17. What about the apocalypse you spoke of? The world ending. Are you intent on driving me to madness? You secretly plan to sell our company's assets and now want to sell this villa. Let me tell you, that is a delusion. I would rather die in this villa. Her father, Ling Yang, sighed from the side. Daughter, this villa is our only valuable asset that if you sell it and invest the money into the game, we will be left to fend for ourselves. Ling Yueyin grew agitated. Dad, Mom, I've explained before. I'm not addicted to the game. I'm trying to preserve our family's assets. Once the apocalypse arrives, everything will turn to nothingness, including our bank account, and this villa that I only need 5 billion to draw S-grade combat and recruitment structures in the Wheel of Destiny. After the apocalypse, no amount of money will buy those. Hearing this, Ling Yang and Tang Yin exchanged glances and delivered their final judgment to their daughter. She's gone mad. This girl has definitely lost her mind. After lunch, we must send her to the mental hospital. At the same time, Yinan gazed in disbelief at the S-grade items materializing from his infinitely capacious backpack, such as the Flame Demon Dragon Camp, Six-Winged Demon General Camp, and the Epic Hero, Nine-Winged Heavenly Demon, among others. The rewards seemed to appear as if they were given freely, flooding into his backpack. Fortunately, Yinan's backpack is a rare, limited edition bag with infinite capacity. Otherwise, he would not be able to contain the vast array of items he has extracted. This is nothing short of a frenzied giveaway, a catastrophic clearance sale. Yinan exclaimed with delight. The system does not deceive me. It is imperative to understand that in a post-apocalyptic world, these S-rank items are as potent as strategic nuclear weapons, serving as a stabilizing force akin to the mythical Pact of the Seed. For instance, the epic Nine-Winged Celestial Demon, wielding the unparalleled Celestial Demon Spear, can obliterate tens of thousands of ferocious beasts with a mere swing of its weapon. That an epic Archmage, endowed with immense psychic energy, can summon flames, ice, and swirling debris that cover hundreds of kilometers, mercilessly decimating hordes of monstrous creatures. With these S-rank items in his possession, Yinan has already secured an invincible position. While he cannot claim that these items will enable him to completely vanquish the beast hordes, he can confidently assert that no beast will survive to breach his territory of 500 square kilometers. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, with only 2 hours remaining until the apocalypse descends, Ling Yu's bank account received a staggering sum of over 300 billion from the 4 major banks. That he was ecstatic. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. I, Ling Yu, shall become the sovereign of this impending apocalypse, and none shall impede my ascent. With that thought, Ling Yu maneuvered the mouse to access the recharge page, preparing to funnel money into it. However, he found himself unable to click the button labeled recharge no matter how he manipulated the mouse. Bewildered, he cursed, "Damn it! Is this wretched game's server crashing? Why can I not recharge?" At that moment, the television broadcast abruptly shifted to a news report, delivered by a serious-looking female anchor. Residents of Hailing City, we regret to inform you that our city's network communication uplink server has encountered a malfunction. Our engineers and communication specialists are currently working tirelessly to repair it, and we expect normal service to be restored within an hour. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Upon hearing the news, Ling Yu clenched his fists and slammed them down on the table, bellowing, "Damn it! An hour's delay could cost me 200 billion. However, an hour later, Ling Yu found himself seated before his computer, rebooting the router and awaiting the restoration of the network. To his dismay, Hailing City experienced a power outage. Not only was the network inaccessible, but the computer also succumbed to a black screen. Despair enveloped him. He glanced at his phone, which displayed another news alert. Residents of Hailing City, due to an unexpected incident involving a malfunctioning high-voltage relay, our city's power supply will soon be interrupted. With an unknown recovery time, that we ask for your patience as we resolve this issue. Power outages following network failures. Could it be? Could the apocalypse be arriving ahead of schedule? In a panic, Ling Yu felt beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. Barefoot, he raced to the colossal floor-to-ceiling window, forcefully pushing it open and leaning out. Gazing into the distance, he beheld a leaden sky suffocating Hailing City, shrouded in eerie silence. This scene indeed resembled the ominous calm before the storm. This is bad. Is the game Universal Territory about to materialize into reality? Yet, with only an hour remaining before the apocalypse strikes, there is no possibility of an early arrival. No, I must try. After all, what magnificent treasures could be drawn from the Fate's wheel with 300 billion in funds? The game is temporarily inaccessible. Bang! Ling Yu slammed his fist against the keyboard, exclaiming, "Damn it. I pay you every penny for your internet service, yet you companies are falling apart at such a crucial moment. After all my scheming and persuasion to extract 300 billion from the four major banks, is it all going to waste?" He felt a profound sense of frustration, yet he was powerless. As the entirety of Hailing City faced the same network and power issues, not just him. Meanwhile, Ling Yu Ran's parents, with stern expressions, wordlessly ushered her into a new energy vehicle destined for the psychiatric hospital located in the city center. After a lengthy discussion through the night, they had ultimately decided to admit Ling Yu Ran. "Mom, Dad, just give me one more hour. The apocalypse will undoubtedly arrive on time at noon. Trust me, I am not mistaken. The network failures and power outages are not of my doing. Moreover, I am not unwell." Ling Yu Ran struggled, but her efforts were in vain. Her strength was insufficient to break free from her parents' grasp, and she was hoisted into the vehicle like a chick. Bang! The car doors slammed shut. The neighbors watching from the community, akin to spectators at a circus, sat on small stools, looking down their noses, munching on sunflower seeds and peanuts, pointing at the desperately struggling Ling Yu Ran. "Look, this is the fate of a gamer." Indeed, Yu Ran was once so ambitious, yet she has become utterly consumed by gaming. To fund her indulgences, she even sold the Xinyue Group at a paltry fraction of its value. I've heard that the network failures and power outages in our city are all her doing. It is utterly insane. Thus, she has brought this upon herself. It is only fitting she be sent to a psychiatric hospital. At the same time, the proprietress of a five-star hotel, rolling up her sleeves like a seasoned warrior, stormed in with a gaggle of burly security guards, cornering Yi Nan in the presidential suite. "You little brat. Quite the pretender, aren't you? I thought you were a billionaire. But today, I discovered your bank account is empty. Settle your bill immediately. Not only did you fail to pay for last night's meal, but you also owe for today's lodging, totaling 283,500 yuan. Hurry up and transfer the funds. Otherwise, you won't be leaving this room today." Yinan stood at the door, momentarily stunned before comprehending the situation. The proprietress is here to collect the accommodation fee. He glanced down at his watch. With only an hour remaining until the apocalypse, settling the bill seemed unnecessary. After all, in an hour, Blue Star would be obliterated, along with Hailing City and this five-star hotel. What need is there for a settlement? With that thought, a mysterious smile crept across Yi Nan's lips as he swiftly shut the door with a resounding bang, trapping the proprietress and her security team outside. The proprietress, enraged, shouted, "You little scoundrel. So you think you can just close the door and play dead? Do you believe that with my physique, I can't just ram the door down and crush you?" Upon hearing this, Yinan furrowed his brow. The proprietress, with her hefty build, was not without reason. Frankly, if she were to sit on him, he would not survive the encounter. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Yinan took a deep breath and called out through the door. Raising his voice, "I am not playing dead. Please be quiet. If you are still outside in an hour, I shall settle the room and meal fees on the spot. Double the amount. For now, please do not disturb me, or I will surely dine for free." The proprietress considered his words for a moment before emitting a grunt akin to a wild boar. "Fine. I shall grant you 1 hour if you do not pay up by then. Do not blame me for being ruthless." With that, she instructed her guards to encircle Yi Nan's presidential suite, monitoring the corridors, hallways, elevators, fire escapes, elevator shafts, ventilation ducts, and even the sewage outlets. That moment, a young man approached the proprietress. "Boss, while an hour may pass swiftly, much can be accomplished in that time. Do you think he might attempt any tricks?" The proprietress shook her head. "Nonsense. I have set a trap so tight that even if he possesses the ability to fly or vanish, he cannot escape this room." She was confident. Under such stringent surveillance, even if Yi Nan sprouted wings, he would not be able to flee. However, Yi Nan had no intention of leaving the presidential suite. He wished to remain and witness the arrival of the apocalypse through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, to behold the destruction of Hailing City firsthand, as for whether the proprietress and her security could survive the impending doom. That remained an unknown, that he was not concerned about the issue of lodging and meal payments. Even if the proprietress were to survive, she would merely be an awakened individual in the presence of a lord with vast territories and subjects. as insignificant as an ant.at this moment. Due to the network failure, the game Universal Territory was temporarily inaccessible. Nevertheless, the game screen remained active on Yinan's laptop, for it had not exited, coupled with the cached data from before. He is also able to access his personal data panel through the mouse. Chapter 55, Low Profile, a call from an old classmate, Territory. Xuantian, Lord. Yinan, level, 4. Area, 500 square kilometers. Population, 107-832-1000. Subjects, 3,000 recruitment buildings. Inferior Mage Tower, level 1, 800. Inferior Mage Tower, level 3, 600. Blazing Mage Tower, level 3, 120. Xuantian Sword Arena, level 3, 1. Heavenly Rage Beast Camp, level 3, 150. Frost Knight Camp, level 2, 120. Phantom Wolf Den, level 2, 210. Heavy Armor Iron Pagoda, level 2, 200. Cloud Longbow Camp, level 2, 120. Light Knight Camp, level 2, 120. Heavy Cavalry Camp, level 2, 160. Combat Buildings. Standard Fence, level 3, 100. Inferior Fence, level 1, 1200. Inferior Fence, level 3, 800. Blazing Arrow Tower, level 3, 160. Swift Eagle Nest, level 2, 100. Red Rogue Cannon, level 2, 200. Zhuge Repeating Crossbow, level 2, 160. Production Buildings, 00. Miracle. Eternal Holy Fire Altar, 11. Wonder, 01. Mines, 3535. Forests, 2727. Trait, Exotic Beast Shield, before the territory's fence is breached. Exotic beasts will not invade the territory's confines. Conditions for the next upgrade of the territory. Upgrade Condition 1. Construct 100 Level 2 combat buildings, 20 Level 3 combat buildings. Upgrade Condition 2. Construct 100 Level 2 recruitment buildings, 20 Level 3 recruitment buildings. Upgrade Condition 3. Population of the territory exceeds 100,000. Subjects exceed 3,000. This reflects the paper strength of Yinan's territory before the apocalypse descends, excluding the combat and recruitment buildings within his infinite capacity backpack. After all, the visible strength of any lord is apparent. What remains unseen is the hidden power and why Yinan needs to maintain a low profile in the face of the impending catastrophe. Consequently, his backpack contains numerous S-grade combat and recruitment buildings, such as the Giant Catapult, Grand Mage Camp, Particle Laser Tower, Blazing Dragon Camp, Six-Winged Demon General Camp, among others, which are not placed within the territory. Nevertheless, even so, Yinan's personal data panel reflects formidable strength. One could assert that claiming to be the second strongest in the apocalypse would leave no one daring enough to proclaim themselves first. Upon meticulously reviewing the data panel, Yinan could not help but draw a sharp breath. Good heavens! Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently met all three conditions for upgrading his territory. Fortunately, the network was currently down. Otherwise, he would have been reminded to upgrade his territory by the game, but he dared not upgrade casually. For once the territory levels up, its area would expand from 500 square kilometers to a staggering 1,000 square kilometers. While an expansion is undoubtedly beneficial, it also entails lengthening the boundary lines and increasing the number of defensive points. Roads, waterways, and mountain ranges significantly. For instance, to defend a 500 square kilometer territory, Yinan currently requires 1,200 level 1 inferior fences, yet to protect a 1,000 square kilometer territory, he would need at least 400 inferior fences. This does not account for the necessity of doubling the number of inferior Mage Towers, Blazing Mage Towers, Frost Knight Camps, Blazing Arrow Towers, Swift Eagle Nests, Red Rogue Cannons, and so forth. This is no trivial matter. Even if Yinan were to deploy all the combat and recruitment buildings from his backpack into the territory, the extended boundary would render the defenses in the four cardinal directions vulnerable. Should exotic beasts concentrate their forces on any one direction, the entire defensive line would be under immense strain, potentially leading to a breach. Just then, Yinan glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. Leaving half an hour until the apocalypse struck, but he decided to call Ling Yueyin to discuss matters in advance, aiming to strengthen their alliance as lords and jointly command their subjects in the battle against the beast hordes. After all, based on experiences from his previous life, the onset of the apocalypse is instantaneous. One might not even have time to blink before the entire city is reduced to a lifeless wasteland. With skyscrapers collapsing and the earth cracking, as countless rocks and flames descend from the sky, launching indiscriminate attacks on humanity, that moment, the game All Citizens Territory will activate without power supply or internet, materializing and becoming a reality in an instant. The precise coordinates of the territory remain uncertain, as does its location within Hailing City, and even the whereabouts of Ling Yuyan's territory is ambiguous. For the exotic beasts emerging from the spatial rifts will directly encircle and divide the materialized and real territories. After the apocalypse descends, Yinan must promptly ascertain the exact coordinates of Ling Yuyan's territory while defending his own, dispatching mobile troops towards her direction to establish land routes for timely military and logistical support. However, as Yinan retrieved his phone and found Ling Yuyan's number in his contacts, he dialed it with a single press, only to be met with prolonged silence. A call unanswered. Why Yinan furrowed his brow. This moment, the entire Hailing City was experiencing a power outage, and the network was down. The only communication tool available was the satellite signal-based mobile phone. Thus, Ling Yuyan should have her phone with her. Why is she not answering? What could she be doing? Just then, an unfamiliar call came in. Yinan hesitated for a moment before answering. Who is it? Yinan, it's your old classmate, Tian Guang, from the building materials industry. Oh, it's Tian Guang. What do you need? Yinan indeed remembered a classmate named Tian Guang. They had met a year ago at a reunion, yet they were not particularly familiar and had no business dealings. Ha! I heard you sold your company and have nowhere to go. I merely sold the company. I still have places to go, Yinan corrected him. Tian Guang snorted disdainfully, his tone laced with endless sarcasm. Yinan, you're no longer a boss, yet you still act high and mighty? Is that amusing? Let me tell you, my company is in need of a gatekeeper, that if you're out of work, come over for an interview, that I'm giving you this opportunity out of respect for our old friendship. You should be grateful. Upon hearing this, Yinan recognized Tian Guang as malice and chuckled dryly. Tian Guang, I thought you genuinely wanted to help me. So, you called just to get a rise out of me. Didn't you? Chapter 56. The apocalypse officially descends. Tian Guang's voice on the other end of the line sneered. Yinan, you're quite perceptive. You caught on to my little scheme so quickly. Exactly. Watching you, once the pride of the heavens, in such a wretched state brings me more joy than making a fortune. I long to experience the thrill of stepping on you and having you serve as my gatekeeper. That must be quite exhilarating. Yinan could only smile wryly, letting out a low sigh. Tian Guang, you've really gone to great lengths to torment me. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Rather, mind yourself and don't end up as someone else's gatekeeper. Tian Guang, incensed by Yinan's words, barked back. What kind of talk is that? Who would willingly be a gatekeeper? Yinan, what has become of you that you still cling to your pride? I'm only trying to help you. Yinan nodded. All right, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance when you decide to become a gatekeeper. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. There was no need to waste time conversing with such a person. It was simply a futile endeavor. Tian Guang, holding the disconnected phone, shouted in frustration. Yinan, don't you dare act tough. You have no standing in Hailing City anymore and still wish to ride on my coattails. Not a chance. Even if you refuse to be my gatekeeper, I won't let you off so easily. We shall see. At that moment, Yinan glanced at his watch. It was now 11:50, with only 10 minutes left until the apocalypse descended. He was growing increasingly impatient. Once the game All Citizens Territory materialized and became reality, Yinan could leverage his territory and resources to become one of the top lords in the apocalypse. At that point, he would need to compile a list and settle accounts with Luo Qingyao, Tian Guang, Ma Shun, Ling Yu, and others. Just then, a loud banging on the door echoed from outside, growing increasingly intense, as if someone was using a fire extinguisher. Who is it? Yinan turned around, raising his voice. He mistakenly believed that it was the voluptuous landlady come to collect the rent and food expenses. My surname is Yi. I have now secured a connection with a powerful ally. Today, I am here to deal with you. And I shall certainly deliver a few hundred slaps to make you fully understand the consequences of offending a woman. The voice of Luo Qingyao emerged from outside. She was flaunting her charms in the nightclub, swaying her hips and had managed to entice a hulking brute, whom she promptly brought along to confront Yinan. More importantly, Luo Qingyao intended to extort some money from Yinan, which was the reason for her repeated visits. Upon hearing her words, Yinan inhaled sharply, his brows knitting together as he pondered. This woman is teetering on the edge of self-destruction. If it weren't for my desire to humiliate her during the apocalypse, would she have the audacity to challenge me so brazenly? However, there were only 10 minutes left until the end of days, when the Universal Territory game would materialize and intertwine with reality. The sky over Hailing City was shrouded in ominous darkness, and power and internet services had yet to be restored to why Yinan had no intention of wasting time on this wretched woman. Thus, he resolved not to open the door, but instead shouted through it. Luo Qingyao, I have no time to play your games. Come back another day with your entourage. Upon hearing Yinan's words, Luo Qingyao was instantly invigorated, akin to having received a shot of adrenaline, and exclaimed to her burly companion, Darling, see, he is already scared. Hurry, break down the door, and give him a good beating to vent my frustrations. If we can seize this opportunity to extort some money from him, we won't have to worry about our finances for the rest of our lives. That I in response, the hulking brute, driven by the age-old adage that people die for wealth, clenched his iron fist and forcefully pounded on the door. You're Yinan, right? If you're a man, come out and face me. Don't hide in there like a coward. Hearing this, Yinan could no longer restrain himself. He flung open the door and delivered a swift kick that landed squarely in the brute's groin. Crack! 2 eggshell-like sounds echoed in his ears. It hurts so much. They're broken. The brute crumpled to the ground within a second, clutching his groin, curling up like a shrimp, and crying out in agony. Yinan shot a glance at the fallen brute and coldly remarked, I came out for a fair fight. What about you? Why are you lying on the ground howling? With such pathetic skills, do you think you can show off for a woman? Do you have the capability? Luo Qingyao, witnessing the man she had so painstakingly lured being incapacitated by Yinan's kick, turned pale as a ghost, cold sweat pouring down her face, rendering her speechless to this moment. Yinan approached Luo Qingyao and delivered several sharp slaps across her face, stating coldly, Get lost, the farther away, the better. Otherwise, I'll assign you to clean the toilets. Covering her swollen face, Luo Qingyao glared at Yinan with hatred and retorted, if you have the guts, kill me. You think I'll clean toilets? Dream on. That's impossible. Yinan chuckled coldly. To kill you would only grant you what you desire. Keeping you around to clean toilets is the true retribution for your actions. As for whether it's impossible, you'll find out in a few days. Just as Luo Qingyao departed, the voluptuous landlady, accompanied by a cadre of security guards resembling a ragtag militia, emerged from the elevator, promptly cornering Yinan at the entrance. With a thin cigarette dangling from her lips and her nostrils flared, she exclaimed, Young man, it seems you have quite a debt. Those seeking to collect it have all converged here. However, I'm not concerned about your debts to others. You must settle your dining and lodging expenses at our hotel right now. Don't even think about skipping out on the bill. In Hailing City, the fact that I can run a 5-star hotel indicates that I have formidable connections in both the underworld and legitimate society. Do you understand? At that moment, Yinan paid no heed to the landlady's words. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on the second hand of his watch. 57, 58, 59, 60. Time's up. Yinan shouted loudly to time's up. The landlady looked bewildered. In an instant, the entire Hailing City was engulfed in a thick, dark shroud. The sun and moon dimmed, and the earth trembled. An earthquake. An earthquake! Suddenly, the cement slab beneath the landlady and Yinan cracked open. And with a scream, she and the security guards were reduced to ashes along with the collapsing skyscrapers. The streets and asphalt roads splintered apart, transforming into bottomless chasms, resembling an abyss. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky, igniting the ground in flames. Many perished in the roaring inferno. The apocalypse had officially arrived. Chapter 57. Game materialization. Arrival of the beasts. Oh my God. Is this an earthquake? Why are there countless fireballs falling from the sky? No, this isn't an earthquake. The apocalypse is upon us. Apocalypse? Yes, what the hell are you still doing here? Run, or we'll be struck by fireballs and lose our lives. Run. On the streets, panicked humanity, realizing the gravity of the situation, fled without taking their possessions or identification. Some drove away, while others sprinted on foot, The massive fissures caused by the earthquake led to the foundation of the five-star hotel cracking, and the 30-story building split cleanly in two. As if cleaved point, one half of the structure had already collapsed, reduced to rubble. Dampers fell into the crevices, producing a deafening sound. Meanwhile, beneath Yi Nan's feet, the cement slab exposed the cross-section of rebar, with cracks spreading like shattered glass. This half of the building, already riddled with holes from the onslaught of fireballs, was on the verge of collapse. That it was merely a matter of time. Boom, 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 boom. High above in the heavens, amidst flashes of lightning and dark clouds, dark fissures appeared in the fabric of space-time. The openings widened, and from within emerged countless enormous, bloodthirsty beasts. 100, 1,000, 10,000. My God! The sky was not only filled with fireballs but also strange creatures. Are these the beasts? I don't know. Regardless, the apocalypse has arrived, and the entire world is in ruins. Thus, whether these beings or beasts has become irrelevant. At that moment, the speaker was left dumbfounded that a colossal beast landed, opening its gaping maw, and right before him, it devoured a fleeing adult male. These monsters eat people. Everyone run. That man was eaten by the beast. Help! Help! The beasts emerging from the fissures resembled those Yi Nan had encountered during the last apocalypse. Their bodies were pitch black, with skin akin to cracked armor, impervious to harm. Their powerful paws could shatter boulders, and their razor-sharp claws could tear through reinforced concrete. The drooling maws could swallow humans whole. Even a person inside a car would be flattened by the beast's massive paw and devoured like a sandwich. Crunch, crunch, they were consumed whole. Meanwhile, standing atop the crumbling building, Yi Nan had yet to witness how his High Xia group was reduced to ruins. That as he turned around, the vast High Xia group had already been leveled to the ground. The apocalypse came swiftly, and everything unfolded in a hurried manner. Even though Yi Nan had been reborn with ample psychological preparation, the terrifying scenes of the apocalypse still sent chills down his spine, tightening his nerves. Concurrently, the Universal Territory game activated under conditions of power outage and network failure, commencing its materialization and integration into reality. The manifestation took form beneath Yi Nan's feet as new land emerged inch by inch, replicating the territory's area from the game, complete with buildings, warehouses, reservoirs, fields, forests, and mines, all restored in precise detail. Yi Nan felt as if he were being drawn by an invisible force from the collapsing building directly to the front of the Lord's cottage. There, under the protection of shadowy warriors, Yi Nan donned a yellow robe and, as the Lord, received the kneeling homage of 3,000 subjects, totaling 107,832 individuals. In an instant, this territory, now materialized and concretized, automatically acquired the player's name. Adopting the new title of Xuantian, the inhabitants of the territory transitioned from mere NPCs to living, breathing humans, possessing flesh, blood, and consciousness. However, in comparison to humans in real life, their sole distinction was their inability to awaken a profession panel. If awakened professionals represented the lowest tier in the apocalypse, then these individuals transformed from NPCs were the absolute bottom tier, existing solely to toil in the forests and mines for 24 hours a day. In that moment, the thunderous voices of the subjects echoed in Yi Nan's ears. Lord! Lord! Yi Nan gazed upon the dark expanse before him, and within his heart, an overwhelming sense of dominance surged forth. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists and proclaimed loudly, Everyone rise! The monstrous beasts have emerged, and the battle is about to commence. That I shall not elaborate further. Simply focus on your duties and perform your tasks diligently. Miners toil with vigor. Lumberjacks fell the trees with fervor. Young men of the territory, open the storerooms, don your armor and helmets, seize your weapons, and prepare to confront the impending onslaught of the beasts. We must defend our land. Upon hearing his words, the 3,000 citizens of status and standing raised their fists in unison, shouting, Defend the territory! Defend the territory! Subsequently, the throng exhibited remarkable discipline, forming orderly lines to enter the storerooms and equip themselves with armor, helmets, and weaponry, autonomously assembling into 4 battalions, each heading towards the eastern, southern, western, and northern defensive lines. Each battalion consisted of 700 individuals, wielding long spears, machetes, and wooden shields. Thus, a total of 2,800 warriors were organized, with the remaining 200 serving as a mobile reserve. Awaiting Yinan's command, Yinan stood atop the highest point of the Lord's cottage, faintly perceiving the boundary lines of the four directions. The area of 500 square kilometers was indeed substantial. However, as he gazed further, it seemed rather limited to this moment. A plan began to form in his mind. After withstanding the initial wave of beasts, he would devise a means to expand the territory. Before the apocalypse, the land had not automatically upgraded. Thus, post-apocalypse, to elevate his domain, he must not only meet the upgrade conditions, but also dispatch professionals to seize new territories. Observing the familiar land before him, Yinan felt a deep sense of nostalgia in this moment. As the game All Citizens territory materialized into reality, he had truly become the lord of this land, akin to a general guarding the frontier. Wielding genuine authority, from this juncture, he held absolute power over the citizens of his territory, determining their fates at will. Boom, boom, boom. The protective shield above the territory shimmered with a faint azure glow, resembling an inverted bowl, barely deflecting the barrage of fireballs that rained down, producing a thunderous roar. Chapter 58. Establishing authority, however. Even as the beasts emerged from the rift in space-time, directly appearing above the territory, the protective shield ensured that thousands of them fell beyond the borders. Yet upon landing, the beasts, upon sighting Yinan's domain, reacted as if invaders had entered their village, their eyes turning red as they roared, clawing and thrashing, as if driven mad, calling to their brethren to charge towards the territory. Seemingly exclaiming, "Loot! Gather food! Seize the women!" At this moment, Yinan, positioned at the pinnacle of the Lord's cottage, surveyed the chaos. Hundreds of massive beasts were already attempting to breach the flimsy barricades with their sheer weight. Although the subpar barriers posed no harm to the beasts, being a C-grade item, they remained remarkably sturdy. Despite the relentless assaults, the barriers swayed but stood firm against the repeated charges of the beasts. Simultaneously, the flame erosion arrow towers, swift eagle nests, giant catapults, scarlet cannons, and Juga crossbows automatically locked onto the beast's positions, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Arrows imbued with fire magic rained down, a deluge of swift eagles. Massive boulders and heavy iron balls descended upon the beasts in the blink of an in this life and death moment. The inferior Mage Towers, Flame Erosion Mage Towers, Thunder Fury Beast Camps, Frost Knight Camps, Heavy Armored Iron Pagodas, Cloud Soaring Longbow Camps, Radiant Knight Camps, and Light Infantry Camps swiftly summoned suitable units to initiate a counteroffensive against the beasts. Knights on horseback spurred their steeds, thrusting their long spears, measuring 2 meters and 2 centimeters, fiercely towards the beasts beyond the barricades. Light infantry wielding short blades and wooden shields slashed at the beasts' feet from behind the barriers. Mages, clad in hooded robes, stood at a safe distance, chanting spells as countless fireballs, icy blasts, and small lightning strikes enveloped the beasts, inflicting magical damage. Boom, boom, boom. The battle structures along the 4 lines opened fire simultaneously. Despite this, the situation remained dire, with several sections of the inferior barricades already breached by the beasts. At this juncture, the mobile force composed of citizens joined the fray, engaging the beasts while utilizing tiles, bricks, and wooden planks to repair the damaged barricades. After a fierce half-hour struggle, the line was finally stabilized. Meanwhile, along the southern front, over 100 ordinary and elite disciples from Xuantian, under the guidance of the elders, surged past the territorial boundary, aided by the Thunder Fury Beast Camp and the Heavy Armored Holy Knight Camp, wreaking havoc among the beast horde that in an instant. Those leading the charge among the beasts suffered catastrophic losses, with casualties exceeding half. Roar, roar. As hundreds of beasts collapsed, the remaining beasts seemed to perceive the overwhelming firepower within the territory. Retreating in fear, their roars echoing from a distance. Moments later, the beast horde receded like a receding tide. They were not foolish. After all, rather than assaulting this fortified territory, it was far more prudent to hunt down the desperate humans, which offered a delectable feast with minimal effort. They have retreated. We are victorious. Victorious! The citizens of the territory raised their weapons in celebration, exuberantly exclaiming, "Well done, everyone! We have repelled the beasts. Tonight, we feast on dumplings filled with 3 delicacies." Yinan stepped forward to rally the crowd. His storeroom was stocked with ample flour and fresh ingredients, and on the first day of the apocalypse, It was only fitting to celebrate with dumplings. Excellent. Wonderful. Finally, we shall enjoy dumplings. The citizens rejoiced. Simultaneously, Yunnan personally organized a patrol squad of 200 individuals to monitor the boundary of the territory, serving as a precautionary measure. The citizens were perplexed, questioning the necessity of such vigilance against mere beasts. They believed it was merely wild animals lurking in nearby ravines. Unaware that the beasts of the apocalypse were relentless, it must be noted that the more formidable mother beasts had yet to appear. Complacency was not an option. Moreover, having been reborn from the apocalypse, Yunnan possessed a profound understanding of the beasts that roamed this forsaken world. This wave of beasts had retreated, yet another would inevitably follow. His territory's populace and resources were akin to honeyed delicacies, irresistibly enticing to the beasts emerging from the rift. That moment, a bold citizen stepped forward, addressing Yunnan directly. "My lord, is it truly necessary to be so alarmed? Why must you arrange a patrol? Are you not unnecessarily burdening our brothers?" Upon hearing this, Yunnan's expression darkened. This individual was challenging the authority of the Lord, that in times of crisis, extraordinary measures were warranted. With battle looming, this person audaciously questioned his orders, sowing seeds of dissent, an offense deserving of death. With this thought, Yunnan inhaled deeply, drew the frost sword at his waist, and with lightning speed, beheaded the defiant citizen. Clang! Yunnan held the severed head aloft, addressing the stunned citizens, his voice gravely resonant. "Listen well. In this apocalypse, within this territory, there is but one head. That head is I. I am not merely the lord of this land. I am your master. You need only execute my commands without question. Those who dare to inquire why shall meet the same fate." The citizens finally grasped Yunnan's authority, trembling in fear. Moments later, they synchronized in kneeling. Bowing their heads, "My lord, we understand." In the wake of the game's transition into reality, Ling Yu inadvertently became the lord of the divine emperor territory. He felt a sense of pride, declaring himself emperor. Mounted on a grand steed, accompanied by dozens of guards, prepared to inspect the borders of his domain. Unfortunately, upon venturing 10 kilometers beyond the territory, he encountered a horde of beasts. This unforeseen event resulted in the complete annihilation of 2 entire cavalry regiments. Chapter 59. Catastrophic losses. Damn it. A C-grade regiment and a B-grade regiment, completely obliterated. How could there be beasts lurking beyond the territory? Wasn't it supposed to be the apocalypse? Why are there still beasts? That little brat Yunnan didn't inform me. Ling Yu lamented his losses deeply. This was the destruction of 2 complete regiments. One could only imagine how others would react. Most would likely consider ending it all. Once the game transitioned into a state of realism and specificity, the lottery system, known as the Fate Wheel, was unequivocally discontinued. The endeavor to reconstruct these 2 fully operational barracks would demand an unfathomable amount of manpower, financial resources, and materials. The reason Ling Yu remained oblivious to the movements of the aberrant beasts was that, at the moment the apocalypse descended, he cowered beneath his blankets, too afraid to open his eyes, thus missing the sight of the creatures emerging from the rifts in time and space. Even after the game all-national territory materialized and became tangible, he chose to remain hidden, ensconced within the Lord's cottage. Sprawled naked upon a soft bed, engaged in indiscreet activities with his female secretary. Thus, Ling Yu set out on his steed, intending to flaunt his might to the neighboring lords, preparing to utilize force to forcibly annex a territory of merely 1 square kilometer. After all, in the realm of all-national territory, the proportion of true spenders was minimal, with most players being commoners who contributed not a single coin. The significant investors included only Yunnan, Ling Yu ran, and himself. However, in the wake of the game's concretization and realism, the amount spent became a reflection of the Lord's wealth and capital in the apocalypse. This was the root of Ling Yu's arrogance. Although the 300 billion acquired through bank loans had not been injected into the game, Ling Yu still emerged as the wealthiest lord in the apocalypse, armed with a substantial wealth value of 225 billion. His primary ambition to ascend to kinghood in this desolate world was to expand his territory through conquest, seizing land, resources, and populace. This was the law of survival in the apocalypse, the only option available. Ling Yu had meticulously planned a 2-step strategy. First, to annex the territories, populations, and resources of neighboring lords. Second, to orchestrate a banquet of treachery. Eliminating Yi Nan and subsequently marrying Ling Yuran to amalgamate their territories, populations, and resources. However, the emergence of the aberrant beast disrupted Ling Yu's meticulous plans. Initially unaware of their existence, he soon realized the gravity of the situation, albeit rather late. As tens of thousands of aberrant beasts launched an assault on his territory at an alarming speed of 60 kilometers per hour from all directions. Ling Yu was nearly paralyzed with fear in that moment. He comprehended why Yi Nan had amassed an abundance of provisions and resources prior to the apocalypse, elevating his territories to a state of level 1 readiness. It became evident that Yi Nan was fully aware of the impending doom, while he himself was left in ignorance. Nevertheless, the current predicament was perilous, leaving no time for lamentation. Ling Yu understood that to withstand the onslaught of the aberrant beasts, he must hastily retrieve from his backpack various combat and recruitment structures, such as the inferior Mage Tower, Flame Mage Tower, inferior Barricade, Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, Wrathful Beast Camp, Frost Knight Camp, Heavy Cavalry Camp, and Giant Catapult, and haphazardly place them across his territory. At this juncture, he could scarcely afford to be concerned about the boundaries. Wherever the aberrant beasts appeared, his constructions would be hastily deployed. Panic ensued, and he realized that haste often leads to errors. Consequently, while Yi Nan had preemptively established a fortified line and strategically placed buildings across his territory of 500 square kilometers, Ling Yu's inadequate placement of inferior barricades resulted in significant vulnerabilities within his defenses. Thus, his haphazardly positioned inferior barricades and combat structures proved ineffective, allowing the aberrant beasts to bypass them and infiltrate the gaps in his defenses. Moreover, the aberrant beasts appeared to possess considerable intelligence. After circumventing the inferior barricade, Flame Erosion Mage Tower, Frost Knight Camp, and Heavy Cavalry Camp, they concentrated their forces and executed a central breakthrough strategy, launching a direct assault on Ling Yu's lordly cottage with the intent of executing a decapitation strategy. In an instant, hundreds of massive aberrant beasts, roaring and brandishing their claws, materialized before the Lord's cottage, reducing the inferior barricade to mere rubble beneath their monstrous paws. In a state of panic, the naked female secretary clung to Ling Yu, exclaiming, "Darling, are we going to die?" In a fit of rage, Ling Yu kicked her off the bed and shouted, "Get out! Hurry and put on some clothes. Do you intend to seduce the aberrant beasts? Besides, I am not dead yet." With cold sweat beading on his forehead, Ling Yu frantically retrieved more A-level combat and recruitment structures from his backpack, placing them in proximity to the Lord's cottage. After all, the initial wave of aberrant beasts attacking humanity post-apocalypse were of average size and combat capability. Ordinarily, with adequate preparation, standard sea-level structures such as the inferior Mage Tower and inferior Barricade should suffice to repel their assaults. However, in his flustered state, Ling Yu's hastily deployed structures exhibited significant flaws, providing the aberrant beasts with an opportunity to assault the Lord's cottage, but he was compelled to deploy additional A-level structures to counter the aberrant beasts. Knowing that B-level structures could exert a powerful suppressive effect on these ordinary foes, let alone the formidable A-level buildings, before long, the hundreds of aberrant beasts besieging the Lord's cottage fell to the assault of the A-level structures. As Ling Yu continued to erect more buildings within his territory, the aberrant beasts, having seized a considerable number of resources and populace, deemed their efforts worthwhile. Anticipating greater losses, they voluntarily retreated from Ling Yu's domain. "Darling, the aberrant beasts are retreating," the female secretary exclaimed, climbing back onto the bed, her rear end in the air as she gazed out the window with excitement. Ling Yu kicked her down once more, retorting, "I already knew that. And stop obstructing my view." Yet, after the aberrant beasts withdrew, Ling Yu found no joy in victory. During this battle, he had incurred the loss of 19 C-level structures, sustained damage to 2 B-level structures, and witnessed the plundering of 50,000 of his population and 200,000 livestock, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation that he had only managed to slay over 500 aberrant beasts. A loss that felt akin to being robbed blind. Chapter 60. Being a lord is no easy task. It seemed that relying solely on combat and recruitment structures to fend off the aberrant beasts would be insufficient. Their combat prowess was formidable. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, the Lord's cottage could have very well been breached. To survive, I must swiftly assemble a field army, Ling Yu muttered to himself. Simultaneously, the immense losses from the battle solidified his resolve. Once the chaos of the apocalypse subsided, he would eliminate Yinan at the earliest opportunity and subsequently absorb Yinan's territories and resources. In this brutal world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. With a heart hardened by ambition and a face unyielding to shame, there was nothing Ling Yu would shy away from. Thus, as the last aberrant beast retreated from his territory, Ling Yu emerged as the Lord, urgently calling for the gathering of his subjects. Unbeknownst to him, on the second day of the apocalypse, the surviving humans would awaken their class panels. A fact that Yinan had withheld from him. Ling Yu placed his hopes of assembling a field army in the hands of the loyal subjects. However, 30 minutes passed, and of the 3,000 inhabitants of his territory, only a little over 1,000 reported for duty, most of whom were injured, some helped in by others, some leaning on crutches, and others lying on stretchers. Where are the others, out of 3,000 subjects? Why are only you few here? Ling Yu was bewildered, and an elderly subject, trembling as he approached, solemnly stated, "My lord, the people who have arrived are here. Those who did not come were either devoured by the aberrant beasts or taken away by them." Meanwhile, Ling Yu ran, clad in battle attire and wielding the flame sword, stood atop the Lord's cottage, commanding her subjects to repel the first wave of aberrant beasts with remarkable poise. Yinan had long forewarned her that, post-apocalypse, not only would natural disasters occur, but there would also be a surge of aberrant beasts. As she stockpiled provisions and resources, she had also prepared for the worst. On one front, she strategically positioned inferior barricades. Inferior Mage Towers, Flame Mage Towers, Flame Erosion Arrow Towers, and Frost Knight camps along the borders of her territory. Concurrently, she organized the 3,000 subjects within her domain into a field army based on the standards provided by Yinan. Ling's father and mother sat in a wrought-tan chair, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Within a span of mere hours, they had witnessed the onset of the apocalypse, the materialization of the all-national territory game, and the transformation of their beloved daughter into a lord. This experience was akin to a desperate person stumbling upon a winning lottery ticket worth 5 million. It was not merely a surprise, but a miracle. Now came the time for their penance. "Darling, what Yuran said is true, that we have wronged her," murmured her father. "The apocalypse has genuinely arrived. That game called all-national territory has indeed become a reality. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it, even if you killed me." Tang Yin, still trembling with fear from the apocalypse's arrival, felt her heart race uncontrollably. Ling Yang let out a soft sigh and remarked, "Indeed, were it not for Yu Rang's audacity, we would not be leisurely reclining in our wicker chairs, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, and we would surely be fleeing for our lives like the neighbors in our community, living in constant peril. This is all your fault. You insisted on sending her to the psychiatric hospital, which nearly turned disastrous. Had the director confined Yu Rang, you would undoubtedly have been forced to escape for your life, scuttling away into the sewage system." Tang Yin rolled her eyes at Ling Yang, that he shrugged his shoulders in exasperation, exclaiming, "Was it not you who first suggested sending Yu Rang to the mental institution? Now you're shifting the blame onto me? That hardly seems fair." The two bickered for quite some time without reaching a conclusion. At that moment, Ling Yu Rang, after repelling the onslaught of the beast army, unsheathed her 3-foot-long flame sword, while the citizens nearby assisted in removing her armor. Subsequently, she changed into casual attire and entered the small cottage. Ling Papa and Ling Mama exchanged glances, their eyes turning to Ling Yu Rang as they cheerfully said, "We believe you. We believe you." At this juncture, Tang Yin rose and approached Ling Yu Rang, taking her hand earnestly, saying, "My dear daughter, there is something I must discuss with you." "What is it, Mom?" "You see, with the apocalypse upon us, you have become the lord of a territory. This is indeed a fortunate circumstance. However, as a young woman, it is not ideal for you to be so exposed, engaging in battles and conflicts. It is far too perilous. What I mean is, why not let your father assume the role of lord instead?" In Tang Yan's perspective, this apocalyptic era bore no significant difference to the previous one, that the only change was that conglomerates had transformed into territories. She remained a wealthy lady, her lifestyle unaffected by the cataclysm. Yet, Tang Yin could not accept the reality that her daughter was the lord of this territory, although Ling Yu Rang was her child. Power was akin to poison. It was addictive. Moreover, Throughout history, how many fathers and sons, brothers and uncles had turned against each other in the struggle for power? Ling Yu Rang paused for a moment before replying. Mom, it is not that I am unwilling to relinquish the position of Lord. It is simply that the lords in this apocalypse bear the weight of responsibility and duty in battling these beasts. This is no trivial matter. Tang Yin scoffed. Your father is the president of a conglomerate. If he can manage a company, surely he can oversee a territory of this size? Unable to withstand her mother's incessant nagging, Ling Yu Rang reluctantly agreed to let her father, Ling Yang, assume the title of Lord over the New Moon territory. However, within a mere day, the Beast Army launched another assault. Ling Yang, unfamiliar with the attributes and functions of the combat and recruitment structures within the territory, found himself utterly incapable of directing the battle or formulating tactical arrangements, resulting in the beasts breaching the territory and wreaking havoc. Fortunately, Ling Yu Rang, accompanied by a makeshift militia composed of citizens, arrived just in time to cut off the beast's water supply, dismantle their encampment, and ultimately relieve the territory from siege. Ling Yang witnessed the complete annihilation of the garrison that had been tasked with protecting him. As the beasts surged dangerously close, nearly devouring him on the spot, in a bid to prolong his own survival, Ling Yang finally came to terms with the harsh reality. Being a lord in this apocalypse was no easy task. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life, that he voluntarily requested retirement. Thus, Ling Yu Rang resumed her role as lord, wielding the power to govern all. Chapter 61. Panic as the apocalypse descended, and the beasts emerged. Humanity found itself besieged, living in a state of despair. Have we humans truly reached the brink of extinction? Surely not. When one door closes, another opens. I have heard that only players of the game All People Territory can acquire a territory in the apocalypse, enabling them to barely survive. This is indeed true. I have also heard that while others feast and revel within their territories, we are left to scurry about like vermin, hiding in the sewers. What? Does that mean those of us who do not enjoy games are doomed to perish in this apocalypse? Well, actually, we could seek refuge with those who possess territories. It could be considered job-seeking. I am well-versed in management and finance. Hey, wake up, my friend. What are you even thinking? With your lack of skills, why would anyone hire you? In an apocalypse, knowledge of management and finance is utterly useless. Precisely. In this dire time, food and resources are incredibly precious that if you possess no skills and only know how to flirt with secretaries, do you honestly think anyone would want you? Stop dreaming. I never expected that wretched game, All People Territory, would become the key to survival in the apocalypse. Had I known, I would have invested all my wealth into that game. Alas, my once billion-dollar conglomerate has vanished into thin air, that I have plummeted from billionaire status to scuttling through sewers like you pitiful insects. Such a tragic fate. The underground sewage system had become a refuge for the remnants of humanity. The surface, capable of withstanding falling fireballs and colossal beasts, proved ineffective against the sewage pipes, rendering them powerless to intrude. For the time being, it was relatively safe here. However, the surface had been completely overtaken by the beast army. Even if they could survive in the sewers, lacking clothing, medicine, and clean water, humanity's fate remained precarious. Let us discuss how to continue surviving. Indeed, we cannot simply wait for death. Though we are safe here, our food, potable water, and medicine are almost depleted. I gathered the supplies everyone carried, and we have enough to last 3 days at most. What shall we do? We must find a way to leave within 3 days and seek refuge with the lords above. They should offer us a meal, considering we are all human. Can that even work? Whether it can or not, we must try. For if we continue to hide in these sewers, within a week, we will all perish. Turning to the lords above is our only hope for survival. Who should we turn to? Is that even a question? Naturally, we should seek refuge with Yi Nan, Ling Yu, and Ling Yu Rang. Right. How could I have forgotten? Prior to the apocalypse, these three displayed remarkable foresight and audacity by selling their companies at a bargain and directly investing the profits into the game. Now, they have become powerful figures in this new world thanks to their early investments. They truly are extraordinary individuals. In this light, we are merely jesters. The speaker was the former president of the Chamber of Commerce. His Xuantian suit now tattered and stained. After the apocalypse, he was no longer the president, but just an old man fleeing for his life, resembling a beggar. Hiding among the crowd, Luo Qingyao, clutching a handful of wilted vegetable leaves and desperately swallowing them, felt invigorated by the former president's words that I must seek refuge with Yi Nan. She was on the verge of starvation, resorting to desperate measures. In this apocalypse, while everyone was busy fleeing, no amount of seduction would yield any results. Just this morning, she had to spend the night with someone just to obtain a cold, hard bun, that I end the apocalypse. Human life was as cheap as insects. Beauty held no value. Yet, among those who survived in the sewage, discussions continued for hours, yet no viable plan for escaping the sewers emerged. After all, the surface was teeming with foraging beasts. Just a few hours prior, several young men, confident in their strength, attempted to climb to the surface in search of food. However, as soon as they emerged from the sewers, they were swiftly devoured by lurking beasts. It was a horrific fate. Ordinary beasts stood at least 2 meters tall and weighed 3 tons, akin to bulldozers. No matter how strong a human might be, they stood no chance against them, only to be crushed. Humanity faced no hope of victory against these beasts. However, as the remaining survivors endured the night, they received a glimmer of good news the following day. Despite the calamity, those who survived could awaken their respective professions and become practitioners. Professions corresponded to combat skills and spells. There were many types of practitioners, broadly classified into 2 categories, combatants and mages. Combat-focused practitioners included, but were not limited to, swordsmen, archers, knife-wielders, axe-wielders, spearmen, knights, shield-bearers, and fist-fighters. Mage practitioners encompassed fire mages, earth mages, wood mages, metal mages, water mages, and grand mages, among others. Legend spoke of a rare few who could awaken exceptional professions, such as heroes who mastered both martial and magical arts. Emperors with dominion over all, and omnipotent mages capable of wielding all forms of magic. When practitioners' combat skills and spells reached a certain level, they could effortlessly defeat dozens of ferocious beasts. Powerful mages could obliterate thousands of beasts on the battlefield in an instant. Regardless of whether they are warriors or mages, all practitioners are bound by a strict hierarchy of levels, ranging from 1 to 100, that those who have awakened their class panels are considered to be at level 1. To ascend in rank, one must engage in rigorous training. With each level gained, the combat prowess of the practitioner amplifies correspondingly. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level 100, these practitioners wield the cataclysmic powers capable of annihilation. With their formidable strength, they will ascend to become the sovereigns of the apocalypse. Thus, humans who have awakened their class panels now possess the means and strength to confront the monstrous beasts. No longer will they languish in the cold, damp sewers, but instead they can boldly emerge, weapons in hand, to slay these beasts, seize the right to survival, and procure sufficient food, medicine, fresh water, and warm clothing. Chapter 62. The Awakening Square. The circular monolith that I end this apocalypse, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. Once humans awaken their class panels, they gain powers that transcend mere physicality. That on a smaller scale, they could slay a cow with a single punch. On a grander scale, they could wield the elements to command storms. This day marks a significant turning point for humanity. Upon hearing the announcement, those hiding in the sewage wells rejoiced exuberantly that I knew the heavens had not forsaken us. Thank you, Divine Providence, for granting us the opportunity to awaken our class panels. Kill! Kill! Every individual was brimming with excitement and anticipation. The class awakened by an individual determines their future standing and potential. For instance, one who awakens as a swordsman must wield a heavy iron sword and fight valiantly against the beasts, while another who awakens as a fire mage can remain sheltered behind the masses, channeling their potent mental energy to summon a rain of fireballs, inflicting devastating magical damage upon the beasts. Compared to warrior classes, humans are more inclined to aspire to mage classes. After all, no matter how strong a warrior may be, they can only vanquish a single beast, whereas a mage can inflict area damage. Moreover, mages enjoy a status that far exceeds that of warriors. Everyone is fervently praying, hoping to awaken a more favorable class panel. This scene resembles the high-stakes examinations of the real world. Those who fail may toil in factories, while those who excel leap into a higher echelon of society. Simultaneously, Ling Yu prayed in the Lord's cabin. I wish to awaken the rarest class, preferably that of an emperor who commands the world. If not, then let me awaken as a tyrant. Ling Yu prayed. I hope to awaken as a water mage. I yearn to become a grand sorceress. Luo Qingyao prayed. I hope to awaken as a queen. I desire all men to bow before me. Across the globe, humanity prayed. I wish to awaken the status of the wealthiest. I wish to awaken the power of a king. I wish to awaken as the strongest hero in this apocalypse. I wish to awaken. Meanwhile, even though Yinan had already become the lord of a territory spanning 500 square kilometers, wielding the power of life and death, he too was expected to awaken his class panel. After all, without it, he remained an ordinary human. However, unlike others, he did not pray. He exhibited no signs of anxiety. Even appearing quite relaxed, that it was not that Yinan was indifferent to the opportunity to awaken a class panel, but rather, he was a reincarnated being who already knew what class he would awaken to. Indeed, in his past life during the apocalypse, Yinan awakened as a master mage of all elements. A master mage is one who masters spells of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and even possesses ancient spells unique to mages and archmages. Such a master mage is a mere legend. None have witnessed their true form. After all, a master mage can obliterate thousands of beasts in a mere breath on the battlefield, akin to a screen wipe in a game. Capable of annihilating all beasts within a radius of several hundred kilometers in the blink of an EYET that moment. A dark knight shadow warrior clad in black swiftly approached the lord's cabin, kneeling before Yinan and bowing his head. My lord, the beasts outside the territory have vanished. The surviving humans are awakening their class panels. You should hasten to awaken yours as well. When the beasts return, it may not be easy for you to leave the territory. Humans wishing to awaken their class panels must gather in a vast square. This square did not exist on the first day of the apocalypse. It materialized only today. When it appeared, beasts within a radius of several hundred kilometers retreated in fear. Rumor has it that this square, which facilitates the awakening of class panels, will only exist for 3 days. Thus, this period represents a truce between the beasts and humanity. As the beasts vacated the vicinity of the square, the surviving humans emerged from their hiding places in the sewage, rushing towards the square in a frenzy. Rather than a massive square, it resembled an oversized football field, with a circular stone sphere measuring 50 meters in diameter at its center. Those wishing to awaken their class panels must place their hands upon this stone sphere. Those awakening as warriors will be pushed to the left, while those awakening as mages will be pushed to the right. Naturally, those awakening rare classes will be drawn by a mysterious force, floating above the sphere in a regal manner, deserving of reverence from the masses. When Yinan arrived at the awakening square, many humans were already queuing. The Dark Knight shadow warriors responsible for his safety grew increasingly concerned. After all, the more people there were, the more complicated the security measures became. The leading warrior knelt and inquired, My lord, there are too many people queuing to awaken their class panels. Should I disperse them? Yinan waved his hand. There is no need for that. Everyone is equal. I shall not impose special treatment due to my status as lord. Those who arrive first shall awaken first. The process of awakening a class panel is swift. Humans need only place their hands upon the sphere. The circular monolith will categorize practitioners into warriors or mages. The specific class will then appear in a textual form on the practitioner's wrist, akin to a tattoo that cannot be washed away. Even if one were to carve it off, the words representing their class would re-emerge on the new skin. After all, once a class is chosen, it is a decision that remains unchanged for eternity. Each individual has but one opportunity to awaken their panel in a lifetime. At this moment, the queue steadily progressed that a diminutive man approached the circular stone, praying fervently. I beseech the deities to bless me. I wish to become a gold mage. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands upon the stone. Instantly, the stone rolled, propelling him to the left. The slender man gazed at his wrist, now inscribed with the word swordsman. He immediately burst into tears. Is this a joke? I do not wish to be a swordsman. I want to be a gold mage. With my frail frame, I can hardly wield a 70-pound iron sword. Chapter 63. Awakening, Master of All Elements. The waiting crowd grew restless. Make way. You are wasting everyone's time. We are all eager to awaken our classes. Having awakened as a swordsman was merely a stroke of bad luck. There was no need to lament uselessly. This is your destiny. Yet the small-framed man stubbornly refused to leave, determined to approach the circular stone once more. However, just as he took 2 steps forward, he was struck in the back of the head by 2 burly bystanders, collapsing to the ground, and they dragged him by his legs and tossed him into the foul sewage ditch at the front of the awakening square. Cheers erupted from the crowd to AT that moment. A young lady resembling a radiant flower, with fair skin and an exquisite figure, adorned in a crisp white blouse and a vibrant red skirt, approached the circular stone, murmuring, "I hope to awaken as a mage." After inhaling deeply, she placed her delicate hand upon the stone. Instantly, the stone rolled, propelling her to the right, that a line of text appeared on her wrist. Fire Mage. "Oh yeah, I have awakened as a fire mage." The young lady raised her wrist triumphantly, bouncing with exuberance. The humans in line looked on with envy. "Wow, her luck is incredible," they murmured. The 10 people before her all awakened as warriors. And she is the first to awaken as a fire mage. How enviable! Subsequently, the next several individuals awakened as swordsmen, knights, spearmen, archers, shield-bearers, wood mages, earth mages, and more. Soon, it was Yi Nan's turn to step forward and awaken his class. Though he wished to maintain a low profile at this moment, his overwhelming power made it impossible. Reluctantly, he would have to display his capabilities before the crowd, accompanied by 10 fully armed Dark Knight Shadow Warriors as his escort. Yi Nan slowly approached the colossal circular stone, his expression serene and untroubled. For him, the awakening of a profession was as familiar and effortless as the act of eating or drinking that he extended his right hand, took a deep breath, and gently placed his palm upon the stone, awaiting his professional awakening. Given that he was awakening a rare profession, a certain delay was to be expected. The onlookers, noticing Yi Nan's grand demeanor, stood on tiptoe, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, engaging in hushed whispers. "Who is this?" "You don't know." Before the apocalypse, he was the president of Haixia Group, known as Yi Nan. After the cataclysm, he directly ascended to become a formidable lord. It is said that his territory spans over 500 square kilometers. Isn't he just here to awaken his profession? Must he make such a spectacle of it? He even brought 10 fully armed Knight Shadow Warriors. It seems even these high-ranking lords are truly afraid of death. It's illogical. During the apocalypse, aren't these lords just hiding in their lordly abodes, indulging in luxury? Could he really be here to awaken his professional panel? Of course, though Yi Nan is a lord, until he awakens his profession, he remains merely a mortal, an ordinary person. Only those who have awakened a profession possess the qualifications to survive in this apocalypse. I see absolutely no need for this. He is a lord now, with a secure territory and loyal subjects. After we awaken our professions, we will be the ones serving him. There is no reason for him to come here personally to awaken. Exactly. Being a boss doesn't necessitate a degree from a prestigious university. Strength alone suffices. Even an illiterate can lead a Fortune 500 company. Hey, you don't understand. Even the highest lords, without an awakened profession, are regarded as worthless, looked down upon by others. Moreover, once he awakens his profession, he can level up through his own strength, becoming a true lord. While the crowd murmured among themselves, a deep rumble echoed. The colossal stones suddenly trembled violently. Streams of resplendent light, cyan, white, purple, red, blue, and gold, erupted from within the stone, cascading forth in a dazzling display. An overwhelmingly powerful aura surged from the stone, enveloping Yi Nan's body like a whirlwind, lifting him into the air above the awakening square, appearing as if a deity that moment. Many felt their knees weaken, compelled to kneel before Yi Nan. The myriad streams of brilliant light coalesced in the heavens above, forming rows of golden inscriptions: Gold Elemental Grand Mage, Wood Elemental Grand Mage, Water Elemental Grand Mage, Fire Elemental Grand Mage, Earth Elemental Grand Mage, Grand Sorcerer. In that instant, all those yet to awaken their professions, as well as those who had, stood dumbfounded, gazing up at the golden characters in the sky, utterly astonished. What the hell? How could he possess titles for all types of mages? Is this a mistake? What profession has he awakened? Does anyone know? At this moment, Ling Yueyin, and Luo Qingyao arrived at the awakening square, witnessing Yi Nan suspended above the stone. They were all left in shock. Ling Yu's eyes turned crimson. Fists clenched, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it. It was one thing to be treated differently in the game, but now in the apocalypse, does this brat have the favor of the goddess of fortune too? I refuse to accept this. Although he was unsure of the exact nature of Yi Nan's awakened profession, he could ascertain that it was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare and powerful one, which only added to Ling Yu's discomfort. Ling Yuan gazed at Yi Nan in the sky, her heart filled with joy. Wow, how cool! It seems Yi Nan has awakened the most powerful classification among mages. Truly magnificent. He is my ally in this apocalypse. Luo Qingyao plopped down on the ground, her face etched with despair. Well, had I known Yi Nan was such a potential asset, I wouldn't have wasted my time fooling around. It's unbearable. I feel like crying. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, who had already awakened the shield-bearer profession, felt utterly despondent. He slapped himself hard, lamenting. I should never have trusted that vile woman, Luo Qingyao. Now look, not only has Yi Nan become the most powerful lord in the apocalypse, but he has also awakened an incredibly impressive profession. How am I supposed to survive this? He recalled the betrayal he had dealt Yi Nan, having backstabbed him and driven him from Haixia Group. Now, Yi Nan could easily crush him as one wouldn't at that moment. The brilliance began to fade, and the formidable aura gradually dissipated. Dwight Yi Nan landed steadily, a line of golden characters appearing on his wrist. All Elemental Grand Mage. Then, under the vigilant protection of the Night Shadow Warriors, he departed the colossal stone amidst the awe and envy of the crowd, exuding an air of calm confidence. Had it not been for the fully armed Night Shadow Warriors, he would have likely been surrounded by those eager to pledge their servitude. Initially, Yi Nan had intended to remain in the Awakening Square, observing the awakening ceremonies of others, and perhaps recruiting some professionals to join his territory as the backbone of his field operations. However, he hoped to catch a glimpse of Ling Yuan amidst the throng of people. The crowd was dense, making it impossible to discern individual faces, and he could not spot Ling Yuan, who stood further away. The leading Night Shadow Warrior knelt before him, reminding him that the beast spilling forth from the rift in time and space had only temporarily retreated, not vanished entirely. Strictly speaking, the beast could attack the Awakening Square at any moment. Here, there were no combat or summoning buildings, and should a battle ensue, chaos would reign. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan pondered for a moment, observing the throngs of men and women jostling against the Night Shadow Warriors, realizing that his presence would only exacerbate the turmoil. In the Awakening Square, many individuals awakened warrior and mage professions, swordsmen, knights, and bladesmen among them. Those with better luck directly awakened mage professions. The process was now routine, and no one was particularly shocked. The pace was swift, as everyone was eager to seek employment and make a living after awakening their professions. Newly awakened individuals were all at level 1. They might possess the strength to battle the beast, but remained at a disadvantage. Moreover, in this chaotic apocalypse, scarcity of food, clothing, medicine, and clean water posed a deadly threat. Their only hope of survival was to align themselves with a lord and serve. Ling Yu, eager to impress, made a grand entrance into the Awakening Square, flanked by over 100 Frost Knights that he had previously established a B-grade building, the Frost Knight Camp, within his territory, and summoned the B-grade troops. Although the combat effectiveness of the Frost Knights diminished by 90 once away from the summoning building, they still presented a formidable appearance, allowing Ling Yu to maintain his FAAD in front of the common folk. Instantly, the Awakening Square erupted with excitement. My goodness, that previous lord, the one called Yi Nan, arrived with 10 fully armed Night Shadow Warriors, and I thought he was impressive. Now, it seems Ling Yu is the true formidable lord. Indeed, look at those knights behind him. They are so majestic and imposing. Their armor, helmets, weapons, and boots are all a uniform icy blue, even their steeds. Wow, is this the power of a lord? I've heard Ling Yu is the wealthiest lord in the apocalypse, with a fortune of 22.5 billion, far surpassing anyone, including the recently departed Yi Nan. So powerful. We worship the Great One. If Yi Nan awakened a rare profession, then surely Ling Yu, with such strength, must awaken an even rarer profession. Is he a dual-class warrior mage, or perhaps a sovereign emperor, or even a dominating overlord? How thrilling! As the crowd whispered excitedly, Ling Yu snorted disdainfully, accompanied by several beautiful women, and approached the colossal stone that he placed his hand upon it. convinced that even if he could not awaken the same profession as Yinan, he at least deserved to float above the stone and receive the adoration of the masses. After all, being revered by his subjects merely proved he was a lord of a territory, but being worshipped by all humanity would mark him as the ruler of the apocalypse in an instant. The stone trembled, an invisible force propelling Ling Yu into the left warrior faction. With no miracles occurring, it was merely an ordinary awakening ceremony, indistinguishable from those of others. Suddenly, a profound silence enveloped the venue. A palpable stillness. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Could this be a mistake? Indeed. Ling Yu, after all, was the wealthiest magnate amidst the apocalypse, flanked by hundreds of knights whenever he ventured forth. Yet, he had awakened merely as an ordinary warrior. Such a tragic fate, not just tragic, but utterly lamentable. Do not utter a word. If Ling Yu becomes enraged, you shall be doomed. At that moment, Ling Yu stared in bewilderment at the word swordsman that had appeared on his wrist. Utterly flabbergasted. What is my luck so dismal? Even ordinary humans can awaken as mages. Yet I am but a level 1 swordsman. Does this befit my status as a lord? I cannot bear it. Overwhelmed with shame and frustration, Ling Yu spat blood in despair. Subsequently, shrouded by the 100 Frost Knights, he left the awakening square in a state of utter disgrace. How humiliating! However, this was merely a minor episode within the awakening ceremony. No one paid him any mind. Everyone was preoccupied with awakening their individual class panels. After a while, it was Ling Yu Ran's turn to step forward, and she directly awakened as a wood mage. Although this was somewhat different from her ideal aspiration of becoming a water mage, it still belonged to the mage category, which was commendable. Luo Qingyao, observing the girls ahead in line who had mostly awakened as mages, felt a surge of delight. It seems this circular monolith is rather benevolent towards girls. Thus, I too shall surely awaken as a mage. When she arrived at the circular stone and placed her hand upon it, the stone remained motionless. It did not push her to the left or right, but instead granted Luo Qingyao a most peculiar class. Chapter 65. Is a servant considered a class? Why did the circular stone not respond? This was illogical. Could it be? Could this lady have awakened a rare class? That seemed improbable. Just moments ago, Yinan had awakened a rare class, and the stone had exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon, lifting him into the air like a deity, eliciting worship from all. What kind of phenomenon was this? At that moment, someone shouted towards Luo Qingyao. Hey, beautiful lady, what class did you awaken? On Luo Qingyao's wrist, 2 faint azure characters appeared, and if she was not mistaken, they read servant. Consequently, upon seeing the word servant, she nearly fainted. This cannot be. How could such a class exist? If others were to discover the class she had awakened, she would be utterly doomed. Did I end this apocalypse, aside from extremely rare classes? The mainstream choices were mage and warrior classes. Naturally, there also existed some obscure professions, such as nanny, servant, and maid, which held even lower status that if one were to compare, her class of servant would be on par with that of a mule or donkey. With this thought, Luo Qingyao felt an overwhelming sense of shame, covering her face with her hands before running away. Hey, wait! What class did you awaken? Surely it couldn't be one of those obscure classes. Right? Seeing her flee, it was evident that it was indeed so. Just imagining a woman of her stature serving as my maid or nanny, I suddenly felt a surge of excitement. I too am exhilarated. Meanwhile, within the territory of Xuantian, 3,000 residents, totaling a population of 100,000, stood in 2 orderly lines at the sole entrance of the territory, each brimming with joy and festivity. Their hands raised banners inscribed with, "Congratulations to the Lord for awakening a class panel. Congratulations to the Lord for awakening as a mage." Yinan, escorted by the Night Shadow Warriors, departed the awakening square and, upon entering his territory, was met with a splendid spectacle that left him gasping in awe. Even amidst the apocalypse, I am witness to such sycophantic displays, truly, an assembly of talents. As the Lord, the sole master of the territory Xintan, akin to a king, he felt no need for niceties towards the residents who welcomed him. Thus, Yinan simply embraced the adoration of his subjects, traversing the 500 square kilometers of his domain to reach the Lord's cottage, his sanctuary and workspace, ever since the dawn of the apocalypse. The war between humanity and the aberrant beasts had commenced, an unrelenting struggle to the death that Xuantian had no time for personal celebration. He had numerous responsibilities awaiting him. Hundreds of Night Shadow warriors were stationed outside the Lord's cottage, patrolling and on guard, ensuring that no one approached. Even when residents came to report matters, they had to submit their concerns through the warriors. This was a matter of principle, that it was essential to note that due to the extensive boundary of the territory, even with substandard barriers, inferior Mage Towers, Flame Mage Towers, and Flame-Scorching Arrow Towers, which could defend against aberrant beasts, other residents could still infiltrate. To ensure the Lord's absolute safety, the Night Shadow warriors naturally took extra precautions. Although the procedures were intricate, they were undeniably correct. At that moment, within the Lord's cottage, Xuantian exhaled deeply, comfortably reclining in an armchair, while scrutinizing the hand-drawn map hanging on the wall. This was the map of his territory, densely populated with coordinates representing various combat and summoning structures. Through this map, Xuantian could maintain a comprehensive understanding of the 4 defensive lines within his territory, the enemy presence of aberrant beasts, and the status of the combat and summoning structures along those lines, including firepower distribution. Scout teams composed of residents provided updates every 10 minutes. Consequently, the map before Xuantian was capable of real-time updates based on the scout's intelligence. This allowed him to strategize from a position of foresight, determining outcomes from afar. In the context of the apocalypse, the Lord's Cottage served as the highest command center within the territory, with Xuantian as its commander. After all, following the awakening of humanity, the aberrant beasts emerging from the spatial rifts had also formed organized battalions, undergoing training to hone their predatory skills. Therefore, Xuantian understood that in the impending siege by the aberrant beasts, the conflict would be even more brutal. Human casualties would escalate, and countless minor lords, those presiding over territories merely a square kilometer in size, would vanish from existence amidst the apocalypse. After all, a 1 square kilometer territory was far too small to sate the hunger of even a few aberrant beasts. Thus, when the aberrant beasts launched their next assault, he must be thoroughly prepared. Due to the events of his previous life, he had become intimately familiar with the data on his panel, able to recite it by heart. The panel data was as follows. Class holder. Xuantian class. All-element Grand Mage, including metal, wood, water, fire, earth, Grand Sorcerer, Warlock, Sorcerer. Level 1. Maximum level of 100, after which one can undergo Rebirth. Core profession. Extraordinary mental energy ultimate skills. Raging Inferno. 1,000-mile Ice Seal, Summon Divine Beast, Illusion Technique, Evasion Technique. As a mage, mental energy is of paramount importance. It is the key to spellcasting. Oftentimes, a mage's demise is not due to inferiority in skill, but rather the depletion of mental energy, rendering them incapable of casting fireball or frost spells and leaving them vulnerable to being devoured by encroaching aberrant beasts. It is akin to an 8-cylinder engine that requires a constant supply of premium gasoline to operate effectively. Without fuel, even the finest engine is doomed. Therefore, a mage wishing to continuously cast spells on the battlefield must possess a vast reservoir of mental energy. However, due to restrictions imposed by level and core, many mages find their mental energy insufficient to cast more than a few fireballs before exhausting themselves. The recovery of a mage's energy requires substantial time, marking a significant vulnerability. Yet, Xuantian possessed the core profession of extraordinary mental energy. Consequently, he could freely unleash spells on the battlefield without concern for depleting his mental energy. Chapter 66. Blazing Flames, Frost, an old friend seeks an audience. Even with the most formidable mental energy, diligent cultivation remains essential. The law of survival in the apocalypse dictates that the strong shall thrive while the weak shall perish. There is no third option. Thankfully, prior to the apocalypse, he had drawn the Night Shadow warriors through the fate wheel. With their protection, ordinary criminals and aberrant beasts found it challenging to approach. Xuantian mused to himself that an all-element Grand Mage, specializing in long-range damage. His spells, while capable of inflicting significant harm and altering the course of battle, still bore inherent weaknesses that he was most fearful of engaging in close combat with warriors that on the battlefield. Any mage, whether novice or at maximum level, had a higher chance of survival the further they were from the enemy. If a warrior closed the distance during spellcasting, the outcome was almost certain. Death without exception. In the previous life, Luo Qingyao was able to stealthily pierce Yinan's heart with a single sword strike, a feat accomplished through ambush and proximity. Even though Yinan was a master of all elemental magics, once he was cornered, he was rendered powerless. At that moment, Yinan took a deep breath, adjusted the spiritual energy within his dantian, and slowly raised his left hand. With a flicker of thought, a sphere of boundless crimson fire materialized in his palm, hovering in a blaze, illuminating the entire Lord's chamber. Instantly, the temperature within the room soared, akin to a sauna. 20 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, 40 degrees Celsius. While casting a spell, as long as Yinan utilized the extraordinary meridians to channel the spiritual energy within him, the flame in his palm would amplify 100-fold, creating a stunning effect of raging flames. The level of a mage corresponds to the range of their spells that a first-level all-element mage can cast spells over an area of 1 square kilometer, while a 100-level all-element mage can extend their reach to 100 square kilometers. Although this data may appear commonplace, its impact and deterrent effect are akin to that of tactical nuclear weapons. In other words, regardless of the number of beasts or enemies inhabiting a square kilometer of land, as long as Yinan unleashed the spell of raging flames, he could inflict devastating damage upon any living creature within that vicinity. This constitutes area damage. It is tremendously explosive. At the same time, as Yinan felt the heat of the flames, his skin began to scorch. He inhaled deeply and slowly raised his right hand, summoning a frigid aura radiating an icy blue light, which coiled around his palm, that in an instant, the temperature within the chamber plummeted. 40 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Celsius. Soon, the temperature in the Lord's chamber reached a state of equilibrium under the dual forces of fire and ice. Neither too hot nor too cold, creating a refreshing ambience, as if one were basking in a gentle spring breeze. With flames in his left hand and ice in his right, Yinan presented an impressively striking figure. This simultaneous casting technique is beyond the capabilities of any mage who is not an all-element master that on the battlefield. Yinan could employ 2 distinct spells to inflict varying types of damage on different elemental beasts. It is important to note that the creatures emerging from the rifts in space-time possess certain resistances. Some are immune to fire magic, others to water magic, and some to toxins. To combat these beasts with diverse resistances, one must deploy an array of spells. This encapsulates the significance of an all-element master in the apocalypse. Similarly, as Yinan channeled the spiritual energy through the extraordinary meridians, he could amplify the chilling aura in his palm 100-fold without the need for incantation, instantly freezing all beings within the spell's range. It can be asserted that the spell of encasing 1,000 miles in ice is vital in determining victory on the battlefield. Imagine the enemy charging forth, only to be instantly frozen. Would they not become mere fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter? As for the summoning of divine beasts, Yinan seldom utilized this spell in his previous life. Summoning a divine beast necessitates not only an immense amount of spiritual energy, but also extended incantation time to call forth ancient beasts such as Baifeng, Taotai, and Shilin to join the fray, which play a crucial role in stabilizing and turning the tide of battle. Once summoned, the divine beast can only remain for a single incense stick's duration. In other words, after summoning, the divine beast can only assist Yinan for a limited time before he must fend for himself. Furthermore, summoning divine beasts entails a cooldown period of 3 days. Consequently, Yinan would typically only summon them during large-scale battles. That if the beasts Yinan faced were merely scattered foes, summoning a divine beast would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, an utter waste. At that moment, the leader of the Night Shadow Warriors silently appeared at the door of the Lord's chamber, kneeling and bowing with clasped hands, saying, "My lord," at the entrance to the territory, "there is a woman who identifies as a servant, claiming to be an acquaintance of yours, wishing to meet you. An acquaintance?" Yinan frowned. A servant woman, no less. Could it be that wretched Luo Qingyao? Drawn like a dog by the scent. Contemplating this, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Yinan's eyes. That he took a deep breath and gestured to the Night Shadow Warrior leader, saying, "Since she is an acquaintance, please allow her to enter and reminisce." Upon her entrance, Luo Qingyao boldly stood before Yinan, hands on her hips, nostrils flared, exclaiming, "Yi, now that we are in the apocalypse, shouldn't we bury the hatchet regarding our past grievances?" Yinan shook his head, replying coldly, "Luo Qingyao, Our grievances cannot simply be dismissed. Humph. Was I not merely seeking a few pretty boys at the White Horse Club? It's not as if I didn't take precautions. Your shameless demeanor remains unchanged at why Enan let out a bitter laugh and then gestured to the Night Shadow Warrior leader, saying, "Teach her how to conduct herself in this apocalypse." Yes, at that moment. The leader of the Night Shadow Warriors, moving like a phantom, instantly appeared behind Luo Qingyao and delivered a swift kick to the back of her knee. Luo Qingyao gasped, collapsing to her knees before Yinan. With a sharp clang, the leader drew a long knife from his waist and placed it against Luo Qingyao's neck, speaking in a low voice. "Madam, please be mindful of your current identity and profession. You are merely a servant. In this apocalypse, you belong to the most humble of ranks. Therefore, when addressing our lord, it would be wise to show some respect." Luo Qingyao, feeling the knife's edge, turned pale with fear, her heart quaking, and immediately begged for mercy. "No one intends to harm you. You sought this out on your own. This is all you're doing." Yinan, seated in the rattan chair, regarded Luo Qingyao with a cold gaze, stating, "You are now acutely aware of the vast chasm that separates us." Overcome with regret and tears streaming down her face, she prostrated herself before Yinan, exclaiming, "Yinan, no, my lord, esteemed lord. I seek your protection." She finally articulated her purpose, that I end the apocalypse. Once humans awaken to their professions, the battle against the beasts officially commences. The primary task for all professionals is to engage in combat against these creatures. A solitary professional finds it exceedingly difficult to confront the beasts emerging from the rifts in space-time. They require a safe haven, and aligning oneself with a lord to serve is the best option. As a servant, Luo Qingyao's destiny is to serve others, washing clothes, emptying chamber pots, cleaning toilets. The dirtiest and most laborious tasks are hers to bear. Thus, in the chaotic apocalypse, her profession dictated that survival was nearly impossible. Aligning with Yinan was evidently her best choice. Yinan observed Luo Qingyao, kneeling and pleading for mercy, and glanced at the frost blade hanging on the wall, that a glimmer of coldness crossed his pupils. He contemplated ending Luo Qingyao's life with a single strike, seeking vengeance for the betrayal in his previous life. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that simply murdering her would be too lenient. He was now one of the most formidable lords in the apocalypse, commanding respect and wielding life and death at a whim. Not to mention, even against other lords with territories, he could easily dominate. Let alone this Luo Qingyao, who had awakened as a servant. Her status in this new world was even lower than that of an ant. At this juncture, Yinan was disinclined to waste further time on Luo Qingyao. Fixing his gaze upon her, he stated coldly, "Luo Qingyao, I offer you two choices. Contemplate wisely. Either leave at once, or remain within my territory as a servant responsible for cleaning toilets. That is all. I have spoken. The decision is yours, my lord. I am willing to clean your toilets." Luo Qingyao, stripped of all dignity, knelt on the ground, sobbing like a beaten dog. Subsequently, she was taken to a restroom 20 kilometers away from the Lord's chamber, tasked with emptying chamber pots and cleaning toilets. Meanwhile, Yinan continued to study the territorial defense map within the Lord's chamber, for he understood that the second wave of beast attacks was imminent. Moments later, the leader of the Night Shadow Warriors returned to report that a man named Wu Ling, clad in short attire and brandishing a wooden shield, had arrived, seeking Yinan's protection after having worn out his shoes. Additionally, many awakened individuals appeared at the outskirts of the territory, hoping to join the Xuantian domain and submit to Yinan's governance that I end the apocalypse. Territories still adhered to the original world's divisions that I end the ruins of Hailing City. Only 3 powerful lords existed: Yinan, Ling Yu, and Ling Yuan. Moreover, there were thousands of 1 square kilometer lords, where 1 square kilometer equates to approximately 1,500 mu of land. While this may seem substantial, only a third of it is arable. Roughly 500 mu, with the remainder consisting of mountains and swamps. As a result, these smaller lords could hardly afford to hire professionals, as professionals expect compensation in exchange for their services, greatly complicating matters for the resource-scarce lords. Thus, the awakened individuals in their professions are left with no choice but to pledge allegiance to one of the 3, Ling Yu, Yinan, or Ling Yuan. However, Ling Yu, in his quest for wealth, demands that those who wish to seek refuge within his territory provide a certain amount of gold and treasures as a form of payment for their livelihoods, that in essence, it is akin to paying for employment. Clearly, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, most of the surviving humans possess little to no currency, rendering them unable to enter Ling Yu's domain. Although Ling Yu Ran does not exploit this opportunity for profit. Her recruitment of professionals comes with stringent conditions. She only accepts compatriots, classmates, or relatives, entirely dismissing strangers. Consequently, the majority of awakened professionals, in their desperate quest for survival, flock to Yi Nan's territory seeking shelter and the hope of securing sustenance and employment. Are there many professionals outside waiting for interviews besides Wu Ling? Yi Nan inquired, astonished. Yes, my lord, replied the leader of the Night Shadow Warriors. There are approximately over 10,000 professionals. Is it truly that many? Yi Nan gasped, taken aback that in his previous life, such a situation had never occurred within his territory, leaving him genuinely surprised. Upon receiving confirmation from the leader of the Night Shadow Warriors, Yi Nan let out a low sigh, saying, I understand now. Bring Wu Ling over, and you shall conduct the interviews for the other professionals, selecting the most qualified. First, recruit 3,000 warriors skilled in mounted combat and foot battles, followed by 1,000 mages. My lord, what shall we do with the others who are not selected? Shall we drive them away? The leader of the Night Shadow Warriors inquired. After all, the monstrous beasts had only temporarily retreated. When they re-emerge, the wandering individuals and professionals would be the first targets of the beast attacks, as they would be the most vulnerable and well-fed. However, although Yi Nan had stockpiled a substantial amount of food and fresh water before the apocalypse, with over 100,000 people under his command, including 3,000 residents and the potential recruitment of 4,000 professionals, this would impose a significant burden in the apocalypse. The number of people and professionals is crucial. But resources are of paramount importance. Without resources, everyone would perish. After a moment of silence, Yi Nan sighed, informed them that the landlord's surplus is dwindling, and they must seek their own paths. Wu Ling, who had been the new president of Xia Group before the apocalypse, now found himself merely a common shield-bearer. Thus, upon seeing Yi Nan, he felt akin to an ancient subject standing before a sovereign emperor. Filled with trepidation, he knelt and crawled, trembling uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his face, unable to raise his eyes that Yi Zong, Yi boss, Yi lord. Regarding the events that transpired at Xia Group, all the blame rests upon my shoulders. I implore you to allow me to work within your territory, not for a salary, but merely for a morsel of food. By the way, Yi lord, I have awakened as a shield-bearer, and I can still handle the ordinary monstrous beasts. I can still be of service to you. Yi Nan sat upright in a rattan chair, squinting as he scrutinized Wu Ling. I find you to be somewhat naive, don't you think? Naive. Wu Ling was taken aback, uncertain whether Yi Nan's words carried a positive or negative connotation. However, as he was in need of Yi Nan's favor, he dared not inquire further. Yi lord, you are correct. Although I was previously the owner of the White Horse Club, I can indeed be quite naive at times. Yi Nan coldly stated, Wu Ling, when you conspired with that wretched woman, Luo Qingyao, to stab me in the back, did you ever consider that today might come? No. Wu Ling's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. When you and your men forced me out of the office at Xia Group, did you ever think of this moment? No, I did not. Yi Nan's voice turned icy. Since you did not foresee this, surely you did not anticipate that I would seek retribution today. Wu Ling suddenly felt a wave of regret wash over him, that Yi Nan was clearly presenting him with an account, tallying the debts owed. He had approached Yi Nan because he noticed that Luo Qingyao, whom he had offended, had found employment washing toilets here. Hence, Wu Ling presumed that Yi Nan's animosity towards him would be less than that towards Luo Qingyao. Thus, he came to test his luck, only to realize that Yi Nan had no intention of granting him an opportunity for atonement. Smack, smack. Wu Ling hurriedly swung his arms round to slap his own face, simultaneously admitting his fault. Yi lord, I was wrong. Yi Nan rose, his voice cold. You are not wrong. You are merely at fault for being so weak in this apocalyptic world. A shield-bearer possesses no value, and thus I must settle accounts with you. Yi Nan then summoned the Night Shadow Warriors from outside, pointing at the kneeling Wu Ling, and spoke deliberately, take him outside and execute him as an example. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling sprang up abruptly, his eyes aflame with rage, grinding his teeth in frustration. Yinan, I merely betrayed you, drove you away, insulted you, and toyed with your woman for such trivial matters. You dare to kill me. Yinan, uninterested in engaging in further debate, retorted, Do I need a reason to kill you? Wu Ling raised his shield defensively, drawing a dagger from his waist, his gaze fixed on Yinan. Umph. Yinan, although you are a lord in my eyes, you are merely a first-level mage, that is, a first-level shield-bearer. At such close range, do you think I would fear you? At that moment, the leader of the Night Shadow Warriors unsheathed his sword, prepared to end Wu Ling before he could harm Yinan. While Yinan gestured for him to stand down, he then turned his attention back to Wu Ling, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Are you certain you can defeat me? You are just a mage. After all, suitable for ranged attacks. Within 3 steps, my odds of victory are maximized, provided that your black-clad companion does not intervene. Hearing Yinan's laughter, he continued, Very well. I shall allow the Night Shadow Warriors to remain idle. Out of respect for our past acquaintance, I grant you a chance to kill me. Only one chance, mind you. It's up to you to seize it. Wu Ling bellowed, Yinan, prepare to meet your end. In an instant, he lunged forward, leaping into the air like a hawk, brandishing a shield in one hand and his dagger in the other, charging towards Yinan with blinding speed. It must be noted that a mage is perilously vulnerable when a warrior closes in for an attack, akin to an infant facing an adult. The Night Shadow Warriors had already drawn their long swords, ready to eliminate Wu Ling before he could harm Yinan. Yet in that fleeting moment, a chilling, azure frost emanated from Yinan's palm. Instantly, the icy mist coiled around Wu Ling, freezing him mid-air, leaving only his head exposed. Clang! Wu Ling crashed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he muttered, Yinan, I am a full-fledged archmage, not an ordinary mage. Do you comprehend the value of rare professions? Almost succeeded. I am truly unwilling to accept this. Wu Ling ground his teeth in hatred, but he had no further opportunities. The leader of the Night Shadow Warriors reached out, akin to an eagle seizing its prey, and dragged him away for execution as an example that I in the territory of Divine Sovereign. A female secretary, dressed provocatively, was massaging Ling Yu's shoulders within the Lord's chamber. Darling, with the apocalypse upon us and the beasts emerging, this is the time to employ individuals that I fail to understand why you require professionals to pay for their employment. That be why doing so, you risk failing to recruit talent. Ling Yu, stroking the shadow blade in his hand, frowned. What do you understand? Men's affairs are not for women to pry into. It's not that I am unaware of the importance of professionals, but my territory lacks resources, while I may have equipment for the professionals. Food, fresh water, and medicine are in critically short supply. Merely sustaining the residents within my territory is already quite taxing. How can I possibly support those professionals? By requiring them to pay for employment. I am offering them a form of protection that I end this apocalypse. Where the beasts roam, the territory stands as the only sanctuary. After all, prior to the apocalypse, although Ling Yu had invested 22.5 billion dragon coins into the Universal Territory game, he had almost entirely spent his fate crystals on draws within the Fate Celestial Plate, that he had focused solely on upgrading his territory and synthesizing combat and summoning structures, neglecting the significance of food, fresh water, and medicine. Now, recalling how Yinan had previously exchanged vast quantities of food for low-quality barriers, inferior mage towers, and frost night camps, Ling Yu felt a wave of regret. He struck his forehead in frustration, cursing, why was I so foolish back then? How did I fail to comprehend what Yinan was doing? Now, it is too late to regret. He, like Yinan, possessed a territory spanning 500 square kilometers, replete with mines, forests, and fields. However, ever since the game All People's Territory became a tangible reality, the production progress in the fields mirrored that of the real world. To procure supplies, one would require no less than 6 months. Thus, Ling Yu found himself in a state of despair. Upon hearing this, his female secretary plopped down onto his lap and suggested, My dear, since Yinan's territory is abundant in food, fresh water, and resources, why not execute the previous plan? The previous plan? Ling Yu inquired, his face a portrait of confusion. Indeed, before the apocalypse struck, weren't you preparing to set a trap for Yinan and eliminate him to seize his territory? Chapter 69. Conspiracy and Schemes Right. How could I have forgotten about that? In the midst of the apocalypse, one must not only possess a thick skin, but also harbor a ruthless heart. To my knowledge, that young man Yunan had hoarded quite a stockpile of food, fresh water, and medicines before the end times. Haha. He stockpiles food, while I stockpile weapons. His territory shall serve as my granary. Ling Yu slapped his thigh, excitement coursing through him as he sprang to his feet, that he planned to set a lavish banquet and send someone to invite Yunan over, tempting him into a fatal encounter. In Ling Yu's mind, once he eliminated Yunan, the territory of Xuantian would rightfully belong to him. Indeed, this was the underlying principle, provided he could successfully do away with Yunan at that moment. The female secretary intercepted Ling Yu, leaning in close and lowering her voice. My dear, as the saying goes, loose lips sink ships. Regardless of the circumstances, Yunan is an exceptionally formidable lord in these dire times. Wielding numerous S-class combat and summoning structures, his strength cannot be underestimated that a mere banquet will not suffice to dismiss him. Ling Yu acknowledged the wisdom in her words. Although he was the wealthiest magnate in this apocalyptic world, Yunan had drawn numerous S, SS, and SSS-class items through the fate wheel, instilling in Ling Yu a sense of envy and resentment. Moreover, during the initial wave of the beast invasion, all other lords' territories had been ravaged by the beast hordes, resulting in the destruction of countless C-class combat and summoning structures, not to mention the plundering of vast populations and livestock. Yet, Yunan's territory had emerged unscathed from the beast onslaught. This clearly indicated Yunan's immense strength. With this realization, Ling Yu took a deep breath, fixing his gaze on the female secretary and inquiring. It seems you have a plan in mind. Do share your thoughts. The female secretary, who not only accompanied him in bed, but also handled various clerical tasks, had become even more invaluable in the apocalypse. Many matters relating to the territory were guided by her counsel. She then rose, swaying her curvaceous hips as she walked to the window, pouting, My dear, I wish to speak, but I only possess the lowly profession of an archer and lack the qualifications to discuss significant matters between lords. Ling Yu frowned slightly, looking at her and asking, what do you mean? Please feel free to speak plainly. Did I desire a title? Ling Yu furrowed his brow. As my first acknowledged girlfriend, is that not title enough? He had always been ruthless with women, quick to sever ties, that if not for the scarcity of women with attractive figures in the apocalypse, Ling Yu would never have acknowledged the female secretary as his girlfriend. This moment, she unbuttoned 2 buttons on her white blouse, presenting her ample curves and pressed herself against him. My dear, I wish to have a legitimate title within this territory, perhaps the title of Deputy Lord. Ling Yu frowned slightly. The title of Deputy Lord is not something I can bestow. It is quite precious and must be acquired through the fate wheel. I can wait. The female secretary's delicate hands caressed Ling Yu's firm muscles. These past few days, he had exerted considerable energy on her. Leaving him drained, faced with her temptation, he could only feign indifference. Enough. You should quickly tell me how to eliminate Yunan. That is the priority. Once I have surplus resources, I shall procure a Deputy Lord title for you through the fate wheel. Will that suffice? Delighted by Ling Yu's promise, the female secretary eagerly laid out her plan. Yunan is no fool. If you set a trap, he will see through it at once that he might either refuse to come or arrive accompanied by S-class troops and professionals, complicating matters. Instead, why not feign an alliance with him? Lure him into your territory and set a trap with 500 executioners, signaling with a broken cup. Surely, you can claim Yunan's head. Ling Yu pondered for a moment. Finding merit in this suggestion, that he promptly wrote a letter in the Lord's chamber and dispatched a trusted subject to travel 100 kilometers east to deliver the message to Yunan, proposing an alliance amidst the apocalypse. Simultaneously, Yunan, accompanied by over a dozen Night Shadow warriors, rode upon fiery steeds at the edge of the training grounds within his territory, inspecting the drills of the field army. Yunan ensured provisions and salaries for his men, and the recruitment of professionals progressed swiftly. Within a day, 3,000 warrior-class professionals and 1,000 mage-class professionals had been enlisted, clad in black robes and sturdy boots. They exhibited great morale as they underwent basic military training under the supervision of the Night Shadow Warriors leader. The core tenets were formation, military demeanor, and discipline, given that the professionals had awakened their respective panels. Their comprehensive strength was commendable. However, in large-scale combat, discipline must be strictly maintained, and they must understand the commands to advance and retreat on the battlefield. Training was indeed essential. Excellent, after 3 days of training. This army of professionals possessed formidable combat capabilities. Whether they were truly capable would be revealed when the beasts launched their invasion. The White Enan surveyed the neatly arranged professionals, nodding with satisfaction at that moment. A subject adorned with 8 colorful flags hastily approached from the training grounds and knelt before Yinan. Report. The lord of the neighboring divine emperor territory has sent a letter. Yinan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Oh. That rascal Ling Yu would take the initiative to contact me amidst the apocalypse. How peculiar. With no beast invasion at present, what could he possibly want? The subject presented the letter, and upon opening it, Yinan's brow furrowed in concern. He wishes to form an alliance. The nearby Night Shadow warriors exchanged glances, then knelt in unison. Congratulations, my lord. You have gained another allied date. The 2 territories that pose a threat to us, New Moon and Divine Emperor, have both allied with you. It is time for you to assert your leadership over other lords. Command the masses to resist the beasts and become the sovereign in this apocalypse. Yinan shook his head, disbelief etched on his face. But this makes no sense. Even if Ling Yu suffered considerable losses during the beast invasion, as the wealthiest lord in this apocalypse, such losses are trivial to him. Moreover, the resources in his territory could sustain him for 5 years. Given his temperament, he would never willingly seek an alliance with me unless there is some underlying scheme. Chapter 70. Breakthrough, Level 10, All-System Mage. However, as the sole bearer of the Alliance Order, in this critical moment when human civilization faced the invasion of the beast horde, Yinan understood that he must set aside personal grudges and preconceived notions. Choosing to embrace an alliance with Ling Yu was undeniable that Ling Yu, having invested 22.5 billion dragon coins into the All-People's Territory game prior to the apocalypse, had emerged as the most powerful lord in these dire times. If Yinan wished to lead humanity to victory against the beasts, he needed to bring Ling Yu into the fold. Should discord arise between them, resulting in a fractured human alliance, it would be the beasts emerging from the rifts in space-time that would benefit. After much contemplation, Yinan ultimately resolved to journey to the Divine Emperor territory, preparing for an open and sincere meeting with Ling Yu. Yet, the Night Shadow warriors responsible for Yinan's safety expressed deep concerns, fervently opposing the decision and kneeling in plea. My lord, you absolutely cannot go. Indeed, in this apocalyptic landscape, with beasts lurking, the risks of venturing beyond our territory are far too great. You are the lord, and the lives of thousands of subjects rest upon your shoulders. Therefore, you must not put yourself in jeopardy. Even if the journey is free of beasts, there is no guarantee that Ling Yu does not harbor ulterior motives that in such desperate times, with resources scarce. Cannibalism is commonplace. Can we trust his intentions? Nonetheless, Yinan had made up his mind. No amount of pleading from the Night Shadow warriors would sway him. He is now a master of all schools of magic. And as long as he is accompanied by a sufficient guard, no one has been able to harm him in this apocalyptic world. Of course, to be on the safe side, Yinan opened his infinitely capacious backpack before setting out and retrieved items such as ginseng, snow lotus, spiritual herbs, and mage energy orbs, all of which were rated D tier, considered to be top-quality items. Most supplies are of F, G, or H tiers, with only a small fraction being D tier. Anything above that pertains to combat or summoning structures. He intended to use these items to elevate his level, aspiring to become a second-tier master of all schools of magic, thus placing himself ahead of the crowd in this apocalypse. Any human with an awakened profession panel can enhance their level using rare spiritual herbs. It is akin to a wealthy individual who can attend any prestigious Ivy League school globally, regardless of academic performance, simply by spending money. The same principle applies to cultivation. The most direct way for Yinan to raise his mage level was through the abundant use of spiritual herbs. Snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs. The method of consumption was straightforward. He simply swallowed them whole while Yinan dismissed the Night Shadow assassins from the Lord's dwelling and, as if dining, began to consume the spiritual herbs and other items by hand. The ginseng, snow lotus, spiritual herbs, and mage energy orbs had a slightly sweet taste, reminiscent of eating beets, dissolving in his mouth. After finishing, Yinan felt a warmth and swelling throughout his body, yet his limbs and organs felt incredibly comfortable. Even his meridians felt revitalized in an instant. A powerful energy surged within his dantian. Yinan could sense that the mental energy in his dantian, which had previously resembled a small puddle, was gradually transforming into a vast ocean after he ingested the spiritual herbs and ginseng. A breakthrough is imminent. Yinan clenched his fists. With a thunderous roar, a surge of potent mental energy and aura erupted from his body. Level up. Second-tier master of all schools of magic. Third-tier master of all schools of magic. Fourth-tier master of all schools of magic. Fifth-tier master of all schools of magic. Because Yinan had consumed in one sitting what would typically take other mages decades to ingest, spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and mage energy orbs, he was still leveling up. Sixth-tier master of all schools of magic. Eighth-tier master of all schools of magic. Ninth-tier master of all schools of magic. 10th-tier master of all schools of magic. My heavens, it turns out that consuming spiritual herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs in large quantities allows for rapid breakthroughs. And now I have actually become a 10th-tier master of all schools of magic. This is truly an astonishing feat. Yinan marveled, utterly exhilarated, for it was his first time attaining the rank of 10th-tier master of all schools of magic, in other words, in the days to come. Yinan would be able to expand his attack range from 1 square kilometer to 10 square kilometers when casting spells of the metal, wood, earth, water, and fire elements. It is worth noting that in his previous life, spiritual herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs, being items capable of enhancing a practitioner's level, were exceedingly rare and essentially had a price but no market. An ordinary practitioner could spend their entire life without accumulating even a few spiritual herbs, let alone breaking through their level. Even though Yinan, as a lord, had fought alongside practitioners against otherworldly beasts for many years, he could only obtain spiritual herbs and energy orbs from spoils after victory. Despite his lordship status, he could only consume 1 spiritual herb and 1 mage energy orb per day. Beyond that, they were non-existent. As for snow lotus and ginseng, they were even rarer, due to the apocalypse. The landscape was littered with ruins, leaving little space for growth. Thus, at the moment Yinan was stabbed to death by Luo Qingyao, his personal profession level was merely that of an 8th-tier master of all schools of magic. Moreover, the quantities of spiritual herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs he had retrieved from the infinitely capacious backpack were minuscule, accounting for only 0.0001 of the total supplies within the infinitely capacious backpack. Mountains of spiritual herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs remained, that if such a small quantity could elevate my profession level from 1 to 10, then reaching level 100 would require scarcely any spiritual herbs. How wonderful it is to spend money. Otherwise, even if I fought against otherworldly beasts for a lifetime in this apocalypse, it would be impossible to amass such quantities of spiritual herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs. At this moment, Yinan checked his personal panel. Practitioner. Yinan profession. Master of all schools of magic level. 10th tier profession core. Mental energy as vast as an ocean profession skills. Raging flames. 1,000-mile ice, summoning technique, escape technique, etc. Remarks. Skill damage range will expand with mage level from 1 square kilometer at level 1, increasing accordingly. Besides reaching 10th tier, even the profession core has transformed from powerful mental energy to mental energy akin to an ocean. It seems that with the level upgrade, my spell damage has also improved. This is indeed fortuitous. Subsequently, Yinan changed into a new outfit, armed himself with a sword, prepared some provisions and fresh water, and, accompanied by 10 Night Shadow assassins, set off towards Ling Yu's territory. Chapter 71. Third Tier Mage. How intriguing, however. Just as Yinan reached the doorway, a soldier tasked with guarding rushed over, kneeling as he reported. My lord, there is a man named Tian Guang outside, claiming to be an old friend of yours, insisting to meet you immediately. In recent days, as humans awakened their profession panels, more and more familiar faces had come to seek refuge, classmates, fellow townsfolk, and even relatives. Although Yinan had already recruited a sufficient number of practitioners, out of consideration for classmates, fellow townsfolk, and relatives, he still took them in, providing them a meal in this apocalyptic world. Yet those bold enough to seek refuge with Yinan were mostly of similar standing. Even if they were not particularly close, there were typically no grievances between them. Hearing this, Yinan furrowed his brow, a cold breath escaping his lips as he remarked, "Oh, this fellow offended me before. How dare he come to seek refuge? Does he not fear being executed in public?" Tianguang had no reason to be unaware of this. "My lord, shall I drive him away, or perhaps wait until he is in the wilderness to eliminate him?" The soldier promptly inquired. "There is no need for that," Yinan sneered, "since he is an old friend. I have no reason not to see him. Bring him here. I wish to see just how much nonsense occupies his mind." Understood. Soon, the soldier brought a man dressed in a black suit to the lord's dwelling. The visitor was none other than Yinan's old classmate, Tianguang, broad-headed, thick-necked, short of stature, and portly, resembling a nouveau riche. Why Yinan sat upright in a rattan chair, flanked by 20 fully armed night shadow assassins. As he studied Tianguang in silence, upon seeing Yinan, Tianguang, as usual, snorted disdainfully. "You've done well for yourself. But to possess a territory of 500 square kilometers that I thought you'd perished after the apocalypse. But here you are still alive." He too had received an invitation to the Universal Territory game, and, after investing several tens of thousands, currently owned a territory of 1 square kilometer, making him one of the lords as well. Theoretically, having the status of a lord allows him to stand on equal footing with Yinan, which is why he spoke so confidently. Hearing this, Yinan stroked his chin, scrutinizing the portly Tianguang, and coldly replied, "Tianguang, did you come here specifically to irritate me?" No, I'm not here to annoy you. That I have other matters to discuss. That I heard that vile woman Luo Qingyao has sought refuge with you, and even secured a job." "Indeed." Yinan nodded, fixing his gaze on Tianguang. "Are you here to seek employment as well?" Tianguang, with his nostrils flared and in an excessively arrogant tone, retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. I haven't fallen that low. You didn't expect it, did you? I'm also a paying player of Universal Territory, so I naturally hold the status of a lord. Therefore, I am fully qualified to stand on equal ground with you in this apocalypse." Upon hearing Tianguang's words, Yinan's brow furrowed slightly. This fellow was as insufferable as ever. Was he here to flaunt his status as a lord or boast about something else? However, Yinan had lost patience and was disinclined to speculate on Tianguang's motives. Promptly stating, "Then what brings you here? Speak plainly. I have no time to waste on your prattle." Tianguang, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared, "I'm here to watch your joke, Dado." Still not understanding, "You might as well say it outright." Yinan coldly replied that at this point, Tianguang maintained his arrogant demeanor, saying, "Oh." Yinan is preparing to cast a spell, hands open to the sky, palms facing the earth. "So you want that disease-ridden woman Luo Qingyao? I've already had my turn with her," Tianguang said with a lewd expression. Hearing this, Yinan frowned and solemnly replied, "I merely offered her a job. Furthermore, my relationship with Luo Qingyao has long since ended. I am indifferent. After all, her former man was you. Haha." Tianguang was excessively pleased. His joy was built upon Yinan's suffering, that he came here solely to witness Yinan's agony, that I end the previous life. Tianguang was precisely this type of person, relishing in the exposure of others' wounds for amusement. Yet, Yinan remained unperturbed, for in his eyes, Luo Qingyao was even less than refuse. Moreover, leaving Luo Qingyao within his territory was merely a means to torment and retaliate against her. However, Yinan's indifference only fueled Tianguang's reckless laughter. "Hey, you actually have no reaction at all. Have you become numb?" "Haha." With a swift motion, Yinan drew the frost blade from his waist, fixating his gaze on Tianguang, and spoke in a deep tone. "Have you finished speaking? What, do you intend to kill me? I am the Supreme Lord. How dare you? You aren't afraid of breaking the law." Suddenly, Tianguang realized the gravity of the situation, that he had not anticipated that Yinan would resort to violence. After all, murder is a crime. He was on the verge of tears, that why Yinan sneered. "Tianguang, wake up. This is the apocalypse. Laws and human rights no longer exist. You actually think I wouldn't kill you? That notion is utterly ridiculous. That you understand. On my territory, you are merely a piece of meat, subject to my whims." Cold sweat beaded on Tianguang's forehead as he stammered, "Yinan, I am a lord. What does being a lord amount to in this minuscule place known as Hailing City? There are at least 1,000 lords. What significance do you hold? Yinan, although you are a master of all elements, I am a third-level Earth Mage. Are you certain you wish to act against me? Oh, Yinan chuckled, intrigued. So you are a third-level Earth Mage. Quite impressive. In that case, I shall grant you an opportunity to cast your spell. With that, he tossed aside the Frostblade. Tianguang understood that Yinan had indeed set his sights on him. With Yinan willingly discarding his weapon, an opportunity presented itself that in a flash. Tianguang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, swiftly forming a spell gesture, chanting rapidly to execute an earth magic spell. Move mountains and overturn seas, Tianguang bellowed. Instantly, the ground shook violently that a small mountain, several dozen meters high, was summoned from afar through his formidable mental energy. Soon, this mountain loomed overhead, casting a shadow like a heavenly weight upon the Lord's abode. Yinan, do you see this? This is my power. I am not to be trifled with. In this apocalypse, I have forcibly raised my level to that of a third-level Earth Mage using resources. Even if you are a master of all elements, you are nothing before my level suppression. Before Yinan could respond, over 100 Night Shadow Warriors appeared silently around the Lord's dwelling, surrounding Tianguang. Clang, clang. In an instant, a multitude of crescent blades emerged from their sheaths, their cold glimmer spanning 30 miles, their murderous aura extending 60 miles. That my lord, please step back, leave this scoundrel to us. Should Yinan give the nod, these Night Shadow Warriors could swiftly reduce Tianguang to a mere puddle of flesh and retreat successfully. Seeing the well-trained and formidable Night Shadow Warriors, Tianguang's heart sank. Damn, where did these ghostly figures come from? How did I not notice them? He understood all too well that this group of Night Shadow Warriors possessed exceptional combat prowess. And now that they had closed in, if he could not intimidate Yinan at once, he was doomed. Furthermore, the relationship between Tianguang and Yinan had reached a point of irreparable hostility. He had no time for further contemplation. With a grim expression and a desperate resolve, he shouted, Yinan, you better kneel and beg for mercy, or we shall perish together right here. He sought trouble with Yinan. Relying on his superior mage level over many other professions that in this apocalypse, resources were scarce. Even eating was a challenge, let alone acquiring spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and energy orbs that could elevate a profession's level. Most practitioners would remain at level 1 throughout their lives, with only a few managing to ascend through the consumption of resources and treasures. Boom, boom. As Tianguang chanted, he slightly swayed his palm, causing the small mountain hovering above the Lord's abode to tremble violently. With a mere thought, the mountain, suspended hundreds of meters in the air, could cover 3 square kilometers of territory. Within the attack range, regardless of whether they were humans or beasts, none would escape unscathed. Yet, Yinan understood that this small mountain, despite its altitude, could not inflict any substantial harm upon him or the Night Shadow Warriors. Only the Lord's dwelling and the nearby inhabitants might suffer. Tio saved the lives of his people. Yinan decided to prolong Tianguang's existence for another minute. He then gestured to the Night Shadow Warriors. This matter does not concern you. Stand down, yes. In an instant, the Night Shadow Warriors vanished like phantoms from around the Lord's dwelling. Upon seeing them retreat, Tianguang revealed a yellowed grin, exclaiming, Haha, Yinan, since you have backed down, kneel before me at once. Also, hand over the women, treasures, and any unfinished battle buildings and summoning structures within your territory. Upon hearing this, Yinan found it amusing that he fixed a burning gaze upon Tianguang, coldly stating, I thought you came here to flaunt your mage level, but it turns out you are merely here to take advantage of my misfortune. Tianguang leered, I have no choice. I am merely following the laws of survival in the apocalypse. Furthermore, I truly wish to see you noble lords kneeling before me like beggars. That would be delightful. Yinan replied, You are not wrong. The feeling of making someone kneel and beg for mercy is indeed exhilarating. However, the one who shall kneel is you. Not I. Tianguang was momentarily taken aback before responding. Me? Indeed, Yinan affirmed. Upon hearing this, Tianguang's face twisted with rage, and he shouted, You must be mistaken. This territory is under my control. I know. You still insist on being stubborn? Stubborn? I am simply speaking the truth. Allow me to wager that the spell you intend to cast, move mountains and overturn seas, Cannot touch me, Wai Yinan said with an air of ease. Tung Guang fell silent, but he was well aware that Yinan's awakening of a rare profession was common knowledge. Yet he also understood that, in this apocalypse, a practitioner's capabilities were determined by their level. Only levels could dictate superiority and determine life or death. With this realization, Tian Guang grinned maliciously, raising his hand, eyes gleaming with menace. Threatening, Yinan, if you dare not kneel, you will meet your demise. Everyone here shall accompany you to the grave. Think carefully. At that moment, Yinan slowly raised his right hand, fixing his gaze on Tian Guang, enunciating each word. I have thought it through. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar echoed from the horizon. Boom! Boom! Nearby, a mountain towering hundreds of meters high, entirely dark, was drawn into the sky by an overwhelming surge of mental energy. Suspended hundreds of meters above, realizing something was amiss, Tian Guang looked up to see that the mountain that had appeared out of thin air was not only taller than the one he had summoned, but also significantly larger. In an instant, Tian Guang's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at Yinan in disbelief, stammering. Is this your spell? Yes, you are also an earth mage, sort of. You have also leveled up? Indeed. But you didn't even perform the basic chant of a mage. How did you cast the spell move mountains and overturn seas? Yinan smirked. Let us put it this way, my level surpasses yours by at least 7 levels. Upon hearing this, Tian Guang's face went pale. Brother Yi, old classmate, is there still a chance for me to admit my wrongs? What do you think? Yinan replied coldly. Realizing his fate was sealed, Tian Guang took a deep breath and said, Yinan, do not forget, your person, your lord's abode, and your inhabitants all lie within the spell's attack range. Even if you can kill me, you will inflict damage upon yourself. Even you, the spellcaster, will suffer injuries. Yinan nodded. You are correct. Tian Guang exhaled in relief. Brother Yi, since I was right, can you spare my life? Yinan coldly replied. Tian Guang, do you not think it's a bit late to beg for mercy now? With that, the conversation concluded that a potent chill emanated from Yinan's palm, spreading through the air and causing a swift and drastic drop in temperature, as if the surroundings had transitioned abruptly from the temperate warmth of spring to the frigid depths of winter. With temperatures plummeting to nearly minus 30 degrees, Tian Guang, visibly astonished, braved the bone-chilling cold and gazed at Yinan. Chapter 73. Frozen, shocked, the frenzy of the beasts. The rare profession I have awakened is that of an all-element mage. This means that every spell you can cast, I can too, and those you cannot, I still can. Such is the might of the all-element mage. Yinan spoke coldly that in an instant, the frigid air surged forth, encasing Tian Guang completely in ice, along with the small mountain suspended hundreds of meters in the air, resembling a colossal ice sculpture. Alive. Impossible. Dead. It wouldn't be any easier. At that moment, the denizens of the Xuantian territory, barefoot and wide-eyed, stared in awe at the phenomenon above. Heavens! I thought 2 mountains floating hundreds of meters in the sky was a miracle of the apocalypse. Who would have imagined that these floating mountains could be encased in ice? Is this the true power of a mage? Indeed! Our Lord is an all-element mage, proficient not only in the spells of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but also in other mage-related abilities. Our Lord is the most formidable ruler in this apocalypse. And encasing a few mountains in ice is but a trivial matter. In the Xinhua territory, Ling Yuran and her fellow citizens, along with other professionals, gazed towards the eastern sky, exclaiming, Is this a miracle of the apocalypse? Nonsense. How could it be a miracle? Just moments ago, there were 2 mountains suspended in the sky. Could it be that winter has arrived? I can already feel the chill. Nonsense, it is clearly spring now. Could it be that a great mage is casting spells? Hearing the murmurs of her people, Ling Yuran took a deep breath and murmured, Is this the strength of an all-element mage? Such formidable ice casting. She then added, Fortunately, Yinan is my ally. Were he my enemy, it would be truly terrifying. After the apocalypse descended, the world descended into chaos, with some individuals perishing on the eve of awakening their professions. Those who awakened sought refuge under lords, while some conspired to murder minor lords to seize their population, resources, and territories. Even the relentless beasts emerging from the rifts in space had established their stronghold beyond human territories, amassing strength and waiting for the opportune moment to strike. That on the very first day of the apocalypse, the beasts were able to slaughter humans unilaterally, but after humans awakened to their professions. The beasts found themselves hitting a steel wall. Coupled with the hunters among the professionals, the beleaguered beasts no longer dared to act alone. At this moment, Ling's father and mother appeared behind Ling Yuran. Yet she remained oblivious. Ling's mother said, "No way. If he has taken a liking to our Yuran, he will not waver. Perhaps we should send a messenger to inquire." "Good idea," Tang Yin replied dismissively. "Marriage is a natural step. Your father and I are discussing your future." "Indeed, it's nothing to worry about. We are doing this for your own good," added Ling's father. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuran felt extremely embarrassed, unsure of how to respond, and immediately covered her face, dashing towards the Lord's cabin. Tang Yin and Ling Yang exchanged knowing glances and smiled. "See, this girl has feelings for Yi, and that I believe there is no better time than now. You should take some people and pay him a visit. Perhaps things will come to fruition." "All right," Ling Yang nodded. Clearly, in the eyes of Ling's parents, Yinan had already become a golden son-in-law amidst the apocalypse. In the Xuantian territory, Ling Yu gazed at the phenomenon in the sky, astonished. Noting the position, he realized it was the Xuantian territory, where Yinan resided. Is it truly possible that Yinan has become this powerful at the onset of the apocalypse? If given time, might he not become the overlord of this new world? If he becomes the overlord, does that not mean I will become his subject? This cannot be allowed to happen. Ling Yu believed that before the apocalypse, he could swallow Yinan's company, and after the apocalypse descended, he could similarly absorb Yinan's territory. A female secretary clad in form-fitting black stockings gazed skyward, exclaiming, "Yinan, he is so formidable." Hearing this, Ling Yu became infuriated, tearing the secretary's stockings in frustration and bellowing, "What is so impressive about that? It is merely Yinan flaunting his newly awakened rare profession. Umph. As long as he dares to step into my territory, I will surely bury him alive in the mine." In a deep abyss, 1,000 kilometers from human territory, the stronghold of the beasts housed a colossal creature, towering several hundred meters high, its body armored in scales as solid as rock, with 6 wings stretching thousands of feet, capable of soaring through the skies. Yet when it crouched within the abyss, it emanated a terrifying aura of death, chilling and dreadful, instilling fear in all. Even its subordinates trembled, prostrating on the ground, afraid to look up. This was the beast matriarch, the leader of all lesser beasts. At that moment, the matriarch's fiery eyes fixated on the gathered beasts, and in a voice laden with death, it intoned, "The apocalypse has arrived, and human civilization lies in ruins. This is the opportune moment for us beasts to seize Blue Star. However, aside from the first day, when you rampaged against humans, why have you all remained cooped up in the stronghold these past few days? Why not take the initiative to strike and eliminate all humans? What are you waiting for?" The lesser beast leaders, chastised by the matriarch, dared not speak. The matriarch roared, its maw wide open, sharp fangs glistening as it devoured one of the beasts on the spot. "I require no justification. I demand human territory. Listen well. From this day forth, commence an assault on human territories that we must seize the last remnants of human habitation. Blue Star shall have new masters." Chapter 74. The Blade and Axe Hand, Detecting Conspiracies. Meanwhile, after dispatching Tianguang, Yinan promptly led 10 Night Shadow Warriors, riding steeds that tread upon fire, into the domain of Shenhuang at breakneck speed. Observing the disarray of combat and recruitment structures, the glaring vulnerabilities of the defenses, and the frail soldiers, Yinan sighed softly. Some individuals, even when provided with a plethora of S-grade items, are incapable of unleashing the combat potential of S-grade structures. The Night Shadow Warriors inquire, "My lord, if Ling Yu's strength is insufficient, why should we still ally with him? Indeed, why not deploy a field battalion to take advantage of his unpreparedness and directly seize his domain?" In response, Yinan remained silent. Truth be told, even with the alliance order in hand, he had no intention of swallowing Ling Yu's territory. His sole focus was on forging an alliance with Ling Yu to combat the beasts together. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, the world had descended into utter chaos. Humans awakened to their professions were at a loss, some seeking refuge under lords, while others banded together to flee to distant lands. It was a situation akin to scattered sand, with combat prowess severely lacking. Hunting solitary beasts posed little challenge, but encountering a fully organized beast battalion would prove insurmountable, not just for professionals, but even for powerful lords. Moreover, Yinan, drawing from his past life-esque experiences, understood a harsh reality. The resources available in this apocalyptic world were woefully inadequate for humanity's needs. Following the apocalypse, aside from the territories capable of producing some food, minerals and wood, nearly all other resources had ceased to regenerate. In other words, material supplies in the apocalypse had reached a state of depletion. Not to mention spiritual herbs and energy balls, even essential items such as experience potions. Blood packs, food, fresh water, and warm clothing were in severe shortage. One realm was spring, while another was winter. Currently, it was spring, and the professionals had yet to grasp the significance of warm clothing and food. Once winter arrived and the beast battalions launched their offensive, the inadequately clothed professionals would face mass casualties in the biting cold. Even lords presiding over territories of merely 1 square kilometer would vanish like fleeting dreams. Therefore, even if Yi Nan were to annex Ling Yu's lands, he could not sustain so many citizens and their populations. Before long, guided by the guards, Yi Nan arrived at the entrance of Ling Yu's lordly abode. Though referred to as a small house, it resembled a fortress, tall, imposing, and pentagonal, clad in gray, heavily guarded nearby. After all, Ling Yu's lordly residence had been upgraded with considerable expenditure of copper ore, iron ore, wood, and silver fragments. Currently standing at level 4, that higher than the lord's cabin of Yinan. At this moment, Ling Yu emerged from within, clad in a pair of slippers and dressed in a gray nightgown. Oh dear. Mr. De Yi, oh my apologies. I should now refer to you as Lord Yi. Dismount quickly. In this apocalypse with supplies dwindling, I have been subsisting solely on boiled cabbage, to the point where it has rendered my taste buds numb. Do you understand? I have prepared a plethora of delectable foods for you, all of which can only be savored before the end of days. There's braised pork with preserved vegetables, starch sausages, milk tea, and exquisite yogurt with fruit slices. Upon hearing this, Yinan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an unsettling familiarity with these dishes, although he could not recall where he had heard of them before. Nevertheless, he was certain that the food Ling Yu had prepared was nothing of good quality, but he was resolute in his belief that even if the apocalypse were to descend, Ling Yu's true nature would remain unchanged. Thus, Yinan did not dismount, but instead held the reins firmly, fixing his gaze on Ling Yu as he stated bluntly, Ling Yu, there is no rush for food, that I still have some canned meat and fruit in my territory. We are not lacking sustenance for the time being. Perhaps we should discuss the matter of an alliance instead. Ling Yu had deliberately stationed 500 axe-wielding warriors in the Lord's cabin to ambush Yinan, among whom were awakened professionals and loyal subjects. His objective was to lure Yinan into the cabin, for even a level 10 sorcerer would meet their demise under the assault of 500 warriors. However, Yinan's refusal to dismount left him feeling quite despondent. Why won't this person dismount? Braised pork with preserved vegetables and starch sausages are rare delicacies in the apocalypse that cannot even spark his appetite. Thinking this, Ling Yu shifted his tone. A Lord Yi, while the alliance is undoubtedly important, dining is equally significant. Moreover, there is a female secretary inside, clad in a maid outfit with sheer black stockings. It sounds rather enticing. Are you certain you do not wish to come in for a glimpse? Yinan frowned and reiterated, the alliance is of utmost importance. Food and women are of no consequence. Do you wish to ally with me? Or are you more interested in feasting and flirting? He was not hungry, and moreover, he was face-blind, lacking any interest in women, particularly those of Ling Yu's ilk. Was this not a humiliation? Ling Yu, agitated, found himself in a frenzy. Yinan's refusal to dismount allowed him the opportunity to cast spells. Even if he commanded the 500 warriors to rush out from the Lord's cabin, Yinan could easily subdue them with his magic. To ensure absolute success, he needed to coax Yinan into the Lord's cabin. This was the crux of victory or defeat. Cough, cough. Lord Yi, you possess the Alliance Medallion, and your infinite capacity backpack contains numerous S-class items. Therefore, I certainly wish to curry favor with you. Forming an alliance, dining, and pursuing women are equally pressing matters and can be conducted simultaneously. Isn't that so? Could it be that, as the Alliance Lord, You refuse to grant me, Ling Yu, this courtesy. Upon hearing this, Yinan cast a glance at the fortified lord's cabin, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Ling Yu had always been ruthless. Why did he have the unsettling feeling that a group of warriors lay in ambush within the cabin? Realizing this, Yinan spoke directly. Ling Yu, it's the apocalypse. Let us not concern ourselves with matters of pride. This is pointless. Do you wish to ally or not? Ling Yu took a deep breath, a sly smile creeping onto his face. As long as you step inside, we can forge an alliance immediately. That he was growing anxious and had begun to speak without thought, giving off the impression of someone who had something to hide. Yinan immediately grew wary. With a swift motion, he drew his frost blade, placing it against Ling Yu's throat, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. You boy, are you a spy for the beasts? In an instant, the shadow assassins emerged like phantoms, swiftly dispatching the guards beside Ling Yu. The surrounding villagers and professionals who rushed to provide assistance were all blocked outside by the shadow assassins that moment. Ling Yu felt the chilling touch of the frost blade against his neck. He was paralyzed with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, trembling uncontrollably that a stream of yellow liquid shamefully escaped from his trousers, clearly indicating his fright in a desperate bid for survival. Ling Yu collapsed to his knees, swearing to Yinan, a spy. I am truly not a spy sent by the beasts. I am human. I am Ling Yu. I swear to the heavens before the apocalypse. Your Haixia group was acquired by me for 12 billion. Yinan, Lord Yi, have you forgotten these matters? He was panicking, believing Yinan intended to kill him, revealing his true colors under immense fear. Although Ling Yu was not a spy for the beasts, he did harbor intentions to eliminate Yinan, which was not far removed from being ASP-YT this moment. The citizens and professionals of the God Emperor territory, numbering in the hundreds, witnessed the scene before them, their jaws dropping in disbelief our Lord, has he developed a case of soft bones, kneeling so easily before another? A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. Such behavior is disgraceful. What a shame. Who knows? However, it seems our Lord is truly a spineless coward. Associating with someone like him leads to no promising future. That is indeed the case. But I heard our Lord was negotiating an alliance with Yinan. How did it suddenly escalate to this? Silence. Matters between great figures are not our concern. Do not meddle. Yet, Yinan was equally taken aback. He had long known Ling Yu to be inept, but he never anticipated this fellow to be even less competent than a fool. He had merely sensed something amiss and brandished his frost blade to intimidate Ling Yu, but had not expected Ling Yu to kneel so readily. It appeared that this fellow truly intended to plot against him. However, with the immediate threat now averted, there was no need for Yinan to remain so confrontational. With a swift motion, he sheathed the frost blade, focusing his gaze on Ling Yu as he asked slowly. Now, tell me, how many warriors have you ambushed in the Lord's cabin? In his previous life, Ling Yu had a history of such treachery, so Yinan's guess was likely close to the truth. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Internally, he cursed his misfortune. How did Yinan know about the ambush? Who leaked the information? Or was it merely a deduction on Yinan's part? Yet, he had no time to ponder these questions. For all he could think of was the secretary's warning. Those who act carelessly will meet their demise. If Yinan had discovered the scheme he concocted, was he not doomed? Confess willingly, or face severe consequences. Speak. How many warriors have you ambushed? Yinan's voice rang out, firm and commanding. At once, a powerful aura emanated from behind him, the psychic energy of a level 10 sorcerer. Rising 3 feet high, radiating hues of yellow, gold, green, red, and white, sending shivers down the spines of those around them, exuding an immense pressure in an instant, observing the corpses strewn about and the surrounding professionals unable to breach the shadow assassins. Ling Yu's mental defenses shattered, and he confessed 500 warriors. 500. Have you been reading too many novels? Do you intend to kill me? Yinan scoffed. Ling Yu nodded, realizing that his only course of action now was to speak the truth. After all, Yinan was a level 10 sorcerer, already in control of the situation, while he was merely a level 1 swordsman. The disparity in their levels was akin to a mere employee standing before the company's CEO, lacking the audacity to stand firm. Otherwise, Yinan could easily cast a spell to eliminate him. What is your purpose? Is it merely to take my life? Yinan inquired, genuinely perplexed that I in the wake of the apocalypse. With beasts emerging, humanity should unite. Yet, to his astonishment, this fellow sought to harm him. Such treachery was truly despicable. Ling Yu knelt, looking down, stammering, by killing you, I could seize your territory, your subjects and resources, thereby becoming the most powerful lord in this apocalypse. Foolish, Yi Go, Lord Yi, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Although Ling Yu uttered these words, a darker thought lingered in his mind. Yinan, just you wait, do not be deceived by my kneeling. This is merely a temporary measure. This is my territory, and as long as I survive, I will surely take your head and use it as a night pot. Yinan sighed. In these dire times, with the apocalypse upon us and beasts emerging from the rifts of time and space, humanity stands on the brink of survival. How can you still entertain thoughts of infighting? Such treachery deserves the utmost punishment, had it not been for the limited provisions and resources within his territory, which could scarcely sustain hundreds of thousands of people along with tens of thousands of professionals and subjects. He would have relished the opportunity to pierce Ling Yu with a sword and seize control of the land. At that moment, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Yinan, Ling Yu, unable to wipe the beads of sweat the size of mung beans from his forehead, hastily swung his arm and slapped his own face, exclaiming, Yinan, I admit my fault. I should not have coveted your territory. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. There is no need for you to lay a hand on me. I will punish myself. With each slap, he continued, Is this acceptable? Slap, slap. Upon witnessing Ling Yu's cowardice, Yinan felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, raising the reins in his hand and unable to refrain from delivering a few blows. The monstrous beast could launch an invasion on human territories at any moment. There was no need for such hypocritical theatrics. Let us get to the point. Shall we form an alliance? This was a certainty. As Ling Yu spoke, he drew a finely crafted dagger from his waist, slashing his palm and swearing to the heavens, from this moment forth, I, Ling Yu, shall ally with Yinan, along with the citizens and professionals within the Divine Emperor territory, standing as comrades in arms to confront the monstrous beasts in this apocalyptic era. Should I violate this oath, may the heavens strike me down with thunder. Observing Ling Yu's sincere contrition and his fervent oath, Yinan felt a sense of satisfaction. Very well. In light of our shared humanity, I shall grant you leniency today. Rise, Chapter 76. Pursuit. Ascending into the air, only then did Ling Yu stand up, trembling in fear. Yet, due to his guilt, he dared not meet Yinan's gaze, continuing to act submissively. Thank you, Brother Yi, for your mercy. Your great kindness will be etched in my memory forever. Though he spoke these words, deep within, he was already scheming to place A-grade combat structures along Yinan's path, intending to erase him from existence. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Yinan frowned. Since we are now allies, you must be prepared. In a few days, I will issue the command of the Alliance to AT that time. We shall march together and launch a proactive assault on the beast stronghold. The reason he allied with Ling Yu was to unite all available forces and form 2 battalions, one composed of professionals for field combat and the other of citizens for mobile operations. Coupled with the combat and recruitment structures in his backpack, they would pose a significant threat to the beast stronghold. After all, Yinan, having experienced Rebirth, was acutely aware of the terror posed by the monstrous beasts, whose strength lay not in their size, but in their seemingly endless numbers that as time progressed, the beasts emerging from the rifts in space would only increase, from thousands to tens of thousands, and eventually to millions. It was entirely possible that a battalion of tens of millions could emerge. By that time, even the most fortified defenses within human territories would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of such a horde. Currently, the defensive lines in human territories were largely composed of subpar barriers, inferior Mage Towers, and flame erosion arrow towers, alongside a B-grade recruitment structure, the Frost Knight Camp. Their defensive capabilities were mediocre at best, sufficient only for small-scale incursions. Once faced with a large battalion, whether it be first-tier inferior barriers or third-tier standard barriers, even seventh-tier advanced barriers would be unable to withstand the devastating charge of the beasts. Thus, in order for humanity to confront the beasts in this apocalypse, they must stockpile provisions and fortify their walls. Therefore, Yinan believed that rather than passively awaiting doom within their territory, they should take the initiative to strike at the beast stronghold. aiming to diminish the beast's morale and buy time for humanity to construct fortifications that as long as the cities could be built, at least the defensive lines within human territories would not suffer significant breaches. Ah, Ling Yu gasped, his pupils constricting. Brother Yi, have you lost your mind? The entire apocalypse is in chaos that if the beasts do not attack us, we should consider ourselves fortunate. How can you dare to take the initiative against them? Are you courting death? Yinan frowned, casting Ling Yu a disdainful glance, and replied coldly, You understand nothing. Even if we humans retreat into our territory, in due time, the combat and recruitment structures will be unable to withstand the onslaught of the beast battalions. To turn the tide and seize the initiative in this apocalypse, we must take the offensive and crush the beast stronghold. Only then can humanity secure more territory, population, and resources in this dire time. Do you understand? Ling Yu nodded repeatedly. Did I understand? I understand. Subsequently, with a fawning expression, Ling Yu suggested, to atone for my past mistakes, may I invite Brother Yi to a meal before you depart? I assure you, there are no ulterior motives, no hidden blades, only fine wine and beautiful women. Yet Yinan, aware that lingering in this place could lead to unforeseen complications, promptly declined. No need for a meal, for he knew that Ling Yu was not a reliable ally. Ling Yu's face fell in disappointment. Very well. Before departing, Yinan cautioned Ling Yu. In these days, the beasts have been unnaturally quiet. This is not normal. Until you receive the command of the Alliance, be prepared for battle at any moment. Understood, Brother Yi. I will strictly adhere to your orders. Ling Yu patted his chest, vowing earnestly. Once Yinan, accompanied by the Night Shadow assassins, rode away on his fiery steeds, Ling Yu's eyes turned crimson, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists as he let out a howl akin to a wild boar. Bring them here. Now, now. At once, several squad leaders among the professionals and citizens gathered around. Ling Yu, nostrils flaring in anger, gritted his teeth and commanded, First Combat Team, Second Combat Team, Fifth Combat Team, Sixth Combat Team, you are to immediately take these B-grade structures and hunt down Yinan. I will not allow him to leave my territory alive. With that, he retrieved 4 B-grade structures from his backpack. The Frost Knight Camp, Heavy Armored Iron Pagoda, Rampaging Kwafu Camp, and Flame Erosion Archer Camp, each capable of summoning B-grade units, Frost Knights, Iron Pagodas, Kwafu, and Flame Erosion Archers. Each camp could summon 300 B-grade soldiers, totaling 1,200 B-grade units from the 4 recruitment structures. A formidable fighting force. Yes, yes, the squad leaders of the 4 combat teams received the A-grade combat structures from Ling Yu and immediately set off. Each combat team was fully staffed with 300 members, including 100 swordsmen, 50 archers, 50 polearm wielders, 50 shield bearers, and 50 fire mages, an impressive blend of offense and defense. The combined might of the 4 combat teams amounted to 2,400 individuals. This force was exceedingly powerful. Not only could they easily deal with a mere level 10 mage like Yinan, but they could also conquer a territory spanning 50 square kilometers with ease. However, as they pursued at their utmost speed, they found no trace of Yinan, nor did the citizen stationed near the tower defenses see him. Where is he? This path is a thoroughfare. It is impossible for him to have vanished without a trace. Could it be that he has flown away? At that moment, one of the professionals looked up at the sky, only to witness an astonishing scene. Yinan and the Night Shadow assassins, mounted on over a dozen fiery steeds, were soaring 500 meters above the ground. They were truly flying. In that instant, the professionals and citizens from the 1st Combat Team, 2nd Combat Team, 5th Combat Team, and 6th Combat Team all beheld the spectacle. Good heavens, can warhorses fly too? What an unbelievable sight. How rare and astonishing. We are in the apocalypse, the era of awakened spiritual energy, and we have awakened our professional panels. So it stands to reason that warhorses can also soar through the skies. That may be true, but how do we explain this to the Lord? 500 meters in the air, seated atop his warhorse. Yinan gazed down at the gathered professionals below and frowned. It seems that Ling Yu's treacherous intentions remain unchanged. Chapter 77. The beast assault, my lord. You are simply divine. Ling Yu has indeed dispatched a field combat battalion to pursue you. Fortunately, we have taken to the skies. Otherwise, being surrounded by over 1,000 professionals would have had dire consequences. Indeed, my lord, We are eager to know how you anticipated Ling Yu would send someone to hunt you down. At this moment, the Night Shadow assassins looked up at Yi Nan with eyes filled with admiration and reverence. After all, had they traveled by land, even with their formidable combat prowess, capable of facing 10 foes alone, they would have been unable to withstand the siege of 1,000 professionals. Now, suspended 500 meters in the air on their fiery steeds, they were in an exceptionally secure position, even amidst the ranks of the following practitioners. There existed soldiers capable of ranged attacks, comprising hundreds of fire mages and archers. However, their levels were merely at 1, allowing them to unleash only meager fireballs the size of a palm or shoot feeble feathered arrows skyward with their soft bows. After all, their range of attack extended only 1 square kilometer, rendering them incapable of affecting Yi Nan and his companions in the heavens above. At this moment, some archers had attempted to shoot scattered arrows at them, but the feathered arrows, at most, could ascend to a height of 200 meters before losing accuracy and force, plummeting to the ground like kites with severed strings. That Yi Nan smiled calmly and remarked to the Dark Night Shadow warriors, "In this apocalypse, the hearts of men have grown cold. Ling Yu has indeed narrowed his own path." Simultaneously, a thunderous roar resounded. Thousands of colossal beasts, with bloodthirsty fangs and clad in heavy armor, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, formed a square formation, akin to a torrent of steel, charging toward Ling Yu's territory. They surged forward with great speed. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters, in but a breath's time. The vanguard of the Beast Legion had reached the boundary of Ling Yu's domain, crashing directly against the inferior barricade. Crack, crack. The beasts not only rammed their massive bodies against the subpar barrier, but also gnawed at it with their fangs. Soon, the level 1 inferior barricade became riddled with holes under their relentless assault. Concurrently, the flame corrosion arrow tower stationed at the territory's edge entered combat mode, unleashing a tempest of thousands of flame-corroded arrows upon the Beast Legion. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, arrows rained down like a deluge. However, the heavily armored beasts were impervious to the arrows, which merely left faint black marks upon their armor. The boundary of Ling Yu's territory was merely fortified with inferior barricades and the flame corrosion arrow tower, while the inferior Mage Tower, Flame Mage Tower, and Frost Knight Camp were all situated within the territory itself. Such a tactical arrangement would inevitably lead the beasts to breach the inferior barricade and find their way into the poorly defended areas of the residents' dwellings. Upon witnessing this, Yi Nan was taken aback and exclaimed, "The beasts are invading human territory once again. This time, it is a Legion-level assault. I wonder if Ling Yu can withstand it." He was deeply concerned. After all, in the wake of the apocalypse, the beast attacks on human territory were typically carried out by scattered individuals. The largest formations comprised only hundreds, at most 1,000 beasts. That it was worth noting that a legion of over 10,000 beasts possessed formidable combat prowess, capable of annihilating entire nations. However, the Dark Night Shadow warriors, upon seeing this scene, were filled with excitement. The Lord, that cunning Ling Yu, not only refuses to submit to you, but also plots to send assassins after you. Now, swift retribution has come. Before you can make your move, this Beast Legion has arrived, and they possess the strength to seize this territory. We merely need to sit back and watch the ensuing chaos to reap the benefits. The Dark Night Shadow Warriors' plan was to escort Yi Nan away from this battlefield. The safety of their lord was their paramount duty, one that would not waver under any circumstance. Yet, Yi Nan had no intention of departing. "No, we cannot leave now." After all, Yi Nan hovered 500 meters above, gazing down, clearly seeing Ling Yu's battle arrangements. Once the beasts breached the inferior barricade, the B-level combat structures and C-level summoning structures positioned in the center of the territory would become ineffective. The beasts were not fools that Yi Nan intended to act as Ling Yu's external aid, extending a helping hand for the sake of humanity. Behind the Beast Legion, he, along with 10 Dark Night Shadow warriors, would launch an attack, creating the illusion of reinforcements arriving, thus forcing the beasts to retreat. This was the only viable solution. The Dark Night Shadow warriors exchanged glances, expressions of disbelief on their faces, and began to voice their objections. "My lord, compared to the beasts, that scoundrel Ling Yu is 100 times more detestable. Just moments ago, he sent people to hunt us down. Why should we help him?" "Indeed, The Beast Legion has mobilized 10,000 elite creatures. Even if we wish to assist, we would be outmatched and we should retreat quickly. Otherwise, it may be too late. There are fearsome winged beasts among that legion. Should a battle erupt, we would be trapped. At that moment, they had already landed outside Ling Yu's territory, and the Beast Legion had not noticed their presence. That Xuantian sighed and said, "You are right. However, you must understand one thing. If I do not assist Ling Yu now, many more lives will be lost here. Moreover, the resources and population of human territory will be ravaged and plundered by the beasts." Upon hearing this, the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors dismounted their horses, kneeling upon the ground, placing a hand on their shoulders, and spoke in unison. "Our duty is to protect our Lord. Wherever our Lord may be, there shall we be. We are willing to follow our Lord in a battle until the end." In response, Xuantian nodded, drawing forth his frost sword, his gaze resolute as he surveyed the chaotic battlefield. He spoke solemnly, "Everyone, follow me. We shall circle around to the rear of the Beast Legion and launch our charge." Chapter 78. The red flame spreads like wildfire, rewards before initiating the ambush. Xuantian, through the powerful mental energy of a grand mage, sensed the levels of most of the beasts within this legion. Beast, rank, ordinary, level 15 physical attack, 150, speed 30, health 1000, magical energy 0, magical damage 0. The levels of the beasts corresponded to those of practitioners. Ranging from 1 to 100, beyond level 100, they could reincarnate into even more formidable beasts. The higher the beast's level, the more powerful it became. However, unlike humans, who, upon awakening their class panel, began at level 1 and directly gained substantial combat power, the level 1 beasts were still in their juvenile form, utterly lacking in combat capability. Only beasts above level 10 exhibited any fighting strength. As such, the level 15 beasts could be considered the main force. In his previous life, Xuantian had successfully repelled the beast's attacks multiple times using the several battered combat and summoning structures within his territory. I end this life as the foremost lord in the apocalypse. Both on the strength and resources rankings, encountering the Beast Legion offered no reason for retreat. Analyzing the data, the invading beasts posed no magical threat. Their primary strength lay in physical attack. Their speed and health were quite low, making them hardly a concern. Not to mention, he was a level 10 Grand Mage, with a spell damage radius spanning 10 square kilometers. Even the 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors he brought along boasted impressive statistics. At least half a level higher than the beasts. Dark Knight Shadow Warrior, rank, rare, level 30, physical attack, 300, speed, 500, health, 6000, magical energy, 100, magical damage, 100 at this moment. As Xuantian and the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors charged forward at breakneck speed, they were merely 500 meters away from the Beast Legion. The beasts stationed at the rear of the Legion numbered over 100. Each weighing 2.5 tons, their bodies resembling small mountains. Their task was not to join the invasion of the territory, but to assist the Legion by clearing out the practitioners on the territory's periphery. Suddenly, amidst the dust clouds, the beasts at the rear caught sight of Xuantian and his companions, immediately pounding the earth with their massive claws, roaring ferociously. Roar, roar, roar! In an instant, over 100 beasts sprang forth, leaping toward Xuantian and his group like ferocious tigers. The 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, upon witnessing this, did not flinch or show fear. Instead, they deftly tore strips of cloth from their robes to blindfold their steeds. Then, shouting "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they gripped the reins tightly, charging forward with one hand while raising their crescent blades to slash at the beasts. The crescent blades collided violently with the beast's tough scales, creating a shower of sparks. However, the beasts, relying on their thick hides, did not evade the strikes but instead endured the damage head-on. Their intent was simple and mindless, to crush the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors with their sheer weight. After all, given the beast's tonnage, any high-level warrior caught beneath them would undoubtedly meet their demise. Nevertheless, they were the elite among the elite, an S-tier unit. As the beasts lunged forward, the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors swiftly maneuvered their steeds outward. Creating a safe distance from the beasts, the horde of beasts pounced in empty air. Although the beast's tough hides could withstand several blows, the crescent blades wielded by the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors still inflicted significant damage. One slash, another slash, yet another. It was akin to a slow but relentless execution. The Dark Knight Shadow Warrior's successive charges left the beasts in agony, their maws opened wide, howling in pain. Soon, the hundreds of beasts stationed at the rear grew exhausted. Panting heavily, unable to leap any longer, that on their bodies lay dozens of grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone, inflicted by the shadowy assassins of the night. That moment, their pupils constricted, and they ceased their attempts to attack the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, opting instead to retreat slowly. Observing this, Yi Nan understood that it was time to deliver the finishing blow. He raised his right hand slowly while mounted on his steed, chanting incantations. Crimson flames, devour the land. With the utterance of his voice, colossal fireballs, each a meter in diameter and burning at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, descended from the heavens at a visibly rapid pace, landing at the feet of the otherworldly beasts. To avoid harming the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, Yi Nan meticulously adjusted the spell's area of effect to encompass 1 square kilometer. In an instant, over 100 injured otherworldly beasts, unable to evade, were consumed by the flames before they could even utter a cry, reduced to ashes. Congratulations! Successfully killed 120 ordinary otherworldly beasts. Spell attack power 100. Spell energy 50. Acquired 120 otherworldly skulls and 120 sets of pelts. Almost simultaneously, within Yi Nan's infinitely capacious backpack, there appeared an abundance of 120 sets of pelts and otherworldly skulls. The skulls could serve as materials for refining magical artifacts, while the pelts could be decomposed into fragments suitable for crafting armor of golden quality. Although both the skulls and pelts were valuable commodities, their sheer quantity took up considerable space. After slaying otherworldly beasts, practitioners typically refrained from immediately collecting their spoils, as an excess of loot could impair their stamina and physical attack power. They would either sell them to material merchants or retain them for disassembly into fragments, trading them for sustenance and coin. Yi Nan couldn't help but reflect how fortunate he was to have drawn an infinitely capacious backpack before the apocalypse descended. Otherwise, such a plethora of items would be tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to discard. Given that the main force of the otherworldly beast horde, approximately 8,000 strong, had breached the shoddy barricades, they cleverly circumvented the Pyromancer's tower and the Frost Knight camp, charging directly towards the Lord's cabin of Lingyu. Around 2,000 otherworldly beasts on the periphery refrained from engaging in the main assault, instead opting to slaughter the scattered fleeing populace and isolated practitioners. Yi Nan promptly retrieved dozens of azure energy orbs from his infinitely capacious backpack and consumed them in one go. The impending battle necessitated a replenishment of his mental energy to cast spells. Chapter 79. Rampant slaughter. At this juncture, the 2,000 otherworldly beasts roaming the perimeter of the territory bore witness as their kin were instantaneously incinerated into ashes. Their eyes gleamed with malice, baring their fangs and unleashing ferocious roars. Anger, fear, a plethora of complex emotions flooded their faces. Concurrently, over 1,000 otherworldly beasts swiftly redirected their attention, crouching low and gathering power. Their predatory gazes fixed intently on Yi Nan and his companions. Roar, roar! Then, like arrows released from a bowstring, the 1,000-strong horde charged towards Yi Nan and his companions in a fan-shaped formation, moving at a speed of 70 yards. My lord, we are encircled by at least 2,000 otherworldly beasts. What shall we do? 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors immediately galloped forward to shield Yi Nan. That moment, Yi Nan gradually raised his left hand, conjuring a massive ice-blue energy orb, radiating with a bone-chilling aura, that materialized in his palm. Freeze! With a commanding shout, hundreds of otherworldly beasts were instantly encased in ice, resembling magnificent ice sculptures. The otherworldly beasts emerging from the rifts in space possessed various resistances. Some were immune to toxins, others to freezing, and still others to magical damage. This group of beasts evidently bore considerable ice resistance. The freezing spell cast by Yi Nan would merely delay their advance. However, for the elite Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, this delay was more than sufficient. Without waiting for Yi Nan's orders, they charged forward, wielding their crescent blades with precision, cutting down the otherworldly beasts as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. In an instant, the massive forms of the beasts crumbled to the ground like collapsing hills, blood flowing like rivers. But that was not the end. The fallen giants formed a barrier, akin to small hills. obstructing the oncoming horde's charge. The battlefield descended into chaos. The Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, with swift and decisive strikes, dispatched the frozen otherworldly beasts with ease. Congratulations! Successfully killed 100 otherworldly beasts. Spell attack increased by 100. Spell energy by 50. Acquired 100 otherworldly skulls and 100 pelts. Congratulations! Successfully killed 200 otherworldly beasts. Spell attack increased by 200. Spell energy by 100. Acquired 200 otherworldly skulls and 200 pelts. Congratulations! Successfully killed 500 otherworldly beasts. Spell attack increased by 500. Spell energy by 250. Acquired 500 otherworldly skulls and 500 pelts. Yinan gazed at the mountain of otherworldly skulls, pelts, and various other remains like teeth, thigh bones, and lumbar vertebrae accumulating in his infinitely capacious backpack. Quite splendid. He had not anticipated that his assistance to Ling Yu would yield such a bounty. These materials would undoubtedly prove invaluable for refining magical artifacts and upgrading structures in the future. At that moment, the 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on Yinan, that My Lord. In this battle against the otherworldly beasts, we have achieved a resounding victory, annihilating over 2,000 beasts. Not a single casualty on our side. It is a remarkable triumph. Upon hearing this, Yinan nodded. Within the span of a mere hour, he, accompanied by the 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, had efficiently dispatched thousands of otherworldly beasts. This record was certainly worthy of historical acclaim. Such an achievement was unprecedented. However, Yinan found little joy in this victory. Although the number of otherworldly beasts deployed was considerable, most were merely rank 15, constituting a ragtag assembly rather than a disciplined army. Thus, this achievement held little cause for pride. That why Yinan intended to establish 2 Frost Knight camps, 2 Pyromancer towers, and 2 heavy armored paladin camps at the borders of Ling Yu's territory to prepare for the reinforcements of the otherworldly beast horde. He then planned to personally lead the 10 Dark Knight Shadow Warriors into Ling Yu's territory, coordinating efforts to eliminate the 8,000-strong main force of the otherworldly beast horde within. Yet, Yinan did not foresee that Ling Yu, as the wealthiest lord in the apocalypse, possessing thousands of A-grade, B-grade, and C-grade buildings, along with an indestructible lord's cabin, would be unable to withstand the assault of the otherworldly beast horde. 10 minutes prior, at the moment the otherworldly beast horde surrounded the lord's cabin, Ling Yu had witnessed with his own eyes as the shoddy barricades, inferior mage towers, pyromancer towers, frost knight camps, heavy armored paladin camps, and cloud longbow camps, C-grade and B-grade structures, were brutally dismantled by the beasts, rendering him utterly paralyzed with fear. Despite having thousands of A-grade and B-grade combat and summoning structures in his backpack, granting him the capability to resist the otherworldly beast horde, he was so overwhelmed with terror that he chose to flee, abandoning his territory, subjects, and practitioners, taking with him only his secretary clad in black fishnet stockings. After Ling Yu's departure, the remaining populace and practitioners, stripped of resolve, discarded their weapons and fled in panic. Thus, a horde of miscellaneous otherworldly beasts effortlessly breached the human territory, even that of the wealthiest lord. When the banner of the otherworldly beast horde fluttered above the lord's cabin, otherworldly creatures within 100 kilometers caught sight of the flag and erupted in excitement. Impressive, truly impressive, a mere ragtag horde that we dispatched. Originally intending only to invade human territory and plunder some supplies, has unexpectedly conquered the lord's cabin. Is this the might of our kind? It seems that so-called human lords are merely paper tigers. Nothing to fear. With the apocalypse upon us, we, the otherworldly beasts, are the true sovereigns of this blue planet. The chief was right. This is indeed the era of the otherworldly beasts. Kill, kill. At that moment, the citizens, practitioners, and inhabitants of other territories watched as the banner of the otherworldly beasts flew high over the divine emperor territory, their hearts heavy with sorrow, engulfed in despair. It's over. Even Ling Yu, the wealthiest lord, could not defend against the onslaught of the otherworldly beast horde. What chance do we small lords have? What can we do? What else can we do? Either we submit to the otherworldly beasts and become their dogs for a chance at survival, or we continue to flee. Although it is the apocalypse, we humans have awakened our class panels. Can it truly be this dire? as long as one possesses a lord's cabin and buildings of B grade or higher. Even a pig could defend this land. How is it possible that Ling Yu abandoned 500 square kilometers of territory in just 1 hour? Chapter 80. Surrounded by giant, otherworldly beasts, my lord. It is better that the coward Ling Yu be killed by the otherworldly beasts. It saves us the trouble. Indeed, that rascal has always plotted against you. In this contemporary age, the monstrous beings have aided us in slaying him. Truly a divine favor. It is regrettable, however, that this expanse of 500 square kilometers, alongside countless subpar barricades, inferior mage towers, flame erosion arrow towers, frost knight camps, heavy armored paladin camps, and other combat and summoning edifices, has been handed over to the beasts without a fight. As the Night Shadow warriors engaged in animated discussion, Yinan's brow furrowed deeply. The death of Ling Yu was inconsequential, as long as there was resistance. He would still be regarded as a hero. What truly troubled him was the fear that Ling Yu had fled without a struggle. This matter is exceedingly sensitive, should it spread among the professionals. It would undoubtedly erode the confidence of the populace in their lord. After all, the essence of a lord's existence is to unite the awakened professionals, that if the professionals in this apocalyptic world no longer trust their lord, then establishing a united front against the monstrous beings would be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, the beastly legion within the territory had already taken notice of Yi Nan and his companions, gradually slowing their pace to encircle them in a predatory manner. Some stood 2 meters tall, others 5 meters, and some even towered at 10 meters. This is dire. Within this motley beastly legion, elite creatures were unexpectedly intermingled. Yi Nan, through his formidable mental energy, sensed clearly that there existed a plethora of high-ranking beasts within the territory. High-rank beast, grade, elite, level, 50, physical attack, 1,000, speed, 300, health, 5,000, magical damage, 200, magical energy, 200, resistances, poison resistance, frost resistance, flame resistance, physical attack resistance, magical damage resistance. Merely observing their attributes, a high-rank beast possesses the capability to contend against the Night Shadow warriors. The situation is precarious. The balance of victory is tilting towards the beast. Yi Nan inhaled deeply, murmuring to himself. No wonder the beastly legion could demolish the B-grade structure. The Frost Knight camp, near the Lord's abode. It turns out there are numerous high-rank beasts within. The predicament at hand is indeed rather troublesome. Although the beasts boast higher levels, Yi Nan, as a level 10 all-elemental mage, combined with the combat prowess of the Night Shadow warriors, should be able to hold his ground. However, the high-rank beasts possess formidable resistances that can withstand both the flames and ice spells. This presents a significant issue that if Yi Nan's spells cannot delay the advance of the beasts, then even the well-trained Night Shadow warriors would ultimately struggle against the onslaught of the beasts. Simultaneously, a multitude of beasts had begun to encircle them, forming layers upon layers, creating an impenetrable barrier. They were acutely aware of the strength possessed by Yi Nan and the Night Shadow warriors, thus hesitating to make the first move. Instead, they resorted to the most simplistic approach, surrounding them entirely, leveraging their numerical and spatial advantages to nullify the potency of Yi Nan's spells. In fact, as long as they refrained from charging, the crescent blades held by the Night Shadow warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon them. Logically, should they persist in this encirclement, it would not take 3 days for Yi Nan and his companions to succumb to hunger and thirst, thereby losing their combat effectiveness. Though the beast's intellect may be underdeveloped, this was their line of reasoning. Nevertheless, what the beast could conceive, Yi Nan, as one reborn from the apocalypse, could naturally deduce as well. The beasts wish to confine us here, but this endeavor shall bear no fruit. Yi Nan chuckled, for the steeds beneath them, the fire-treading warhorses, were summoned by him through his summoning arts. These magnificent creatures could not only traverse great distances, but also soar amidst the azure skies. In an instant, Yi Nan, accompanied by 10 Night Shadow warriors, ascended directly to an altitude of 500 meters. Thus, the thousands of beasts found themselves encircled in solitude. What? The warhorses can fly? Is this a jest? Have we erred? These humans, are they truly taking to the skies before our very eyes? Do we beasts possess no dignity? No. The humans have merely awakened their professional panels. How could they possibly awaken the ability to fly? By the heavens, This is utterly unfair. The bloodthirsty beasts, witnessing this, erupted in a cacophony of despair. Initially, they believed the opportunity for revenge had arrived, convinced that Yi Nan and his companions were doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, the cooked duck has flown away. The leading beast, upon observing this, roared and immediately commanded the few remaining two-winged giants to take flight. Intercept them, eliminate them. In an instant, 52 winged giants soared into the air. These two-winged giants bore a resemblance to the Western Tyrannosaurus. Their wings composed of flesh, sinews, and membranes, devoid of feathers, their entire forms cloaked in a shadowy hue, exuding an aura of death to that moment. Yi Nan noticed the 52-winged giants ascending from the beastly legion and felt a surge of urgency, utilizing his potent mental energy to sense their attributes. Two-winged giant beast. Grade, elite. Level, 30. Physical attack, 100. Speed, 1000. Health, 3000. Magical damage, 900. Magical energy, 900. Resistances, capable of evading all flames. Resistant to temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius. Good heavens! These two-winged giants are also of the mage variety. Since they can evade flames, they must be fire mages. Yi Nan initially intended to employ his mental energy to cast an ice spell. But at 500 meters in the air, freezing the swiftly flying two-winged giants was no simple task. Their speed outstripped that of the fire-treading warhorses by threefold. Consequently, Yi Nan and the Night Shadow Warriors were quickly pursued by the two-winged giants. Simultaneously, fiery projectiles resembling fireflies erupted from their claws, launching attacks toward Yi Nan and his companions. Though the damage was minimal, it was as bothersome as a swarm of mosquitoes. Being struck was still quite painful. With a whoosh, Yi Nan unsheathed his frost blade and commanded the Night Shadow Warriors. First, eliminate this group of two-winged giants. Yes, understood. In an instant, the Night Shadow Warriors unsheathed their curved blades, charging through the barrage of fireballs towards the two-winged giants. Of course, Yi Nan was not idle. He chanted incantations to rapidly lower the temperature of the surrounding air, attempting to hinder the speed of the two-winged giants. Congratulations, you have slain a two-winged giant beast. Magical attack power, 100. Magical energy, 100. That you have obtained 1 beast wing and 1 beast skull. Chapter 81. The beast wing of the wearable item. Yi Nan focused intently, realizing that the Night Shadow Warriors had united their strength to slay a two-winged giant beast. A level 30 elite beast. Was it truly this feeble? In the aerial domain, it was unable to withstand a single cavalry charge from the Night Shadow Warriors. This was astonishing. However, upon reflection, while the two-winged giants were formidable, as mage-type beasts, they were suited for long-range magical attacks. Once engaged in close combat with warriors, the outcome was only to be expected. That it seems that slaying a two-winged giant beast is equivalent to vanquishing 100 ordinary beasts. Moreover, both the beast skull and the beast teeth could be decomposed into fragments, serving as materials. What purpose does the beast wing serve? Yi Nan pondered with confusion that in his previous life during the apocalypse. Those who awakened their professional panels had spent years slaying only a handful of two-winged giant beasts. Their rewards divided among Ling Yu and others that Yi Nan had not even had a sip of warm soup. Thus, he was unfamiliar with the utility of the beast wing to that moment. Yi Nan utilized his formidable mental energy to perceive within his infinitely capacious backpack. Beast wing, rarity rare. Level 30 can be upgraded through materials. Physical attack, 300. Magical damage, 300. Speed, 3000. Initial speed, 300. Final speed after refining and upgrading, 30,000. Resistances. Possesses certain physical resistance, magical resistance, and poison resistance, with specific values varying with level. Note: the beast wing is a drop from a slain beast. Exceedingly rare. When worn by a professional, it grants the ability to fly. Holy moly! The beast wing truly is a remarkable item. Not only is it exceedingly rare, but it also allows a professional to master the ability to fly with zero prior experience. This is fantastic. In this life, Yi Nan, capitalizing on the information disparity from his 2 lifetimes, invested all his wealth into the game Universal Territory and frantically activated miracle draws in the Destiny Wheel. This was how he acquired the strength to battle the beasts, for instance, through activating the miracle draws. The Night Shadow Warriors he summoned as his elite guards, upon slaying beasts, would have all rewards solely belonged to Yinan. The Night Shadow Warriors, being NPC tools within the game, did not share in the rewards of the professionals. Moreover, the rewards from slaying beasts held immense value. For instance, when Yinan vanquishes the aberrant beasts, he is rewarded with their skulls, pelts, and teeth, alongside increments in spell damage and magical energy that in other words, amidst the apocalypse, the more aberrant beasts Yinan slays, the greater his rewards will be, thus amplifying his spell damage. It is essential to recognize that disparities exist among individuals. Therefore, even within the confines of a single square kilometer, some mages can inflict devastating harm upon their foes, while others can merely tickle them. This exemplifies the variance in spell damage. Moreover, the differences in magical energy dictate a mage's capacity for prolonged incantation and spellcasting, elevating them to a divine status that a mere thought can herald the blooming of spring, while another can usher in the desolation of winter. Roar, roar, roar! The two-winged colossal aberrant beasts in the firmament, numbering 49, witnessed the demise of their 30-level companion and immediately erupted in mournful howls, as if driven to madness, charging towards Yinan and his allies with a deathly onslaught. However, as mage-type aberrant beasts, they forsook their ranged spell attacks for close combat, effectively sealing their own fate. The Night Shadow Warriors, engaged in aerial combat, felt a sense of helplessness and trepidation regarding the speed and spell damage of the two-winged colossal aberrant beasts. Yet in this moment, driven by vengeance and blinded by rage, they opted for melee combat, playing directly into the hands of the Night Shadow Warriors. They must have lost their minds. Indeed, by abandoning their safe distance for close combat, they acted like moths drawn to a flame, striking futilely against stone. Precisely. As long as it is melee, we are capable of slaying level 60 aberrant beasts. The two-winged colossal aberrant beasts have truly overestimated their combat prowess. Without waiting for Yinan's command, the Night Shadow Warriors tore strips from their robes to cleanse the blood from their crescent moon scimitars, immediately rushing to confront the two-winged colossal aberrant beasts, with Yinan beside them, chanting the spell of Frostbind to impede the beast's advance. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, the remaining 49 two-winged colossal aberrant beasts were divided into two groups and fell beneath the blades of the Night Shadow Warriors, their blood raining down like a deluge upon the heavens. Congratulations, you have successfully slain 22-winged colossal aberrant beasts. Spell damage: 2,000. Magical energy: 2,000 obtained. 20 aberrant skulls, 20 aberrant teeth, 20 aberrant wings. Congratulations! You have successfully slain 29 two-winged colossal aberrant beasts. Spell damage: 2,900. Magical energy: 2,900 obtained. 29 aberrant skulls, 29 aberrant teeth, 29 aberrant wings. Yinan gazed at the 50 pairs of aberrant wings within his infinitely capacious bag, placing a hand upon his forehead in sheer delight. From this battle alone, I have acquired 50 pairs of aberrant wings. This is no trivial amount that, if given time, obtaining 3,000 pairs of aberrant wings seems far from impossible. With these aberrant wings, I could effortlessly assemble an airborne mobile corps, total dominion over the skies. The Night Shadow Warriors, though wounded in their melee with the two-winged colossal aberrant beasts, found their monumental victory sufficient to overshadow their injuries. At that moment, upon hearing Yinan's words, they erupted in excitement. Congratulations, Lord! Hail, Lord! As long as we secure air superiority, the aberrant beasts shall hold no advantage over us. Indeed, on the ground, we have the Grand Sorcerer's Camp, Frost Knight Camp, Heavy Armored Paladin Camp, and the Giant Catapult, among other structures. Without air superiority, should the aberrant beasts dare to invade recklessly, they shall surely suffer grievous losses. At this juncture, Yinan beheld the thronging aberrant beast army assembling below, and he could not help but draw a sharp breath. The densely packed army of aberrant beasts, numbering in the thousands or even millions, resembled marching ants, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Among them were common aberrant beasts, as well as many high-ranking ones, some of which were grotesque and terrifying, never before seen. The aberrant beasts emanated dark waves of deathly aura that surged skyward, thousands of such auras converging above like a black cloud pressing down upon the city, suffocating in its intensity. even though Yi Nan's infinitely capacious backpack was filled with countless S-grade and A-grade structures. Ling Yu's territory had already fallen. Continuing the battle held no purpose. Moreover, this was not the place for Yi Nan to engage in a decisive showdown with the aberrant beast army. Furthermore, a wise man does not court immediate misfortune. Retreat. Chapter 82. The Fall. The Soul territory held fast. Yi Nan led the Night Shadow Warriors, seizing the opportunity to slip away with their spoils before the assembling aberrant beast army could react. This scene, vividly observed by the congregating aberrant beasts, incited a flurry of discussions. What the hell? Is this what humans with awakened class panels are like? They are truly formidable, with a two-winged colossal aberrant beast annihilated just like that. What are we even gathering here for? Is the chief sending us to our doom? Exactly. An incompetent general exhausts his troops that if the chief is inept, we are but expendable fodder. The aberrant beasts muttered words unbefitting their intellect, inciting the ire of the army's commander, who roared in fury, nearly spitting blood to vent his wrath and serve as a warning. The commander of the aberrant beast army devoured 6 aberrant beast captains alive on the spot. This is the consequence of poor execution. Moreover, over 10,000 aberrant beasts were utterly outmaneuvered by a single human. Are you all merely idling about? Among the scouts were loyal and reliable subjects, eager learners among the refugees, and professionals enticed by generous rewards. However, due to the fury of the aberrant beast matriarch, this invasion saw the entire force of the aberrant beast stronghold mobilized, divided into 6 principal battalions. Each battalion comprised 100,000 aberrant beasts, launching simultaneous assaults in all 4 cardinal directions from the abyss. Their intent was to sweep across the territories of humanity on Blue Star, with the first battle culminating in a decisive clash, a single battle to determine destiny. They sought to eliminate all human professionals and seize their territories and resources, just to confront Yi Nan. Ling Yu and Ling Yu Rant's territories, the aberrant beast stronghold, dispatched 3 principal battalions. Thus, when the aberrant beast army attacked the territory of God Emperor, another battalion exceeding 10,000 aberrant beasts launched an assault on Yi Nan's territory, Xuantian. However, the outcome was quite unexpected. The territories of God Emperor, New Moon, and thousands of other territories fell entirely to the aberrant beast. Only Xuantian withstood the siege, fortified with robust defenses, and the S-grade units summoned by the Xuantian sword platform proved exceptionally formidable. During the first wave of the aberrant beast assault, the ordinary disciples, elite disciples, and elders of Xuantian bravely took the lead, courageously slaying several high-ranking aberrant beast leaders on the spot. The ASA result: the aberrant beast army attacking Xuantian lost their will to fight and retreated in disarray. Upon hearing this, Yi Nan was taken aback that human territories, both large and small, numbering in the thousands, fell under the onslaught of the aberrant beast army. Yet my territory stood firm, and all this occurred while I was absent from my territory. My lord, these are the spoils. Aberrant skulls, my lord, these are the spoils. Aberrant pelts, my lord, these are the spoils. Aberrant teeth, my lord, these are the spoils. Aberrant weapons, my lord, this is the guardians of the Xuantian sword platform. The Tai Ming, sword spirits, and sword disciples all knelt before Yi Nan, presenting countless spoils with reverence. That moment, a statistician among the subjects, holding the inventory of spoils, began to recite aloud. The spoils from the southern front are as follows: aberrant skulls, 1535. Aberrant pelts, 1,000. Aberrant teeth, 3786. Aberrant helmets, 895. Aberrant chainmail, 67. Aberrant giant axes, 5,604. Before the statistician could finish his recitation, Yi Nan slightly furrowed his brow, gesturing for him to pause, and inquired, "Why is there a discrepancy in the quantity of spoils?" After all, during the time Xuantian was besieged by the aberrant beasts, Yi Nan had been engaged in a fierce battle against a ragtag army of aberrant beasts in Ling Yu's territory, acquiring spoils that corresponded to the number of beasts slain. It was reasonable to assert that for each aberrant beast that perished, Yi Nan would secure a corresponding quantity of spoils. The inconsistency in numbers indicated a significant issue. Either the data was fabricated, or there were lapses in the statistics. At this moment, the elder of Xuantian, Tai Ming, stepped forward, kneeling before Yi Nan. "My lord, the reason for the discrepancies in the spoils is that we gathered them during the post-battle cleanup. Furthermore, many helmets, chainmail, and the bodies of aberrant beasts were taken away by the retreating aberrant beasts. Yinan pondered for a moment before nodding. That is indeed reasonable. After all, the elders, elite disciples, and ordinary disciples of Xuantian are transformed characters from game NPCs. Their unwavering loyalty to Yinan is sufficient. One cannot impose overly excessive demands. Moreover, they have held the line and defended the territory, not only without fault but also having contributed, just as Yinan was about to reward the subjects and professionals on the southern front for their merits. As the leader of the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors, Yi entered. He knelt and reported, "My lord, a considerable number of adventurers seeking to pledge their allegiance have appeared outside our territory. Among them are Ling Yu and Ling Yu Ran." Ling Yu and Ling Yu Ran? Yinan inhaled sharply, only to quickly come to terms with it. After all, their territory had fallen, and without a lord, they were no different from ordinary adventurers. Currently, the territory under Yinan's command, Xuantian, had become the largest within several thousand square kilometers. Thus, the only option left for the lords who had lost their lands and the awakened adventurers was to seek refuge with him. Yinan let out a bitter smile, inwardly reflecting. Initially, I had envisioned commanding the heroes as a sovereign lord. It seems that such aspirations are no longer necessary, that he then instructed Yi. Please invite them to the lordess' cabin for a discussion, and prepare a feast with exquisite food and wine. After all, they too are lords, and the standards must be upheld. Of course, even though Ling Yu and Ling Yu Ran had lost their territories. A lean camel is still larger than a horse. They still possess tens of thousands of A, B, and C-grade combat and summoning structures at their disposal, along with a group of simple-minded, brawny residents and adventurers following them. Therefore, Yinan was indeed correct. Despite their current plight requiring them to seek others for support, they still maintained their status as lords. At the entrance of the Xuantian territory, Ling Yu observed that Ling Yu Ran had brought along a considerable number of residents and adventurers, totaling around 3,000 to 4,000. An impressive force that he felt a surge of ambition. After all, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, the beasts occupying territories would neither cultivate the land nor mine or log. Chapter 83. Coercion? Or merely begging for mercy, that moment, in a state of panic. Ling Yu secretly fled from the lord's cabin, accompanied only by a female secretary clad in black fishnet stockings and a backpack filled with numerous combat and summoning structures, devoid of any residents or adventurers by his side. However, upon seeing Ling Yu Ran, who had similarly lost her territory but maintained a structured group of residents and adventurers, a cunning plan formed in his mind to pursue Ling Yu Ran and absorb her residents, adventurers, and the countless combat and summoning structures she commanded. Yet he was well aware that someone of his caliber would not attract her regard. Thus, taking advantage of the moment, when Yi went to inform Yinan, he directly kidnapped Ling's father and mother to use as leverage in proposing to Ling Yu Ran. "Yu Ran, your parents are in my custody, leaving you with but one choice: to marry me." "Absolutely not," Ling Yu Ran resolutely rejected. "Even if it means marrying a dog, I would never wed you." After all, the story between Ling Yu and his female secretary had long since spread like wildfire in Hailing City. In Ling Yu Ran's eyes, Ling Yu was even inferior to a dog. "Humph." Ling Yu snorted heavily. "Ling Yu Ran, what are you so defiant about at a time like this? Do you really believe you still hold the status of a local lord? You are now merely an adventurer without a territory, just like me. Moreover, how could a woman like you command thousands of residents and adventurers? Of course, I understand that these reasons might know on the second day. We must breach the ordinary barrier of level 3, which comprises the Blazing Flame Mage Tower, the Heavy Armor Knight Camp, the Cloud Bow Camp, the Wrathful Beast Camp, the Shadow Wolf Den, and the Heavy Iron Pagoda. Forming the third line of defense, that on the third day, we shall deal with the field army composed of 3,000 commoners and 3,000 professionals, that be why the fourth day. The Beast Legion must accomplish the ultimate tactical arrangement for the Lord of the Drinking Horse's cabin. This is succinctly referred to as the 4-day operation plan. The Beast Matriarch, as the Supreme Commander, personally visits the main camp and expresses her strong approval and admiration for the collaborative operation plan devised by the strategists. With 200,000 against 6,000, the advantage lies with us. After all, within a radius of 3,000 square kilometers, the strongholds of the human lords and professionals have already fallen to the beasts. The victories in the battles for the territories of Divine Emperor New Moon have further emboldened the arrogance of the Beast headquarters. Advanced beasts unanimously believe that the humans in this apocalypse are utterly weak and nothing but refuse. The territories of Divine Emperor New Moon have been breached by us, demonstrating the insignificance of human power. Even if they have awakened some so-called professional panels, a waste remains a waste. Possessing the powers of warriors and mages changes nothing. In today's battle, we must seize the territory under Yi Nan's name. I have heard that there are many valuable treasures within that territory, especially the Holy Fire Altar. After breaching Xuantian, move the Holy Fire Altar here immediately. I want thousands of ants to kneel beneath my feet. Haha. In the territory of Xuantian, within the Lord's cabin, Yunnan is hosting a feast for numerous lords who have lost their territories, along with several high-level professionals. After all, according to the principles of allegiance in this apocalypse, lords who lose their territories will directly lose their status and become ordinary professionals. Although this is not mandatory. A lord without territory cannot acquire sufficient resources such as food, fresh water, medicine, iron ore, copper ore, and timber. Without resources and food, how can they support their followers and professionals? Thus, they must surrender all their A-grade buildings, B-grade buildings, C-grade buildings, and vast amounts of resources and materials, along with their commoners and professionals, without exception. They must change their banners and submit to Yinnan's leadership. After completing the handover of commoners, professionals, and resources, the individuals who transition from lords to professionals kneel before Yinnan, raising their goblets. Lord Yi, from this day forth, we shall follow you in this apocalypse that we believe that with your strength. As long as we share your sustenance, we shall also partake in your fortunes that we are simple folk. We do not speak flattery. Let us toast to this, and you may proceed as you wish. Just as the crowd devours their meat and drinks heartily, a night shadow assassin strides in swiftly and kneels before Yin and that my lord. We have confirmed that 2 beast legions have appeared 10 kilometers from the territory's borders, to the north and south. Each legion comprises 100,000 beasts, including many advanced beasts, 2-winged colossal beasts, 3-headed rampaging beasts, and 4-winged man-eating beasts. In total, there are 200,000 beasts poised to launch an attack on our territory from the north and south. Please advise. At this, the crowd's faces turned ashen, and they abandoned their meals and drinks, immediately standing to fix their gazes on Yinnan, as if asking, "My lord, in the face of such a massive beast onslaught, shall we resist or flee?" Of course, having suffered at the hands of the beasts before, their fighting spirit had long since waned, and their expressions revealed a desire for Yinnan to lead them in retreat. To the south lies the southern wilderness. To the north, the northern frontier that I in their hearts. A common thought emerged. As long as we are willing to run, there will always be a place beyond the reach of the beasts. Upon hearing this, Yinnan leisurely finished his bowl of rice, chewing thoughtfully before calmly stating, "Understood. Continue scouting and report back. Let the field army remain on standby. We must not take the initiative to attack the beast legions." "Understood." The night shadow assassin knelt outside the lord's cabin before rising to depart. At this moment, Yinnan lifted his chopsticks and picked up a vibrant green vegetable, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Gentlemen, today's banquet features fresh ingredients. Why are we not enjoying them?" The crowd was taken aback by Yinnan's words, bewildered. "My lord, what time is it? The beasts are surrounding the city, and war is imminent. Our lives hang in the balance, and you still have the leisure to dine? Indeed. We ought to discuss whether, with your strength, we can withstand the assault of the beast legions that if it proves impossible, we should swiftly abandon the territory and flee to the southern wilderness, which I hear is quite safe, free from beasts." Yes. Although the southern wilderness may lack provisions, it is certainly better than being devoured by beasts. I hear that when beasts eat humans, they do not leave behind any bones and consume them raw. One speaker deliberately used a chilling tone to emphasize his point. The Yinnan furrowed his brow and questioned, "What? Do you wish to be cooked and eaten?" The speaker fell silent. After all, Yinnan was the lord, and this was his domain. According to wartime orders, he could directly execute anyone for sowing discord. At this moment, Ling Yueyin, noticing the crowd's sudden silence and subdued demeanor, stepped forward. "The Yigo, he does not truly wish to be cooked and eaten. However, with the beast legions now appearing near the territory, We should prepare for whatever may come. Regardless of the outcome, Xuantian replied nonchalantly. There is no need for concern. I have already made arrangements. We should enjoy our feast and refrain from discussing unpleasant matters. Arrangements? Yet we are not allowed to discuss the beasts approaching our city. This chapter 85 directly opened fire. Xuantian, once wise and discerning, how has he become so muddled? At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain themselves and erupted in protest. My lord, are you out of your mind? Are we truly to sit here feasting while the beast legions capture us? That makes no sense. We are proud humans, even if we cannot defeat the beasts. We must not surrender. What nonsense. Do you think we can repel them? That simply cannot be. Xuantian's confidence seemed blind and arrogant. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes questioning him, strategically maneuvering from within. We shall achieve victory from afar. Xuantian placed a chicken leg atop Ling Yueyin's rice. This phrase is overused. It is merely talk, not something one can genuinely rely on to repel the enemy. Is it? Just as the crowd was steeped in confusion, Xuantian finally spoke slowly, revealing the truth. Gentlemen, do not panic. They are merely a horde of brutal beasts. What is there to fear? To take a step back. The southern and northern fronts, where the beast legions are attacking, have been meticulously fortified by Mage Tower. The north, the red cannon serves as the main force. To the south, the Xuantian sword altar stands as our bulwark. Alongside the heavy armored iron pagoda, the heavy armored holy knight camp, the blazing flame mage tower, and the wrathful beast camp, all B-grade summoned buildings and combat structures. Let alone if 200,000 beasts come. Even if 500,000 were to arrive, they would face annihilation. Therefore, we should indulge in our feast and merriment. Once we have had our fill, we shall receive news of our resounding victory. Upon hearing this, the muscles in the faces of the crowd involuntarily twitched as they exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. They dared not openly contradict Xuantian, yet among themselves they continued to murmur that Xuantian, he is far too blindly confident. Isn't he? Does he truly believe that a mere handful of B-grade buildings can withstand 200,000 beasts? Indeed. Ling Yu is the wealthiest overlord in this apocalypse, possessing tens of thousands of A-grade, B-grade, and C-grade buildings within his territory, yet he too lost his stronghold. There is nothing we can do. Xuantian is the boss here. He shall do as he pleases, and what can we say? That is indeed the case. If this place falls, we can always regroup and flee south to the southern wilderness. That afternoon, the beast legions deployed near the northern front sounded the horn of attack. 100,000 beasts surged forth, charging towards Xuantian's territory at a speed of 70 miles per hour, intent on breaching the first line of defense, the inferior barrier, within 2 hours. However, at the moment the beast legions launched their assault, the commoners, having received Xuantian's authorization, immediately took control of the red cannons, adjusting their aim towards the densely packed beasts and firing relentlessly. Due to the close proximity of the beasts, the commoners operating the red cannons needed no precise targeting. They swiftly loaded cannonballs filled with black powder and steel pellets into the barrels. Meanwhile, the gunners, holding torches made of cardboard and candle oil, ignited the fuses. Fire! Fire! Boom! 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 Wherever the shells land, the battlefield is left in ruins by the monstrous beasts. Countless severed limbs and remnants are hurled into the sky by the shockwaves of the massive explosions that my goodness! Is this sorcery? Is this not absurd? The apocalypse has arrived, and with the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity has long awakened its professions. This must surely be the fireball spell unleashed by a mage. Ah, is the power of the fireball spell wielded by a mage truly this formidable? Why is there a steel ball lodged within my body? A steel ball? What is that? At that moment, as the monstrous beasts were thrown into disarray, the heavily armored iron pagoda, which had long been on high alert, activated, summoning B-rank troops, 700 heavy cavalry, and 700 flame mages. Clad in crimson, they charged toward the edge of the territory where the beasts stood, witnessing the activation of the B-rank summoning structure, leaving them dumbfounded and speechless. Goodness, we're doomed. The subpar Mage Tower, the inferior barricades, and the flame erosion arrow towers have yet to be activated, yet the B-rank summoning structure has already been set into motion. That rascal Xuantian is completely disregarding the established tactics. We We seem to have fallen into a trap. What should we do? Should we retreat? Just then, 3 ferocious beasts responsible for overseeing the battle rushed over, and upon hearing their subordinates' discussions, they roared, "Damn it! Who says retreat? Death is not an option. Listen well. You are mere cannon fodder, and you must charge in today. Otherwise, you shall perish here. 700 cavalry. What is there to fear? Charge, all of you." The beast soldiers, with no other choice, braved the artillery fire and desperately advanced. However, at that very moment, the steeds beneath the 700 heavy cavalry adjusted their stride, moving in perfect unison as the knights raised their long spears, advancing with small, measured steps directly against the monstrous horde. In the realm of cavalry, there exists a fundamental truth. Whether human or beast, it is understood that heavy cavalry numbering less than 100 cannot be opposed. In a mere breath's time, the 700 heavy cavalry struck like a sharp blade, colliding with the monstrous ranks. Strength against strength, tip against tip. In an instant, the massive formation of the monstrous horde was breached by the 700 heavy cavalry, sending them into chaos. Panic ensued among the beasts that we are doomed. The long spears wielded by the human heavy cavalry have pierced through my body. Yet, that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying part is that our fangs cannot shatter their armor despite our formidable biting force. What can we do? What else can we do? Just stay away from them. In that moment, thousands of beasts lost their will to fight, scattering in fear, trampling one another in the chaos, resulting in countless casualties. The 700 heavy cavalry, witnessing this, became even more emboldened, immediately launching a massacre among the monstrous ranks. Simultaneously, the 700 flame mages, positioned 100 meters above the ground on their defensive towers, raised their hands, chanting incantations, expending their mental energy to summon a rain of fireballs. Whoosh whoosh! A torrent of fireballs descended from hundreds of meters above at a speed of 100 yards per second, raining down upon the monstrous horde that in an instant. The battlefield was engulfed in flames, and the cries of despair echoed ceaselessly, "We are finished. It seems we have fallen into a trap laid by the humans." Chapter 86. A resounding victory. Rewards await. 10,000 beasts, even if they were akin to swine, would require several days to be slaughtered by the 700 heavy cavalry if they stood still. However, the collapse of a massive battalion often occurs in an instant. The defeat is as swift as a landslide, merely a matter of seconds. The first to falter were a few ordinary beasts. Under the charge of the 700 heavy cavalry, they turned tail and fled for their lives. Initially, their retreat would not have been sufficient to trigger a chain reaction of rout. Yet, in the next moment, dozens of advanced beasts, struck by the heavy cavalry's assault, found themselves with several gaping wounds. Though they did not perish, fear took hold of them. After a brief hesitation, in a bid to save their lives, these injured advanced beasts turned and fled. This flight, unrestrained, disrupted the formation of the other beasts. Seeing the advanced beasts fleeing, the others quickly followed suit. In an instant, an absurd and bizarre scene unfolded on the northern front. 700 heavy cavalry pursued 10,000 monstrous beasts, cutting them down as if they were mere vegetables. The senior beast within the command center of the monstrous front lines, upon witnessing this, spat blood in despair, crying out in anguish, "Shame! 10,000 beasts being pursued and slaughtered by 700 heavy cavalry." Indeed, those 700 heavy cavalry are not even awakened professionals. They are merely B-rank troops summoned by a structure. Why can other battalions breach territories with B-rank summoning structures, while mine, upon encountering B-rank troops, turns tail in terror? Useless. Good for nothing. Simultaneously, on the southern front, a battalion of 10,000 monstrous beasts surged toward Yinan's territory like a tidal wave. Brothers, seize the riches, grab the food, take the women. They say this territory is the wealthiest, rich in resources, and home to many fair-skinned, beautiful women with long legs. Follow me, and all will be well. Charge! The monstrous battalion responsible for the southern assault had previously breached the territory New Moon at minimal cost. Therefore, they had prepared a thorough mental mobilization before the battle, ensuring the awakening of the beast's primal instincts and fury. After all, slogans like seizing money, food, and women are enough to ignite one's bloodlust in battle. Ordinary beasts fought with the ferocity of those injected with adrenaline. However, While bravery in battle is certainly effective, it is wisdom that ultimately determines victory on the battlefield. The moment the monstrous battalion launched its assault. The Xuantian sword form activated. The Heavenly Fury Beast camp activated. The Heavy Armored Holy Knight camp activated. The Elder of Xuantian, accompanied by over 100 elite disciples and 1,000 ordinary disciples, along with 3,000 Heavenly Fury warriors and 3,000 heavy armored knights, circled behind the monstrous battalion. After enduring a brutal melee, they successfully captured the command center of the monstrous front lines. Several heavy knights, brandishing long spears, impaled the heads of advanced beasts, leading the charge while shouting at the beasts attempting to breach the inferior barricades. "Your captain is dead. What are you resisting for? Surrender at once." At that moment, the battlefield was filled with an unusual stillness, allowing the heavy knight's words to reach every beast desperately assaulting the inferior barricades. "What? No way. Our captain is dead." "Indeed. I saw with my own eyes the head of our captain hanging from a human spear, swinging like a ball." "Ah, so our frontline command center has been taken by the humans. Then what are we even fighting for? We should flee." In an instant, 10,000 beasts lost their will fight, devoid of battle spirit, and began to flee in all directions. Seeing this, the Elder of Xuantian raised his frost sword and exclaimed with excitement, "Disciples of Xuantian, heed my command. The Lord raises troops for 1,000 days to use them in one morning. It is time for us, the disciples of Xuantian, to achieve merit. Follow me and slay. Kill." The Heavenly Fury warriors and heavy armored knights, witnessing the Xuantian disciples pursuing the beasts, were unwilling to lag behind and immediately joined the hunt. The outcome was predictable. The monstrous beasts suffered devastating losses, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. In the Lord's cabin, Yunan leisurely sipped wine while calmly chatting with other professionals. He intended to form a new field army with the residents and professionals who had defected from other territories, bestowing upon them a new designation. That moment, Yunan heard a familiar voice beside him. "Congratulations! You have successfully killed 500 ordinary beasts, inflicting 500 spell damage, gaining 500 spell energy, and acquiring 500 beast pelts, 500 beast teeth, and 500 beast skulls. Congratulations! You have successfully killed 102 winged giant beasts, inflicting 1,000 spell damage, gaining 1,000 spell energy, and acquiring 100 beast skulls, 100 beast pelts, 100 beast teeth, and 100 beast wings. Congratulations! You have successfully killed 3 ferocious beasts, inflicting 500 spell damage, gaining 500 spell energy, and acquiring 1,500 beast skulls and 500 beast pelts." Hearing the reward notifications, Yunan looked at the unsettled crowd and calmly smiled. "There is no need for concern. Everyone, the beasts have retreated." "Retreated? How is that possible?" The crowd, upon hearing Yunan's words, exchanged incredulous glances, utterly astonished. How can this be? Indeed, I heard that the beast stronghold had devised a 4-day battle plan, demanding that the monstrous battalion capture this place. They could not possibly retreat. Could they? Surely you jest. At that moment, a shadowy knight assassin hurried over and knelt before Yunan, reporting, "My lord, the battle has concluded, and our forces have commenced the task of clearing the battlefield." The venerable Elder of Xuantian, along with elite disciples, ordinary disciples, and the B-rank summon units, the furious beast warriors and heavy armored paladins, are currently pursuing the aberrant beasts beyond our territory. Before Yunan could utter a word, those who had been attentively listening were left utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. Good heavens! This cannot be true, can it? Indeed! The Xuantian disciples are few in number, and even combined, the furious beast warriors and heavy armored paladins scarcely number a mere 10,000. How could they possibly vanquish the horde of aberrant beasts and chase after 100,000 of them outside our domain? It is inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Yunan rose and surveyed his surroundings, calmly stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, if you harbor doubts, why not accompany me outside the Lord's chamber for a first-hand glimpse? There is no need to remain cooped up, engaging in baseless speculation." Upon hearing this, the crowd found his reasoning compelling and promptly rose to follow Yunan out of the Lord's chamber. They ascended the stairs and arrived at the top floor. As they gazed out, their astonishment was renewed. Chapter 87. Shock and strategy. Beyond the territory lay a scene of carnage. bodies strewn about and rivers of blood flowing. The battlefield a chaotic tableau, with piled corpses obstructing the flow of water. Severed limbs like swords stood upright in the dark earth, pointing toward the heavens. The once formidable horde of aberrant beasts had long since vanished from sight. Indeed, it appeared that, just as the shadowy assassin had stated, their invasion had met with failure. The crowd held their breath, and a profound silence enveloped the air. Time seemed to stretch until a square-jawed, muscular practitioner gasped in disbelief. Heavens, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes! I would never have believed such a sight. The aberrant beast horde truly retreated. Not merely retreated, but utterly routed. The aberrant beast horde fled in disarray. Remarkable. The wild battle corps, under Lord Ye's command, did not even engage. And yet, through mere tower defense, they triumphed over the seemingly invincible aberrant beasts. This is not merely a miracle. It is nothing short of divine intervention. Indeed, I can scarcely believe my own eyes. This is beyond comprehension. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, the former lords, who had once possessed their own territories, lowered their heads in deep shame. The comparison was stark. Those who had once boasted inferior barriers, substandard mage towers, and flame-scorched arrow towers had been utterly defeated by the invasion of aberrant beasts, losing even their last shred of dignity. Moreover, they witnessed how, within Yunan's territory, the first line of defense, comprising inferior barriers, substandard mage towers, frost knight barracks, swift eagle nests, and heavy infantry camps, stood resolute and unharmed. The tower defense structures had remarkably emerged from the fierce battle unscathed. How could this be possible? Indeed, even in a single exercise, tower defense structures would sustain damage. Oh, how was this achieved? This scene was nothing short of astonishing. As the crowd gazed in admiration at Yunnan, their expressions filled with reverence. They exclaimed, "Lord Yi, you are truly extraordinary. The inferior barriers in your territory withstood the assault of the aberrant beast horde without a single loss. This is undeniably an incredible miracle. In this apocalyptic world, no one else could have accomplished this. Only you." Unable to contain themselves, they cried, "We cannot help but bow before you. Please, accept our homage." Just as the crowd prepared to kneel, Yinan interjected, "There is no need to kneel. This is not a miracle, but rather a tactical arrangement." To his words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. That a tactical arrangement. In this world, there exists no perfect strategy, nor any impregnable tower defense, just as human life is not eternal. Therefore, the success of a strategy can only serve to repel aberrant beasts. It is utterly impossible for C-rank combat buildings and summon structures to emerge unscathed from a brutal and intense battle. Even deities would lack such capability, let alone ordinary mortals. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Yinan's explanation, disbelief washed over the crowd. It was not that they doubted Yinan, but rather that the situation was too outrageous to accept. At that moment, Yinan's lips curled into a smile as he gestured toward the nearby defense line, proclaiming, "This is my second line of defense. My main force." The instant the aberrant beast horde launched their assault, the furious beast camp, the flame mage tower, the heavy armored cavalry camp, the iron bulwark, as well as the S-rank summon structure, the Xuantian sword arena, and the A-rank combat structure, the scarlet cannon, sprang into action. Thus, the C-rank buildings on the first line of defense remained unscathed, as they had not engaged directly in combat. The aberrant beasts that approached were mere minions, inconsequential in the grand scheme. Consequently, it was entirely normal for the C-rank tower defense to emerge unscathed. You need not idolize me blindly. This is simply a tactical maneuver akin to Tianji's horse racing, concentrating superior forces to counter the weaker contingent of aberrant beasts. Nothing more. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment, comprehending the entire situation. However, they remained perplexed at "My Lord, while your implementation of the Tianji's horse racing tactic has indeed yielded immediate results, the aberrant beasts emerging from the spatial rift are ceaseless and include high-ranking creatures." What then? Precisely. This time, you utilized a combination of S-rank, A-rank, and B-rank structures to vanquish the aberrant beast horde. But if, hypothetically, high-level aberrant beasts from their stronghold were to launch an attack, what then? Indeed, level 60 aberrant beasts can easily crush C-rank buildings. effortlessly dismantle B-rank structures, and even engage A-rank and S-rank structures in direct confrontation. What will you do then? As it stands, the citizens and practitioners under your command can only contend with aberrant beasts below level 60. Anything above that is beyond their means. The crowd was rife with contention and debate, yet Yunnan chose not to address each concern individually. Some things were beyond the comprehension of those who had not experienced them directly. Time would reveal the truth, and reality would attest to all that he felt no need to elaborate further. Thus, Yunnan surveyed the crowd one last time, a sigh escaping his lips before turning to leave. The onlookers, witnessing this, became even more resolute in their assumptions that we were blinded by our own ignorance. Yunnan's ability to repel the aberrant beast horde must surely be a stroke of luck. Indeed, in face of our skepticism, Yunnan was left speechless and departed without a word. This suggests that he must possess a means to confront the level 60 aberrant beasts. After all, he deployed S-rank structures to deal with the ordinary ones. The aberrant beast horde returned in a state of utter defeat, their 4-day campaign in tatters. The stronghold of the aberrant beast would surely be enraged and dispatch reinforcements. Without a doubt, should the aberrant beast stronghold send reinforcements, they will undoubtedly deploy level 60 and above aberrant beasts, with a force of at least 500,000 to what? If that is the case, Yunnan's territory is bound to fall eventually. What shall we do? What else can we do? Either we choose to share in Yunnan's fate, or we make a hasty escape while we still can. Your words hold wisdom. Let us quickly gather our belongings and sneak away while the coast is clear. I share your thoughts. Chapter 88. Level breakthrough in the face of impending doom. Many chose to depart without a word, including Yunnan's relatives, elementary school classmates, close friends, and neighbors. In their flight, they even pilfered considerable supplies of food, fresh water, and medical supplies from the warehouse, leaving no stone unturned, including fragments of materials and building blueprints. After all, material fragments and blueprints were invaluable currency in this apocalyptic world, akin to the strength of the dollar. In times of need, they could barter these items with other lords for sustenance and fresh water, or even construct a C-rank building. While others fled, Ling Yu ran not. You ran, do not be foolishly idle. We must escape at once. Yunnan possesses some strength, but it is merely a modicum. They have all stated that Yunnan only defeated ordinary aberrant beasts. When the high-level horde arrives, our chance to flee may vanish. Ling's parents looked anxiously at Ling Yu. Why is our child faltering at such a critical juncture? Is she foolish? If we do not flee now, when will we? They bore heavy sacks on their shoulders, filled to the brim with material fragments and building blueprints. Ling Yuan resolutely shook her head and said, Mom and Dad, I will not run away, nor should you. For I firmly believe that Brother Yi can repel the invasion of the aberrant beasts and defend our territory. Even if no one in this world believes in Yunnan, I will unwaveringly place my faith in him. This is because Yunnan possesses the extraordinary ability to foresee the impending apocalypse and the invasion of aberrant beasts. And he is aware that the game universal territory will materialize in the wake of the cataclysm that Ling's father and mother exchanged a glance, hefted their sacks, and fled, leaving behind a parting remark for Ling Yuan. If you wish to perish, then stay here, that we cannot be responsible for you. Remember, this is your own choice. Ling Yuan, feeling helpless and unable to dissuade them, could only watch her parents depart with tears in her eyes. Once their figures vanished from sight, she wiped away her tears and turned to enter the Lord's cottage. Upon entering, just as she was about to speak, she fell silent and obediently moved to the side. Patiently waiting, it turned out that Yunnan was seated cross-legged on a mat, consuming various items such as mage energy balls, snow lotuses, ginseng, and spiritual herbs. Yunnan had devoured a 3-month supply of these items in one go, resulting in a vast reservoir of spiritual energy within him, flowing like a mighty river. His entire body began to heat up, turning crimson as waves of heat emanated from the top of his head. Brother Yi, what has happened to you? I am utilizing these spiritual herbs and other items to elevate my mage level. At that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated as torrents of spiritual energy surged through Yunnan's limbs and bones. I am about to break through. Yunnan clenched his fists and squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Boom, boom. Congratulations. You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 11. Congratulations. You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 12. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 13. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 20. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 30. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level, officially reaching level 40. Finally, when Yinan's level successfully broke past 50, the spiritual energy within him was completely expended, and he let out a sigh of relief that it is finally over. I never anticipated that the effects of the spiritual herbs, snow lotuses, ginseng, and mage energy balls I consumed would be so remarkable. My body almost exploded. Even though I have safely leveled up, I still feel a lingering sense of trepidation that he then glanced at his upgraded personal data panel. Yinan, race, human, profession, all-system grand mage, level 50, spell damage, 10,000, spell energy, 100,000, skills, Crimson Flame, Scorching Earth, 1,000-mile Ice Seal, Summoning Technique, Escape Technique. Without waiting to finish, Yinan promptly closed the personal data panel that he only needed to confirm the values of spell damage and spell energy. With 100,000 points of spell energy, he could unleash 10 attacks, dealing 10,000 points of damage each, in other words, when confronted with a massive assault from the aberrant beast army, Yinan could cast the Crimson Flame Scorching Earth spell 10 times. This was already quite formidable. It is worth noting that humans who awaken the mage profession often can only cast fireballs akin to fireflies. And even that has its limitations. At most 3 casts before they are unable to continue to this moment. Ling Yueran, who stood by in astonishment, was momentarily stunned, her face expressing disbelief. Brother Yi is leveling up. Really that simple? She was still a level 1 wood mage, having yet to discover the secrets of advancement, and she remained in a state of bewilderment. After all, the apocalypse, the invasion of aberrant beasts, and the awakening of professions had all occurred so abruptly. Ling Yueran found it difficult to comprehend. This was entirely understandable. Moreover, Yinan had yet to inform Ling Yueran about the invasion of aberrant beasts, leaving her in a state of confusion. Why else? Yinan shrugged, widening his eyes to look at Ling Yueran, as if he expected her to be aware of this. That was then that Ling Yueran hesitantly stammered. I thought that for a professional to level up, one must rely on training or experience. Before she could finish, Yinan interrupted her, saying, Have you ever seen a wealthy individual who wishes to attend an Ivy League school still needing to take an entrance exam? In this apocalypse, those with resources are the lords. They can continuously elevate their levels and strength. That is as simple as that. After a moment of silence, Ling Yueran nodded solemnly. Although Yinan's words were somewhat crude, they rang true. She had to admit that it was a fact, and at the same time, she had learned the method of leveling up as a professional. At this juncture, Yinan rose, adjusted his clothing, and, gazing at Ling Yueran, asked, By the way, did you come in for something? Ling Yueran, her voice faltering, recounted how others had questioned him and chosen to leave without a word, sneaking away. Yinan was not surprised by this, but rather fixed his gaze on Ling Yueran and remarked, They chose to flee for survival. I do not blame them. However, I am curious as to why you did not run. After all, Ling Dad and Ling Mom have also fled. He wanted to understand Ling Yueran's reasons for staying. Because I believe in Brother Yi. Ling Yueran raised her head, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of admiration. Yinan was momentarily taken aback, and then with a gentle smile, he inquired, Is it a purely unadulterated belief? Chapter 89 Ahem. Was it merely my overthinking? Yes, it is a simple belief, devoid of any impurities, Ling Yueran declared, her chest swelling with confidence. She was certain that she had fallen in love with the man before her. Regrettably, before the apocalypse, Yinan had once proposed to her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Although, after the onset of the apocalypse, Ling Yueran's father intended to personally mediate their union, the invasion of aberrant beasts had disrupted all plans. Thus, the relationship between Ling Yueran and Yinan remained awkward, undefined, yet she could freely enter the Lord's cottage. She longed to confess her feelings, but such matters seemed too shameful to utter. Ling Yueran gazed vacantly. Lost in thought, Yinan suddenly retrieved a bouquet composed of spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotuses, and mage energy balls from his infinitely capacious backpack and presented it to her. Be my girlfriend. You are not willing? Of course I am. The proposal had come so unexpectedly that Ling Yuan was not prepared, and she found it hard to believe her ears. Yet fearing Yi Nin might retract his words. She hastily accepted the bouquet, her face flushed with embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes, anticipating Yi Nin to pounce on her like a beast, tearing her clothes and stockings before forcefully kissing her. However, to her surprise, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, instead of a passionate encounter, she heard Yi Nin's urging voice. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and consume the spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotuses, and mage energy balls to swiftly break through your level. Everyone is right. The aberrant beasts will undoubtedly regroup and launch another invasion. Ling Yuan. At that moment, her pretty face turned even redder, resembling a ripe shrimp. Very well, perhaps she had overthought the situation. Seeing Ling Yuan still standing dazed, appearing flustered, Yi Nin assumed she had yet to grasp the trick to leveling up. Thus, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders, guiding her to sit down on the mat. Then he pointed to the spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotuses, and mage energy balls in the bouquet, and patiently explained, leveling up is quite simple. Just consume these items as if you were eating a meal. They taste quite nice, a bit sweet. Ling Yuan nodded, delicately picking up the spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotuses, and mage energy balls, and began to savor them. To her surprise, after finishing, she immediately felt a surge of heat coursing through her body. As if a flame were igniting in her dantian, Ling Yuan exclaimed, Brother Yi, I feel so hot. My body feels uncomfortable. Yi Nin encouraged her, don't worry. This is the energy produced by the chain reaction of the spiritual herbs and mage energy balls. Soon, you will break through. Indeed, after a while, accompanied by Ling Yuan's cries, her professional level began to rise. The residents outside the Lord's cottage, hearing the commotion, exchanged glances in astonishment. Goodness, in broad daylight, these two are engaging in such shameful acts within the Lord's cottage. How embarrassing. You know nothing. Lord Yi is the king of this land. He can engage with whomever he desires. It is none of your business. Shut up. Do you want to die? Inside the Lord's cottage, a torrent of vast spiritual energy surged forth from Ling Yuan's crown. Congratulations. You have successfully transcended your current level and officially ascended to level 2. Congratulations. You have successfully transcended your current level and officially ascended to level 3. Congratulations. You have successfully transcended your current level and officially ascended to level 4. Congratulations. You have successfully transcended your current level and officially ascended to level 10. Ling Yuan opened her big, watery eyes and gazed at Yi Nin, inquiring, Brother Yi, am I truly at level 10 now? Indeed. You are now a level 10 wood mage. Yi Nin affirmed with a nod in disbelief. Ling Yuan extended her hand, and the previously hardened ground sprouted green tendrils, blossomed, bore fruit, and then withered. The wood mage wielded the vital essence of flora, capable of transforming desolate land into verdant shade in an instant, or conversely, converting lush greenery into a barren wasteland. Wow, Brother Yi, I can feel that my spells have grown even more potent, she exclaimed. Gratitude radiating from her, on tiptoe, she planted a fervent kiss on Yi Nin's cheek as the two emerged from the Lord's cabin. The onlooking villagers noticed the lipstick mark on Yi Nin's cheek and began to murmur amongst themselves. See, I told you so. They must have been engaged in those kinds of activities inside the cabin. The lipstick mark is still there. Stop being so presumptuous. Be careful, or the Lord might get angry and have your head. Meanwhile, in the lair of the beasts, the beast mother had learned of the complete failure of the 4-day battle plan. Out of 200,000 beasts, 80,000 had perished in this conflict. A grievous loss. The remaining beasts had lost their fighting spirit. However, the most absurd part was that the human defensive structures and summoned troops had only claimed 1,000 beasts, while the remaining 70,000 had succumbed to trampling during their rout. Fools, a bunch of useless gluttons. Not only could you not defeat the humans, but you also couldn't handle the defensive structure station in our territory. What are you even doing? Even if Yi Nin's territory boasted an S-rank Xuantian sword platform, how many of you were crushed in the panic? Do you have no sense of shame? If you do, then all captains, step forward and commit seppuku immediately. With a clamor, several high-ranking beasts emerged from their tents, drawing their daggers and publicly taking their own lives. That, of course, some high-ranking beasts, fearing death and unwilling to die with dignity, refused to commit seppuku in front of others. Infuriated, the beast mother retaliated by flaying them alive and devouring them on the spot, one after another, with a crunching sound that if you do not wish to die with dignity, I shall help you achieve that, the beast mother declared. Chapter 90. Resources Mobilization, Preparation for Upgrading Buildings. The beast mother continued to flay and consume over a dozen captains, serving as a warning to others. Heavens, the boss is furious. How brutal. Is it really just that easy to be flayed and devoured? What is the big deal? In defeat, someone must bear the blame. This is an unchanging law. Listen to the sound of bones cracking. It's a delightful sound. When we feast on humans, it's the same. Although this logic held, I certainly do not wish to meet such a fate. The high-ranking be indeed. Yinan nodded. Upgrading requires a substantial amount of material fragments, architectural blueprints, as well as iron and copper ores. Does it not? What are you retrieving the tower defense structures from your backpack for? Ling Yuran inquired, her eyes wide and head tilted in curiosity. Chapter 91, Synthesis. This minor loss is acceptable to me. Synthesis? Ling Yuran finally grasped the situation, covering her mouth in astonishment. She exclaimed, Brother Yi, are you not concerned about the probability of synthesis failure? It's nothing to worry about. I have an abundance of combat and recruitment structures in my backpack that I can certainly bear the usual losses. When you upgrade combat and recruitment structures, it doesn't consume a massive amount of ores, blueprints, and fragment materials, does it? Yinan immediately responded with a question. Ling Yuran nodded softly, confessing, Yes, all the iron ores, copper ores, architectural blueprints, and fragment materials I have accumulated have been devoted to upgrading the structures. However, even after the upgrade, the structures were still unable to withstand the onslaught of the beast army. Upon hearing this, Yinan shook his head and sighed. Engaging in this manner, it is bound to be insufficient for resistance. Just think about it. Using ores and blueprints to upgrade structures is far too slow and impractical. Even if thousands of tons of ores are consumed, it merely results in a one-level upgrade for the tower defense. To be precise, there is not much difference between a level 1 tower defense and a level 2 tower defense. On the battlefield, they serve the same purpose that he spoke. Yinan retrieved a considerable number of B-grade combat and recruitment structures from his infinite capacity backpack before the apocalypse descended in the game Universal Territory. Synthesis merely required controlling the mouse, right-clicking, and following prompts for automatic synthesis. Now, even though the apocalypse has materialized and become reality, Yinan still retained the panel data and the ability for one-click synthesis. The specific method of synthesis involves placing two structures of the same level, attributes, and names in the same position to trigger synthesis. Following the synthesis, the structure will advance one level. However, if the synthesis fails, the two structures will be destroyed, turning into a heap of very cheap material fragments. Therefore, in this apocalypse where combat and recruitment structures are in high demand but scarce, no one would dare to risk the possibility of synthesis failure. It is far too perilous. Should synthesis fail, the losses would be substantial. Nevertheless, Yinan's infinite capacity backpack was brimming with C-grade combat and recruitment structures. Most of these structures were acquired through the Wheel of Fate miracle draws, while others were gifted to him by lords seeking to pledge allegiance. Keeping them is of no use. It would be better to use them for synthesis and upgrade. Even if they fail, it is no great loss. Thus, Yinan began to click on a translucent panel before him, selecting a C-grade inferior Mage Tower to place alongside another inferior Mage Tower of the same attributes located on the southern front. At that moment, another translucent panel appeared before Yinan, displaying the text. Do you wish to consume 2 level 1 inferior Mage Towers to synthesize 1 level 2 inferior Mage Tower? Please select yes, no. Yinan was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Synthesizing a C-grade structure is merely a choice. The answer was indisputable. After all, Yinan had retrieved a mountain of combat and recruitment structures from his infinite capacity backpack. Determined to upgrade the tower defense at any cost, without hesitation, he selected yes. Immediately, layers of upgrade halos appeared on the nearby C-grade inferior Mage Tower, transforming it directly from a level 1 tower defense to a level 2 tower defense. Could it be successful? This was the first time. Yinan was elated, embracing Ling Yuran and shouting with glee that we did it. Ling Yuran felt a sudden reaction in her body, turning soft and blushing furiously. She said, Brother Yi, could you please put me down? Just as Ling Yuran finished speaking, Yinan released her. She immediately regretted it, inwardly beginning to grumble about Yinan. Humph. Many people know that when it comes to girls, one should interpret their words in reverse, yet you follow instructions so obediently. What a blockhead. Yinan was oblivious to the subtle expressions on Ling Yuran's face, that as time passed, he continued to replicate the process. Upgrading inferior fences, ordinary fences, flame arrows towers, swift eagle nests, red cannons, Zhuge crossbows, giant catapults, flame mage towers, thunderous beast camps, shadow wolf dens, and frost knight camps, selecting them all for direct synthesis. Do you wish to consume 2 level 1 inferior fences to synthesize 1 level 2 inferior fence? Please confirm that you wish to consume 2 level 1 flame arrows towers to synthesize 1 level 2 flame arrows tower. Please confirm that you wish to consume 2 level 1 swift eagle nest to synthesize 1 level 2 swift eagle nest. Please confirm. Do you wish to consume 2 level 1 thunderous beast camps to synthesize 1 level 2 thunderous beast camp? Please confirm that you wish to consume 2 level 1 light knights camps to synthesize 1 level 2 light knights camp. Please confirm. Yinan unhesitatingly selected yes for all, and the translucent data panel provided immediate feedback. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 2 Frost Knight camp. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 2 Light Knights camp. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 2 Swift Eagle nest. These were all successful synthesis notifications. Of course, as part of a synthesis process with inherent probabilities, numerous failure notifications also existed. Unfortunately, synthesis failed. You have directly lost 2 flame mage towers. Unfortunately, synthesis failed. You have directly lost 2 giant catapults. Unfortunately, synthesis failed. You have directly lost 2 heavy armored iron towers. Failed again. Should we continue synthesizing? Ling Yuran cautiously asked from the side. Of course, we must continue synthesizing. Failure is the mother of success. After a few failures, success is bound to follow. Yinan replied with a smile. For the structures that failed to synthesize, he opted to place entirely new structures, and then retrieved identical attribute structures from his backpack to attempt synthesis once more. The probability of success is not low. Yinan, being financially affluent, could certainly bear these losses. In just half a day, Yinan upgraded the red cannons, heavy armored iron towers, and flame mage towers on the northern front to above level 10. He upgraded the Zhuge crossbows, Frost Knight camps, and cloud archers on the eastern front to above level 15. He upgraded the flame arrows towers, shadow wolf dens, and light knights camps on the western front to above level 20. Finally, he upgraded the Xuantian sword platform on the southern front by 1 level, and the subordinate thunderous beast camps and heavy armored holy knight camps were all upgraded to above level 50. This is the focal point of defense, the utmost priority. If the southern front falls, then the time until this territory is lost becomes merely a matter of how much time remains. Chapter 92 Doubt. Shock and conviction. Ling Yuran, through the sand table, could clearly discern the strength of the defenses in all 4 directions. It was evident that the structures Yinan had placed and upgraded were not the same. Some were overwhelmingly strong, while others were weak. This a tactical arrangement? Ling Yuran was bewildered. After all, most territories under a lord's command are square-shaped. Thus, if one were to deploy defenses, they would have to utilize the same combat and recruitment structures. Even for upgrades, they would need to be elevated to the same level. Anyone who has studied military strategy would know this much. It is common military knowledge, because as long as there are weak points in the defense line that can be identified and breached by the attacking side, it would be fatal. Therefore, Ling Yuran believed that Yinan's arrangements along the defense line were irrational. Are you implying that you wish to funnel the majority of resources into the southern front? Ling Yuran seemed to grasp part of Yinan's tactical arrangement. After all, she had also been a lord, commanding subjects and professionals in combat against beasts. Indeed, Yinan nodded. You are gambling that the beast stronghold will dispatch its main forces to attack the southern front. Ling Yuran gasped. Correct. Yinan's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Yuran, questioning. What? Do you have any doubts? Yes, but it's nothing to worry about. I believe your tactical arrangement is fundamentally unreasonable. It feels somewhat top-heavy. Ling Yuran elaborated on the vulnerabilities and issues she observed during Yinan's upgrades to the territory structures. Yinan listened, furrowing his brow slightly. He was aware of the problems Ling Yuran mentioned. However, The presence of issues does not necessarily equate to trouble. Sometimes, there exists a significant disparity between theoretical discussions and practical application. More importantly, in Yunan's military theory, a defense line without vulnerabilities is merely a defense line riddled with countless holes. The reason I am concentrating resources on the southern front is that the main forces of the Beast stronghold will choose the southern front as their direction of attack. You could predict the direction of the Beast's assault? Ling Yuran was once again taken aback. She felt that Yinan was nothing short of divine, possessing an omniscient awareness, even possessing knowledge of the routes by which the Beast Legion would attack. Was this truly human? Was it so difficult? I feel as if you are like a parasitic worm within the belly of the beasts, privy to their every thought. Upon hearing this, Yinan regarded Ling Yuran with a look of astonishment. And with a wry smile, he remarked, "Please, look at the geography of my territory. One side borders a river, another adjoins a mountain range, and yet another is characterized by ravines, with only the southern front presenting an expansive plain. The Beast Legion mobilizes no fewer than 100,000 troops, and at times, even up to 500,000 thus. Only the southern front can accommodate such a multitude of beasts. Now do you understand?" Ling Yuran, struck by a sudden realization, felt as though her mind had momentarily short-circuited, appearing rather dim-witted. After a prolonged silence, she finally found a way to salvage her dignity. But during the last invasion, the Beast Legion employed a strategy of advancing from both the north and south. Yinan nodded. Precisely, and thus, the beasts met with failure. Ling Yuran was rendered utterly speechless. However, within the confines of the territory, although the citizens and other practitioners could not discern the overall defensive strategy through the sand table, they were able to patrol the area as mobile forces. Consequently, within a matter of days, they had ascertained the defensive levels in all four directions. Lord Yi, when allocating resources across the various fronts, it seems rather inequitable. This arrangement harbors significant issues. Indeed, the battle structures and recruitment buildings on the southern front have already been upgraded to level 50, while those on the northern front languish at a mere level 10. Alas, one is a favored child while the other is a stepchild. There is nothing to be done. It's undeniable, the main structure on the southern front. The Xuantian Sword Arena is an S-grade edifice capable of summoning SSS-grade troops, which the Lord must hold in high regard. What do you know? I have heard from insider sources that the Lord has predicted that the Beast Legion would primarily attack the southern front. Nonsense, just days ago, the Beast Legion suffered considerable losses on the southern front that I refuse to believe they would return. Indeed, the beasts are quite clever, possessing both intellect and instinct. Understanding military strategy, they shall surely choose to assault other fronts. Alas, I fear this time, our Lord will face utter disgrace, such a tragic fate. Yet that very night, the Beast stronghold assembled over 500,000 beasts, emerging in a grand procession near the southern front under the cover of darkness. This contingent included formidable two-winged beasts, three-headed ferocious beasts, and four-winged man-eating beasts. Their tactical arrangement this time was to launch an all-out assault on the southern front, disregarding casualties and costs, determined to breach the Xuantian Sword Arena and seize the sacred flame altar. The moment the Beast Legion appeared on the southern front, the Xuantian Sword Arena, which was on high alert, along with the Heavenly Wrath Beast Camp and the Heavy Armored Holy Knight Camp, sprang into action. They began summoning troops of corresponding levels. Ordinary disciples of Xuantian, elite disciples of Xuantian, elders of Xuantian, Heavenly Wrath Beast Warriors, and Heavy Armored Holy Knights. The battle was imminent. The hearts of the citizens and practitioners within the territory raced with tension, panic, and unexpected exhilaration. Wow. Our Lord truly is divine, having accurately predicted the direction of the Beast Legion's attack. Goodness. I feel compelled to kneel before our Lord. He must be a celestial being to foresee the movements of the Beast Legion. I am in awe. This time, the Beast Legion is sure to suffer a heavy defeat, for they have deployed troops all above level 50. Indeed, with their intelligence, the beasts are certainly inferior to our Lord. At this moment, Ling Yuran stood atop the Lord's dwelling, witnessing firsthand the congregation of 500,000 beasts near the southern front. She gasped in disbelief. Heavens! Yi Ge was indeed correct. Just days ago, the beasts opted for a north-south engagement strategy, and now they are recklessly determined to clash with the southern front. Are they not courting death? Just then, the elder of Xuantian, Lao Ming, wielding the frost blade, raised his arm and proclaimed, "My friends, we have trained our troops for 1,000 days to engage in battle for but an instant. Who do we owe our sustenance to? To Lord Yi. Then what shall we do now?" In unison, the Xuantian disciples shouted, "Kill the beasts! Kill the beasts!" In the blink of an eye, Elder Lao Ming, leading several hundred elite disciples of Xuantian, leapt over the dilapidated barricade, crossing the territory's boundary, roaring as they charged towards the beast ranks. Though the number of Xuantian disciples was not extensive, they exuded an aura akin to that of a mighty army. Instantly, many of the beasts in the assembled legion were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, causing a stir among their ranks. What are these humans doing? We have yet to sound the war horn, and they are charging headlong at us. Indeed, we have not initiated the assault, yet they are brazenly attacking us instead. My goodness, if we were not in the wilderness, I would truly believe they intended to invade our territory. While the ordinary beasts exchanged bewildered glances, the commanding three-headed ferocious beast bared its fangs and roared into the sky. Damn it. Can't you see what is happening? The humans are seizing the opportunity while we are unprepared and launching an attack against us. Stop standing around like fools and get into battle formation. However, the beasts, being what they were, lacked the requisite intelligence and were slow to react. Consequently, some of the expendable beasts, with heads as large as puddles, remained dazed. "Boss, this doesn't seem right that we are the invaders. We should be the ones initiating the attack. The humans are the ones on the defensive. Yet, they are launching an assault with a full force of 500,000 beasts. Is this not akin to moths flying into the flame, courting their own demise? Indeed, they are but a handful of individuals. How dare they?" The three-headed ferocious beast glared at the elite disciples of Xuantian, slaughtering their way through the battlefield. Its eyes blazing with fury, gritting its teeth. They are S-grade troops, and several hundred is no small number. Simultaneously, as the disciples of Xuantian mobilized en masse, the summoning structure stationed at the southern front had completed their recruitment. In an instant, frost knights were deployed, heavy armored iron pagodas surged forth, and heavy armored holy knights were summoned. The heavenly wrath beast warriors surged into action. Even archers from the clouds and gigantic catapults that had been summoned from other locations joined the fray. "Kill the beasts! Kill the beasts!" This brief, clear, and straightforward rallying cry quickly became the mantra of all soldiers. With red-rimmed eyes and a resolute attitude, they charged into the beast legion, their blades sharp and spirits high. Before long, they carved a path through the beast ranks, catching the 500,000 beasts completely off guard. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The command center of the newly formed Beast Legion was still awaiting the arrival of its strategists when the battle erupted. Holy smokes, are humans this ferocious? They are serious. The beast could only hastily respond to the onslaught. However, while a legion has its advantages in terms of numbers, it also bears significant disadvantages, primarily that with such a vast force. An orderly command structure is essential. Yet the beasts caught off guard had no time to establish such a system. Some were attacking, some were defending, some were fleeing, and others were digging trenches. In summary, the orders from the command center of the Beast Legion could no longer be effectively communicated to the ordinary beasts on the front lines. The consequence of this chaos was inevitable failure. Thus, the battlefield bore witness to one of the most ludicrous scenes. Good grief. Is the Beast Legion really this inept, all show and no substance, if they lack offensive capability? So be it, but how can they even fail to defend themselves? Indeed, these 500,000 beasts appear formidable, yet they are being overwhelmed by a group of S-grade troops. It's utterly unbelievable. Comprising the 1st Field Battalion, the citizens were unwilling to let this golden opportunity slip through their fingers, especially at the hands of troops summoned from buildings. Who did they think they were looking down upon? They all implored their leader, "Chief, hurry and seek out the Lord to request deployment. Otherwise, this tremendous wealth will have nothing to do with us." Indeed, in the last battle, the disciples of Xuantian took all the glory. And we gain naught that if we allow them to monopolize the spoils once more, our status as first-class citizens will lose all its value. The leader of the 1st Field Corps is named Dong Xiang. A man of 30 years, a local nobleman characterized by a rugged exterior and a thick beard, whose awakened profession is that of a swordsman. Upon hearing the discussion, Dong Xiang nodded slightly and said, You are all correct. With the great battle approaching, if we huddle within our territory, we shall indeed be mocked as timid turtles. After all, my first field corps is comprised of loyal subjects with a 100 loyalty rating to the Lord in this land of Xuantian. They are my trusted troops, my royal guard, my confidants. Therefore, I cannot simply relinquish this immense fortune to a temporary corps formed by S-class and B-class warriors. Thus, Dong Xiang left the barracks and knelt resolutely at the entrance of the Lord's abode, proclaiming loudly, "My Lord, I am willing to lead 3,000 loyal subjects beyond our borders to confront the beasts. We, the loyal subjects, are the most steadfast protectors of this territory. If the beast horde is to breach our defenses, they shall do so only over the corpses of our 3,000 loyal subjects, that we shall not perish. The beast horde shall not cross our territorial boundary, even a single step." At this moment, the leaders of the 2nd Field Corps, comprised of professionals, happened to be near the small dwelling. Upon hearing Dong Xiang's words, their gazes turned towards their leader, Ma Cheng. Indeed, the S-class and B-class warriors have already surged forward. "We cannot lag behind," one remarked. "Look, Dong Xiang is kneeling at the Lord's door seeking battle. You should follow suit," another added. "This is the essence of the matter that we must remember. We are not the local subjects. We were merely hired by the Lord. Our status is not high, and we must demonstrate our worth when the time calls for it. Absolutely, at this juncture, we must exert ourselves. Otherwise, how will the Lord regard us after the great battle?" Ma Cheng concurred, fully recognizing the truth of their situation. Mimicking Dong Xiang, he knelt at the entrance to the Lord's chamber. Their position could only be deemed the third line of defense. To rashly seek battle would disrupt Yunan's carefully laid tactical arrangements. "Lord, we professionals were once humans too. Although we have temporarily aligned ourselves with you, we are not cowards. We wield blades and ride steeds. If granted the opportunity to fight, we shall vanquish the beasts. We beseech you, bestow upon us this chance." Ma Cheng implored fervently, his emotions heightened, causing Dong Xiang, who knelt before him, to darken in countenance, his mind racing with thoughts of indignation. "What learning from me? Mastering it so well? Even invoking emotions?" Ma Cheng had no choice in the matter, that in this post-apocalyptic world, a hierarchy existed even among humans. The Lord, as the guardian of the territory, undeniably stood at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. Following him were the local subjects, who, regardless of the game's specifics before or after its implementation, remained the most reliable vassals of the Lord, boasting a loyalty rating of 100. Thus, their status was beneath the Lord but above that of the professionals. Next came the awakened individuals, who, despite sharing the same human identity as the Lord, effectively served as mercenaries. The Lord provided them with remuneration, food, and resources, while they utilized their professional skills to serve the Lord. This arrangement was fundamentally transactional, with a loyalty rating of 50. The lowest tier consisted of those tasked with mining, farming, and logging. They were scarcely regarded as human, more akin to livestock or resources. However, beneath this population lay an even lower existence: those who wandered outside the territory, devoid of awakened skills and homeless. They were deemed worthless, not even meriting the disparaging titles of livestock or resources, as both human lords and formidable beasts referred to them as mere refuse. Thus, with the first-tier leaders seeking battle, Ma Cheng, as a second-tier leader, naturally felt compelled to exhibit even greater enthusiasm. However, within the Lord's chamber, Yinan, who had been engaged in a dual cultivation with Ling Yueyan, consuming a 3-month supply of spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and mage energy orbs to enhance his mage level, was caught off guard in Yinan's eyes. Even if the beast horde unleashed 500,000 beasts, including formidable 2-winged creatures, 3-headed brutes, and 4-headed man-eaters, they were merely expendable resources as long as the beast matriarch did not intervene. The defenses he had established would remain unbreached. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Yinan had withstood the beast onslaught with scant resources and no combat or summoning structures, successfully elevating his territory to level 7. Hence, no one understood the nuances of combating the beast horde better than he did. Yet, Yinan had not anticipated that both Dong Xiang and Ma Cheng would choose to kneel at the door of his chamber simultaneously, boldly requesting to engage in battle. This left him feeling somewhat strained. After all, he had already orchestrated his plans. Before the beast horde mobilized its 500,000 forces, He had constructed 3 defensive lines around his territory, spanning approximately 500 square kilometers. The first line consisted of subpar barricades and low-quality mage towers. The second line comprised ordinary barricades, flame mage towers, frost knight camps, heavy iron pagodas, armored paladins, Juga crossbows, red cannons, and fire-corroded arrow towers, all classified as B grade and above. The third line was composed of 2 field corps made up of local subjects and professionals. Thus, the first line was merely a FAAD intended to deter sporadic beast incursions, while the second line represented Yinan's main force station within the territory to AT present. It was the soldiers of the second line who were engaged in combat, with the first line yet to encounter the beast horde. Should Yinan dispatch the field corps from the third line, his tactical arrangements and plans would be entirely upended. Ling Yueyin pointed outside. Chuckling, "Yigu, your troubles have arrived." For Yinan, this was indeed a predicament that if he acquiesced, his entire tactical arrangement would be rendered null and void. However, if he refused, it would dampen the morale of his subjects and professionals. Though Dong Xiang and Ma Cheng's pleas for battle stemmed from a desire to earn glory and showcase themselves before Yinan, from Yinan's perspective, their actions were tantamount to a palace coup. At that moment, Yinan rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside to face Dong Xiang and Ma Cheng, who were kneeling on the ground. He sighed and said, "Have you truly considered your decision? Once you join the fray, we must secure victory against the beasts. Otherwise, without our defenses, this territory will be unsustainable. My lord, we have made our decision." Dong Xiang and Ma Cheng replied in unison. "Are you unafraid of casualties?" Yinan inquired. Dong Xiang responded swiftly, "As long as the Lord does not revoke our designation, I fear not even if my soldiers are entirely annihilated." "I stand with him," Ma Cheng quickly added. Upon hearing this, Yinan smiled calmly, gesturing with his hand. "Very well. Since you are filled with such fighting spirit, I am reassured." Then, Yinan's expression turned grave, and he adopted a more authoritative tone. "Dong Xiang, Ma Cheng, heed my command. At your service," they both replied. "You two shall immediately lead your troops beyond the territorial boundary and engage in battle. Ensure the annihilation of the enemy's fighting force." Yinan decided to alter his tactical arrangement, committing all available forces at once to expand the scale of this counteroffensive, with the aim of exterminating no fewer than 200,000 foes. After all, with the fall of the territory Xinhuang and Xinyu, his domain had become a thorn in the side of the beast horde, making it untenable to continue lurking in the shadows. Given his capabilities, he could not afford to remain inconspicuous. Since a confrontation with the beast was inevitable, Yinan, adhering to the philosophy of better to lose a finger than suffer the loss of all 10, resolved to dispatch the 1st and 2nd Field Corps to the fray. Yes, they affirmed. Subsequently, Dong Xiang and Ma Cheng rallied their respective 3,000 troops, fully armed, splitting into 2 flanks to join the battlefield. This scene was clearly witnessed by the beasts on the battlefield. What the hell? More human soldiers are coming. I see. Humans are implementing a strategy of reinforcements. Their ranks are swelling as they charge in a battle. But do they not fear death? Have they all been infused with courage? Do they truly believe they will not be devoured by us? In the Lord's chamber, atop the roof, Yinan and Ling Yueyin stood high above, gazing toward the battlefield, witnessing the heroic exploits of the Xuantian elder. Tai Ming, as he wreaked havoc upon the beast horde, with the Qingfeng sword, measuring 3 feet and 5 inches, Tai Ming unleashed a radiant blade of white light extending a full yard. Thus, in his hands, the Qingfeng sword grew to an impressive length. Even the massive forms of the beasts could not approach Tai Ming. Wherever the Qingfeng sword struck, the limbs, thighs, heads, or flesh of the beast would be severed as easily as cutting through tofu. The monstrous beasts fell in great numbers, surrounding the elders of Xuantian. Those beasts, upon witnessing this, were consumed by fear, trembling uncontrollably, and preparing to flee in haste. Goodness! This formidable old Taoist wields incredible power, with a single sword in hand. He has effortlessly slain over 100 of our brethren in the blink of an eye. How can we possibly continue this fight? Perhaps we should retreat. Are you out of your mind? The last time we retreated, the leader personally flayed and devoured several captains before our very eyes. The DOU wished to hear the sound of bones shattering. At that moment, familiar voices echoed in Yinan's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully slain 50 ordinary beasts, gaining 500 in magical attack, 500 in magical energy, and acquiring 50 beast heads, 50 pelts, and 50 fangs. Congratulations! You have successfully slain 10 two-winged giant beasts, earning 100 in magical attack, 100 in magical energy, and acquiring 10 beast wings. Congratulations! You have successfully slain one three-headed ferocious beast, gaining 1,000 in magical attack, 1,000 in magical energy, and acquiring 300 ferocity energy orbs. Congratulations! You have successfully slain one four-winged man-eating beast, earning 1,500 in magical attack, 1,500 in magical energy, and acquiring one four-winged wing. Yinan stood atop the Lord's cabin, effortlessly gathering resources without needing to set foot on the battlefield. It was indeed a delightful experience. One must acknowledge that he is currently an all-encompassing Grand Mage. Regardless of his level or the strength of his spells, he harbors a fear of being cornered by the beast that a few beasts may be manageable. But if he finds himself surrounded, even a Xuantian would be unable to save him. Therefore, Yinan resolved to avoid the battlefield whenever possible, to refrain from acting unless absolutely necessary. He must conserve his energy and elevate his level. After all, there are always greater mountains beyond the hills, and more formidable individuals beyond oneself. He must enhance his own capabilities. That it is truly astonishing that such a valiant timing is. In fact, an SS-level troop summoned by the Xuantian sword arena. Ling Yuran expressed her amazement. What is there to say? We are currently in the apocalypse, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, and the elders of Xuantian have long since become allies. At this juncture, Yinan suddenly recalled someone. The kneeling Ling Yu at the border. He then turned his gaze to the shadowy knight warrior beside him and inquired, in these days of beastly incursions, the situation has not been peaceful. Is Ling Yu still kneeling at the border? Is that so? It seems he has not sincerely repented. What a pity. I had originally intended to reclaim his territory and transform it into a divine imperial city, allowing him to once again become a lord of the land. Unexpectedly, he fled prematurely. Then Ling Yu's kneeling was for naught. Ling Yuran remarked at why Yinan snorted dismissively. It was not in vain. Had he not knelt in supplication, I would have executed him on the spot. That moment. Deep within Yinan's heart, an ominous premonition arose. Ling Yu would not choose to ally himself with another faction. Would he? After all, before the apocalypse, Ling Yu harbored ambitions of unifying the business world of Hailing City. Although he lost his territory due to his lack of management skills after the apocalypse, Ling Yu's backpack still contained thousands of material fragments. Not to mention the A, B, and C-grade constructions that are exceedingly difficult to procure. One could say that Ling Yu's material fragments, along with his A, B, and C-grade combat and summoning structures, far exceed Yinan's by at least tenfold. If Ling Yu were to ally himself with another lord, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force to reckon with, a competitor. Yet, this was not Yinan's greatest concern. His greatest fear was that Ling Yu might ally himself with foreigners or the beasts. However, as the beasts are not of his kin, their intentions would surely differ. Thus, even if Ling Yu wished to ally himself with the beasts, they might not even regard him. Could it be that he is considering allying with foreigners? Yinan suddenly speculated aloud. Who? Who is considering allying with foreigners? Ling Yuran asked, bewildered by Yinan's words. At that moment, the shadowy knight warrior leaned close to Yinan's ear and spoke in a hushed tone. My lord, I have one more matter to report to you, though I am unsure of its appropriateness. Yinan frowned. What ill habit have you picked up? Speak plainly without beating around the bush. Whatever it may be, do not hesitate. My lord, after Ling Yu left the border, the one responsible for cleaning the toilets and emptying the latrines, Luo Qingyao, also departed the territory. According to reliable intelligence, it is said that Luo Qingyao headed westward toward the Mudong Kingdom. Mudong Kingdom. The mere mention of those three words made Yinan's teeth grit in anger. His reincarnation was instigated by that wretched Luo Qingyao, who conspired with the practitioners of Mudong Kingdom to bring about his downfall. This was a humiliation that must be cleansed with blood. That moment, Yinan realized that in this apocalypse, his threats did not solely originate from the beast's stronghold. They could also arise from Luo Qingyao, Ling Yu, and the practitioners of Mudong Kingdom. Thus, he must swiftly conclude the battle to prevent the practitioners of Mudong Kingdom from playing the role of spectators in this conflict. With this thought, Yinan promptly opened his infinitely capacious backpack and withdrew 100,000 spirit jade to summon ordinary disciples of Xuantian. You are about to consume 100,000 spirit jade to summon 10,000 ordinary disciples of Xuantian swordsmen. Please confirm. Yes. No. Without hesitation, Yinan clicked yes, and in an instant, 10,000 ordinary disciples of Xuantian appeared before the Lord's cabin. S-grade troops with formidable combat power. Following this, under Ling Yuran's astonished gaze, Yinan retrieved another 100,000 spirit jade from his infinite backpack. This time, it was to summon elite disciples of Xuantian. You are about to consume 100,000 spirit jade to summon 1,000 elite disciples of Xuantian sword spirits. Please confirm. Yes. No. Yinan directly chose yes. In an instant, 1,000 elite disciples of Xuantian knelt before him in unison. Master, Master! Yinan, maintaining a calm demeanor, waved his hand and addressed the 1,000 elite disciples and the 10,000 ordinary disciples of Xuantian. You are all talented individuals. There is no need for training. Therefore, you may proceed through the Lord's cabin in an orderly fashion and directly join the battlefield. Slay the beasts, Chapter 96, Another Victory. Harvest of the Six-Winged Bone Dragon. Yes, yes, the 1,000 elite disciples of Xuantian and 10,000 ordinary disciples, wielding their 3-foot green blades, charged fearlessly towards the beastly horde, shouting kill, kill, kill. The formation of the beastly horde had already been torn asunder. Yet they chose not to enter through the breach. Instead, they opted for a flanking assault. The left flank of the beastly horde comprised a ragtag army, mostly consisting of ordinary beasts, numbering 50,000. The 2-winged giant beasts served as their captains. Based on their ranks, the ordinary disciples of Xuantian, known as swordsmen, being S-grade troops, could stand against the 2-winged giant beasts alone, let alone the ordinary beasts. Thus, merely judging by their paper strength, the outcome was evident that as the disciples of Xuantian surged forward, they instantly slayed a 2-winged giant beast on the spot. The disciples of Xuantian could rush, wield their swords, and even shift their positions. Hence, this 2-winged giant beast merely stepped forward to intimidate, intending to utter a few threatening words. Little did it expect that it would not even have the chance to speak before being pierced to death by 1,000 swords wielded by the disciples of Xuantian. Roar! In an instant, the 2-winged giant beast fell to that moment. The 50,000 beasts bore witness to this scene, halting their proud advance and becoming utterly dumbfounded. My goodness, our captain has just perished like that? This is utterly humiliating. This is too terrifying. Indeed, it is too terrifying. The humans have dispatched over 10,000 disciples of Xuantian. Their combat prowess is overwhelming, and we are no match for them. Precisely, our captain was slain on the spot. We, as mere weaklings, seem to have no chance to resist against the disciples of Xuantian. Is that even in question? Absolutely not. If we wish to survive, we must promptly cast aside our weapons and flee. Run, consequently, as the morale of the thousands of beasts plummeted, they immediately discarded their spiked clubs, wooden sticks, rusted swords, hammers, and axes and scampered away in fear. The left flank of the beastly army crumbled, for the frontline command of the beasts. The situation on the battlefield had spiraled out of control. According to the pre-battle plan, the 500,000 beasts were to be divided into 3 formations: the left, center, and right. The left flank comprised 50,000 beasts. The right flank also 50,000, while the central formation contained 400,000 beasts. The tasks of the left and right flanks were to assist and cover the central formation of 400,000 beasts in launching their offensive, while remaining vigilant against incoming practitioners from other directions. However, no one could have anticipated that before the call to attack had even sounded, the elders of Xuantian, accompanied by the disciples, would charge forth boldly, initiating a central breakthrough tactic against the beastly horde. Following closely were the Frost Knights, heavy iron constructs, armored paladins, sky archers, flame mages, shadow wolves, and the crazed beasts of heaven, all joining the fray. Even the most formidable forces of Yinan, comprising the first field corps of 3,000 citizens and the second field corps of 3,000 professionals, have joined the fray. The formation of the alien beasts in the central line was torn open, the chasm widening as they fought and retreated, painting a grim picture of the battlefield. However, the sheer number of alien beasts was sufficient. The formations of the left and right flanks remained intact, and their morale high, allowing them to coordinate with the retreating central troops to launch counterattacks. Yet, the collapse of the left flank led to a catastrophic defeat for the central forces. Run, if we don't flee now. We shall lose our lives. In an instant, the once resisting alien beasts, witnessing the disintegration of the left flank, cast aside their weapons and fled, trampling one another in the chaos, resulting in countless casualties. The commander of the right flank, an imposing 80-level six-winged giant beast, was bewildered and sought to rally his forces. Brothers, do not falter. This is our era as alien beasts. The humans' resistance is of no consequence. Remember our battle cry. Loot the riches. Seize the food, capture. Before he could finish, the venerable elder Tai Ming of Xuantian arrived via sword flight, swiftly ending the life of the six-winged giant beast with a single strike. He then spat disdainfully upon the creature's corpse, uttering, "Villains perish from excessive chatter." Shouting empty slogans is futile. Meanwhile, a familiar voice echoed in Yi Nan's ears. "Congratulations. You have successfully slain a six-winged giant beast. Spell damage, 5,000. Spell energy, 5,000. That you have received one pair of six-winged wings and one complete skeletal frame of the alien beast." Yi Nan was taken aback. "What? I understand the increase in spell damage and energy from slaying the beast, and I am aware of the reward of the six-winged wings. But what use is the complete skeletal frame of the alien beast?" He opened his wireless capacity backpack, equipped with an automatic summarization function, and examined the skeletal frame. Complete skeletal frame of alien beast. Rarity, rare, level 80 source, obtained by slaying a six-winged giant beast. Note: as the skeletal remains of the six-winged giant beast, it retains formidable physical attack power. The possessor can summon a six-winged bone dragon through summoning techniques for combat. "Ah, now I see," Yi Nan exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. What shocked him was that an 80-level six-winged giant beast had been so decisively defeated. This was utterly incredible. What thrilled him was the prospect of gathering more skeletal frames of alien beasts over time, enabling him to form a field corps comprised of six-winged bone dragons. At that moment, the valiant Ling Yuran witnessed the devastating rout of the alien beast army, numbering 500,000. On the battlefield. Heavens, this is utterly absurd. After all, the total forces mobilized by Yi Nan, including citizens, professionals, and summoned units, amounted to merely 30 to 40,000. That this limited force not only secured victory in the defensive battle, but also boldly ventured beyond their territory to pursue the alien beasts, who outnumbered them 10 to 1. It was not merely a victory, it was an overwhelming triumph. Although Yi Nan held great confidence in his forces, believing they could shatter the alien beast army, he had not anticipated that such a formidable contingent of 500,000 would collapse so readily. One must remember, even 500,000 pigs on the battlefield, standing motionless, would take days to slaughter. This battle would undoubtedly inflict significant losses on the alien beast stronghold. I estimate at least 100,000 casualties, severely crippling their morale. Thus, in the short term, the alien stronghold should lack the strength to invade our territory. Chapter 97. Changing banners and complete surrender. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuran appeared disheartened, sighing, "Alas, the defeat of the alien beast army here indicates that they are indeed conquerable. They were always conquerable. We humans are the rightful masters of Blue Star, while they are mere invaders. Regardless of their current arrogance, they shall ultimately face failure," Yi Nan affirmed, recalling how, in his previous life, he had managed to engage in guerrilla tactics against the alien beast army with merely a few subpar barricades and mage towers, successfully defending his territory for many years, even upgrading it to level 7, expanding its area to 3,000 square kilometers, with a population of 50,000. I end this life, bolstered by the battle and summoning buildings drawn from the fate celestial disk prior to the apocalypse. Along with abundant resources, his strength had grown immensely. Therefore, on the battlefield, it was inevitable that his forces would dominate the alien beast. At that moment, Ling Yuran lowered her head further, despondently remarking, "Yi Ge, your victory only serves to highlight our inadequacy as lords." After all, she too had drawn numerous A, B, and C-level buildings, along with countless material fragments, food, and fresh water from the fate celestial disk before the apocalypse. However, when the alien beast army advanced, her mismanagement allowed them to breach her stronghold in a hurried retreat. She had no choice but to seek refuge with Yinan, awaiting the opportunity to reclaim her territory. Now, it was evident that her strength paled in comparison to Yinan's. His troops were elite, while hers were merely shabby. At this moment, Ling Yuran had completely abandoned the thought of reclaiming her territory. Deciding to change her allegiance and surrender her A, B, and C-level buildings to Yinan, do not say that. I merely had the fortune of drawing S-level items from the Fate Celestial Disc. Otherwise, achieving victory on the battlefield would not have been so easy. Yinan replied that he was not being modest. The combined combat power of his S-level battle and summoning structures, along with hero-level troops, was overwhelmingly superior to that of the alien beasts. Only the alien beast matriarch posed any possibility of resistance. Ordinary alien beasts, six-winged giants, and three-headed berserk beasts could never contend with an SSS-level hero. At that moment, Ling Yuran, having made up her mind, took a deep breath and opened her backpack, presenting its contents to Yinan, articulating each word. Yigo, I have decided that these items are of no use to me. They are all yours. Moreover, my life and fortune are also entrusted to you. Her words left no room for doubt. She was relinquishing her identity as a lord and fully submitting to Yinan. However, Yinan did not immediately comprehend her intentions, that he had been planning to defeat the alien beast army and gradually reclaim human territories, assisting Ling Yuran in rebuilding New Moon City. Thus, he glanced at the battle and summoning structures in Ling Yuran's backpack. Astonished, Yuran, these are exceedingly rare structures from the apocalypse, invaluable. What are you doing? I am giving them to you, that I already have. As he spoke, Yinan suddenly grasped the implications, gasping in realization as he looked into Ling Yuran's eyes. You do not intend to forfeit your chance to become a lord again. Do you? Indeed. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Ling Yuran pouted playfully, pretending to be upset at why Yinan explained. Yuran, actually wish to help you reclaim your territory and rebuild New Moon City. The buildings and resources in your backpack are more than sufficient to restore your domain, and you could still become a lord in your own right. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuran let out a soft sigh, saying, some individuals, even with resources in hand, cannot become true lords. Like me. This statement was too sensitive, and Yinan felt a pang of concern that Ling Yuran might be contemplating sacrificing herself. Of course, this was merely Yinan's overthinking. Ling Yuran pressed her lips together, gazing into Yinan's eyes and asserting, Yigo, I have made up my mind. From this day forth, not only will I hand over all the resources in my backpack to you, but I will also transfer all my citizens and professionals to you. Gasp. Yinan inhaled sharply. Yuran, have you considered this carefully? Once you do this, there will be no turning back. That it was evident that Ling Yuran's decision reflected her unconditional trust in him. Indeed, she nodded resolutely. I understand that I do not need a retreat, for I know you will not let me down. At these words, Yinan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In his previous life, he had failed to protect the woman before him, and in this life he could not afford to betray her. Regaining his composure, Yinan locked eyes with Ling Yuran, stating, very well, I accept the buildings and resources you offer. However, I have one condition. You shall continue to lead your citizens and professionals. Ling Yuran tilted her head in inquiry. Why? Yinan replied with a calm smile. In the apocalypse, those with strong armies can become lords. Having citizens and professionals under your command lends weight to your words. All right. Ling Yuran smiled, aware that Yinan's reasoning was indeed for her benefit, in the ensuing moments. Ling Yuran transferred 500 subpar fences, 900 flame mage towers, 1023 flame erosion arrow towers, 5065 frost knight camps, 300 heavy armor iron pagodas, 105 celestial wrath beast camps, 75 shadow wolf dens, 1045 inferior mage towers, and 560 heavy infantry camps to Yinan. Additionally, she relinquished 30 million tons of rice, 10 million tons of corn, 5 million tons of soybeans, 9 million tons of potatoes, 1 million tons of sweet potatoes, 3 million tons of wheat, and 4 million tons of salt. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of copper ores, iron ores, timber, material fragments, leather armor, weapons, and so forth. This was all that remained after Ling Yuran suffered significant losses in combat structures and recruitment buildings. Along with resources, following the loss of her territory, who would have thought that your backpack contained such a bounty? How wealthy you are! Yinan immediately gave Ling Yuran a thumbs up. Ling Yuran shot him a glance and teased, "Brother Yi, I was once the third richest person on the wealth list, having spent over 10 billion in-game, that I didn't draw a single S-class item. And am I not allowed to obtain other items?" Yinan realized that Ling Yuran had misunderstood him, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, "That's not what I meant, that I merely wished to convey that in the urgent situation of the beasts breaching the territory. It is truly remarkable that you managed to retain such an abundance of buildings and resources. You deserve commendation." Chapter 98. The Panic of the Beasts. After all, in the face of the beast army's assault on the territory, many lords with territories merely a square kilometer in size not only lost all their resources, but also their lives and fortunes. Even Ling Yu, the wealthiest individual on the ranking list during the apocalypse, found his combat and recruitment structures nearly depleted when he sought refuge with the NAN as the beasts invaded the Lord's dwelling. He had to abandon a multitude of A, B, and C-class structures in his bid for survival. Not to mention the strategic resources such as rice, corn, wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and others. By dawn, the sounds of battle had faded, and the raging fires had been extinguished. Nan's troops achieved a resounding victory, having not only defeated an army of 500,000 beasts, but also slain 50,000 of them on the spot. Furthermore, during the beast rout, the number of their own that trampled each other to death also reached 50,000, having evaded the cataclysmic apocalypse. The number of humans who have awakened to their profession stands at approximately 6 to 700 million, in terms of sheer numbers. Humanity boasts a numerical superiority of at least sixfold over the monstrous beasts. However, since the advent of the apocalypse, it has only been a few days, and the population of the aberrant creatures has surged to 100 million, within a mere span of 6 months. Disregarding the reproductive capacity of the beastly progenitors, the influx from the spatial rifts alone could potentially exceed 1 billion. At that juncture, the aberrant creatures would begin to overpower humanity in terms of numbers. Consequently, human professionals would possess no advantages when confronting these beasts. Thus, Ling Yuran's concerns are entirely logical. Nevertheless, upon hearing her words, Yinan chuckled, saying, "Yuran, there is no need for worry. Even if the leader of the beasts were to rage, it would be nothing but a futile fury. Moreover, following this battle, the beast horde has already suffered significant losses. I dare say that for the coming months, their main base will not dispatch any unit-level beasts to harass us. Even if beasts continue to emerge from the spatial rifts, forming a formidable fighting force is no simple task. You must understand that on my territory, the majority of the structures are B-level combat and summoning buildings, which ordinary beasts cannot withstand. It is akin to soldiers from the cold weapon era facing a Maxim water-cooled machine gun from the era of firearms. No matter how many come, they are merely offering their heads. It is certain death. Brother Yi, although the beast base has suffered grievous losses, they can still muster 1 million troops. Are you so certain?" Ling Yuran expressed her skepticism. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides is vast. The beast base can still reorganize its forces, particularly the high-level beasts exceeding level 100, which could quickly form a highly capable battalion. Yet, Yinan remained exceedingly confident that in this apocalypse, no one understands the aberrant creatures better than he does. Simultaneously, he is certain that the high-level beasts of level 100 will not participate in the conflict. The beast progenitor would not dare to let those nobles onto the battlefield. Any casualties would jeopardize its very existence. Thus, Yinan concluded that the beast progenitor would require at least several months to reorganize its forces for an offensive. Upon hearing Yinan's unwavering confidence, Ling Yuran began to believe. "Brother Yi, how certain are you?" 99%. "And the remaining 0.1%. Ling Yuran scratched the back of her head, tilting her head in curiosity, eager to probe further. In response, Yinan grinned broadly and said, "Yuran, nothing in this world is absolute. When I say 99%, it is essentially 100%. At that moment, Ling Yuran wholeheartedly believed Yinan's words, whether it was the onset of the apocalypse, the emergence of aberrant creatures, or the manifestation of the game universal territory into reality. Everything Yinan had said had come to pass. She could not dispute it. Deep down, she had already been won over, both in body and spirit. This is the power of admiration. Brother Yi, what are our plans moving forward? Should we enhance the level of our territory's buildings, or continue to consume spiritual herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and mage energy orbs? Yinan contemplated for a moment, then replied, I plan to first reorganize our forces, expanding the 1st and 2nd Field Battalions to bolster our strength as for the existing combat and summoning structures on the territory. They will remain unchanged, maintaining their original levels and quantities. Ultimately, I intend to construct 3 grandiose citadels to defend against the beast horde. After all, with his experience in survival during the apocalypse, Yinan understands a fundamental truth. Whether it is a level 1 inferior fence, a level 3 standard fence, or even a level 30 advanced reinforced barrier, they can at best only delay the beast's assault. They cannot genuinely withstand the onslaught of the beast horde that I end the apocalypse. The only true defense against the beast horde lies in sturdy, towering walls that it is worth noting that constructing such walls only requires rammed earth, bricks, and rice slurry, materials that are inexpensive and can be sourced locally. Since the temporary disappearance of the Fate Celestial Plate lottery system, Yinan has been unable to acquire Fate crystals through monetary means, nor could he activate miracle-related lotteries. Thus, whether it be inferior fences or standard ones, he can only rely on the material fragments in his backpack, consuming iron ore, copper ore, and wood to craft them, an endeavor that is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, with insufficient output. Consequently, Yinan had long envisioned replacing the inferior fences with walls constructed of bricks and rammed earth to safeguard against the beasts. In her understanding, the sole method to protect the territory is to erect these inferior fences to obstruct the advance of the aberrant creatures' Point 3 citadels, to ensure that these territories do not fall again. We must build cost-effective fortifications. Coincidentally, following this fierce battle, the beasts have suffered significant losses and will undoubtedly refrain from launching further assaults. Chapter 100. Birthday Gift. Unfading Spirits. Ling Yuran nodded mechanically, no longer shocked by Yinan's ideas, merely acquiescing with a nod. After all, regardless of how Yinan proceeded or how outrageous his plans appeared, in the end, things always turned out right. Yinan picked up a pen from the desk and, with a swift stroke, inscribed a few words on the celestial map hanging on the wall. Turning to Ling Yuran, he declared, I have already decided on the names of the citadels. They will be named after our territory: Xuantian City, Xinhuang City, and Xinyue City. Ling Yuran felt a tinge of disappointment at that moment. Yinan added, By the way, Xinyue City is a gift for you. A gift? Ling Yuran was taken aback, questioning, What kind of gift? A birthday gift. Due to the onset of the apocalypse, Ling Yuran had nearly forgotten her own birthday. This moment. It was merely 20 days since the cataclysm had struck. Precisely December 7th. Thank you, Brother As she spoke. Ling Yuran's gaze shimmered, her body suddenly softening as she nestled into Yinan's embrace. Yinan's large hands slowly ventured beneath her clothing, coming into contact with something warm. Truly, it was quite delightful. The atmosphere in the small room shifted to one of intimacy, and the few shadow warriors lurking in the shadows were not oblivious. Being adults, they naturally understood what was about to occur. As the Lord's personal guards, while their combat skills might be lacking, their wits must be sharp. They knew when to make their presence known and when to discreetly withdraw. Thus, exchanging knowing glances, they smiled in agreement, swiftly vanishing like phantoms from the Lord's abode. Ironically, Ling Yuran wished to plead for Yinan's forgiveness, aspiring to become the most renowned Lord's lady in this apocalypse. Therefore, when Luo Qing Yao caught sight of Ling Yuran nestled in Yinan's embrace, their lips nearly touching, she was almost apoplectic with rage. Stop it. In broad daylight. What are you two doing, indulging in such intimacy? Yinan and Ling Yuran were taken aback, casting bewildered glances at the suddenly appearing Luo Qingyao. What business is it of yours if we are affectionate in our own home? Truly, it is meddlesome and unnecessary. Ever since the territories of Xinhuang and Xinyue had fallen, Yinan had emerged as the most prominent lord on the Dragon Kingdom's land, a figure towering above all others. With 2 victories against the beast horde, he solidified his dominance over the Dragon Kingdom. Presently, only a few small lords, with territories spanning merely 1 or 50 square kilometers, barely managed to survive. It was not that they were powerful. Rather, they were exceedingly weak. The beast horde showed no interest in attacking them, as breaching their territories would yield no sense of accomplishment. Moreover, in recent days, the gaze of the beast base has been entirely fixated on Yinan's territory. However, outside among the professionals and citizens, discussions of Yi Nan's name were rife with praise, their tones and expressions brimming with admiration. Not a strong man, a dominator. I dare say that the future leader who will guide us humans against the aberrant creatures will undoubtedly be Yi Nan. Indeed, among lords and titans of wealth, only Yi Nan had managed to defend his territory and vanquish the beast horde, while Ling Yu and Ling Yuran had both met with failure. How dare you speak the name of Lord Yi without fear of reprisal? I have heard that he is accompanied by a cadre of shadow warriors numbering in the hundreds. Anyone who speaks ill of him will be discovered and dealt with by the shadow warriors on the same day. The speaker's face drained of color, cold sweat pouring forth, leaving them unable to recover for days. Therefore, even if she could not be Yi Nan's official girlfriend, she would still attempt to become his concubine. Or perhaps a mere servant would suffice. However, the notion of Yi Nan belonging solely to her was utterly intolerable. She would never allow another woman to encroach upon his side, especially not Ling Yuran. Thus, she stood with her hands on her hips, pointing an accusing finger at Ling Yuran's nose, unleashing a torrent of invective. Ling Yuran, you shameless wretch, how dare you seduce my man? You deserve nothing less than 1,000 deaths. I truly wish to find a man to end your life. She, Luo Qingyao, was meant to be Yi Nan's woman, destined to be the mistress of this land. Other women were merely fit to serve as her subordinates. Ling Yuran, upon hearing these words, was seething with anger, preparing to charge at Luo Qingyao to rip her hair and tear her clothes. But Yi Nan intervened, saying, Yuran, allow me to handle this. With that, he stepped forward, a look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Luo Qingyao, his brow slightly furrowed. Luo Qingyao. Upon seeing Yi Nan soften her tone, Yi Nan, you know that I was merely worried about the territory being breached, so I went out ahead to wait for you. Is that truly an excuse? Yi Nan's frown deepened. Clearly, Luo Qingyao's reasoning was flimsy. Lacking any persuasive power, he had already resolved to summon the Night Shadow Warriors to expel this woman. After all, upon seeing Luo Qingyao, Yi Nan was reminded of her mingling with those men at the White Horse Club. Utterly revolting. Such a despicable creature deserved to be submerged in a pigsty. However, Yi Nan thought, what the hell? You shameless harlot. What are you thinking? Still pretending to beg for forgiveness. Haven't you played the charade enough? Not to mention your indiscretions at the White Horse Club, how many men have you clung to since I cast you aside? Now that you've been rejected, do you wish to kneel and beg me to take you back? Have you lost your mind? Of course, in front of Ling Yuran, Yi Nan still wanted to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum, especially since he now held the status of a lord, above all yet beneath none. Thus, he let out a low sigh, gazing at the kneeling Luo Qingyao, and asked, is this amusing to you? Yi Nan, I could also serve as your tool. Chapter 101. After the confession, Ling Yuran was furious. Ling Yuran was utterly bewildered, failing to grasp Luo Qingyao's words, nor could she comprehend why Luo Qingyao harbored such hatred. After all, she was unaware of the grievances from their previous lives. She simply felt that Luo Qingyao was being unreasonable, hurling insults at her without discernment. However, Yi Nan understood Luo Qingyao's words and could not help but curse. Damn it! Luo Qingyao, do you think it's still the past? You are nothing more than a filthy harlot, used by countless men, and you wish to be my tool. Do you have the qualifications for that? What is your standing? Get lost. Get out of my sight right now. With Yi Nan's identity and position in this apocalyptic world, it would be exceedingly easy for him to kill a mere servant. It would be akin to squashing an ant. However, while ending a life was simple, slowly tormenting someone was a far more arduous endeavor. Killing Luo Qingyao would merely grant her release. Thus, no matter how pretentious or loathsome she was, Yi Nan would not take her life. For the sake of retribution, he needed to ensure Luo Qingyao lived in anguish. Witnessing him and Ling Yu ran together, condemned to a life of regret. Luo Qingyao certainly would not acquiesce to simply leaving. She had struggled to arrive at the Lord's abode and could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. She believed that Yi Nan's decision to spare her life indicated lingering affection. Therefore, if she pleaded on her knees, perhaps Yi Nan would soften. Although the odds were slim, she knew that failing to gain Yi Nan's forgiveness would condemn her to a lifetime of menial labor within the territory, forever regarded as the lowest of the low. After all, Her awakened profession was that of a servant. Not only did the citizens and professionals look down upon her, but even those responsible for mining and logging scorned her. A servant, a lowly being. Thus, in Luo Qingyao's mind, the dream of becoming Yinan's lady began to take root. Though it seemed far-fetched, it was not entirely impossible to know. I will not leave. Yinan, I know I was wrong. I have wronged you. Therefore, even if you strike me, scold me, torment me, or humiliate me, I will not depart, for in this life, I love only you. Upon hearing this, Yinan was so disgusted that goosebumps erupted all over his body. He immediately kicked Luo Qingyao in the stomach, sending her flying. Get lost! Spare me your nauseating words. Reflect on what you have done to wrong me. Do you really think I would forgive you? Dream on. Not in this life or the next. Luo Qingyao, witnessing Yinan's cold-heartedness, immediately wailed and cried out, Yi, I only strayed with a few men. Although I slept with them, I used protection. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? This shameless harlot had no sense of propriety. In such times, she still dared to utter such shameless words. Truly a vile creature. Instantly, Yinan's anger flared. And he had no desire to recount how she had betrayed him. He called for the Night Shadow Warriors, pointing at Luo Qingyao, and commanded, throw her out and confine her in the restroom. Let her clean the toilets every day. Yes, understood. The Night Shadow Warriors complied, their figures shifting like phantoms, swiftly appearing beside Luo Qingyao and escorting her away to this moment. The astonished Ling Yuran turned to Yinan and asked, Yi Go, regardless of the circumstances, she was once your woman. Is it truly necessary to treat her in such a manner? Even if she is promiscuous and prone to infidelity, there are laws and societal morals to govern her actions. Do you really intend to punish her by making her clean toilets for a lifetime? One cannot counsel others toward virtue without experiencing their suffering. Yinan slowly turned to face Ling Yuran, fixing her with a piercing gaze as he spoke deliberately. I said, she once intended to kill both you and me. That if you were to learn this fact, would you still choose to forgive her? Yinan did not disclose the entire truth. He reframed the narrative of Luo Qingyao's intent to kill him and Ling Yuran as a mere preparation for murder. Yet, even with Yinan's words, Ling Yuran remained perplexed. Once, she intended to kill us. Why would she do that? I had no prior acquaintance with Luo Qingyao. Yigo, is there a misunderstanding here? Yinan, observing Ling Yuran's innocence, deliberated and decided to reveal the truth of his rebirth. After all, only by disclosing the reality could Ling Yuran comprehend him, and perhaps even surpass him. Thus, Yinan took Ling Yuran's hand, seated them both in a rattan chair, brewed a pot of tea, lit an incense stick, and in a very gentle tone, recounted his rebirth, the enmity with Luo Qingyao, and the reasons behind Luo Qingyao's desire to kill Ling Yuran in detail. Upon finishing, Ling Yuran, who had previously criticized Yinan for being too harsh on Luo Qingyao, leapt up in fury. Damn, that shameless woman dared to take my life in the previous life. She is truly wicked. I can't take it anymore. Just watch me end her. With that, Ling Yuran drew the frostblade hanging on the wall, fuming and preparing to slay Luo Qingyao. At that moment, Yinan stopped her, saying, rather than ending Luo Qingyao with a single strike, why not allow her to live? Only by letting her live can she suffer, as if trapped in an inferno. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuran's mind began to clear, and she promptly discarded the frostblade, stating, Yi Gu, you are right. That vile harlot must endure a life of suffering in the land of Hong. Within a territory spanning approximately 5,000 square kilometers, inside the Lord's abode, a tall man with blue eyes, a high nose and blonde hair, donned in a black suit, wielding an exquisite rattan staff and wearing a black top hat, fixed his sinister gaze upon a man with black hair and yellow skin before him. You hail from the Dragon Nation? Indeed. You were once a lord? Yes. Then what brings you here? The gentleman in the suit leaned on his rattan staff, sneering, borrow troops? Why should I lend you my soldiers? What benefits can you provide me? The visitor was none other than Ling Yu. Upon witnessing the invasion of alien beasts into Yinan's territory, he had fled, crossing oceans to intrude upon the land of Hong. Since I have come to borrow troops, I certainly bring something with me. Your Excellency, allow me to present these items for your consideration. With that, Ling Yu released a series of Frost Knight camps, flame mage towers, flame erosion arrow towers, and swift eagle nests from his backpack. Chapter 102. The Gentleman in the Suit, The Conspiracy of Ni Hong. The gentleman's eyes lit up that he hastily rose, stumbling a few steps, and approached a summoning structure, caressing and kissing it, his emotions surging, voice trembling. These are indeed defensive structures from the distant Orient. Due to the uneven distribution of resources within the game, all nations' territory. Resources, weapons, and population are scattered across various locations. For instance, the likelihood of encountering defensive tower-type weapons is significantly higher in Longwood. In contrast, supplies such as grain, medicine, material fragments, copper ore, iron ore, and what are more commonly found in Niangua. As for the explosive population growth, it tends to occur in regions like Feizhou. Consequently, lords in Longwa, whether they are pay-to-win players or casual players, possess at least a few combat and recruitment buildings. Albeit the quantity may vary. However, both types of players typically face shortages of food, fresh water, medicine, and other resources that, on the other hand, lords in Niang will lack sufficient combat and recruitment buildings, yet their warehouses are overflowing with grain, to the point of rotting and spoiling. Medicine and fresh water are even more devalued, being readily available everywhere. Indeed, Mr. Lingyu nodded, noting the almost unhinged expression on the suit-clad gentleman's face, feeling a sense of delight. It seems he had come to the right place. For rarity enhances value. At this moment, the gentleman circled around several defensive buildings, his eyes filled with astonishment. Turning to Lingyu, he inquired, by merely placing them in your territory, can you summon different tiers of troops? Precisely. Could you introduce the names and specific functions of these defensive structures? Lingyu nodded and approached the nearest defensive building to his left, introducing it sequentially. This is the Frost Knight Camp. A Grade B structure, capable of summoning Grade B troops, the Frost Knights. They excel in close combat, and a single charge from a Frost Knight can inflict substantial freezing damage upon the enemy. Sounds impressive, the gentleman nodded. This is the Flame Mage Tower, a Grade B structure, capable of summoning Grade B troops, the Flame Mages. They specialize in ranged attacks and can unleash fire-based spells over a 10 square kilometer area, dealing significant burning damage to foes. Oh, the previous one was the Frost Knight Camp, which inflicts freezing effects, while this one unleashes flames. Truly remarkable, the gentleman exclaimed, immediately giving a thumbs up. Lingyu then approached a solid black defensive structure, towering 3 meters high and measuring 1 meter in circumference, gazing at the gentleman. Behold, this is the heavy armored iron pagoda, a Grade B structure capable of summoning Grade B troops, the heavy cavalry. They are adept at charging. Once unleashed, they can wreak devastating havoc on enemy formations, unmatched in combat. Indeed, that's so. How many troops can this heavy armored iron pagoda summon at once? 700 heavy cavalry. Wow, that sounds fantastic. The gentleman raised his eyebrows. Lingyu grew increasingly animated as he took a few steps forward, pointing to a series of combat structures, introducing them one by one. This is the Swift Eagle Nest, a Grade C structure. Capable of summoning Grade C troops, the Swift Eagles. They excel in reconnaissance and battlefield patrols, providing invaluable insights into enemy troop distributions. This is the Giant Catapult, a Grade B structure, which can automatically lock onto enemies and hurl stones, inflicting devastating damage. This is the Flame Erosion Arrow Tower, a Grade B structure capable of rapidly firing flame erosion arrows, dealing terrifying magical damage to foes. Once the gentleman had observed all the combat and recruitment buildings, he nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lingyu, saying, "Speak. What resources do you desire? I can fulfill any request, be it food, or wood, or even a substantial number of professionals that as long as we can reach an agreement." His tone was icy and grim, clearly not indicative of good intentions. Lingyu paused momentarily, then incredulously asked, "We reach an agreement?" "Indeed. As long as you are willing to submit to me and become my subordinate, I can provide you with an abundance of resources." Why? Without hesitation, Lingyu blurted out this rather foolish question. The gentleman transformed into a predatory wolf, sending a shiver down his spine. The gentleman displayed remarkable patience, his cold gaze fixed on Lingyu as he stated, "Because I too desire to conquer the East." Lingyu fell silent. Then the gentleman erupted into a loud, cold laugh. "Lingyu, I trust you are an intelligent individual and will make a wise choice. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Given the scarcity of aberrant beasts in Niangua, the gentleman had already established dominion over the entire realm through his own might. Now, Ling Yu had brought incredibly rare and exceptional combat and recruitment buildings from the distant east, akin to a tiger gaining wings. Naturally, the gentleman was thrilled. This was an inexhaustible treasure, a boon for future confrontations against aberrant beasts. The distant eastern Longwa must be subdued. Are you suggesting I betray my own people? I cannot do such a thing, for if I do, I will become a public enemy of the Longwa people. Ling Yu's forehead broke into a cold sweat, filled with regret and feared he had overestimated himself and underestimated the Lord of Niangua. Upon hearing this, the gentleman snorted derisively, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Yu. Individuals like you are no different from stray dogs. What right do you have to negotiate terms with me? If you refuse to submit, I can eliminate you right now and seize the combat and recruitment buildings. I can still conquer the East. With that, the gentleman turned away, retrieving a dark flintlock from above the fireplace, loading it with ammunition and gunpowder, and aimed the muzzle at Ling Yu. Moreover, at that moment, over a dozen fully armed paladins also drew their curved blades, targeting Ling Yu. Should he dare move, his life would be extinguished in an instant. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ling Yu promptly unbuckled the frost sword at his waist, and with a sharp clang, he tossed it to the ground, raising his hands high. Very well. I submit. Thus, Ling Yu, laden with thousands of combat and recruitment buildings in his backpack, surrendered directly to the Lord of Niangua. 1 month later, Ling Yu was appointed as the captain of the vanguard forces of Niangua, leading 100,000 professionals aboard over 1,000 large ships, embarking on a grand campaign against Longwa. Chapter 103. The Lord's Decree. Kind intentions misinterpreted as malice rather than merely attacking Longwa. It was more of an expedition against Yinan. Ever since the base of aberrant beasts suffered consecutive defeats at the hands of Yinan's territory, all organized aberrant beast legions had retreated into their stronghold, refraining from launching assaults on human territories. The once arrogant aberrant beasts had quieted down, allowing human professionals to experience a period of rapid consolidation, training, and leveling up. Thus, amidst the apocalypse, human professionals and aberrant beasts seemingly reached a tacit agreement, refraining from reckless attacks and granting each other space to develop, awaiting the final showdown. Consequently, the mightiest lord within the territory of Longwa was none other than Yinan. Simultaneously, Yinan utilized the supplies stockpiled in his warehouse, gathering hundreds of thousands of refugees in a short span of time. Within just 1 month, he completed the construction of Shenhuang City, Xinyue City, and Xuantian City in succession. Upon hearing of these developments, numerous professionals in the apocalypse were left astounded that a miracle. Is this the strength of Lord Yinan? So formidable. 3 cities. Had this been before the apocalypse, it would have taken at least 3 to 5 years to complete. Yet, Lord Yi managed to accomplish it. Truly astonishing. Indeed, while there were hundreds of thousands of refugees involved in the construction, currently, only Lord Yi could muster such an abundance of grain and fresh water. Impressive indeed. Not only were human professionals left in awe, but even the 6-winged giant aberrant beasts within their stronghold were equally taken aback. Wow, this human named Yinan seems quite formidable. Not only has he thwarted our assaults time and again, but he has also constructed cities within his territory. With these cities, our efforts to invade human territories have become even more challenging. There is no other explanation. This man named Yinan is simply too powerful. No wonder he has become a lord in the apocalypse. It appears he is not only our adversary, but also our nemesis. Among the 3 cities, Xuantian City is the largest, centered around the Lord's residence. Spanning 200,000 square meters with a construction area of 100,000 square meters, it comprises a total of 50 palaces of varying sizes, along with over 6,000 rooms, and is fortified by imposing walls measuring 10 meters high and 3 meters thick on all sides. As for Shenhuang City and Xinyue City, they cover an area of 50,000 square meters, with a construction area of 10,000 square meters. Simultaneously, in his capacity as the Lord of the Apocalypse, Yinan issued a decree to over 10,000 lords, both large and small, within the territory of Longwa, demanding as follows: immediately vacate your original territories, accompanied by his subjects, professionals, family members, and all available resources. He set forth towards one of the 3 cities, Divine Emperor's City, Crescent City, or Xuantian City. After all, Yinan had dispatched the summoned swift eagles from the Swift Eagle Nest, which took turns around the clock, day and night, to infiltrate the lair of the otherworldly beasts for intelligence gathering, and had learned a significant piece of news that by the time the 3 cities were completed, the number of otherworldly beasts gathered at their stronghold had already surpassed 3 million. This figure was truly alarming that in merely a month's time, the stronghold had managed to amass such a formidable horde. Thus, one could speculate that in 3 months, the count could swell to 10 million. An army of over 10 million otherworldly beasts would be a terrifying force. Even if it consisted predominantly of mere level 30 beasts, it is crucial to note that on the battlefield, any form of saturation attack is virtually unstoppable. While S-class buildings and troops are indeed powerful, they still require resources to sustain them, as well as rest, regardless of whether they are subjects or professionals. Even combat and summoning buildings necessitate recovery time. For instance, a B-class Frost Knight camp must cool down for 20 hours after enduring 12 hours of intense combat before it can summon anew. A C-class subpar Mage Tower, under high-intensity combat conditions, can only operate for 3 hours, followed by an extensive 8-hour cooldown. Therefore, should a horde of 10 million otherworldly beasts converge for a collective assault, even the most impregnable defenses would eventually falter. At that point, the subpar barriers and mage towers within Yinan's territory might not withstand even an hour, let alone the lesser lords of other territories. In such dire circumstances, would there be any shelter for the unprotected? Thus, Yinan's insistence on urging them to abandon their territories and relocate to the cities with all their belongings was born out of genuine concern for their welfare. Regrettably, the majority of the lords misconstrued Yinan's goodwill as folly. He is merely an alliance leader. Why should we heed his commands? Indeed, it is just an alliance decree, devoid of any binding force. I will not abandon my territory. Exactly, within this realm, we too hold the title of Lord, standing on equal footing with Yinan. Should we vacate our territories, we would become easy prey. Precisely. We cannot allow ourselves to be at the mercy of others. Yinan is treating us like fools, but we are no fools. In this day and age, who among us is not a lord? Yes, the otherworldly beast army has retreated to their stronghold after their defeat and no longer dares to emerge. So, what do we have to fear? We resolutely refuse to leave. We shall carve out our own domain. In Xuantian City, Ling Yuran pushed open the door to the lord's cabin and gazed at Yinan, who was meditating with his eyes closed. Sighing, she said, "Brother Yi, I have issued the alliance decree 12 times, yet the majority of the lords remain defiant, refusing to relocate to the city. What should we do?" Originally, Yinan had bestowed Crescent City upon Ling Yuran, allowing her to reclaim her status as a new lord. However, Ling Yuran was reluctant to leave Yinan's side, so she first sent her parents, subjects, and professionals to Crescent City, appointing her father, Ling Yang, as the new lord there. She chose to remain in Xuantian City to assist Yinan in his endeavors, though Yinan assured her that she would not be treated unfairly. Once the Destiny Celestial Disc reopened and she procured the title of Substitute Lord, he would immediately appoint her as such within this territory. Upon hearing this, Yinan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Ling Yuran and inquiring, "The majority of the lords? Actually, this data is rather vague. I require a specific number." Ling Yuran reorganized her thoughts and replied, "The majority of the lords can be understood as a total of 751 lords within the borders of Long Kingdom, none of whom have complied with the commands. They regard the alliance decree as worthless. More importantly, these lords believe that the otherworldly beasts have been weakened and no longer dare to emerge." Yinan shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Who has given them such confidence? Chapter 104. The Greedy Wretch. Brother Yi, there is another pressing matter I must report to you. As she spoke, Ling Yuran leaned closer to Yinan's ear and whispered a few words. Instantly, Yinan's expression changed. Ling Yu had actually allied with a lord from the Ni Kingdom and brought troops here. Indeed, the Swift Eagles from the Swift Eagle Nest have repeatedly confirmed this intelligence. It is absolutely accurate. How many troops did he bring? According to the information, Ling Yu has brought an army of no less than 100,000. This is troublesome. Yinan furrowed his brow, just as the otherworldly beast army was on the verge of achieving peak combat strength. The various lords refused to obey the alliance decree, each seeking to carve out their own domains. Meanwhile, Lingyu had defected to a lord from the Ni kingdom, bringing troops to invade. They had already landed and were advancing towards Long Kingdom. Although Lingyu's intentions were unclear, Yinan felt a foreboding sense that this could not bode well. Troublesome? Lingyu Ran was bewildered. Brother Yi, Lingyu is coming with his army. Shouldn't that be a move against the otherworldly beast army? How could it be troublesome? Hearing this, Yinan let out a low sigh and turned his gaze to Lingyu Ran, analyzing. Think carefully. The otherworldly beast army has retreated to their stronghold, with Lingyu arriving with Nihi Kingdom's professionals. Do you think he is here to seize territory from me or to challenge the otherworldly beasts? Just then, a night shadow assassin hurried over and knelt at the entrance of the Lord's cabin, saying, "My lord, there is an urgent letter from 800 miles." Upon hearing this, Yinan raised his voice. "Read it." "Yes." The night shadow assassin swiftly opened the confidential letter and glanced at it, saying, "My lord, it is from someone named Lingyu, addressed to you to he." The night shadow assassin's face changed dramatically as Lingyu's greedy visage was laid bare in the letter. "What has happened?" Yinan inquired. Lingyu, in the letter, stated that he had borrowed an army of 100,000 from the Nihi Kingdom and demanded that you immediately surrender the 3 cities: Divine Emperor City, Crescent City, and Xuantian City. Furthermore, he demanded a cession of 200 square kilometers of territory, that he even requested from you an infinite capacity backpack, an everlasting sacred fire altar, as well as S-class buildings and troops. Upon hearing this, Yinan coldly scoffed. I see he was well aware of Lingyu's character. Not only was he shameless and spineless, but he was also a greedy scoundrel. Thus, once Lingyu received the backing of the Nihi Kingdom's professionals, his avaricious nature was immediately exposed. Of course, he would demand such things. Understood. The night shadow assassin vanished in a flash, like a streak of light, from the entrance of the Lord's cabin. At this moment, Lingyu Ran stepped forward, her face etched with worry. Brother Yi, what if Lingyu, in a fit of rage, leads his army to attack us directly? After all, Lingyu commands not only 100,000 professionals from the Nihi Kingdom, but also many A-class, B-class, and C-class buildings. Moreover, the Nihi Kingdom is rich in resources such as grain, copper, ore, iron ore, and timber. This means that whether in a swift battle or a protracted conflict, Lingyu has nothing to fear. In response, Yinan waved his hand dismissively. If he chooses to attack now, it is perfectly timed. Perfectly timed? Yes. How so? Lingyu Ran was confused at why Yinan smiled. Isn't it obvious? The otherworldly beast army is still in the process of gathering and will not strike recklessly. If Lingyu attacks now, I can justly deal with him. Otherwise, fighting on 2 fronts would be quite taxing. That he prepared a feast, and now 2 groups of guests were arriving. Naturally, Yinan prioritized addressing the weaker combatant, Lingyu. While Lingyu's forces may have lacked strength, they would undoubtedly pose a significant nuisance to Yinan and needed to be dealt with first. Hearing this, Lingyu Ran gasped. But Lingyu has brought 100,000 professionals from the Nihi Kingdom, and our territory has only about 6,000 professionals, not even reaching 10,000. What chance do we have? Yinan chuckled. Have you forgotten? I possess battle buildings and summoning buildings that Lingyu does not. You mean the S-class Shushan arrow altar? Indeed. Brother Yi, should we enter a state of first-level readiness during this time? No. Then what should we do? We must focus on training and leveling up. As he spoke, Yinan retrieved a 5-month supply of spirit herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and mage energy orbs from his infinite capacity backpack. Now, yes, shall we do this together? Lingyu Ran's eyes widened. Exactly. Is there a problem? Yinan tilted his head, asking. Lingyu Ran's face turned crimson as she whispered, Brother Yi, does this count as dual cultivation between a man and a woman? Yi go, there is no need for concern. I am unafraid and have already prepared myself. As she spoke, Lingyu Ran took a deep breath, tugging at her collar to expose her snow-white shoulders. Yinan was taken aback. You Ran, what on earth are you doing? Yi go, did you not say that we were to engage in mutual cultivation? Man and woman? Lingyu Ran's body began to heat up. A misunderstanding. Indeed. What I meant was a proper mutual cultivation, akin to studying together in the same library. That IT is not the lewd kind of interaction you are imagining. Ah. In that instant, Ling Yuran's cheeks flushed even deeper. Although 800 miles is a considerable distance, the presence of the swift eagle significantly shortened the time required for message delivery. That Lord, must we truly read this aloud in public? The kneeling practitioner opened the letter, glanced at its contents, and was utterly astonished that I commanded you to read, and thus you shall read. Does my esteemed status require me to peruse a mere letter? Yes. The practitioner on his knees cleared his throat and read. What the hell are you dreaming of? Indeed, my lord. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu was filled with indignation, grinding his teeth and clenching his fists as he bellowed. You are as good as dead. Chapter 105. The siege begins. The 100,000 troops from the Mudong Kingdom disembarked over the course of 3 full days. Under Ling Yu's command, the vast army located an abandoned territory that was elevated and near a water source, where they promptly set up camp, kindled fires, and commenced their meals. Following this, they engaged in relentless training day and night. Meanwhile, a continuous stream of rice, flour, canned goods, weapons, flintlock guns, medicines, and equipment were swiftly shipped from the distant Mudong Kingdom across the ocean and arrived within a week. Soon enough, the warehouses brimming with food, arms, firearms, and medical supplies were sufficient to sustain the 100,000 troops for an entire year. Ling Yu now found himself with ample provisions and a formidable army. The scouts dispatched from the lair of the aberrant beasts reported back in a state of panic upon discovering that an unexpected legion had appeared within human territory, fearing that Ling Yu's forces were aimed at them, especially since they had previously breached his domain. Report to the leader. He has assembled a troop of over 100,000 practitioners, currently stationed by the sea. They are merely 1,500 miles away. And if they march day and night, they could reach our stronghold in just 3 days. However, Ling Yu's intentions remained unclear. The aberrant beast matriarch shuddered at the news, a glimmer of fear in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, Ling Yu, a defeated general is hardly worth mentioning. Even if he gathers another 100,000 troops, he poses no threat. Our aberrant forces have already reached a scale of millions. Continue scouting and report back. Yet, within a month, Ling Yu had personally trained a powerful and fearsome elite force at the temporary encampment. They became adept at scaling mountains, overcoming substandard barricades, and defending against attacks from inferior Mage Towers and flame erosion arrow towers. Kill! The mere sound of 100,000 practitioners was intimidating. From afar, within a 10-kilometer radius of the military camp, a chilling aura of slaughter permeated the air, instilling fear in the surrounding wildlife, causing them to flee in terror. Although Ling Yu dreamt of seizing Yi Nan's territory, resources, and populace, he understood that the only one capable of defeating the aberrant army was not a practitioner from the Mudong Kingdom. Nor could he be the one to confront them. Even with the formidable elite force he had trained, the disparity in strength between the two sides was immense, particularly evident in the S-class buildings and units. S-class buildings, prior to the apocalypse, were akin to tactical nuclear weapons, revered national treasures of unparalleled might. Those who possessed them were lords. Those who did not were mere vassals. With such thoughts, Ling Yu was consumed by rage. His eyes almost ablaze as he gritted his teeth, vowing, one day, I too shall possess S-class combat and summoning structures, in order to swiftly enhance the combat prowess and experience of his soldiers. Ling Yu resolved to implement a strategy of gradually increasing difficulty. With a single command, the troop composed of practitioners from the Mudong Kingdom launched a surprise attack within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, targeting lords of varying ranks in hopes of seizing land, resources, structures, and populations. Those lords whose territories spanned merely a square kilometer stood no chance of resistance against the invasion of the Mudong practitioners, akin to ants crushed under a steel tide. Even when some lords reacted swiftly and organized their subjects and practitioners for a desperate defense, they were no more than eggs colliding with rocks. Shattering under the might of the Mudong forces in an instant, countless lords and practitioners perished, while many others were captured. Upon encountering Ling Yu in the military camp, the captives realized their predicament and erupted in curses. Ling Yu, are you even human? We are all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, awakened practitioners in this apocalypse. And yet you lead Mudong's practitioners to slaughter us. Do you have no shame? Betraying humanity. You are a beast. A scoundrel, traitor, spy. Ling Yu, confronted with the scorn of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, wore a sinister expression, and coldly commanded his subordinates. Execute all these captured lords and practitioners. Leave not a single one alive. The captives sighed deeply before their execution, lamenting, "What a regret! We should have heeded Lord Yunan's advice and relocated to the city in advance. Now look, we have lost everything." This news reached the depths of the aberrant beast abyss, leaving the high-ranking aberrant beasts within their stronghold utterly bewildered. Humanity, what is happening? Are they killing each other? It is possible, for in the apocalypse resources are scarce, and in the struggle for survival, women must sell their bodies, and men must toil as laborers. Thus, it is not surprising that the remnants of humanity resort to mutual slaughter for resources. Hiss, this is too terrifying. Excellent. Excellent. In this manner, we aberrant beasts can sit back and watch the humans fight among themselves. Indeed, once humanity has exhausted one another, we shall reap the benefits. Within a mere 10 days, the troop under Ling Yu's command achieved remarkable victories, conquering over 5,000 territories and seizing more than 10,000 square kilometers of land. However, due to the presence of aberrant beasts, even this vast expanse could not be held. Ling Yu had no intention of defending it. Instead, he led his men on a path of pillage and destruction, advancing directly toward Yunan's territory and annihilating the lords along the way. On December 15th, the territory North Sea fell, with Lord Gao Yun perishing and his subjects scattering. That on December 16th, the merchant alliance was breached. Lord Zhang, who was slain, and the remaining practitioners and citizens surrendered on the spot. That on December 17th, the territory Nan Li was lost. Lord Nan Gongcheng was captured, and all 700 subjects and practitioners under him were executed. The remaining lords along the way turned pale at the news, feeling utterly despondent. They understood that weak lords had no right to survive in this chaotic apocalypse, for, even if they united to form an alliance, they lacked the strength to resist Ling Yu's army. Thus, they belatedly comprehended the intentions behind Yunan's decree. As the leader that Ling Yu's forces approached, they abandoned their territories, setting their homes ablaze. They fled under cover of night, bringing their families, citizens, practitioners, and accumulated resources to seek refuge with Yunnan. Chapter 106. Everyone submits, preparing for cultivation in this apocalypse. Only Lord Yi is trustworthy. He is our lifeline. Let us go. We shall seek him out. Together. Upon receiving the news of numerous lords, citizens, and practitioners seeking refuge with him, Yunnan harbored no grudges and opened the flimsy barricades to welcome these newcomers into his territory. He provided them with warm lodgings, ample provisions, and clothing to withstand the cold, for winter was approaching. Without food and warm clothing, these individuals would perish from the cold before the aberrant beasts even reached them. The rescued practitioners expressed their profound gratitude to Yunnan, kneeling sincerely. "Thank you, Lord Yi. From this day forth, we shall follow you. In this apocalypse, we recognize no one but you." Standing nearby, the lords exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. Rather than remain passive, it would be wiser to proactively approach Lord Yi, offering up their citizens and resources in exchange for prosperity and honor. "Lord Yi, we are willing to surrender our subjects. The practitioners, the resources, the population, we shall submit to you. All we seek is wealth and prosperity." With a clamor, hundreds of lords knelt before Yunnan. Stunned for a moment, Yunnan hurriedly exclaimed, "This is unnecessary. We are all lords. There is no need for such actions. Please rise." In unison, the crowd replied, "Lord Yi, if you do not agree, we will not stand up. Indeed, we shall remain kneeling until you consent. After all, in this apocalypse, we cannot protect our subjects and resources. Aligning with you is our only path to survival. Lord Yi, we beseech you, we are willing to entrust our lives and fortunes to your care." As they pleaded, their heads struck the ground repeatedly, leaving the floor stained with blood and their foreheads streaming with crimson. Observing this, Ling Yuran quickly stepped forward, advising, "Brother Yi, considering everyone's sincerity, why not consent?" Reluctantly, Yunnan nodded. It was not that he was unwilling to accept these lords. It was simply that these were the last remaining lords in the territory of Long Nation. Should they all choose to defect and submit to him, there would hardly be any lords left in this land. Thus, without any other lords, his command as the alliance leader would hold no significance. However, As Yinan pondered, he realized that whether it was unexpected fortune or clarity that would come first, no one could say. Since the others were willing to yield, he truly had no reason to refuse. After all, he could not just stand by and watch them perish here, could he? Once Yinan accepted the multitude of Lord submission, the number of battle and recruitment buildings did not significantly increase. However, the resources like food, shards, copper, or iron ore and would saw a substantial rise. Additionally, the lords brought with them over 8,000 subjects, bringing the total population in Yinan's territory to over 10,000. The total population surpassed 300,000, with practitioners exceeding 10,000, a remarkable increase in strength. Yet, Yinan could not bring himself to feel joy. Ling Yu ran, puzzled by his demeanor, remarked, "Brother Yi, all these lords have submitted to you, making you the most powerful lord in this apocalypse. This is a tremendous blessing. Why are you not pleased?" Hearing this, Yinan's lips curled into a bitter smile as he sighed softly. "You are correct. After their submission, I have indeed become the most powerful lord. However, I have also become a thorn in the side of the aberrant beasts and Ling Yu, a target for their wrath. They will undoubtedly conspire against me." Ling Yu replied, "Brother Yi, I believe in you. With your strength, defeating the aberrant beasts and Ling Yu is absolutely within your capabilities." Wai Yinan shook his head. "Facing any one of them alone is certainly manageable for me. What troubles me is the possibility that when Ling Yu attacks, the aberrant beast legion might launch a surprise assault as well, which would complicate matters greatly. What should we do then?" Ling Yu inquired, panic rising in her voice. "That we will take them down one by one. I plan to take the initiative." "Now, no," Yinan chuckled. "First, we need to elevate our professional levels before making further plans. After all, just days prior, Yinan had intended to consume spirit herbs alongside Ling Yu to enhance their levels, but was sidetracked by trivial matters within the territory. Now, with an impending battle on the horizon, he aimed to swiftly increase their professional levels during this calm before the storm. After all, advanced aberrant beasts of level 100 had already emerged within the Legion, and although their numbers were few, their combat prowess could breach S-level defenses. Quite formidable. Subsequently, Yinan instructed the Dark Knight Shadow Warriors guarding the Lord's cabin to step outside and ensure that no one was to disturb them. Remember, no one is to interrupt. Taking a deep breath, Yinan retrieved a 6-month supply of spirit herbs, mage energy orbs, snow lotus, and ginseng from his infinite capacity backpack, arranging them meticulously on the table in preparation for consumption. "Brother Yi, I don't quite understand the cultivation process," Ling Yu said, gazing at the pile of spirit herbs, snow lotus, ginseng, and mage energy orbs, her expression one of confusion. Her mind was clouded, utterly baffled by how these seemingly disparate items could enhance a practitioner's level upon consumption. It was simply inconceivable. After all, from her understanding of cultivation, one must practice qi, refine skills, or engage in arduous training, right? How is it that in this apocalypse, practitioners could elevate their levels simply by consuming resources? Was this akin to drug use? She could accept spending money, but deep down, Ling Yu found it difficult to reconcile the idea of drug use leading to an elevation in professional levels. One by one, she picked up the 4 items before her and earnestly questioned Yinan. "Brother Yi, while I understand that spirit herbs replenish spiritual energy and mage energy orbs provide energy, what energy do precious herbs like ginseng and snow lotus offer? They seem entirely useless. What benefit is there in consuming these 2 items?" Taken aback by her inquiry, Yinan paused for a moment before reaching out to ruffle Ling Yu's hair. Teasing, "You do know that ginseng and snow lotus are medicinal materials, right? The purpose of ginseng and snow lotus is to nourish vitality and fortify the meridians. Otherwise, how could we possibly withstand consuming such a large quantity of spirit herbs and mage energy orbs without our organs and bodies exploding?" Yinan explained. Chapter 107. Level Breakthrough, the Confinement of Practitioners. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Oh, so that's how it is. That I suppose I was a bit ignorant. But if merely consuming spirit herbs, mage energy orbs, ginseng, and snow lotus can directly elevate one's professional level, then isn't cultivation in this apocalypse rather too easy?" Yinan smiled. "But have you considered that for an ordinary person, acquiring spirit herbs and mage energy orbs is a challenge akin to climbing the heavens? Even for ginseng and snow lotus, many lords end up with inferior goods that yield little effect. Observing Ling Yuran's astonished expression, Yinan's lips curled into a smile. Do not doubt it. Quickly consume them. I must hasten to elevate my level. Otherwise, once Ling Yu's legion arrives near the territory, we will find ourselves in a very passive position. With that, Yinan busily consumed the 6-month supply of spirit herbs, ginseng, snow lotus, and mage energy orbs. Once these items entered his stomach, a powerful surge of energy and warmth coursed through Yinan's skin, causing him to flush red and feel enveloped in a cocoon of spiritual energy. It's so hot. I'm about to break through. Yinan sensed the energy within his dantian reaching a critical point, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Boom! Congratulations, you have broken through your current level and officially reached level 41. Congratulations, you have broken through your current level and officially reached level 42. Boom, boom. At that moment, the energy within Yinan's body surged forth endlessly, like a mighty river, seemingly inexhaustible. His professional level continued to ascend. Congratulations, you have broken through your current level and officially reached level 50. Congratulations, you have broken through your current level and officially reached level 55. Thus, Yinan continued to rise until he officially reached level 60, at which point the breakthrough ceased. However, the energy within him remained abundant and unspent. His body radiated heat, flushed red, with azure spiritual energy erupting from his crown. Yet, the level breakthrough had halted. Why could he not continue to advance? He could clearly feel that there was still ample energy within him. Yinan was both astonished and apprehensive. After all, he had consumed such a vast quantity of spirit herbs and mage energy orbs, containing tremendous energy within him, that if he could not continue to break through, he would risk exploding, unless someone assisted him in releasing the energy within, akin to a dam releasing floodwaters at that moment. Though Ling Yuran did not fully comprehend, she vaguely understood something, promptly shedding her clothing and pressing herself against Yinan's heated body. Brother Yi, it's all right. Time passed, and at last the energy within Yinan's dantian was successfully released, allowing him to return to normalcy, that he then opened his personal data panel to take a glance. Yinan, occupation, onomancer, level, 60, casting range, 60 square kilometers, spell damage, 50. 000, magical energy, 50,000, spell skills, Crimson Blaze, Frozen Expanse, summoning technique, shadow technique. Note: the current level of the practitioner has reached 60 that ordinary spiritual herbs and mage energy orbs can no longer facilitate further advancement. To continue leveling up, one must acquire the golden cores and essence blood from advanced exotic beasts. What is this? Yinan was bewildered. So, if I wish to continue leveling up, I must slay advanced exotic beasts and seize their golden cores and essence blood. How many of these formidable creatures must I vanquish to obtain sufficient cores and blood? It is worth noting that advanced exotic beasts of level 100 have yet to make their appearance on the battlefield. Killing them will be exceedingly challenging. It seems I must take matters into my own hands at that moment. Ling Yuran, with her keen intellect, suddenly comprehended. Brother Yi, I understand now. Before reaching level 60, practitioners can rely on consuming spiritual herbs, mage energy orbs, ginseng, and snow lotuses to level up. However, beyond level 60, one can only depend on the golden cores and essence blood from advanced exotic beasts. Yinan nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case. Brother Yi, then the spiritual herbs and mage energy orbs you've stockpiled in your bag are rendered useless. How could they be of no use? Yinan fixed a piercing gaze on Ling Yuran and smiled. Your current occupation level is merely 10. You still have room for advancement. Come, consume these, quickly elevate your level to 60. As he spoke, Yinan retrieved a substantial quantity of spiritual herbs, mage energy orbs, ginseng, and snow lotuses from his bag. Now, Ling Yuran hesitated slightly. Of course. What are you waiting for? Seize this opportunity and consume them swiftly. We have other matters to attend to shortly, Yinan urged. Although his domain spanned only 500 square kilometers, it harbored a population exceeding 300,000, along with over 10,000 subjects and practitioners. There were countless matters to manage, leaving him no time for cultivation. With a rare moment to spare, he must seize it, for missing this chance could mean losing the opportunity altogether. Brother Yi, I feel that when you consume these items, you hardly manage the dosage. If I swallow them all, will I end up like you did earlier? Ling Yuran gazed apprehensively at the heap of spiritual herbs and mage energy orbs before her. Fear not. Just consume them. Are you really sure? Absolutely. Encouraged by Yinan, Ling Yuran took a deep breath and began to slowly chew on the spiritual herbs, mage energy orbs, ginseng, and snow lotuses. After all, being a girl, she naturally took her time with her meal. Soon, the entire array of spiritual herbs and mage energy orbs on the table had been consumed, and her body underwent a noticeable transformation. She felt warmth, then heat, enveloped in a radiant crimson glow. Brother Yi, I feel so uncomfortable. Yi Nan, standing beside her, encouraged. It's all right, it will pass soon. Just endure it for a moment. The guards at the Lord's cabin exchanged glances upon hearing the conversation inside, nodding in understanding and silently expressing their admiration. Did you hear that? Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at Lord Ye's extraordinary physical prowess. He has recovered so swiftly, naturally. Lord Yi is a practitioner, an omnimancer, the mightiest man in this apocalyptic world, so his physique is certainly exceptional. I heard the intense struggle inside lasted for 2 hours, and now Lord Yi seems to have regained his vigor. I reckon he will battle fiercely for several more hours. A true man, how I admire him. Chapter 108. The growth of all things, the enormous vines boom. A surge of radiant energy erupted from Ling Yuran's dantian, coursing through her meridians and flowing through her limbs and bones. Ultimately, it burst forth from the crown of her head, accompanied by Ling Yuran's piercing scream. Her occupational level began to ascend. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 11. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 12. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 13. At this moment, Ling Yuran's body trembled violently, her demeanor reflecting a state of disquiet. Steady yourself. Channel your energy to the dantian. Unify your thoughts. Your mental focus must be unwavering. Yinan, witnessing this, quickly grasped Ling Yuran's hand, providing reassurance. After all, the consumption of spiritual herbs, mage energy orbs, ginseng, and snow lotuses had filled her with an overwhelming surge of energy. The breakthrough was still in progress. If a practitioner's mental focus wavered during such a critical moment, the torrent of energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. Under Yi Nan's comforting presence, Ling Yuran's previously scattered mental focus began to gather again, gradually forming a powerful force that guided the absorbed energy, cleansing her body and continuing her ascent in level. Breakthrough. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 20. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 30. Congratulations! You have surpassed your current level and officially reached level 40. It was only when Ling Yuran's level officially reached 60 that this transformative breakthrough finally ceased. Just then, the energy within her had also been nearly expended. How do you feel? Not bad. After all, she had just ascended from a level 40 omnimancer to level 60 that her body was bound to feel a bit out of sorts. At that moment, Ling Yuran took a deep breath, blinking her beautiful big eyes at Yinan, and inquired, Brother Yi, am I truly at level 60 now? Indeed that I am now a level 60 wood mage? Ling Yuran repeated in disbelief. It is worth noting that in the current apocalypse, the majority of practitioners remain at level 1, with a small fraction having advanced to around level 10 through available resources. Yet, she and Yi Nan had forcefully transcended their occupational levels to directly reach 60, placing them in a distinctly superior position among practitioners. Thus, she found it hard to believe. The progression is simply too rapid. Is there a problem with that? Yinan asked, astonished, as he gazed at Ling Yuran. Him. Forcibly breaking through levels using spiritual herbs and other items was a rather mundane affair, just like a newly wealthy individual splurging cash on a house, a car, or even maintaining a college student. What is so unbelievable about that? However, Ling Yuran's next words nearly knocked Yinan off his feet. Brother Yi, I feel just the same as before. Really? Seeing Yi Nan's disbelief, Ling Yuran hurriedly clarified, nearly swearing an oath out of course. Yinan understood that everyone's physique varies, and the attributes and resistances gained after awakening their professions differ as well. Consequently, Each practitioner's sensation after leveling up would be distinct. With this in mind, Yinan smiled gently and replied, "You ran, I certainly believe you. However, you are now a level 60 mage, a leading figure among wood mages. You could be considered the best in the world. Naturally, if you doubt it, why not cast a spell and see for yourself?" "All right, I'll give it a try." Ling Yuran nodded. Then she extended her left hand, fingers splayed, and began to chant softly. "Growth of all things." This spell is among the simplest in the wood mage repertoire, akin to the basic arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. A level 1 mage need not study or cultivate it. They can grasp it directly. The growth of all things spell typically manifests by allowing a seed to bloom and bear fruit within a short time, effectively accelerating the growth speed and time frame of plants. Merely a small trick. However, as Ling Yuran chanted, a miraculous scene unfolded that in the absence of seeds or withered vines, an abundance of vines began to proliferate wildly within the Lord's cabin, bursting forth from the stones. First sprouting, then unfurling leaves, stems, and vines. Ultimately, they emerged like towering trees through the window of the Lord's cabin, reaching skyward. The speed of plant growth was astonishing. The thickness of the vines varied as well. When the vines were as thick as an arm, they stretched 300 meters long. When as thick as a trunk, they extended 3,000 meters. When as thick as a small hill, they reached an endless length, seemingly piercing the heavens and soaring into the clouds. Heavens, what is this thing? I have no idea, fool. This is clearly a vine. Can't you see that? However, why is it so thick and so long? I've discovered that this vine is growing from the Lord's cabin. Surely, Lord Yi is unharmed, right? I dare say, Lord Yi will be just fine. He is, after all, the unparalleled all-elemental mage in this apocalypse. Indeed, do you understand the worth of an all-elemental mage? He masters spells of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. What does this mere wood spell amount to? Exactly. Lord Yi must be cultivating inside, 1,000 kilometers away, in the abyss. The lair of the aberrant beasts, the aberrant beast matriarch, alongside a group of high-ranking aberrant beasts, was delivering a lecture to the lesser aberrant beasts when suddenly, a deafening roar pierced the air. They all turned in unison to behold a vine as thick as a mountain peak, extending into the heavens. They were all astounded, jaws agape. What on earth is this? It has grown up to the heavens. Is it a spell or an artificially constructed platform? What are you thinking? I believe this is a small mountain that has sprouted from the very earth. Nonsense. This is clearly just a vine. But why has it grown to such heights and lengths? It defies reason. Chapter 109. Shock and awe. The golden great sword. Yes, an all-elemental mage of the wood element can indeed conjure such a thing. But those are merely palm-sized creations. There is no way it could be this long or this tall. The aberrant beasts, upon witnessing this, were all utterly shocked, were it not for the matriarch's presence. They would have bolted in fright that at this moment a level 100 high-ranking aberrant beast stepped forward, observing for a while before analyzing. This is indeed a vine, a little trick known as all things grow, performed by a wood element mage. The reason this vine reaches into the heavens is that the spellcaster has achieved around level 60, that upon hearing this, the other high-ranking aberrant beasts were once again taken aback. No way. Humanity has only awakened their professions for a few days. Even if they abstain from food and water, how could they leap from level 1 to 60? Exactly, humans need to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. They cannot practice indefinitely. Moreover, in this apocalypse, spirit herbs and mage energy orbs are rare resources. At this point, a six-winged giant aberrant beast stepped forward, roaring, "Fool! Can't you comprehend this? The so-called rare resources are merely a concern for ordinary professionals. For those lords, rare resources are plentiful enough to wipe one's backside. In other words, among humans, there are already experts who have broken through to level 60. We must tread carefully." Hearing this, most of the high-ranking aberrant beasts felt a chill run down their spines and fell silent. The aberrant beast matriarch remained quiet for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "It seems that the awakened professionals among humans are far more formidable than we imagined. In a territory riddled with ruins, professionals from the Mudhong Kingdom witnessed the vines soaring into the heavens, and they erupted in excitement that heavens. This is utterly unbelievable. A single vine, as thick as a mountain peak, can extend into the sky. Incredible! How is this possible? Is this the power of a wood element mage? Too powerful. At that moment, Ling Yu heard a commotion outside the tent. That as he stepped out, preparing to reprimand the soldiers, he was taken aback by the vine reaching into the clouds. It was merely an ordinary vine. Under the enhancement of magic, it had transformed into a miraculous existence. Wow, what a formidable wood element spell. Ling Yu's heart trembled with apprehension as he scrutinized the vine's precise origin towards Xuantian city. Damn, for an ordinary vine to ascend so high into the heavens, the spellcaster must possess a very high level. I never expected his magic to have grown to such an extent. This indicates that his level is significantly high. Ling Yu had yet to grasp how to elevate his level, nor did he understand the functions of spirit herbs, energy orbs, ginseng, or snow lotus. His current professional level remained at level 1 swordsman. Thus, upon realizing that Yinan's level was vastly superior and had begun to overshadow him, he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Why Yinan? I am the true overlord of this apocalypse. You are nothing. Before the apocalypse, I could swallow your company. During the apocalypse, I can just as easily claim your territory. Just you wait. Meanwhile, all wood element mages across Blue Star gazed upon the vine extending into the heavens. And a wave of despair swept over them. Wow, is this the power of all things grow? So fierce. Even I, a level 10 wood element mage, cannot achieve this. You certainly cannot. This is the power reserved for high-ranking mages. Is being a level 10 mage really that impressive? I dare say this individual's professional level is at least 60. Has someone truly elevated their level to 60? Facts speak louder than words. Is there still any doubt? How tragic. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Indeed, we all awaken our professions on the same day. Why has their level reached 60 while most of us are still at level 1? In Xuantian City, within the Lord's cabin, this indicates that your magic has become incredibly powerful. But I don't know what to do now. Ling Yu ran into a bit of a panic, feeling flustered. She had no idea how to cease the spell, her mind a blank, and the magical energy within her was still being consumed rapidly. This situation is perilous. Logically speaking, as soon as the magical energy in her body is depleted, the spell should stop. However, this would overdraw all her magical energy, causing irreversible damage to her body, organs, and meridians that don't panic. I will handle it, Yinan softly chanted, and a golden little sword appeared in his palm. Ling Yu's eyes widened as she asked, Brother Yi, how will you handle it? Cut it down, Yinan commanded. Even as a level 60 all-elemental mage, he could not forcibly halt the vine's growth, and had to utilize the damage of the gold element spell to counteract the vine's expansion. With a whoosh, the golden little sword shot into the sky. Then, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, this golden little sword transformed into tens of thousands of golden little swords in an instant. These countless golden swords began to enlarge and extend, each measuring 100 feet in length, appearing exceedingly formidable. These 100-foot-long golden swords barreled towards the vine, as thick as a mountain peak. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant. The vine that soared into the heavens was sliced into dust by the countless golden little swords, scattering like streams of light. This moment, all those gazing up at the heavens, the aberrant beasts, professionals, citizens, and those from the Mudhong Kingdom, were once again stunned. My heavens! It must be so. That colossal vine was cleaved by the golden great sword. Goodness! This is what we call mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. It seems that the mage wielding the golden greatsword is also not of low level. What is happening in this world? Why are there so many high-ranking professionals while we remain at level 1? Exactly. If it weren't for the fact that our professions awakened only a few days ago, I would think this apocalypse had a glitch. It can only be said that this apocalypse is filled with formidable beings.